Ding. Trigger the main mission. Destroy Xiaoyao Palace. Mission details. Since all the forces on the Xuanwu continent are inextricably linked with the Xuanwu heavenly world, if the host wants to rule the Xuanwu continent, he must break free from the shackles of the heavenly world. If the host successfully annihilates the Xiaoyao Palace in the heavenly world, the system will reward the host a chance to copy the powerhouse. A chance to inherit the avenue. A chance to awaken to the limit. A random lottery. Ding. The system is now in a deep sleep. The system beep sounds. Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed instantly. After a long time, the Holy Emperor turned out to be a puppet. It seems that the first enemy I entered into the heavenly world should be the Xiaoyao Palace. Well, let's use your Xiaoyao Palace to stand out. After thinking about it, Xuanhuan laughed. Under the escort of Lei Zhenzi, he returned to the Dou Yu Empire's camp. After that, the group returned to the Haotian Empire in a mighty manner. The once-in-a-million-year event in the treasure land of the demon ancestors was so suspenseful that it ended with Xuanhuan and Lei Zhenzi, a pair of monarchs and ministers who defeated a generation of demon ancestors and separated their souls. Compared to this, the news of Xuanhuan declaring war on the Holy Emperor was much more boring. Because with Xuanhuan's sky-high popularity and a strong lineup, anyone can see that the contemporary sage emperor will definitely lose. The change of ownership of the southern region is a foregone conclusion. Now, let's see how many emperors dare to come forward to help the Holy Emperor. If there is an emperor who dares to come out to help the Holy Emperor, it is conceivable that it will be another bloody battle. On the contrary, will the Holy Emperor continue to be resolute in the embarrassing situation of being alone? People wait and see. However, whether the southern territory has changed hands or not, it did not affect people's admiration for Emperor Haotian and Lei Zhenzi. For a long time to come, Xuanhuan and Lei Zhenzi of the southern regions became a hero that people will never forget in the eyes of the world. Their deeds are also talked about by people. It has become the talk of the streets. And Wang Xiong, the current Holy Emperor of the Southern Territory, was in a daze, and sent a special envoy on the same day to the various empires in the Southern Territory, preparing to unite the power of the empires and put pressure on Xuanhuan, forcing Xuanhuan to give up the plan to attack the Holy Court, and even whimsically wanted to gather the power of everyone to force Xuanhuan to dissolve the Haotian Empire. And the holy envoy of Xiaoyao Palace from Heavenly World did not stop at all, and took the teleportation array and left the southern region that day. This unprecedented battle was over within 3 days, and the Qianlong Pavilion changed the rankings in advance. Xuanhuan directly ranked second only to Lei Zhenzi. As a late-stage powerhouse in the Golden Wonderland, he has beaten the demon ancestors and other deeds. Lei Zhenzi deserves the first place on the list. It is even more surprising that Xuanhuan can rank second on the list. You must know that he has not even reached the fairyland, and he can jump to the second place in one fell swoop. It can be said to shock the world. But when you think about it, it makes sense. Xuanhuan stepped forward at the critical moment when the Southern Territory suffered annihilation and killed the demon ancestors. This is a great achievement. Not sure how he did it though. But this does not affect him, a young emperor's savior-like status in people's minds. Then there is the shocking evaluation given by Qianlong Pavilion, the genius of the ancients, the emperor of the ancients. The shocking comments given by the Qianlong pavilion caused an uproar in the southern region and even the entire Xuanwu continent. From this point of view, Su Haoyan's status as a new generation of southern region Saint Emperor is a foregone conclusion. Putting all these reasons together, he is naturally the second person on the list. Your Majesty returns to the palace. After a short rest, Su Haoyan led the powerhouses and finally returned to the imperial capital of the Haoyan Empire at noon the next day. With Feng Liang's loud shout, Su Haoyan, who was wearing the 9 dragons' supreme dark gold robe, walked towards the imperial palace with his head held high, under the urging of everyone. My concubine is by Suzhen, Zixia, Miao Miao, Shanlan, and Zhener welcomes his Majesty back to the palace. At this time, Bai Suzhen's 5 daughters came to Su Haoyan quickly. In the near moment, they all paid homage to the pilgrimage. Haha, Empress, concubine AI doesn't need to be more polite, hurry up and flatten yourself. To be honest, you all want to die. Su Haoyan did not take care of the surrounding courtiers at all. When the word sounded at this time, it was a hug that hugged Bai Suzhen into her arms. The 5 girls obviously dressed up on purpose today. Regardless of her beauty, or the kind of grace and splendor that comes from her bones, Su Haoyan was instantly refreshed when he saw it. At this moment, Bai Suzhen was really startled. However, he did not struggle, but leaned Zhenshou gently on Su Haoyan's shoulder. At the same time, in Su Haoyan's embrace, he felt a deep sense of longing. Your Majesty, the concubine should also hug me. At this time, Shenzhener said tearfully. There is a lot of love in his eyes. Haha, all of them, all of them. You are all my loves. How can I favor one over the other? While joking, Su Haoyan hugged Shenzhener's 4 concubines tightly. However, this fellow seemed to have thought of something, and there was a wretched smile that could only appear on the face of a local ruffian. Haha, Empress and concubines, I will have a good chat with you when I am done with the court meeting. How about staying up all night? Su Haoyan's blatant remarks made the Yurong of the 1st and 4th concubines dance in red. Incredibly beautiful. Your Majesty hasn't returned for a long time, let's take a rest first, and then start the meeting. As the Emperor, Bai Suzhen quickly returned to normal. At this moment, Zhang Yan smiled and said with concern to Su Haoyan. It doesn't matter, I haven't returned for a long time. There must be a lot of things to solve. In order to stay up all night at night, I have to complete these tasks as soon as possible. Afterwards, Su Haoyan walked towards the Hall of Supreme Harmony under the urging of everyone in the loud laughter. Only the lovers who were blushing were left behind. I am waiting to meet your Majesty. Long live, my Emperor, long live, long live. The ministers and others congratulate His Majesty on destroying the demon ancestor. I wish your Majesty a great increase in cultivation, and wish your Majesty to become a hero of the southern regions. Su Haoyan quickly came to the Hall of Supreme Harmony and took a seat on the tall and mighty golden dragon chair above. All the civil servants were led by Ether Platinum Star and by Gon. The generals were led by Lei Zhenzi, Jiuling, Yuan Xingyang Jian, and Yuan Hong. At this time, they all knelt down and paid tribute to Su Haoyan. As a minister, please be pacified. The period of my absence is listed as hard work. Whether it's running the country in Anbang, or sieging the city and plundering the land, it's all inseparable from your hard work. Here I want to say thank you. In recognition of your hard work, I have decided to give you a generous reward. Thank you, Your Majesty Ron. Everyone knelt down and saluted. I don't think so in my mind. Although the Haotian Empire is very rich. But there are very few treasures that can enter the eyes of everyone. Everyone just thought that Su Haotian was encouraging. Neither is true. Even if Su Haotian's award is outstanding, it is not very advanced. But this is what everyone thinks, and asking them to question Su Haotian is something they would never dare. All of them look down on me, don't they? When you take out the treasures, it won't be surprising if you don't startle your jaws. Su Haotian opened his mind, and immediately spied the true inner thoughts of the ministers. But this kind of snooping is well-intentioned snooping. Even if everyone knew about it, they wouldn't take it seriously. But when he thought of his huge gain this time, Su Haotian's mouth was dry. Especially in the body of the heaven-shaking devil turtle, he even took the lifelong treasure of devil ancestor in one breath. Instantly put yourself among the ranks of the rich. Even the Haotian Empire has become the richest empire in the southern region and even the entire Xuanhu continent. Now, it's not an exaggeration to describe him as rich and wealthy. Taking part of these treasures to reward his ministers is simply a drop in the bucket for him. In the following time, Su Haotian never mentioned the reward. He began to inquire about the major events of the Haotian Empire during this period of time. Fully reflects the true character of an emperor. Boom. Suddenly, when the ministers were still immersed in Su Haotian's words, a pile of colorful treasures with various auras suddenly appeared on the court. At the same time, a spiritual pressure that belongs to the innate treasure instantly overflowed. While all the courtiers present were shocked, they stared at the pile of treasures and entered a state of dementia. Okay, this is the reward I have prepared for everyone. List it as a minister. And choose it yourself. You don't need to save it for me. Su Haotian sat high in the court hall and had a panoramic view of everyone's expressions. While proud, I secretly complained in my heart. What's the matter? Labor and capital are rich people, and they are just innate treasures. Take it, take it. God, this pile of treasures are all innate treasures, and they don't carry any duplicates. This is too extravagant. What's the situation? Is Your Majesty getting rich? Your Majesty's reward is too high. Your Majesty is generous. Innate treasure, even the golden fairyland powerhouse will be envious of the treasure, not to mention these heavenly fairyland, the monks of the Real Fairyland. Looking at the innate treasure eyeballs that are piled up like a mountain in front of me, the eyeballs are about to pop out. But for such a rare treasure in the sky and hard to find on the ground, His Majesty threw it out without even blinking his eyelids. It's as random as throwing rotten cabbage. Everyone, look at me, I look at you, and they all see shock in each other's eyes. But they didn't move. Before figuring out Su Haotian's mind, I am afraid that no one will choose treasures. Before he knew it, Su Haotian already possessed the majesty of an emperor. Inexplicably, everyone felt a sense of awe for him. This has nothing to do with cultivation, it is purely a subordinate's unique feeling towards his boss. Why, I think my reward is too light, or I don't want it. If I don't take it, I will take it back. At this time, Su Haotian said hurriedly. Don't, since it's Your Majesty's reward, I'll be there to support you. Whatever you say. As Li Kuei spoke, he stepped forward quickly and took out a pair of golden axe from the pile of treasures. He has been greedy for this pair of axes for a long time. Seeing this, everyone finally knew that Xuanhuan really wanted to reward them with these priceless treasures. They put down their restraint and stepped forward to pick them up. Until the end, everyone, look at my treasures, and I look at yours. Immediately wake up. These are all treasures that Xuanhuan tailor-made for them. He even wanted to enter the character habits of every strong man. Otherwise, the treasures taken out will not fit so well. Everyone is not a person with developed limbs and a simple mind. In an instant, I understood Xuanhuan's good intentions. For a time, a warm current flowed in everyone's heart. But everyone didn't say much. But this kind of kindness is deeply remembered in my heart. Well, yes, I don't waste my hard work. It's just that there are hundreds of innate treasures. I feel so distressed. Xuanhuan was bleeding in his heart, and he had to put on an indifferent look on his face. This living crime was enough for him. In the following time, the monarchs and ministers, while enjoying themselves, solved the backlog of state affairs one by one. At the end of the court meeting, Xuanhuan officially issued the imperial decree, and half a month later, he would send troops to the Saint Court of the southern region. He wants to unify the southern territory before going to the southern territory heavenly world. At 10 in the evening, Xuanhuan's first court meeting for returning to the empire finally ended with a burst of joy. As for the night, how Xuanhuan and his empress and concubines tossed, only they themselves know. In short, Xuanhuan's long-cherished wish finally came true this night. He officially bid farewell to the career of two virgins, became a real man. Xuanhuan and his concubines spent an unforgettable night. Early the next morning, Xuanhuan left Ling Shanlin's bedroom full of energy and came to the back garden alone. At this moment, he sat cross-legged in the garden and called up his attribute list. Host, Xuanhuan. Race, human race, ancient demon body. Bloodline, Xuanhuan bloodline. Luck level, Emperor Sacred Realm, 2nd rank. Supernatural powers, Golden Fire of Washing Industry, Emperor Guyi's Boxing. Time Avenue, He Xintong, Xianming Prying Technique. Privilege, a specific time travel. Gongfa, the secret of longevity. Magic weapon, variety divine weapon, innate meritorious treasure, Taishu divine. Armor, artifact. Intelligence, 18,000. Super strong. Lucky features, random, designated, selected summons. Dao inheritance, strong. Copy, cultivation field, extreme awakening, random lottery, lucky mall. Core, Sancho Core, Monkey Core, Qin Army, Yuejia Army, Eastern Jin Beifu. Army, Dahan Iron Army, Datong Iron Cavalry, Cheese Army, Mongolian Iron Cavalry. 8 Banners of Manchuria, Guaning Iron Cavalry, White Pow Army. 100,000 soldiers, 100,000 heaven soldiers. Luck value, 100,090,800,000. I'll go. After the system is fully upgraded, the changes in this attribute list are really big enough. Whether it is blood, or the practice has completely changed. The super strong column is replaced by a small dot. It feels weird. Make him incomprehensible. Although the column of magic weapons has not been replaced, it is occupied by the treasures of innate merit. In addition, there are even more lucky functions. And he was also frightened by his terrifying luck value. It took a long time to wake up. Excited is a must. Because this means that he can buy a lot of treasures that he has been eyeing for a long time. Just what does that time travel privilege mean? Can I travel in time and space? Xuanhuan was puzzled. After thinking about it for a long time, I couldn't find an answer, so I had to give up. After thinking about waiting for the system to wake up, I will ask again. All in all, he was quite satisfied. At the same time, I am very proud of being able to gather so many strong men in a short period of time. From this, it also breeds his higher ambitions. Ding. The system upgrade is complete. Ding. Because the host has successfully cultivated the tree of the world, the system will reward the host a chance to inherit the great Dao and a chance to awaken to the limit. At this moment, Xuanhuan's prompt sound suddenly sounded. Let Xuanhuan show a happy smile. You're finally awake. Now I have a lot of questions for you. Xuanhuan said to the system in his heart. The system has been fully upgraded, and it is normal to have some new functions. As for the time-space shuttle function, it is a function that comes with the system. It's just that the previous host was too weak. This function cannot be enabled. Now, with the improvement of the host's cultivation and the birth of the world tree in the host's body, the host is fully equipped to travel through time and space. Therefore, this function can be activated. The system beep sounds. He explained a series of questions in Xuanhuan's mind one by one. At the same time that Xuanhuan suddenly realized, there are new questions. System, even if I can travel through time and space, I can't. I don't know where to teleport. A flash of light flashed in his mind, but there was a momentary thought of wanting to send it back to Earth. But on second thought, now it has been vicissitudes of life, and it is not necessarily a disaster or a blessing for him to return to the Earth. Moreover, his lover and the empire he built with one hand would not allow him to leave. For various reasons, he quickly dismissed this unrealistic idea. Host, please read the specific words after the privilege carefully. Only under specific circumstances can the host trigger the time-space shuttle function. Only for some reason can time-space travel. Remember that it is specific. Cause and effect is very important. The interpretation of the system is ambiguous. Xuanhuan was a little confused, but also helpless. He was even more confused if he didn't even know the system. Shaking his head, he no longer bothered about this matter. Why is the super strong column gone? Why use 6 points instead? Does it matter? Xuanhuan asked again. Because the world tree has already been born in the host. At the same time, those superpowers have been recognized by the world tree and are already on the list. So there is no need to do anything more. If the host wants to know about his subordinates, he can see it at a glance. On the world tree. Xuanhuan was stunned by the system's answer, but he immediately immersed himself in the purple cauldron of Dantian. The eye swept across the yin-yang twin babies and landed directly on the world tree. At this time, Xuanhuan did not hesitate, chose a leaf at will, and sensed it carefully. By Suzhen, from The Legend of the New White Lady. Race, Snake. Lucky level, first grade holy level. Status, Empress. Exercises, the serpent's entry into the world. Magical powers, sunflower water fills the sky, swallows the sky. Magic weapon, flesh. Loyalty, 100. As expected, I had this suspicion before, but I didn't think about it. Now that I have felt it for a while, I realized that the world tree is simply amazing. Xuanhuan smiled. At this time, he muttered to himself. At the same time, he also found that the leaves belonging to Baisuzhen and Zishao's 5 daughters were all rose gold. The area that occupies the top of the tree. The leaves of the rest of the powerhouses are also different. Whether the area is high or low seems to be closely related to their cultivation. Today, the number 1 powerhouse of the Haotian Empire is undoubtedly Lei Zhenzi. Its leaves are pale gold. The status is also the highest, below the 5 daughters of Baisuzhen. It belongs to the area below the top of the tree. And the reason why the 5 daughters of Baisuzhen stood the highest, Su Haotian thought maybe it was because he was the master of the tree of the world. As the hostess of the world tree, of course, her status must be outstanding. And with the powerhouses, the level of cultivation decreases: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and other colors. The sense of hierarchy is extremely obvious. The regions they belong to on the world tree are also different. System: what kind of treasure is the world tree, do you know? Su Haotian felt that the tree of the world was not simple. It's not just this magical function. He had a strong feeling that if all the functions of the world tree were discovered, it would be a great benefit to him. To be honest, I don't know much about the system. I only know that it came from the beginning of chaos. The system's answer not only did not disappoint Su Haotian, but was extremely excited. At the same time, shocked. The beginning of chaos. Does that mean that it is the same period as Pangu? It is the same level as the innate meritorious treasures such as the Kaitian Axe, the Chaos Bell, and the Fortune Jade Plate. Even more advanced existences than them. Su Haotian even thought that this tree was cultivated by the great god, Pangu, when he was idle. Come to think of it, he himself thought it was funny. This kind of whimsical speculation, even he himself does not believe it. By the way, where is my treasure of innate merit and virtue? It won't be swallowed by the world tree. At this time, Su Haotian suddenly thought of the scene of the black ball disappearing into the purple cauldron, and asked quickly. If you want to know whether it disappears or not, the host will know if you try it yourself. Su Haotian was stunned by the system's answer, but his eyes lit up immediately. Seems to realize something. How to try? Su Haotian asked again. Since this treasure is called the variety magic weapon, it is of course an invisible existence. It can be changed at will. The host's mind is its shape. The system prompt sound made Su Haotian's eyes brighter and brighter. He was silent for a while, then suddenly shouted, "Come on the sword." The next second, something that shocked Su Haotian happened. I saw that at the moment Su Haotian's voice fell, a black sword suddenly appeared in his hand in the dark light. The speed of appearance is so fast that it has almost reached the point where the words follow the law. And as soon as this ink sword appeared, a huge spiritual pressure was instantly released, and a 100-meter tall rockery 100 meters away instantly collapsed. Su Haotian, who was still in a daze, was stunned. The instant collapse of the rockery and the huge roar shocked Feng Liang, who was standing in the distance. What has the master experienced in these millions of years? Although the cultivation base is low, but luck has increased unabated. Is this what the master once said, there will be unexpected accidents in reincarnation? Is this the accident? Feng Liang was puzzled. But he never questioned Wang Xiaofeng. Because of blind faith, I believe deeply. Su Haotian was stunned for a moment, but then he looked in horror at the ink sword that had just appeared in his hand. And observe carefully. However, this ink sword has neither gorgeous appearance. There is no mysterious spirit pattern. No matter how you look at it, it's an ordinary sword. But even such an ordinary sword can release a huge and suffocating spiritual pressure, which really surprised Xuanhuan. In the ensuing time, swords, spears, swords and halberds, axes and forks appeared one after another, making Xuanhuan more and more frightened as he experimented. The smile on his face is getting brighter. At this moment, Xuanhuan's body flashed, and a pale yellow gown suddenly appeared on him. Afterwards, he took out a high-level sword and slashed at him without hesitation. The next second, in a flash of yellow light, the clothes easily removed the attack. It is worthy of being a treasure of innate merit and virtue. It is worthy of being called an ever-changing magic weapon. This treasure can move at will and change at will. It is truly a rare treasure. At this moment, the joy in Xuanhuan's heart was forgotten. At the same time, he was very fortunate to get this treasure of innate merit. Master, Zhuge Tianguan has something to see. At this moment, Feng Liang's voice sounded in his ears. Let him in. Xuanhuan calmed down the joy in his heart. He raised his head and looked at Zhuge Liang, who was walking fast. Your Majesty, I just got the news. All the empires in the southern territory suddenly announced that they collectively rejected the Holy Emperor's order. This decision made the Holy Court's plan to unite with other empires to fight against our country unexpectedly went bankrupt. As reported by the spies, the Holy Emperor Wang Xiong was furious when he heard the news, and killed 9 special envoys who returned to life in a row. He still hasn't gotten rid of the resentment in his heart. But what makes this minister feel weird is, why did those empires collectively reject Wang Xiong's transfer order? You must know that, nominally, the empires in the southern region are still in the order of the Holy Court. Refusal to transfer orders is to judge the Holy Court. Rhythm. Seeing this, Xuanhuan smiled mysteriously, and said softly, it was expected. Kong Ming doesn't have to wonder. Could it be that your Majesty knew in advance that this was the outcome? Zhuge Liang looked at Xuanhuan in horror. At the same time, I felt that my Majesty became more and more mysterious. In 3 days, Kong Ming will know the answer. At that time, don't laugh and drop your chin. Zhuge Liang left with a face full of doubts. 3 days, what will be the answer? I will laugh and drop my jaw. How is that possible? He ignored Zhuge Liang's question. Xuanhuan carefully studied the world tree in his body again, and looked at his attribute list again. Only then did he recover his consciousness with satisfaction. At this time, with a wicked smile, he turned around and went straight to the Empress and concubine's bedroom. Yesterday's bridal chamber, he was not enough. Now that the time is enough, he naturally wants to do a lot. Such 3 days passed in a flash. For Xuanhuan, these 3 days are happy, laborious, and satisfying. The same emperor and queen, the emperors and concubines are like glue. It almost made him reluctant to think about Shu. But it was shocking to Zhuge Liang and the civil and military officials of the Haotian Empire. First of all, the Holy Emperor Wang Xiong died in a panic. It is truly appalling that the dignified Holy Emperor was so angry. Then the battle for the throne broke out in the Holy Court. Hundreds of princes competed for the throne of the Holy Emperor, and you fought me to fight, making the Holy Court so smoky, chickens flying and dogs jumping, and no results were obtained. Then, more than 50 emperors from the southern region headed by the dragon Emperor Qi personally came to the imperial capital of the Haotian Empire and handed over the form. Let the territory of the Haotian Empire soar rapidly. The status has skyrocketed. In a certain sense, the Haotian Empire is already the master of the southern territory. All that's missing is a ceremony. This explosive news made the southern region, which had just calmed down, boil again. For a time, in the changing situation in the southern region, there was a tendency that the mountains and rains were about to come and the buildings were filled with wind. The actions of the emperors of the southern regions almost didn't make Liu Bowen, Jiang Zia, and other civil servants laugh out loud. The military officer was even more excited. Not to mention Zhuge Liang. After several days of adjustment, he managed to calm down his excitement. At this time, touching his chin, there is a feeling of the rest of his life. At the same time, I admire Su Haotian's foresight. And the common people in the southern region admired Su Haotian, the young emperor. On top of the title of hero of the southern regions, the title of the young sage emperor was added. Although he is not yet the holy emperor, but better than the holy emperor. For a time, the power of Su Haotian and the Haotian Empire was monstrous, and their status was detached. But this move by the emperors miraculously stopped the battle for the throne of the Holy Court. Immediately afterwards, the Holy Court issued a notice that the princes decided on the ownership of the throne by betting on killing Emperor Haotian. Su Haotian. That is to say, whoever kills Su Haotian is the master of the southern territory. Inherit the throne of the Holy Emperor. This kind of bet is like a joke. While people are amazed, they can't help but sigh secretly. Wang's holy court is really going to be finished. A series of explosive news spread, shocking the entire Haotian Empire. This matter was even included in the hidden dragon list. And it became the number one event on the Qianlong billboard. It also made the entire southern region look at the Haotian Empire. Look at the young emperor that everyone needs to look up to. Because of Lei Zhenzi's presence, all the forces in the southern region dared not move the Haotian Empire even though they were envious. And in order to prepare for the battle in the Holy Court half a month later, Su Haotian has trained a large number of subordinates since the fourth day of his return. In the treasure land of the demon ancestor, he completed many tasks, thus accumulating considerable task rewards. Decided to use up all before going out. Strengthen the national power of the empire. System, summon a superpower for me. After Yuan Hong, Yang Jian, Neza, and other 5 powerhouses were sent to the Mission Hall, Nurturing Field, Inheritance Hall, Dao Inheritance, and the dungeons of the powerhouses, Su Haotian began to summon the superpowers. In addition, he wondered in his heart which strong man should use the opportunity of extreme awakening. But when a familiar face appeared in his mind, he immediately made a decision. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Zhang Sanfeng. From What the hell? Zhang Sanfeng, the founder of Wudong. Is there any mistake? Is he very powerful? Su Haotian was very puzzled, why the taste of the system is so unique now. Now the host can see why the system chose Zhang Sanfeng after looking at the world tree. The system prompt sounds. Let Su Haotian's heart move. Quickly sinking his mind into his body, he went straight to the world tree. Hey, with such a high status, it's even equal to Lei Zhenzi. Zhang Sanfeng, from. Race, human race, Huanglong reincarnation. Kung Fu, Tai Chi divine Kung Fu. Magic weapon, Tai Chi sword. Special attribute, after transforming, the strength can be doubled. Lucky level, Golden Wonderland Dzogchen realm. Loyalty, 86/100. No wonder he is so heaven-defying, it turns out he is the reincarnation of Huanglong, one of the four spirits. In a blink of an eye, Xuanhuan returned to reality, already grinning from ear to ear. Afterwards, he struck while the iron was hot and summoned one after another. But no one can catch up with Zhang Sanfeng. Although the result is not satisfactory. However, he is still very happy to be able to add a few superpowers to the empire. Plus the 5 people who just came out. The Haotian Empire possessed 7 superpowers from the Golden Wonderland all at once. It made Xuanhuan laugh. Again. Looking at the entire southern region, even the huge Xuanwu continent. Is there any force that can have 7 golden immortals and many real immortals? The strongest in the fairyland. In this regard, Xuanhuan's self-confidence was extremely inflated. I am even more confident about the upcoming war. Afterwards, Xuanhuan put away his smiling face and glanced at Jiuling Yuanqing, who had been standing beside him for a long time. He opened his mouth and said, Yuanqing, I called you here, so you must have thought about it in your heart, right? Yes, I have decided to continue to promote you. Because the entire Haotian Empire, I believe in you the most. How are you ready? Master, Jiuling is always ready to dedicate all of its strength to you and the Haotian Empire. Jiuling Yuanqing was summoned to meet Xuanhuan, and he already had a premonition in his heart. While being happy, he was also extremely grateful to Xuanhuan, and vowed to be loyal to Xuanhuan for life and never have another heart. Well, I completely believe in your loyalty. After saying that, Xuanhuan no longer hesitated to order the system to awaken Jiuling Yuanqing to the limit. Master, Heavenly Official Baigan has something to ask to see. At this moment, Fenliang's voice sounded. Let him in. Now that the Haotian Empire is peaceful all over the world, there shouldn't be any big things happening. Could it be that the Holy Court has moved again? Xuanhuan was a little puzzled. But I didn't care. In the face of absolute strength, any action is futile. Sir, Baigan pays his respects to His Majesty. Ai Qing, you don't need to be too polite, just talk about anything. Your Majesty, there is news from the south and the north that the demon clan has invaded massively. The southern territory has a vast territory, although human beings are powerful. But it only occupies half of the total area. The other half is occupied by the monster race. The situation in which the 2 races of monsters and monsters each occupy half of the country has lasted for tens of thousands of years. It's just that with the almost abnormal reproductive ability of the Yaozu, the number of Yaozu has doubled. And this speed is still increasing. So that half of the territory can no longer meet the breeding speed of the monster race. In order to prosper, in the last millennium, the high-ranking monster tribes have continuously invaded humans. Especially thousands of years ago, with the birth of the Shaotian demon saint. The human race fell into unspeakable misery. According to reliable information, the demon clan had already invaded the northern demon clan's territory 3 months ago, occupying the demon clan's only territory in one fell swoop. It even decapitated the demon ancestor of this generation of demons to show the public Bai Gan told Xuanhuan about the current state of the southern territory in a few words. But Xuanhuan fell into deep thought. Your Majesty, the demon race is suspected of demonstrating against our human race. I don't know what your Majesty thinks about this. Seeing that Xuanhuan hadn't said a word, Bai Gan couldn't help but said again. Let me tell you, how come the geniuses of the demon clan were wiped out, and a generation of demon ancestors was born, but no demon clan came? It turned out that he was taken to his old nest. What Xuanhuan asked was not what he answered, so he said with a sneer at this moment. He looked up at Bai Gan, who was frowning tightly, and said, the destruction of the demon clan is inevitable. Even if there is no demon clan, I still plan to conquer the demon clan entrenched in the north. Now it is easy. As for the demonstration of the demon clan, in my opinion, isn't this our opportunity? Opportunity? What does His Majesty mean? Bai Gan was a little dazed. There was already panic outside. I am afraid that the Yaozu will regain hegemony. Then human beings will become slaves of the demon race again. The result is chilling just to think about it. But His Majesty was fine. Not only did he not show the slightest worry, but he seemed very excited. What a strange emperor. Hey, the sky is falling, and there is a tall one standing on top of it. The Southern Territory is now in charge of the Wang clan's holy court. It's not up to us to worry about the important task of resisting the monster clan. Why are you so anxious? Ding. Jiuling Yuanxing has awakened to the limit. Is the host released now? As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, the system prompt sounded. Won't release it yet, call up his attribute list. Jiuling Yuanxing, from Prehistoric Alien, Enlightened Beast. Level, Tai Heaven Fairyland 9 Heavens. Kung Fu, Lion Ancestor Divine Kung Fu. Supernatural powers, 9 spirits show their holiness, devouring heaven and earth. Magic weapon, shining gold and silver hammer. Loyalty, 100/100. Special attributes, prehistoric alien, enlightened beast, lord of prosperous luck. It is worthy of being a prehistoric alien species, directly surpassing all the powerhouses of the Haotian Empire. It has directly exploded into a new realm. One word, it is strong. In this way, with the guard of the 9 spirits, the Haotian Empire is as solid as gold. I don't need to worry about it. Xuanhuan sighed secretly. Your Majesty, what is this? After pondering for a long time, Bai Gan didn't understand the meaning of Xuanhuan's words. I had no choice but to ask. Preach the decree for me, and announce to the world, everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the nation. His Majesty Haotian Emperor will delay the attack on the Holy Court for the rise and fall of the human race. If the Holy Court can independently stop and kill the large-scale invasion of the monster race, Emperor Haotian will not be there. Take the Wang family and replace it. And strongly support the Holy Court to continue to rule the southern region. Let the Holy Court follow the lead. Xuanhuan did not answer Bai Gan's question. Instead, a decree was issued. Suddenly, let Bai Gan be a little confused. But he seemed to think of something. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he was about to say something, but Xuanhuan shook his head to stop him. Your Majesty, the old minister understands. After forcing himself to calm down, Bai Gan bid farewell and left. But there was still a look of excitement on his face. Ding. Trigger a side mission. Subdue the heaven-screaming demon saint. Task. Details: due to the negligence of the system, he was accidentally escaped by several strong men while traveling through time and space. The sky-screaming demon saint is one of them. If the host defeats and subdue the Shaotian demon saint while defending against the invasion of the monster race, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken to the limit. A chance to randomly summon superpowers. A random lottery draw. The system will also make such low-level mistakes. But why does this Shaotian demon saint sound so familiar? Xuanhuan sat there, racking his brains to figure it out. Finally had to give up. Release Jiuling Yuansheng. Afterwards, Xuanhuan ignored the matter. Instead, he let Jiuling Yuansheng out with a calm face. There is no imaginary earth-shattering spiritual pressure, nor any sensational scenes. Jiuling Yuansheng appeared in front of Xuanhuan like an ordinary person. Master, Jiuling is back. Calm language, but no gorgeous words. But Xuanhuan felt the determination of Jiuling Yuansheng. Yes. These are a pair of treasures of acquired merit and virtue. They are called Zijin sky-shaking hammers. I think they are very suitable for you. While talking, Xuanhuan handed the purple gold hammer, which had already been exchanged for 119 million lucky points in the Lucky Mall, to Jiuling Yuansheng. Now he is extremely rich, and his lucky value has reached a terrifying level. Although this pair of Zijin Skyshaker hammers was a bit expensive, it was still within his tolerance. What's more, once Jiuling Yuansheng has this treasure, he will feel more at ease letting Jiuling Yuansheng guard the Haotian Empire. Master, this is too precious. Old slave, Jiuling Yuansheng's voice was a little choked, although he liked the Zijin Sky shaking hammer very much. But the owner has paid a lot for himself. Now he even gave him such a pair of treasures. How could he not be so excited? Okay, how old are you, and you still cry? This treasure will be more effective in your hands. Don't refuse. Go. Hide yourself for the time being. Keep this foundation for me at the critical moment. Xuanhuan's gentle voice made Jiuling Yuansheng stop hesitating, put away the treasures, and left the back garden with firm steps. A few days later, Emperor Haotian suddenly announced to the world that he decided to suspend the attack on the Holy Court. The reason turned out to be because of the invasion of the Yaozu, and threatened that if the Holy Court independently repelled the invasion of the Yaozu, the Haotian Empire will no longer use troops against the Holy Court. Once this announcement was announced, in an instant, a stone stirred up thousands of waves, and immediately caused a huge sensation in the southern land. What is the meaning of Emperor Haotian's move? Could it be that he is really thinking about the whole southern region? What do you mean? In my opinion, Emperor Haotian is creating a problem for the Holy Court. Everyone knows that the current Holy Court is already an empty shell, unable to resist the invasion of the monster race. The real intention of this move is to force the palace. Haha, this plan of killing two birds with one stone is really the ultimate plan. I admire the Dragon Emperor so much. From then on, I will completely surrender to Emperor Haotian. I don't know how those ineffective princes in the Holy Court will deal with this mess. Maybe they are worrying now. In my opinion, let Emperor Haotian be the Holy Emperor. Although Emperor Haotian is ambitious, but he has the strength I'm afraid the mere monster clan really doesn't fall into the eyes of Emperor Haoyin. For a while, amidst the discussions, people were not optimistic that the Holy Court could successfully repel the monster clan's invasion. Instead, he was full of confidence in Su Haoyin. However, they all turned their attention to the Holy Court. Threat, this is a naked threat. Su Haoyin clearly knows that the Holy Court has no soldiers and is powerless to fight against the Yaozu. He wants us to surrender to him voluntarily. In the imperial capital of the Holy Court of the southern region, in the majestic and huge main hall of the imperial palace, hundreds of princes gathered here. However, they all looked sad and worried. At this time, a prince wearing a blue brocade robe suddenly spoke. In the roar, there seemed to be endless hatred in it. Su Haoyin is the heart of Sima Zhao, everyone knows. But, so what? Can we stop his footsteps? For the current plan, the only way to quickly send envoys to the Haoyin Empire to discuss how to retreat the enemy is the best strategy. The other prince frowned and thought for a long time before expressing his thoughts. What's the condition? Since Emperor Haoyin dares to announce it to the world, he will be fully prepared. To put it bluntly, he is now wishing for us to come to his door. A prince shook his head and sighed. There is even more loneliness in the words. In my opinion, we brothers should stop fighting with each other. In fact, everyone knows better than anyone else that even if they sit in the position of the Holy Emperor, they will be the only one with bare hands. A Holy Emperor who has nothing is actually nothing but self-indulgence. Worse than a fart. Instead of becoming a prisoner in the future, it would be better to trade this empty shell for the rest of our lives, to be free and easy. Therefore, I suggest that you surrender to Emperor Haoyin. The condition is that in exchange for the meager existence of all of us. What do you princes think? The prince, who was the first to speak, spoke at this time. I agree. Then let's do that. The formula of longevity is so fucking obscure. I don't know which old guy invented it. It really doesn't bother me. Isn't it good to speak the vernacular? In the back garden, Su Haoyin was sitting in the gazebo. A paragraph of mysterious words slowly flashed in his mind, making him frown deeply. Master, the 13 princes of the Holy Court have been waiting in the Hall of Supreme Harmony for a long time. When are you going to meet them? Feng Liang did not know when he appeared in front of Su Haoyin. Asked in a low voice at this time. Finally, I can't sit still anymore. Forget it, after all, it's His Royal Highness who was once prominent, so it's not a problem to ignore him all the time. How about this, Feng Liang, you can replace me and go to meet the scene. As for how to say it, you should know what I mean, right? Su Haoyin smiled faintly, and said something that surprised Feng Liang. However, Feng Liang is also a person with a bright mind, and immediately understood Su Haoyin's intentions. Your Majesty. Feng Liang agreed and was about to leave, but was stopped by Su Haoyin. Before that, you should go to Yu Zhuge Liang first and ask him to draw up an order for me, to the effect that I want to fight against the demon clan in person. Return the southern region to a bright and peaceful world, a peaceful and prosperous age. Ding. Trigger a side mission. Obtain the title of Emperor of the Ages. Mission details: due to the invasion of the monster race, the people of the southern region are in dire straits. The current ruler of the southern region is weak and can't do anything about it. For the tranquility of the southern region and the expectations of the general public, the host must shoulder the heavy responsibility of saving the people from the dire straits, and during this period become the eternal emperor in people's minds. If the host successfully obtains the title of Emperor of the Ages, the system will reward the host with a copy of a strong man, a chance to randomly summon a super strong man. This can also trigger the mission. What a pleasant surprise! An emperor through the ages sounds quite domineering. The system prompt sounded suddenly at this moment. A happy smile filled Xuanhuan's face. Because the more tasks issued by the system, the stronger he is. Can he not be happy? After Xuanhuan talked to himself, he closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the formula of longevity. This longevity formula inexplicably appeared in his mind when the world tree was born. It is impossible for him to forget. It happened to be obscure and difficult to understand, which made him feel crazy. But he knows the truth that haste makes waste. Rice should be eaten bite by bite. It's no use worrying. So after complaining, I calmed down and studied it carefully. The Hall of Supreme Harmony, as the place where the Xuanhuan Empire discusses state affairs and formulates national policies, is naturally extremely solemn. At this time, Taibai Jinxing, Jiangxia, Lei Zhenzi, Yang Jian, Yuan Hong and other strong men split the two sides of the hall and stood upright with serious faces. And in the center of the hall, there were more than 20 people in luxurious clothes standing irritably. From time to time, his eyes looked towards the golden dragon chair above. Are you the special envoys of the Holy Court? At this moment, Feng Liang's figure appeared in the hall. He first greeted all the strong men, and then moved his eyes to the group of people in the middle, and asked, "What are you?" Xuanhuan, call him out quickly. We are here to discuss state affairs. How can you, a slave, have the right to talk with us? This is an insult to our holy court. A prince of the holy court was already upset, but at this moment, the person who came out to receive them turned out to be a servant. Immediately it was unbearable. He yelled loudly at Feng Liang. Humph, the minister of the subjugated country dares to speak out loudly. It's just courting death. Although Feng Liang is Xuanhuan's servant. But only in front of Xuanhuan is he obedient. In front of outsiders, he would not be so submissive. Facing the arrogant prince at this time, a sharp look flashed in his eyes, and he raised his fist and blasted out the moment his figure exploded. Feng Liang's fist was as fast as lightning. Moreover, at the moment when this punch was released, a shocking coercion burst out suddenly. In the thunder and lightning, the prince was directly torn apart. The rest of the princes, even if they were only touched by the aftermath of this punch, blood spurted wildly, and they either died on the spot or fell to the ground with serious injuries. In a blink of an eye, the 13 princes were either dead or injured. Let the entourage look at Feng Liang, who looks like a god of death, in horror. His eyes were full of horror. The body trembled like chaff. What happened in the Hall of Supreme Harmony? Yang Jian, Yuan Hong and other powerhouses standing on both sides of the hall suddenly showed inconceivable expressions. They were not dissatisfied with Feng Liang because of killing the prince of the Holy Court, but the coercion released by Feng Liang at that moment really frightened them. In the face of that coercion, they felt powerless and unable to resist. This feeling makes them sweat instantly. He looked at Feng Liang with deep fear. Jiuling Yuanxing stood in the corner, seeing all this clearly. In addition to shock, the eyes are more relieved. Others can't feel Feng Liang's cultivation, but as a Tai Heaven fairyland, he feels deeply. Feng Liang, there are more than one fairyland in Tai Heaven. Whoever dares to insult my master will be killed without mercy. Sun Lung's words echoed in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, as if the temperature suddenly dropped a lot at this moment. The princes, who were so stumbling around, did not dare to raise their heads to look at him. As the weak, you should have the consciousness of the weak. I give you 10 days to move out of the holy capital and find a beautiful place to spend the rest of your life. Otherwise, die. Feng Liang's voice was cold, with an unquestionable will. The princes, even though they are unwilling, they have already admitted their cowardice. Compared with prosperity and wealth, being able to live well is more important. I said, Feng Liang, is the matter settled like this? As the number 1 general of the Haotian Empire, Lei Zhenzi had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask. Hee, it's Lord Lei Zhenzi, I'm here to greet you. That's what the master told me. Don't dare not, Feng Liang is too polite. Let's talk about each other. In front of us big bosses, don't call yourself a slave. We can't bear it. Feng Liang changed from his fierce look just now, and now gave Lei Zhenzi a deep salute with a smile. Lei Zhenzi was so frightened that he almost didn't jump up. Hastily waved his hand and said, My lords, Feng Liang is a servant of the master. It's no big deal. We are our own family, so don't be polite. By the way, I almost forgot. The master ordered Feng Liang to send a message, ordering Jiangxia Tianguan, Baigan Tianguan, and Master Yuan Hong to lead the Qin army to set off immediately to the front station of the holy capital. They will be responsible for the succession of the holy court. No accidents. After the monster clan retreats, it will be the time when our Haotian Empire will take over the holy court of the southern region. The minister waits to obey the order. Seeing this, Jiangxia, Baigan, and Yuan Hong received the order with serious faces and left. The rest of the people were also excited and eager to try. The news about Emperor Haotian's imperial conquest, also spread intentionally by the Haotian Empire, became known to everyone in the southern region. It caused a great sensation and discussion. They all praised Emperor Haotian as a national hero. He is also the first emperor who has accomplished something in this southern territory for tens of thousands of years. It is not an exaggeration to call him the Emperor of the Ages. At the same time, news about hundreds of princes in the holy court fleeing from the holy city and hiding in fear of the monster race was also released. Immediately, all the people in the southern region were heartbroken, and they fled in fear of the battle of the holy court in the southern region. Expressed disappointment. People collectively took to the streets, scolding and denouncing the members of the Wang clan. For a while, members of the Wang clan, who were once prominent, ran around like rats, crossing the street. It was even scolded and condemned by the people. In the unbearable misery, they moved out of the holy capital one after another and went their separate ways. At this point, the Wang's holy court ended their hundreds of thousands of years of rule over the southern region. Wang's holy court is gone forever. Ding. Complete the side mission. Obtain the title of Emperor of the Ages. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to copy a strong man. A chance to randomly summon a super strong man. The completion of this task is too inexplicable. I didn't do anything. Xuanhuan was sitting in the spacious cart, studying the exercises. At this time, he was personally marching, leading an army of 100,000, leading dozens of super powerhouses, and aggressively attacked the northern part of the southern region. The system prompt sounded suddenly at this moment, making him a little dumbfounded. But he was very happy to be able to complete the task so easily. However, at this moment, another news came from the north. The Yaozu defeated the army of righteous monks. Xiaotian demon saint even killed Ouyangda, the leader of the righteous path and known as the #1 swordsman in the southern region. The monster army took advantage of the victory to cross the defense of the righteous path, and killed all the way to the south. The people along the way were miserable. In just 5 days, hundreds of prefectures and counties belonging to the northern demon clan in the southern region were occupied by the demon clan army. Countless people were killed and injured, and mourning was everywhere. After the great battle, the demon sage Xiaotian garrisoned in the city that never sleeps, nor advance, nor retreat. It seems to be resting. But according to the right way analysis, Xiaotian Yaoxing should be brewing a bigger conspiracy. Even Ouyangda, the leader of the righteous path, is dead. It seems that this demon sage Xiaotian is too strong. Why is it stationed in the city that never sleeps? This should not be its style. Is it really not as good as the righteous monk's guest? Xuanhuan sat in the cart, looking at a battle report from the front line in his hand, worried, muttering to himself. Let Fengliang, who was standing on the shaft of the car, ask strangely, "Master, what happened?" Hearing Fengliang's voice, Yang Jian, who was riding the horse, also looked at Xuanhuan suspiciously. Things that can make Xuanhuan feel sad are definitely not easy. Xuanhuan told everyone about the development of the situation in detail. Let them not only frown. Your Majesty, I have the feeling that the sky-screaming demon saint is waiting for something? Yang Jian broke the silence. At this time, he opened his mouth and said, "There seemed to be hesitation in his eyes. I also feel this way. Otherwise, I would have crossed the nightless city long ago with the way of Xiaotian Yaoxing." Erlang's eyes flickered. "Do you have any embarrassment to me?" Xuanhuan looked directly at Yang Jian and asked, calmly, "Your Majesty, this matter is really unbelievable. To be honest, I seem to feel in the dark that the Xiaotian demon saint seems to be somewhat similar to one of my subordinates. This feeling becomes stronger the closer we get to the city that never sleeps. I don't know why." Yang Jian spoke slowly. Surprised everyone at the scene. The big-eyed stare. Didn't know what Yang Jian meant. This Xiaotian Yaoxing can't be a Xiaotian dog? Xuanhuan suddenly exclaimed. Let Fengliang and others not understand why. But Yang Jian's face was full of horror. Your Majesty, how do you know Xiao Xiangu? Is it weird? Xuanhuan's answer made everyone even more confused. But Xuanhuan became even more mysterious in the hearts of everyone. What are you going to do if it's a Xiaotian dog? Xuanhuan asked. Persuade him to surrender, or cut him off. Yang Jian replied coldly. Xuanhuan glanced at the depressed Yang Jian, smiled slightly, and did not speak, but ordered to go on and move forward at full speed. Now he is sure that this Xiaotian Yaoxing is most likely Xiao Xiangu. The strong man who escaped from the system world. That being the case, just subdue him. This matter still has to fall on Yang Jian. System, summon a superpower for me. Xuanhuan was not too worried about whether he could subdue Xiaotian demon. Saint. His whole cards are not just as simple as a few strong junctions. Su. Haotian's eyes glanced at Feng Liang, who was standing on the shaft of the car. And the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Xingtian. From Nima. Xingtian, it turned out to be this great god. What the hell am I doing wrong? Can Xuanhuan not be excited? That is the god of war. In China, the legend of the god of war Xingtian is well known to every household. Now such a great god is about to become his subordinate. The sense of pride is palpable. Xingtian competed with the emperor for the gods. The emperor cut off his head and buried it in Changyang mountain, with the breasts as eyes and the navel as the mouth. The dry qi danced. Xingtian, from race, which identity, god of war, which god. Lucky level, Tai True Wonderland Triple Heaven. Cultivation method, great which god art. Magic weapon, relatives. Loyalty, 82 out of 100. The overwhelming arrogance of Tianwu's relatives, coupled with the perfect attribute list, Xuanhuan has a feeling of excitement. The army moved forward quickly. 10 days later, they finally entered the northern border. It feels desolate here. There are countless bones hidden in the luxuriant weeds. It is shocking at first glance. Xuanhuan stood on the wall of a city named Yangu City, thousands of miles away from the city that never sleeps. Looking around, what he saw was this desolate scene. Your Majesty, it really is that beast. Yang Jian was looking at the desolate Gobi. At this time, his eagle eyes seemed to pass through the Gobi and land on the city that never sleeps. In that case, just accept him, Xuanhuan said casually. Xingtian, what do you think? Xuanhuan looked at the mighty and majestic man standing beside him, and asked. When everyone heard this, they were shocked. They all turned their eyes to that person. This person's name is Xingtian, and he came to join His Majesty a few days ago. His mighty and majestic appearance left a deep impression on everyone at that time. Because everyone can't see through this person's cultivation. So it was impressive. Your Majesty's words are very true. Although this monster is powerful, it is not in the eyes of the minister. But now the minister has become interested in another monster. Xingtian's voice was like a bell, which made everyone's ears hurt. Let everyone's hearts be horrified. They all looked at Xingtian. Are you sure? Xuanhuan continued to ask. No problem. Very good. Everyone has a good rest these few days, and the battle will start soon. After Xuanhuan gave some orders, he led everyone back to the military camp. In the city, in the monster army, a hidden master appeared again. Its cultivation base is high and strong, even stronger than Xiaotian Yaosheng. This important news made the orthodox monk restless. The special envoy asked Xuanhuan for confirmation. Xuanhuan didn't come forward to pay attention to this matter. Full authority to Lu Bowen to handle. He himself still continues to comprehend the secret of longevity. On this day, the calm was finally broken by the black clouds rolling in from the sky. Report, there is an army of demon clans outside the city. Xuanhuan, who was comprehending the exercises, was interrupted by a guard. He looked up at the billowing black cloud, and said calmly, "Finally can't sit still? I want to see who you are. Dare to break ground on Tai Sui's head." Now Xuanhuan has regarded himself as the master of the Southern Territory. The title of Holy Emperor Haoyan has spread all over the country. As long as the demon clan is defeated, he can justifiably ascend to the throne of the Holy Emperor. At this time, Xing Tian, Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi, Yuan Hong and other strong men flew down one after another and came to Xuanhuan, waiting for Xuanhuan's order. "Your Majesty, this demonic aura is abnormally thick, and the strength of the Comer is definitely not weak. If that mysterious expert comes in person, you should not go out." Lei Zhenzi thought for a while and said in a deep voice. Xuanhuan smiled and shook his head. He scanned the crowd and said, "You are fighting for the Southern Territory, fighting for me. How can I stand by and watch? Even if I am not strong, I still have to stand and cheer for you. I will fight with you." As soon as Xuanhuan's words came out, everyone was immediately moved. In the blood boiling, it was even more exciting. What's going on? This evil spirit is somewhat familiar, but it's also very strange. No, there seems to be something wrong with the Shaotian dog. On the way to the city wall, Yang Jian's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. Because he felt a completely different roaring dog in that monster energy. A roaring dog that is both familiar and unfamiliar. Ai Qing, don't get excited. If Xiao Xianggu is forced, we will rescue it no matter what. Xuanhuan patted Yang Jian's shoulder and said in relief, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trouble." Yang Jian was extremely excited. I think Xuanhuan is a wise master. Going to Xuanhuan was the most correct thing he did in his life. How can I not care about it? My task falls on it. Xuanhuan waved his hands while secretly slandering him. While speaking, a group of people came to the city wall and looked into the distance together. I saw that in the plains outside the city, as far as the eye could see, there was a steaming dust cloud. In the yellow mist, in the blur, a group of extremely ferocious beasts were rushing towards here, screaming and roaring. Most of these ferocious beasts are below the king-level realm, with different shapes and sizes. The speed is also fast and slow. But there is only one thing in common, that is, they all have bloodthirsty and ferocious expressions. But there are also hundreds of big monsters with great aura hiding behind. There are even some great demon kings from the heavenly wonderland. At this time, the roar came and it was even more aggressive, as if it wanted to tear the city apart. It is said that the beast tide is as fierce as a tiger. Now that I have witnessed it with my own eyes, the momentum is even stronger than the legend. Lu Bowen is the one with the lowest cultivation level among them. At this moment, he was so nervous that he was shocked by the roaring explosion. His mouth was dry, and he felt an unspeakable sense of depression. Look, the evil spirit in the sky seems to be much stronger. It seems that something is coming from far and near. Lei Zhenzi looked up at this moment, but saw that the demon cloud had become as black as ink. His face changed suddenly, and he quickly reminded everyone. That guy actually appeared. There is also a black dog. It should be the roaring dog you mentioned, right? It's just that the eyes of this black dog are changing between black and red, and it seems that there is unspeakable pain in it. It seems that it was caught by that thing. Take control. At this time, Xing Tian, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly looked at Yang Jian and said, "Do you know what that guy is?" Xuanhuan asked hastily. "Hey, the monster cloud is rolling away, that guy, look, your majesty, that thing has appeared." At this time, Yuan Hong exclaimed, leading everyone to look at it immediately. I saw, in the boundless billowing demon cloud, an extremely huge figure stepped out of the darkness step by step. This demon wears a black and bright helmet on his head, a pair of velvet and embroidered purple gold armor on his body, and a silk lion belt around his waist. A pair of eyes are like mirrors, and 2 eyebrows are as bright as red. The mouth is like a basin of blood, and the teeth are aligned with copper plates. Standing in the void, a huge coercion was released instantly, so that everyone had to mobilize their whole body's mana to counter it. But even so, it looked shaky. Seems like it's going to get down at any moment. In front of Xuanhuan was Xing Tian's tall figure. At this time only he can maintain a calm expression in front of this coercion. Your Majesty, why don't you go down first? Lei Zhenzi said to Xuanhuan under tremendous pressure. No need to persuade, no matter how strong that guy is, can he still be stronger than my beloved general? Xuanhuan's voice was calm, and he didn't feel nervous at all. If even Xing Tian is not an opponent, it doesn't matter whether he runs or not. Haha, someone is the sea demon saint. Where is Emperor Haoyan? Get out of here. The voice of the shrouding sea demon saint suddenly sounded like thunder from the 9 heavens, and the rolling sound made even the void tremble. It even shook the eardrums of the people on the city wall, causing great pain. Monster, let go of the roaring dog, or I will destroy you. At this time, Yang Jian rose into the air, holding the 3-pointed knife in his hand, pointing at the sea-covering demon sage, and shouted murderously. Although Xiao Xianggu is his subordinate, the relationship between a human and a monster is more like a close friend. His best friend was captured, how could he not be in a hurry? You are that Erlang god, right? Want the roaring dog? Take Emperor Haoyan's head in exchange. Otherwise, a certain family will kill it now. The sea demon saint seemed to have anticipated this long ago. At this time, a big hand raised the Xiaotian dog high, and even more triumphantly flashed under the threat. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Xuanhuan stopped drinking. Let everyone wake up, quickly take out their magic weapons, jump out of the city wall, and kill the monsters. But Xing Tian smiled loudly, held his relatives, and flew into the sky, flying towards the sea-covering demon sage. At the same time, the aura of the 3rd heaven of Tai True Immortal Realm erupted loudly, shaking the void until it trembled endlessly. Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi, and other powerhouses were all shocked. The sea-covering demon saint even widened his eyes, and looked at Xing Tian, who was rushing towards him in horror. There was also a storm in my heart. How could this aura be? How could you be so strong? Xing Tian's aura made Hai Yao Xing feel extremely dangerous. It is obvious that Xing Tian's realm is higher than his. Emperor Haoyan, I didn't expect you to have such a strong person under your command. But why should I be afraid of me, the sea-overcoming demon saint? The sea-covering demon saint narrowed his eyes suddenly, and at the same time, as his voice rolled out, he threw the Xiaotian dog towards Xingtian with a flick of his hand. At the same time, with a bang, sea-covering demon saint suddenly erupted with an unstoppable terrifying aura. although it also caused the void to tremble. It did not overwhelm Xing Tian. It made Xuanhuan heave a sigh of relief, and instantly felt relieved. Yang Jian, here you are. At this time, Xing Tian caught the Xiaotian dog, flying like a cannonball with one hand, and threw it to Yang Jian, who looked anxious. Then he danced his relatives, brought a gust of evil wind, and slashed fiercely at the sea-covering demon saint. Ganqi's strength roared, and wherever it passed, even the void became distorted. The sound of friction with the air was sharp, humming, and trembling. Although Hai Yaoxing is as imposing as a rainbow, it is not enough compared to Xing Tian. However, he was able to sit on the throne of the great monster of the monster clan, and he was also a cruel and merciless person. Although he was shocked in his heart, it also inspired his ruthless side. At this time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it from a distance, and he held a mace with a faint cold light in his hand. The snake's eyes flashed fiercely, and he slammed towards Qianqi. All this sounds extremely slow, but in fact, the two of them are fighting together in an instant. Boom! The relatives and mace collided with each other. Suddenly, the strong light turned the sky and the earth into daylight, and the violent storm rolled back in all directions, blowing Lei Zhenzi and other strong men tottering. It even crushed countless ferocious beasts, and swept them away with the strong wind. Haha, happy, you snake spirit, although your cultivation base is not very good, but your physical body is extremely hard, but it is still not enough. Watch my relatives blow up your physical body. Amidst Xing Tian's loud laughter, with his arms swollen, he waved his relatives like the wind, with his long hair fluttering, and blasted towards the sea demon saint again. Why don't you be so aggressive? Xuanhuan crawled out of the pile of rubble in disgrace, and couldn't help but swear. But my heart feels very comfortable. The fiercer Xing Tian was, the happier he was. How could he not be happy with the feeling of being invincible all over the world? Ding! Complete the side mission. Subdue the sky-screaming demon saint. The system rewards the host with a chance to awaken to the limit. A chance to randomly summon a superpower. A random lottery draw. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Xuanhuan couldn't help but look up. But he saw Yang Jian fighting side by side with the black dog. Needless to say, Yang Jian, the three-pointed knife, the knife saw blood, those monsters were not his half-power at all. But the performance of Xiao Xiangu made Xuanhuan admire. I saw that every time Xiao Xiangu swung its beast claws, a large number of monsters were caught and exploded by it, and its ferocity was no less than that of Yang Jian's three-pointed knife. No wonder the system wants me to subdue the Xiaotian dog, so the benefits are so great. When in the void, the mace and relatives clashed together again. The berserk force caused the face of the sea monster Holy Snake to change drastically. Before he could react, his giant body fell instantly, and smashed into the mountain stream below with a bang. The sea demon saint was buried by rocks. The ground was still rumbling and trembling. It seems to express how strong Xing Tian's power is. Both the monster beast side and the Haotian Empire side were taken aback by this kind of sudden change, and the battle stopped because of it. Chi stared, dumbfounded at the still roaring mountain stream. Xing Tian had a cold face, looking down at all the creatures on the earth, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, showing his arrogance. It's just a little reptile, Xing Tian said softly. The sea demon saint was completely ignored in the words. Xuanhuan, who was already standing on the cloud, was stunned for a moment by Xingtian's bravery, but then his expression changed as usual. Xingtian should be so brave. Otherwise, how can it be called God of War? Crash! The gravel in the mountain stream was blasted away, and the sea-covering demon saint slowly rose into the air. It's just that at this moment, he no longer looks like a giant. Not only has half of the snakes had been cut off, even the mace has been broken into 2 sections. Drenched in blood, he carried only half of the mace, and returned to the sky in a state of embarrassment. When the rest of the snake eyes looked at Xing Tian, they were even more fearful. Emperor Haoyan, why don't we just let it go? The siren-covered robe softened. It's okay to be soft, he's about to die, and he's still fighting. What do you say? Xuanhuan waved his hand without any hesitation. Seeing this, Xing Tian chopped the Fu Hai Yaoxing into a meat paste while his relatives were dancing. Once the main general died, the beast tide had no spiritual sustenance, and was defeated instantly. Like the tide, it rolls back and forth. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared at the end of everyone's sight. The roaring dog pays homage to your majesty. At this time, Yang Jian brought Xiao Tiangu to Xuanhuan. Although Xiao Xiangu was ashamed, it had already decided to go to Xuanhuan. So it had to bite the bullet and knelt down to Xuanhuan. Haha, roaring sky dog, please hurry up. Those who don't know are not to blame. Besides, you are forced to do nothing, I understand. Xuanhuan looked at Xiao Xiangu's sapphire-like eyes, and said with a smile. Thank you, your majesty. The roaring dog will follow its master in the future to expand the territory for his majesty. Make great achievements. Xiao Xiangu's firm words reached Xuanhuan's ears, making him feel very refreshed. In addition, during this period of time in the Yaozu base camp, I accidentally discovered a treasure of the Yaozu. The reason why the sea covering demon saint is so strong is because of this treasure. However, I have no chance of this treasure. Really, it's because this treasure is only effective for special existences. Xiao Tianquan said while shaking the dog's head and sighing. Ding. Trigger a side mission. Obtain the moonstone. Mission details, every time the monsters in the world are still in the dead of night, they will practice under the bright moon. Use the essence of the moon to gather the fairies and achieve the purpose of improving their cultivation. The Moonlight Stone is the treasure of the monster clan that was born by chance after the essence of the moon has been accumulated for many years. It has a fatal attraction to the demon cultivators. Moreover, the Moonlight Stone can also bring unexpected benefits to the host. If the host gets the Moonstone, the system will reward the host with a chance to copy the strong man, a chance to awaken the limit, a chance to selectively summon a super strong man, and a chance to randomly summon a super strong man. The little treasure of the Yaozu actually triggered the mission. I don't know what kind of treasure this Moonlight Stone is. The system pays so much attention to it. Maybe I have to go to the Yaozu to see it myself. Xuanhuan thought so in his heart, but said gently on his mouth. In that case, when I have free time I will accompany you to take a look. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, he took a look at Xiao Tiangu, who was obviously in a good mood, and ordered the army to go back home. Even if he intends to go to the Yaozu territory to snatch treasures, he can't go there so blatantly. And he still has one important thing to do now, which is to climb to the pinnacle of power in the southern region, the Holy Emperor. In a few days, the news spread that Holy Emperor Haoyan killed Xiaotian demon sage cleanly and repelled the demon clan, which immediately caused a sensation in both righteous and demonic circles. It made the land of the southern region boil instantly. It's really worthy of being a hero in the southern territory. It's just extraordinary. Once the Holy Emperor Haoyan makes a move, the evildoer will have nowhere to hide. Show off the divine power of the Holy Emperor in the southern region. Sage Emperor Haoyan is extremely domineering, and he is truly a blessing in the southern region. For a while, Su Haoyan's name resounded throughout the southern region. Even the superpowers in other domains on the Xuanwu continent were all attracted by the grand occasion of the southern domain. Soon, the Haoyan Empire's army crossed the former Haoyan imperial capital and went straight to the central area of the southern region where the holy court was located without stopping. Su Haoyan had already made preparations to climb to the top of the holy emperor before he set off. The Haoyan Empire even moved to the holy capital under the arrangement of Jiuling Yuansheng, other powerhouses, and heavenly officials. At this time, we just waited for Su Haoyan to return to hold the enthronement ceremony. The team moved on. Half a month later, the army finally saw the majestic holy capital of the southern region. At this time, at the huge city gate of the holy capital, Jiuling Yuansheng led all the civil and military officials, the Empress by Suzhen, and 4 holy concubines, including Zixia, were also among them. And other civil and military officials gathered together, waiting for Su Haoyan's dragon driver to arrive. Just as everyone expected, the mighty holy court army finally appeared in their line of sight, and soon arrived in front of the holy capital. Haha, I'm back. Su Haoyan's wanton laughter instantly spread to every corner of the holy capital. Let Chengdu directly explode the pot. Long live the holy emperor, long live, long live. Millions of people bowed in unison, and the loud shouts soared into the sky, shaking people's hearts. Although Xing Tian was powerful, he was deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. Not to mention the Xiaotian dog. Only Lu Bowen and other powerhouses remained calm. But the heart is also surging. Soon, Su Haoyan got off the cart and came to the city gate. Hundreds of civil and military officials, led by Jiuling Yuansheng and the Holy Queen, knelt down and shouted loudly, "Welcome the return of the Holy Emperor. The 16-year-old Holy Emperor. This is an existence like no one before or since in the Southern Territory, and even the entire Xuanwu continent." It made all the superpowers on the Xuanwu continent look sideways and shocked. They sent envoys to the holy capital of the southern region. This feeling of being watched by the entire continent shocked the people of the southern region and the officials of the holy court, and at the same time, they felt a sense of pride. Facing Su Haoyan at this moment, facing the youngest holy emperor in history, it is inevitable that they will be overwhelmed. Everyone loves you. When I'm not around, I've worked hard for you all. Su Haoyan came in front of everyone and said softly. While talking, he helped Bai Suzhen, Shui Miao Miao, and Zixia to their feet one by one. Let a few girls feel moved. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? Aren't we also a member of this country? Why did the master become so polite when he went out? When everyone got up, they started talking and laughing. Even Jiuling Yuansheng, who was not good at words, made a joke. Come on, let's go back to the holy palace and talk again, Su Haoyan said with a smile. Seeing this, everyone moved out of the way one after another. Su Haoyan took By Suzhan in his hand, Zixia and the girls walked into it first, and walked towards the holy palace, deep in the holy capital. Soon a group of people walked into the Panlong Hall, the first hall of the holy palace. Without any hesitation, Xuanhuan went directly to the tall dragon chair on the highest position and sat down. Bai Suzhan also sat on the lower phoenix chair. As for Zixia, Linghu Shanlan, and Shui Miao Miao, they stood on both sides of Bai Suzhan. Looking at the ministers of civil and military affairs on both sides of the hall, Xuanhuan was overwhelmed. Now his subordinates are like a cloud of masters. Advisors are like rain. Baigan, tell me about the current situation in Haoyan Holy Court. Xuanhuan leaned on the dragon chair, his posture was extremely lazy. At this time said with a smile. Unlike other emperors, who had a serious look, Xuanhuan liked to act casually. Most of the civil and military officials are veterans of the Haoyan Empire. Knowing his character, they all have a familiar expression. And the old department of the former Holy Court has no right to accuse Xuanhuan of anything, the present said, do they dare? It's good to be alive. Yes. Baigan came out more and more, and spoke. As the head of civil servants, Baigan naturally knows everything. So tell very carefully. Xuanhuan couldn't help but nod his head. Your Majesty, with the retreat of the demon clan and the deliberate gesture of friendship with the righteous cultivators, the southern territory has completely belonged to the Holy Court of Haoyan. The only thing you have to do now is to choose a date to hold the Holy Emperor's inauguration ceremony. After Baigan finished speaking, he smiled at Xuanhuan and made a suggestion. You come to set the time, I just obey. Xuanhuan said jokingly. The civil and military officials in the main hall couldn't help laughing. Anger also came alive. Your Majesty, I have a matter here. A few days ago, envoys from the Western region, Baiming region, and Eastern Flame region have been sent to invite your Majesty to visit them. It will enhance the relationship between the two regions. Zhuge Liang came out more and more at this time and said loudly. Invite the three domains together? Xuanhuan suddenly had a headache. How can he go alone? After much deliberation, I decided not to go anywhere. Who knows what they are up to? Besides, he is determined to be the #1 domain master on the Xuanwu continent. Sooner or later they will become enemies. It's the same whether it increases or not. Don't worry about it. When Xuanhuan thought of this, he categorically rejected it. All civil and military officials looked at each other in blank dismay. As the master of the southern region, it was very important to do a good job in diplomacy. But why did a sage like Xuanhuan do the opposite? They don't understand. However, they were all sensible and did not speak to persuade them. It seems that Xuanhuan's decision has been unexpectedly pleasantly surprised. In the end, not a single wrong decision. Let everyone be amazed. This is also the main reason why everyone did not speak to persuade. In the following time, Xuanhuan asked some questions that he cared about. After getting a satisfactory answer, he announced the dispersal of the court. As for Xing Tian, it will be arranged by Lu Bowen. Of course he doesn't have to worry about it. Today, although Lu Bowen is not the head of civil servants in the Holy Court of Haoyan, he often follows Xuanhuan to fight here and there. Whatever Xuanhuan needs, he will do it safely. And domestic civil servants headed by Baigan, Zhuge Liang, and Jiang Zia as assistants, with the combination of the three, Haotian Holy Court will naturally prosper and rise to a higher level. Back in the newly built Shindi Palace, Su Haotian came to the bedroom with Bai Suzhen in his arms. The silent anger made the two gradually become distraught and infatuated. His Majesty. Seeing this, Su Haotian bent over and did it without any hesitation. After the cloud and rain in Wushan, Bai Suzhen fell asleep contentedly. Su Haotian lay lazily on the bed and checked the lucky mall. He decided to exchange for a kind of elixir that could increase the cultivation of Buddhist disciples. It would be best if people could directly break through the golden wonderland. In this way, his subordinates will soon have 18 arhats from the golden fairyland. Yes, he intends to cultivate 18 arhats. The 18 arhats in the golden fairyland make people's blood boil when they hear it. His grandma's, how many treasures can be exchanged for 90 billion lucky points, pills? Su Haotian muttered to himself while looking through the shopping mall. After repelling the demon clan, Su Haotian regained more than 500 towns and cities that had been lost. While saving the people, he was immediately dumbfounded by the lucky value of the goods he received. The 90 billion lucky points made him an upstart, and he could spend as much as he wanted. Juku Lingshan pill is a low-grade heavenly grade, increasing luck to become a Buddha pill is a heavenly grade, Luoshuan pill. Good fortune turned into a Buddha pill of heavenly rank and heavenly grade. Pill, with a lucky value of 500 million. This pill has miraculous effects, not only can people quickly break through the golden wonderland. It has no effect on further breakthroughs in the future. There is even an increase effect. This elixir is quite good. It not only solves the problem of improving cultivation, but also has no side effects. It's nothing to say, just it. Su Haotian made up his mind, and soon fell asleep with his arms around Bai Suzhen. Subduing Dragon, Fuhu, and other 18 arhats see His Majesty. On the second day, Su Haotian summoned 18 arhat monks in the study room. And 18 jade boxes the size of fists were neatly placed on the table in front of him. Well, you 18 arhats have been defecting to me for a while. I was also very moved by your performance during the period. Therefore, I decided to give you a treasure. Let your cultivation base soar. Su Haotian looked at the solemn 18 arhats, and said with a slight smile, Your Majesty, are you saying that you want to help us improve our cultivation? Is this true? Fuhu Luohan, as the representative of the 18 arhats, naturally wanted to ask the matter clearly. At this moment, his whole body trembled, and his words were full of disbelief. Naturally it is true. How can I lie as a holy emperor? Su Haotian said, pretending to be angry. Your Majesty, I don't mean that, I really mean. Okay, I understand what you mean. No need to explain. Here are 18 heavenly grades that have been turned into Buddha Dawn. If you swallow them, you will be able to achieve the golden fairyland. Su Haotian interrupted Fu Hu's words, and bestowed the good fortune as Buddha. Dan. 18 arhats left the Shang study with a dazed expression on their face. When they left, everyone held a white jade box tightly in their hands. Looking at the 18 arhats who left, Su Haotian felt relieved a lot. System, summon a superpower for me. There is still time. Su Haotian intends to use up the 2 summoning opportunities. As for who will enter the strong dungeon, he already has a candidate in mind. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Haotian finally completed his summoning. Lan Saiha in the early days of the Heavenly Wonderland and Tai Guili in the Later period of the Golden Wonderland made Xuanhuan deeply feel the injustice of God. Why is it that Lan Sai's cultivation level is so low when he is also the 8 immortals? However, although Lan Sai's cultivation was a little lower, he was still able to keep up with him. Let him reluctantly accept this fact. Afterwards, he recruited Dou Yu, encouraged him, and sent him into the copy of the strong man. For the next period of time, Xuanhuan suddenly relaxed. It's okay to learn about the exercises. Do some adult games at night. Half a month passed like this. This day is the most important day in the entire southern region. It was the day when the Holy Emperor Xuanhuan ascended the throne. Early in the morning, Xuanhuan was wearing the 9-dragon supreme dark gold robe, purple gold cloud-piercing boots, and a 9-dragon crown on his head. Accompanied by the 5 daughters of Baisuzhen, he started the enthronement ceremony of the Holy Emperor. The enthronement ceremony of the Holy Emperor is grand, is high profile. Amid the cheers of all the people in the southern region, Xuanhuan stepped onto the supreme throne. However, at this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly felt an extremely terrifying breath coming from the air. While making his heart skip a beat, he quickly looked up. At the same time, Jiuling Yuansheng, Xing Tian, and Dou Yu holding the Qinglong Yanhua saber stood in front of Xuanhuan in no particular order. His face was extremely serious. That's right, after being strengthened by the copy of the strong man, Dou Yu's cultivation leaped 1,000 miles, and he became the 3rd Tai realm monk under Xuanhuan. Although it is worse than Xing Tian, it is on par with Jiuling. This made Xuanhuan very happy. The 3 Tai realm monks are enough to ensure the status of Xuanhuan Holy Court. Sage Emperor Xuanhuan, the special envoy of Xiaoyao Palace, has arrived, and he still kneels down to receive him. A familiar and solemn voice resounded through the world. In an instant, 3 tens of feet tall giants slowly appeared in the sky above the holy capital. Amidst the thunder and lightning, Xuanhuan stared wide-eyed, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Nima. Isn't this the old man Bai Xuani from Xiaoyao Palace? What is he doing here? Pick him up, pick up your sister. Xuanhuan couldn't help cursing. Although they were talking to themselves, the corners of Xing Tian and the others twitched violently. So strong. Jiuling Yuansheng muttered to himself, which made Xuanhuan's heart skip a beat. He hurriedly looked towards Xing Tian. It's almost the same as the minister. The simple words made Xuanhuan heave a long sigh of relief. Who is coming? Xuanhuan asked the question knowingly. At the same time, by activating the 72 techniques of Earth Demon, he instantly became hundreds of feet tall, suspended above the imperial capital, overlooking the 3 of Bai Xuani. No one loses. This is Xuanhuan's consistent style. However, although this supernatural power looks good, it can give people a strong visual impact. But the mana that needs to be consumed is also quite huge. It's also fortunate that he is a strong pair of immortal infants, otherwise he would not be able to increase his height by tens of feet. At this time, the change is about to come out, and the people of the imperial capital immediately shouted in unison. However, Yang Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. There is really a 3rd person in this world who can use the 72 techniques of earth evil, and it is His Majesty. It is beyond his expectations. Yang Jian muttered to himself. You know, apart from Sun Wukong, he is the only one who knows the 72 techniques of earth evil. Now add Xuanhuan. He couldn't even imagine what kind of scene it would be if the three of them activated this technique together. At this time, the cry of "Long live the Holy Emperor Xuanhuan" filled the sky, shaking people's hearts. The powerhouses of the Holy Court were also full of pride, and they rose into the sky one after another and surrounded the three giants. Everyone glared at each other, holding their own magic weapons in their hands, as if there was a sign of a gang fight if there was a disagreement. The atmosphere above the imperial capital suddenly became tense. Who are those three guys? Who in the entire southern region dares to touch the brow of Xuanhuan Xingdi? Isn't that courting death? It probably came out of some corner, right? I think it's crazy. Tramp living by begging. For a while, the people of the imperial capital pointed to the sky and talked a lot. He even sneered at the three of them daring to challenge the god in their hearts. Some even cursed directly. The spies sent by various domains are hiding in the dark, watching the development of the situation. Xuanhuan was challenged, and in a sense, they were happy to see him succeed. Xuanhuan, what do you mean by this? My envoy once said that the Holy Court of the Southern Territory belongs to the Xiaoyao Palace of the Heavenly World. The purpose of our visit today is to formally confer you the Holy Emperor of the Southern Territory. It's disrespectful, but you still want to be fierce. Don't you know that this is going to be beheaded? At this time, Xuanhuan saw that the atmosphere was a little out of control, so he quickly scolded. In his opinion, Xuanhuan was just bluffing, and he must be bluffing in his heart. At this time I said some threats, not afraid that he would not give in. Canonized? Don't we know how to canonize ourselves? Why do you have to admit it? Don't you think you took off your pants and farted? Xuanhuan looked down at the three of Xuanhuan, and at this moment the voice turned into a sound wave rolling out, causing the crowd to applaud. Immediately, call Xuanhuan Holy Emperor mighty and domineering. Although I don't know what take off your pants and fart is, I guess it must be a bad word. At this time, the three of them had already hated Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, I think you don't want to be the lord of the Southern Territory. You must know that those who offend our Xiaoyao Palace will end up with nothing good in the end. Among the three, one of the old men's threatening words rolled out at this time. The sound wave turned into a sharp wind and pointed at Xuanhuan. Dare to threaten my majesty, you don't want to live, do you? Boss Xing. Kill him. At this moment, Lei Zhenzi fanned the wind and thunder wings, shouting arrogantly. Make Xuanhuan roll his eyes. You are a little bird going to command Xing Tian? The old birthday star eats arsenic, are you tired of living? Xuanhuan complained secretly, but the next scene made him instantly dumbfounded. As soon as Lei Zhenzi's words fell, Xing Tian suddenly stood up without hesitation, and his Tai realm cultivation base was released suddenly, and at the same time he raised his huge fist and directly blasted at the old man who spoke rudely. What? Tai realm? How is it possible? Xuanhuan and the old man were instantly stunned by Xing Tian's terrifying cultivation base. The old man watched helplessly as a huge iron fist approached in an instant, and the strong wind blew his face up. Frightened, subconsciously wanted to dodge. However, it was too late to escape at this time. He was blown away by Xing Tian's punch. The moment the body flew out, it was directly torn apart, turning into blood, rain and raging, flying in all directions. This accident happened too fast, from Lei Zhenzi shouting loudly to Xing Tian, violently punching, the old man exploded and died in just a snap of his fingers. Not only did it make Bei Xuanyi's mind buzz, all the powerhouses of Haoyan Holy Court in the sky were taken aback. Only the middle-aged man next to Bei Xuanyi didn't show much expression. But the look in Xing Tian's eyes suddenly became sharp. Really violent. Su Haoyan burst into foul language in his heart. Su Haoyan, you, a small holy court, dare to kill the holy envoy, you, what do you want to do? Bei Xuanyi's eyes widened at this moment, and he angrily scolded Su Haoyan. There was a storm in my heart. Tai realm. He actually has a Tai realm powerhouse. Why didn't the holy palace receive any news? Could it be that he has been holding back? One must know that the holy palace is only 7 Tai realm. There are only 3 in his small holy court. What does Su Haoyan want to do? Bei Xuanyi was in a lot of pain. What was supposed to be a sure thing, turned out like this. How should I explain to the palace master when I go back? I don't want to do anything. The matter of the southern territory is our own matter. We need to solve it ourselves. I'm afraid it's not good for you. Xiaoyao Palace to intervene? Su Haoyan was condescending, and his voice was rolling, with an air of dominance. Make people excited and excited. Since ancient times, the southern territory has been covered by our holy palace. Doesn't the holy Emperor Haoyan need us to stand up for you? The person standing next to Bei Xuanyi finally spoke. Although this person was thin and hard-working, his appearance was even more ordinary, and he belonged to the kind who would disappear immediately after being thrown in the crowd. However, when he stood up and spoke, Jiuling Yuanxing and Guan Yu suddenly tensed up. The auras of the two were even more firmly locked onto this person. The sharp, indestructible aura made Su Haoyan immediately alert. The Lord is here. Su Haoyan muttered to himself, and cast his eyes on this person. Uncle, have you been holding back for a long time? If you have something to say, just say it straight. However, I, Su Haoyan, still say the same thing. It's better to live vigorously and happily than to live in vain. Su Haoyan's majestic voice came out, shaking the world. Let the land of the southern region boil instantly. Vigorous. Vigorous. Haoyan Sage Emperor is mighty, long live, Haoyan Sage Emperor, long live. Long live. At this moment, the people couldn't bear the excitement any longer, and they all raised their arms high and shouted in unison. 2 holy envoys, are you satisfied with my answer? Since this is the case, the holy envoy will take action to weigh the Taoist deeds of this fellow Taoist. You must know that the dignity of the holy palace is not allowed to be trampled on. For this, you need to pay the price. This fellow Taoist, remember, the one who killed you is Bai Yao Tian of the holy palace. As soon as Bai Yao Tian finished speaking, he slowly rose into the air. At the same time, a terrifying coercion instantly blasted away in all directions. Centered on it. Tai True Wonderland Triple Heaven. Facing this coercion, Xing Tian's calm face did not change even the slightest bit. At this time, his figure was tall and straight, his long hair was fluttering, and his momentum was rising steadily. He wants to compete with Bai Yaotian's aura in the sky above the imperial capital. The war was about to break out, and the imperial capital was plunged into extreme tension. And Su Haoyan also received Fatty and Xiangdi, changed back to its original size, and was protected by everyone, looking towards the sky. Wait. However, at this tense moment, a very majestic voice suddenly billowed from above the clouds. The sound wave transformed by the sound directly penetrated the void, and as the moment approached, it directly suppressed Xing Tian. At the same time, a giant face appeared in the sky, covering the sky and the sun. This giant face is golden, as if shaped by gold. It is so dazzling that people dare not look directly at it. Palace Lord? It turned out to be the palace master. Subordinate by Yao Tian, Bei Xuanhuan pays homage to the palace master. The two looked at the huge face in the sky, and while they were horrified in their hearts, they did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly paid their respects. But Xuanhuan stared wide-eyed, and said in his heart, exclamation point. This is the owner of Xiaoyao Palace, why is he here to join in the fun? Facing that giant face, Xing Tian seemed to feel powerless. It's just that. There is only war flowing in the bones of the Wu clan, not fear. Although there were crackling sounds from the bones all over his body, he was still unyielding. At this moment, he let out a roar, his muscles were swollen, his eyes were suddenly bloodshot, and with all his strength, he lifted them up suddenly. Hee, little guy, although you are very strong, you are still a long way from breaking the sky. I want to kill you in an instant. The giant face's repression is over once it is released. Xing Tian breathed a sigh of relief. However, the fighting spirit in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. At this time, between the opening and closing of the huge mouth, arrogant words rolled out. Xing Tian was so angry that he wanted to speak. But at this moment, Xuanhuan's voice drifted into his ears. Xing Tian, come back. He came from the sky, so I still have to give him some face. Xuanhuan looked at the arrogant giant face in the sky with a smile, without even the slightest hint of fear. In the yin and yang strangeness, he didn't put that face in his eyes. Holy Emperor Haoyan, I intend to let go of today's incident. However, the premise is that you must participate in the 100 Heroes Conference to be held in the Sky World in half a year. If you can stand out in the 100 Heroes Conference, I will allow you to leave Xiaoyao Palace. Otherwise, be a faithful watchdog for me. If you want my master to be a dog, you are not worthy. The cold voice burst out. It even turned into a sound wave and rolled away towards the giant face in the sky. At the same time, Feng Liang's figure rose slowly, stepping up into the air. In an instant, the giant face faced each other from afar. How do you want to die? Contempt, naked contempt. What a relief. While Xuanhuan muttered to himself, he took a heavy breath. Although Feng Liang's figure was insignificant compared to that giant face. But that aura was no worse than that of the giant face, and it was even slightly better than him. It made all the powerhouses of Haoyan Holy Court puzzled. I don't know what the servants around His Majesty are relying on. At this time, as Feng Liang's calm voice came out, everyone showed an unbelievable look. This son is not ordinary arrogant, don't you know that what he is going to face is an existence beyond Xing Tian? Well, is my servant okay? At this moment, Wang Xiaofeng's proud voice sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. It's okay, it's pretty okay. Damn, if I knew it, we wouldn't have to take off our pants and fart. Xuanhuan echoed depressedly. But his eyes never left the abundance in the sky. I said, what kind of cultivation is Feng Liang? Xuanhuan asked secretly. The heavenly secret must not be leaked, you will naturally know when the time comes. But you can do it, and you can even let the 3 Tai realm follow. It is beyond the old man's expectation. That is, who am I? Xuanhuan replied proudly. If you want to kill me, it's not impossible. Just come to the world to find me. As for what I said just now, I offended you. I formally apologize to the Holy Emperor Xuanhuan. However, I still sincerely invite the Holy Emperor Xuanhuan to participate 100 Heroes Conference. At this time, the giant face changed from its previous arrogance, and now, faced with Feng Liang's pressure, it had to publicly apologize to Xuanhuan. In fact, the pressure Feng Liang brought to him was no less than the pressure he put on Xing Tian. He had a feeling that Feng Liang's giant face condensed by mana could be blown away with a single punch. If the adjustment is not good, the main body will be implicated. As the saying goes, a hero does not suffer immediate losses. Just an apology, no big deal. This situation not only surprised the public, even Bai Yao Tian and Bai Xuanyi stared at Feng Liang in the sky in horror. That guy actually made the palace master bow his head. What kind of cultivation is he? Is he higher than the palace master? Feng Liang is fine. There is no shortage of miracles around His Majesty. It seems that he is creating miracles every moment. Feng Liang's counterattack caused Xuanhuan Holy Court to reverse the passive situation instantly. Let all the people present discuss in a low voice. Looking at Feng Liang's gaze is different. Ding. Trigger the main task. Dominate the 100 Heroes Conference. Task. Details: the 100 Heroes Conference held every millennium in the Xuanwu world is to gather all the top forces from the Xuanwu continent and the sky world. In charge of the Xuanwu continent and the order of the heavenly world. If the host can overwhelm the crowd in the conference and dominate the conference with the most proud posture, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken at the peak, a chance to awaken to the limit, a chance to copy a strong man, a random summon super strong opportunity for the mission was actually triggered. And the rewards are so generous. If that's the case, I'll go to the Baixiong conference anyway. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan shouted loudly. Okay, knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, I prefer to go to the Mountains of Tigers. Half a year later, I will participate in the 100 Heroes Conference. However, if you bully me, you have to wipe your mouth and leave. It's not that easy. Feng Liang, let me scatter him. I want the world to know that even if the person who bullies us in the southern region does not die, I will make him lose his skin. Xuanhuan's domineering voice sounded. Let the giant face of the sky sink. Suddenly. Holy Emperor Xuanhuan, you. The servant obeys the order. Feng Liang agreed, then waved his hand lightly, and a huge blue palm even bigger than that giant face was born out of thin air. Even at the moment of appearance, he slapped the giant face with monstrous momentum. Xing Tian, kill those 2 old dogs for me. The minister obeys the order. As soon as Xing Tian finished speaking, he waved his relatives and slashed at Bai Yao Tian. Xuanhuan, you can't treat us like this, otherwise. Boom. What? She fell, the sound stopped suddenly, and a person rose into the sky with a bang. Let the people suddenly boil again. Boom. At the same time, the giant face in the sky exploded with a random wave of Feng Liang. The huge force trembled the void, bringing waves of Lian Qi to rush in all directions. But Bai Yao Tian was even more miserable. The moment Xing Tian's relatives approached him, his body was suddenly torn apart. Even if he used his strongest magic weapon, he still couldn't stop Xing Tian's relatives. It's unreasonable to kill a clone of mine. Who is he? When will such a master appear in the southern territory? Just when Xing Tian, destroyed by Yao Tian, above the southern territory, in a huge palace in the sky world, a middle-aged man in white clothes suddenly woke up from his meditation state. After the golden-red color on his face changed several times, it gradually calmed down. At this time, he muttered to himself, his voice full of surprise. So what about masters? Will I, Xiaozi, be afraid? When the 100 Heroes Conference is held, it will be the moment when your master and servant will die. At that time, not only will the southern region return to my hands, but the whole world will also belong to me. It took a long time for the middle-aged man to regain his composure. At the same time, the enthronement ceremony of Holy Emperor Haoyan came to an end amidst the congratulations of everyone in the imperial capital. Although Su Haoyan's enthronement ceremony was full of twists and turns, it was even more dangerous to be disrupted by the Xiaoyao Palace in the middle. But the eyes of the people are discerning. Su Haoyan's righteousness is awe-inspiring and unyielding. Let people see the responsibility of a holy emperor. This incident not only did not discredit Su Haoyan, on the contrary, he was even more loved. After this incident, the name of the holy emperor Haoyan of the southern region, Su Haoyan, resounded throughout the north and south of the river. The powerhouses from other domains had to treat Su Haoyan on an equal footing. Report, Your Majesty, the envoys from the western regions are asking to see you. Report, Your Majesty, the envoys from the Eastern Flame region are asking to see you. Report. In the next few days, envoys from other domains continued to come, and Su Haoyan patiently received them one by one. At the same time, I also put forward some suggestions for the newly built Holy Court. Finally, when all the ordinary things were done, Su Haoyan became the hands-off shopkeeper. With a group of subordinates, and 1 month later, he quietly left the holy capital. Apart from Bai Suzhen and his daughters, only a few people knew about his departure. To the outside world, it is claimed that the Holy Emperor Haoyan has retreated to understand the secret law. This time, he planned to go to the Yaozu for this private visit in micro service, and get the Yaozu's most precious moonstone. One is to see what benefits this moonstone can do to me. The second is to complete the tasks issued by the system. By the way, because it was a treasure hunt, he didn't bring many people with him. In terms of force, Xing Tian naturally followed, plus Yang Jian, Xiao Tianguo, Neza, Lu Bu, Zhao Yun, and Emperor Huaguang. When Yu Lu Boan followed. This lineup can be described as extremely luxurious. Ordinary forces absolutely dare not provoke them. Fear of unusual forces. But then again, is there any unusual power in the southern region? Guan Yu is even more at home, Jiuling is in the light, and Fengliang is in the dark, guarding the holy court of Haoyan. He is very relieved. Moreover, the southern region is now peaceful and highly unified. The holy court is even more famous. How can there be Xiao who doesn't have long eyes and dares to stroke a tiger's beard? Your Majesty, what are we going to the Yaozu for? Neza couldn't help asking. Make a sightseeing tour. Su Haoyan's answer stunned everyone on the cloud, and then the corners of their mouths twitched violently. Your Majesty, what are you going to do? Go to the realm of the Yaozu to play. This Nima is too capricious. Xing Tian smiled slightly, his appreciation was beyond words. For some reason, he liked Xuanhuan's character very much. He was unrestrained and acted rashly. This is the personality of a real man. Only Xiao Xiangu's dog showed a thoughtful look on his face. Time passed quickly, and among the clouds and mist, everyone crossed the Liangjia Mountains and finally entered the territory of the Yaozu. Ah! Just as everyone crossed the Liangjia Mountains, a howl of a wolf came from the forest under the clouds. At the same time, the unique shouts of human beings suddenly sounded, causing everyone on the cloud to look down. I saw that a one-sided hunt was going on in the jungle below that was full of primitive atmosphere. It's just that humans are not dominant, but they are surrounded by wolves. How can there be humans here? Didn't you say that Liangjia Mountain is the world of monsters? Xuanhuan asked with a frown. Your Majesty, although the Liangjia Mountain isolates humans and monsters, it is just like the monsters are active in the territory of the human race. In the territory of the monster race, there will also be a small number of humans. This is a very common thing. Nothing strange. Lu Bowen explained to Xuanhuan with his beard curled up. Look, the encirclement below is getting smaller and smaller. Those humans are dangerous. At this moment, the siege below changed again. In the dense forest below, hundreds of strong, calf-like wolves formed a huge encirclement circle, surrounding 3 monks in blue clothes on a hillside. These 3 people were 2 men and 1 woman, and their cultivation bases were between the 3rd and 4th ranks of the transforming spirit realm. At this time, as the encirclement became smaller and smaller, the expression on his face became more and more urgent. No, it's absolutely impossible to go on like this. Big brother, second brother, run away. At this time, the young female cultivator gritted her teeth and said in a hurry. No, how can we 2 brothers leave the little sister behind? You don't care. You and the second brother should go first. The elder brother is already a lot of years old, and it doesn't matter if he dies. But you are different, you are still young, you can't just die like this. In a while, I will hold these beasts, and you will take the opportunity to escape. You know? The oldest and most muscular man among the 3 spoke with more resolute thoughts. Ding. Trigger a side mission. Rescue the human monk. If the mission is completed, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken to the limit. A chance to selectively summon a superpower. Your Majesty, I sensed a strange aura from that woman. It seems to be somewhat similar to the aura of Your Majesty. At the moment when the system prompt sounded, the voice of Xiao Tiangu sounded almost at the same time. Xuanhuan was taken aback for a moment. This is the rhythm that must be saved. Yang Jian lowered the cloud head and rescued them in the fastest time. Xuanhuan shook his head and ordered without any hesitation. In fact, even if the task was not triggered, and Xiao Xiangu reminded him, he still planned to make a move. After all, we all belong to human beings, so he wouldn't do nothing even if he was cold-blooded. Besides, he is not a cold-blooded animal. Wu. At this moment, a huge and strong wolf in charge of the frontal siege suddenly jumped up, and its front paws shone coldly in the reflection of the sun. He jumped more than 10 feet high, roaring, and rushed towards the 3 monks. Little sister, second brother, let's go, remember not to turn around and keep running. No, brother. I don't want you to die. Run. At this time, the tall man's eyes were about to burst, and his voice roared. And he pushed the two of them out fiercely. And he himself turned around, trying to hold back the wolf's attack. What a man! When Su Haoyan was muttering to himself, Zhao Yun had already come to him in a blur, swung his spear, and tore the jumping wolf apart. The rest of the besieging wolves were also startled by Zhao Yun's terrifying aura and turned around and ran away. In the blink of an eye, a siege battle came to an end as the pack of wolves retreated. "Brother, are you okay?" "Brother is great, we are saved." "My benefactor, please be respected by Long Dai." The elder brother ignored the surprise of the younger siblings. Instead, he turned around and knelt down towards Zhao Yun without any hesitation. But a gentle force dragged him up. At the same time, Zhao Yun's voice came from my ear. "It's just a matter of little effort to save you guys. You don't need to be polite. If you want to thank me, go and thank my lord." After Zhao Yun finished speaking, he replied and stood behind Su Haoyan. "No more words." Seeing this, Long Da seemed a little surprised. Could it be that this young man is the protagonist in the mouth of benefactor? It's just that he's just a teenager, right? Long Da felt strange, but he did not neglect Su Haoyan. At this time, he walked forward, first bowed to Su Haoyan and said, "Thank you for the kindness of this young hero." Dare to ask the young hero's name? Long Da will definitely sing praises for the young hero. "Zhena, hee, you can just call me Su Xiaoxia." As for singing praises, forget it. Su Haoyan originally wanted to say that he was the Holy Emperor Haoyan, but it was not easy to make too much publicity. Then temporarily changed his mouth. "Oh, it turned out to be Su Xiaoxia. Thanks to your subordinate just now. Otherwise the three of us, brother and sister, would have been in trouble." Long Da's face was full of gratitude. "Brother Long, you are welcome. We belong to the human race. Now that we have met, we will not stand by." Ding. Complete the side missions. Rescue the human monks. The system rewards the host with a chance to awaken to the limit. A chance to selectively summon superpowers. The system prompt sounded at this moment. Su Haoyan was extremely satisfied. "Young man, are you going to Xia City?" At this moment, the girl suddenly asked. After speaking, he looked at Su Haoyan anxiously, and there seemed to be a look of expectation in his clear eyes. Why does Xia City sound so weird? It couldn't be built by someone surnamed Xia, right? Su Haoyan said in a whimsical way. "Who is the person surnamed Xia?" the second brother asked suspiciously. "A nation that grew up eating poisonous insects and breathing dirty gas. They are called the Computer Army. Using magic weapons called keyboards and mobile phones, they can instantly melt steel giants and kill people millions of miles away. It's scary." The three Long Typhoon brothers and sisters had been frightened silly by the person surnamed Xia that Su Haoyan said. And Xing Tian and others were very curious about the person named Xia that Su Haoyan said. He wanted to ask a question, but was blocked by Su Haoyan. For this kind of question, it's better to stop at the end, because it's easy to get confused if you talk too much. "Xiao Tiango, how far is Xuanhuan Stone from here?" "That's a place called Lihua City. It's more than 1,000,000 miles away from here. If it's Tingyun, it will arrive in 10 days. However, if you go to Shaoqing and take the teleportation array, it will be much faster." Tianwu thought for a while and replied. So, let's go to Xia City. Xuanhuan made a decisive decision. We have a sympathy for this young man. I wonder if the young man can take us. 3 brothers and sisters on the journey together? At this time, Long Da hesitated for a long time before he stammered and asked. Why not? Besides, I have just arrived here. I am not familiar with the place. So it happens that the 3 of you can answer 1 or 2 questions for me. Even if the other party does not make this request, he still has to find a reason to go with him. Not to mention others, the woman's aura did give him a sense of familiarity. Taking advantage of the opportunity of his peers, he naturally wanted to find this familiar place. Thank you, young hero, for escorting me. The 3 Long brothers and sisters were overjoyed, and said politely quickly. Wow, what a magnificent carriage. Sitting on the oversized carriage, Long Dandan looked left and right, and Tianwu couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise. Neza, who was sitting on the shaft of the chariot, was very proud. Isn't it just a carriage? What a relief. Grandma, these guys are hiding their secrets. Such a luxurious carriage can be obtained. Xuanhuan shook his head and sighed. Long Dandan is the girl's name. The dragon's name is Long Taifeng, and the boy's name is Long Tianxin. The 3 of them are from the Long family, one of the 4 great families. And the 4 giants belong to a country called Xiagua. And Xia City is the capital of this country. However, the 4 giants do not live in Xiaqing, but live in the 4 directions of Xiaqing. They are Dragon City in the east, Fengqing in the south, Gongya City in the west, and Bailey City in the north. Within an hour, Xuanhuan got a lot of useful information out of the 3 of them while chatting and wrangling. But what surprised Xuanhuan was that in the hinterland of the monster race, there was such a kingdom established by the human race. Moreover, not only has this kingdom not been squeezed out by the monster race. Instead, it was protected by the demon clan. It amazed him. The young man is not from the Xia kingdom, is he? At this time, Long Taifeng asked carefully. He had to be careful. It was Xuanhuan who made him feel too depressed. Talking to Xuanhuan actually made him feel like facing the ancestors of the clan. This feeling is very strong. It made him feel baffled. However, he has identified Xuanhuan as the heir of a big family or something. And it must be quite famous in the vast land and abundant resources of the Southern Territory. For this kind of person, even if he is the Long family of the 4 great families, he will not allow him to be slighted. Brother, of course young Xia Su is not from the Xia kingdom. At first glance, he is from outside. I think he is probably the rich young master from the southern region. Long Dandan said seriously. As if he really knew Xuanhuan. Su Xiaoxia, do you think I guessed right? Long Dandan blinked her lovely big eyes and asked seriously. Wow, I see, Su Xiaoxia must have come to participate in the Daxia auction. Right? Xuanhuan was speechless. Is there such a chatter? I said big sister, please. Allow me to interject, please. Did you say it all, and I still said a fart? That's right, I'm the young master of a rich family who came from the southern region. However, I'm still at a loss as to when the auction will be held. I wonder if the 3 of you can enlighten me. Xiao Xianggu, are you all right? With your ability to track thousands of miles. You haven't found the answer yet, right? Xuanhuan was polite to the Long family brothers and sisters. while secretly asking Xiaoxiangu angrily. Your Majesty, there is nothing unusual about this girl. If there is any difference, it is that her bloodline is exactly the same as His Majesty's. I will not be wrong about this. And that familiar aura should be the reason. After Xiaoxiangu finished speaking, he looked at Su Haoyan with a very strange look. Seeing Su Haoyan felt uncomfortable. Your Majesty, isn't she your illegitimate daughter? Xiao Tiango still couldn't hold back. At this time, he bit the bullet and transmitted the voice. Illegitimate daughter, what's going on in your dog's head? Although Xing Tian and the others didn't make a sound, they all lowered their heads and tried not to laugh out loud. Su Haoyan is so angry, is there anyone who wronged others so much? But then again, the blood is the same, what's the situation? It seems that Xiaoguo's water is very deep. As for the illegitimate daughter, it is pure nonsense. Ding. Trigger a side mission. The origin of the Xia kingdom. If the host understands the origin of the Xia kingdom, not only will the side mission be triggered, the system will also reward the host with a chance to randomly summon a super legion. A chance to randomly summon a super powerhouse. The mission was even triggered. Could it be that Xiaoguo really has some kind of connection with me? Shouldn't that be? Su Haoyan really didn't understand. It turns out that Xiaoxia really came to participate in the Great Xia auction. The auction is scheduled for 10 days later. The Xiaoxia only needs to enter Xia City and inquire casually to find out the specifics. Long Taifeng said with a smile. Oh, by the way, who exactly established this Xia kingdom? This name is quite unique. Su Haoyan asked casually. Xia kingdom has a long history. We descendants don't know exactly how long it has existed. However, it is rumored that Xia kingdom is related to a young hero named Xia Long. I don't know if it is true or not. Long Taifeng said embarrassingly. Doesn't that mean you didn't say anything? It seems that if you want to settle the truth of the matter, you really want to go to Shaoqing to have a look. Su Haoyan made up his mind, so he lost interest in continuing the conversation with the three of them. Close your eyes and start meditating with your eyes closed. Seeing this, Long Taifeng also obediently closed his mouth. The tactful one didn't bother Su Haoyan. Only Long Dandan's gaze never left Su Haoyan. Sometimes she frowned. Sometimes thoughtfully. Sometimes depressed. It seems that there is something on his mind. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed by in a hurry. Su Haoyan and others finally saw the human city in the early morning of the 4th day. Su Haoyan felt a sense of relief. Humans are actually social animals. It is hard to imagine how long a person can live if he is exiled to an isolated island. It is estimated that he will not survive a year. Is this city the Xia city? Su Haoyan stood on the shaft of the car, looking into the distance. The huge city wall like a behemoth, asked Long Taifeng next to him. This is Kuilong town, an ordinary town under Dragon City. By now, the three of us, brother and sister, are basically home. At this time, Long Taifeng's face was full of a smile that survived the catastrophe. Looking at the city in the distance at this time, I feel very cordial. An ordinary town is so magnificent. Isn't Xia City comparable to a kingdom? What kind of existence is this Xia kingdom? Su Haoyan suddenly felt an impulse in his heart. An urge to see Xiaqing right away. In that case, I will send you here. Brother Su, aren't you going into Kuelong town? Su Haoyan's words made Long Taifeng stunned. Just as he was about to leave, Long Dandan had already spoken. Haha, let's leave it at this point. As the saying goes, the Green Mountains will not change, and the green waters will flow forever. We will meet in the future. Su Haoyan burst into laughter, suddenly soared into the sky, and the generals were supported by a wide cloud and galloped away. Only the stunned Long family brothers and sisters were left in place. Brother, are Su Xiaoxia and the others gods? The second brother, who hadn't spoken much all the way, asked in a daze. Immortals are possible. But I heard that after breaking through a certain level of cultivation, you can fly through the clouds. I should have thought a long time ago that this Su Xiaoxia is not the young master of a rich businessman at all. He should be a genius from a superpower in the southern territory. Yes. Otherwise, how could there be so many people protecting him? Long Taifeng felt a sense of loss with emotion. What he lost was that he failed to establish a good relationship with Su Haoyan. Brother, don't you think Brother Su looks like a person? Long Dandan looked at the direction where the cloud and mist disappeared, and muttered to himself. Saw it. Could it be that the third sister refers to the giant statue in Shaoqing? Long Tiexin asked at this moment. What? Second brother, did you see it too? You mean that Su Xiaoxia looks a little like Xiaogua's national soul? Long Taifeng looked in disbelief. Now recalling Su Haoyan's handsome and extraordinary face, a look of shock jumped on his face, which made him short of breath. Your Majesty, where are we going now? On the cloud, Yang Jian said. Shaoqing. Su Haoyan's answer was very straightforward. Indeed, Xiaogua had aroused his curiosity. He had a premonition that there must be some unknown secrets in this country of Xia. Otherwise, the system would not have issued that strange task. Your Majesty, that little girl can't really be you? Roll. Ah. Su Haoyan couldn't take it anymore. With one kick, the Xiaotian dog was kicked off the cloud. Your Majesty, even if she is your illegitimate daughter, I will not reveal it. The voice of the roaring dog came faintly. The crowd couldn't help laughing anymore. Summer City. In the middle of the vast Gobi, the majestic city is like a giant dragon about to take off, lying across the vast Gobi. There is a shocking feeling immediately after seeing it. Look, where did they come from? They actually came from the clouds. These people are not simple. Hey, why is there a dog? A big fool, a child, a boy, and even 3 eyes, this combination is very weird. Hush, keep your voice down, that dog's cultivation is not low, at least level 6, don't cause trouble. Su Haoyan and the others ignored the discussion at the gate of the city, put away the clouds at this time, and went straight to the gate of the city. On the city gate are engraved 2 vigorous and powerful golden words. Xiaoqing. 6th rank, monsters above the 6th rank are not allowed to enter the city. This is the rule. A guard bit the bullet and stammered at this moment. As soon as this remark came out, Xiao Tiango immediately became angry. Just say something. Su Haoyan waved his hand to stop Xiao Xianga's behavior. Everyone, it's not easy to go out, how about a convenience? Su Haoyan's polite words made people feel like a spring breeze, and even 1,000 top-quality spirit stones appeared on the ground. Let the guards suddenly gasp. How rich! Looking at the gleaming spirit stone, the guard immediately became short of breath. The eyes looking at Xuanhuan also softened a lot. It's a little bit, isn't it? Xuanhuan asked with a smile. Oh, enough, enough. The city guard quickly replied. As soon as the words fell, he bent down to pick up the spirit stone. Seeing this, the rest of the guards also rushed up and started looting. In the shock of the others, Xuanhuan walked into the city with his head held high. No wonder everyone wants to be a local tyrant. It turns out that the feeling of spending money like water is really refreshing. Xuanhuan thought to himself. Your Majesty, as the Holy Emperor, can still use such mundane methods. You are truly wise and foolish. Emperor Xuanhuan appreciated it. Haha, I'm so wise and stupid, I'm just afraid of trouble. By the way, Bowen, go and find out when the auction will be held. Xuanhuan opened his mouth and told Lu Bowen. Your Majesty, wait a moment, and the minister will come as soon as he goes. Lu Bowen agreed, then turned around and walked into a large shop nearby. May I ask this boss, when will the Dashao auction be held? Lu Bowen asked after putting 10 top-grade spirit stones on the counter. Oh, it turns out that the guests are going to participate in the auction, so it's a coincidence that you came. The Dashao auction will be held in the outer courtyard of the palace tonight. You can sign up now. As for the palace, it is easy to identify. In the palace at the highest point, there is a huge statue. You can see it when you go out and go west. The man from Xia, who was dressed up by the boss, was probably out of Lingsher's face. Very enthusiastic about Lu Bowen. Thank you, boss. After Lu Bowen thanked him, he turned and left. Your Majesty can see it all the way along this street. Lu Bowen led Xuanhuan and the others to move forward. After walking for about half an hour, I saw the palace. It was the highest place in Shacheng, and a huge statue with a height of 1,000 meters could be seen standing in the center of the city from a long distance. The statue holds a swarthy spear. The gun points to the horizon, giving people a sense of grandeur and grandeur. The moment Xuanhuan saw this statue, he felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. At the same time, the blood in the whole body suddenly boiled at this moment. Xuanhuan was shocked and wanted to mobilize mana to suppress it. However, at this moment, the world tree in the Dantian suddenly shook, and at the same time, it seemed that an invisible force turned into a big net and covered the blood power of the body. Under the hood of this large net, the boiling blood suddenly became docile and began to flow slowly in the body. From the sudden boiling of the blood to the suppression of it by the big net released by the world tree, it was over in an instant. So that Xing Tian and other strong men who followed closely next to him didn't find anything. Seeing this, Xuanhuan forced himself to suppress his shock. Look at the statue again. But what Xuanhuan didn't know was that at this time, the palace also became chaotic because of this incident. Great Master, what's going on? Why is the icon shaking for no reason? Xia City has never had such a thing happen in tens of thousands of years. Is that prophecy true? Inside the palace, a middle-aged man in a dragon robe looked anxiously at an old man with white beard under the statue. He asked urgently. That prophecy? It has been tens of thousands of years. Why hasn't the master appeared yet? Did he really abandon his children? The old man was obviously very old. Not only was his body rickety, but he also coughed uncontrollably. It seems that the twilight has come. However, judging from his pair of eyes that flashed light from time to time, it was not as weak as it appeared on the surface. At this time, he looked at the giant statue in front of him, and there was a look of reminiscence in his eyes. The shaking of the icon must be kept absolutely secret. Don't say anything until you find out the real reason. Yes. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. It took a long time for the old man to come back to his senses, and after a few orders, he bent his body and left. The middle-aged man stood in front of the statue for a long time, and after a long sigh, he also left. Xuanhuan was inexplicably surprised by the accident just now. At the same time, he is also full of interest in this summer city. He had a premonition that he might really have some kind of inextricable relationship with Xia Chung, should be Xiagua. He must find the answer. Otherwise, he will have trouble sleeping and eating. After about another stick of incense, the group finally arrived in front of the palace. Rather than saying that this is a royal palace, it is better to say that it is a shrunken Xia city. This shrunken summer city is surrounded by two long and tall walls that can't be seen at a glance. Directly opposite them are two huge red-lacquered palace doors. As high as tens of feet, ordinary people can't see the situation inside. At this time, many monks had gathered in front of the palace gate. Hey, have you heard? I heard that there will be amethyst in tonight's auction. It is the holy material for refining weapons. I heard that thing is very expensive. Don't worry about it if you don't have millions of top-grade spirit stone deposits. It is said that there is also a demon king's order to be auctioned. TSK. The demon king's order is a supreme token that can order the monster clan to do one thing. It's a pity that I have only heard of it, but I have never seen it. Dragon Tooth is also coming. He is one of the few strong men who can come out alive from the treasure land of the demon ancestor. It is said that this time he came with a mission from the Long family. Xuanhuan listened to the words of these people, shook his head and smiled, and walked straight to the palace gate. In front of the gate of the palace, there are three groups of soldiers who look like imperial guards. Each team of 9 people is responsible for a channel. A total of 3 passages are open, so that monks from all walks of life who come to participate in the auction hardly need to queue up and waste time. Come and go. I want to sign up for the auction. Xuanhuan directly explained the purpose of coming. The 9 guards frowned. But immediately, a clever soldier smiled and said, "It's fine to participate in the auction. But the premise is that we have to estimate the customer's financial situation, so as not to get in. This is the rule of the auction, please forgive me." This is Xuanhuan leading a group of people, and each of them has a strong aura and extraordinary martial arts. Let the soldiers dare not neglect. Otherwise, it would not have been explained so carefully. It doesn't matter, this soldier brother just needs to check it. Xuanhuan said with a smile. Then a group of people walked into the outer courtyard of the palace under the leadership of the soldier. The outer courtyard of the palace is like a huge trading mall. There are shops selling tools for cultivating immortals everywhere. There is also an arena where monks fight. It can be said that although the sparrow is small, it has all internal organs. Besides, this sparrow is not small. And at the end, there is a huge square that is isolated. This square is like a stadium on earth, surrounded by layers of stairs. It is already filled with comfortable chairs. At the highest point of the surrounding area, there are more than a dozen small attics built there in an orderly manner. The attic is enclosed. You can't see what's inside from the outside. Just like a private room. Under the leadership of the soldiers, Xuanhuan and the others walked into an extremely spacious room. About half an hour later, the door of the room was opened again from the inside. The soldier came out first. As soon as he came out, he immediately bowed and stood by the door, and said respectfully, "Everyone, go slowly. In the evening, I will personally lead you to the VIP building specially prepared for VIPs." When the soldier spoke, his body was still shaking. Seemed to be very nervous. But there was a look of excitement on his face. "Who is this?" "This is a rich man. Can I accidentally serve him?" Thinking of what he saw when he examined Xuanhuan's financial resources just now, his mouth felt parched. The radiant spirit stones piled up like a hill. It dazzled his eyes. This person is definitely a rising star of a superlarge force. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so many spirit stones. Xuanhuan looked indifferent, waved his hand, and walked out with his head held high. It was the exact opposite of the attitude when I first came. At this time, there is absolutely no way to compromise on attitude. When it's time to install, it must be installed. Otherwise, you will definitely be considered a liar. "Everyone, go slowly." The soldier's 90-degree bow and bright words made all the monks in front of the palace look sideways. Hey, it's the highest etiquette. Could it be that the status of this group of people is unusual? Not necessarily. I feel that they should be rich men. Only rich men can make soldiers treat them like this. Remember, don't mess with these people. Otherwise, you will get into trouble. It seems that the auction tonight should be very lively. I hope they won't rob me of what I like, otherwise it will be so depressing. The discussions of the monks did not affect Xuanhuan's footsteps at all. At this time, they had already embarked on the bustling streets of the city. Again. But he never saw the giant statue again. Because he doesn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. He didn't want to expose himself until things were figured out. There are still about 2 hours before the auction, so Xuanhuan will naturally not let go of the opportunity to get to know Xiaqing. He planned to use this short time to get a detailed understanding of Xiaqing. Not long after they left, a handsome young man walked over with a large group of guards. The soldier saw it just now, and hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "So it's young Master Long. The villain has been waiting for a long time. Welcome. Welcome." This young man was named Long Ye, and he was only 100 years old. But he is already a king-level powerhouse. He even participated in the trip to the treasure land of the demon ancestor held some time ago. And after great changes occurred in the treasure land of the demon ancestor, he escaped successfully. He is one of the few strong men who can come out alive. Even the holy son of the monster clan died tragically inside, but Long Ye miraculously survived, and instantly became a genius of the human race in the realm of the monster clan. Sought after by the majority of young people. Well, prepare a private room for this young master. As for the money, when did I, Long Ye, let you down? Long Ye shook the paper fan. Although he was talking, his eyes did not look at the soldier, but on the giant statue. This statue was not placed here randomly. It's about remembering someone. Or to commemorate the eternal hero in the hearts of the Xia people. Night fell quickly in this giant city. Xuanhuan and his group strolled in Xia City, looking at the bustling crowd. And the sunny boys and girls in the crowd feel very strange. From Xuanhuan's point of view, monsters usually come out at night. It stands to reason that Xia City is deep in the hinterland of the monster clan, so it goes without saying that it is usually dangerous. At night, it should be even more dangerous. But here it is just the opposite. What a strange city of Xia. It is said that there was no Xia City here before. Of course, there is no such kingdom in the hinterland of the demon clan. It used to be a small village. Very poor, very backward. But it is a rare paradise. People work at sunrise and rest at sunset. Live a life of peace. Until one day, the Macaque King led the demon clan from the western regions to invade the southern regions. The towns and villages outside the Lianjie mountains in the southern region suddenly fell into hell on earth. Until one day, a young man named Xiaolong appeared. He was extremely powerful. With a magic weapon in his hand, he exorcised beasts and slayed wolves. Let all peoples admire him, and he will be famous forever. In addition, he also had 5 servants who followed him all the way to fight everywhere, and drove the Macaque King to the west of Lianjie Mountain. And signed an eternal covenant with him. Only the human race has this piece of paradise. Xuanhuan was walking while silently recalling the legend about the Huaxia kingdom heard in Xia City. From people's mouths, he also knew that the giant statue was Xiaolong. It was built by later generations to commemorate Xiaolong's great achievements. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan couldn't help but glanced at the statue under the night. There is an inexplicable feeling of sadness in my heart. Who can tell me what's going on? I can't be that Xiaolong, can I? Xuanhuan was stunned. He didn't know why he had such a strange idea. I don't understand. Xuanhuan shook his head, throwing out this weird idea. Ding. Complete the side mission. The origin of the Xia kingdom. If the host understands the origin of the Xia kingdom, not only will the side mission be triggered, the system will also reward the host with a chance to randomly summon a super legion. A chance to randomly summon a super powerhouse. Ding. Trigger a side mission. Xiaolong. The mission is completed. The host is specially rewarded with a chance to awaken at the peak. A chance to awaken at the limit. A chance to enter a strong dungeon. A chance to selectively summon a super strong Nima. Come again? Why do you come to this kind of endless task at a critical moment? How unlucky. Xuanhuan didn't feel the joy of completing the task at all. Instead, depressed to death. Don't think about it at all. The boat will be straight when it reaches the bridge. When the truth comes out, he will naturally. It's no use worrying. After comforting himself, Xuanhuan walked into the trading area of Xia City with everyone. Come here is already a sea of people. There are street stalls everywhere. Here, selling various items for cultivating immortals or buying various treasures. How is this different from the human market? Neza looked at the lively scene in front of him and said with a sigh. Emperor Huaguang, Yang Jian, and Zhao Yun also walked to the booths and began to watch. Xuanhuan began to take out those unused magic tools, exercises, spells, etc. that had been accumulated in his lucky space for a long time, selling them for sale and exchanging them for exchange. Very busy. He didn't rob a lot of treasures, did he? I don't see it. Look at his temperament and clothes. He is obviously not an ordinary person. Let's change the target. Otherwise, we won't even know how we died. The monks nearby were discussing in low voices. Xuanhuan, who always opened his telepathic powers, was secretly happy. He found that his telepathy is simply a killer here. Often the buyer has already given the price of a treasure before he even mentioned the price. Let him have a lot of space to sell treasures at high prices. After Xuanhuan sold out all the treasures that needed to be processed, he led everyone to the palace with satisfaction. Before they came to the palace, before they walked in, they felt a burst of loud roar coming from inside. Let everyone stunned for a while. When the soldier who had been waiting for a long time saw Xuanhuan, he immediately came up with a smile on his face and said, "Mr. Su, I have been waiting for a long time, but you are finally here. The auction is about to start, let's go, let me take you in." Xuanhuan nodded slightly. He wanted to see what treasures would appear in this auction. Because it is the first time to participate in the auction, so I can't help feeling a novelty in my heart. Following the soldiers into the outer courtyard of the palace, Xuanhuan saw from a distance that the steps were already full of monks. Countless white crystals hung on the dome, emitting a strong light, illuminating the entire auction site brightly. Under the leadership of the soldiers, Xuanhuan and his party walked up the steps, causing many monks who could only sit on the steps to look sideways. It's because Xuanhuan and his group are too different. Size, height, fat and thin, it seems that all kinds of human beings are vividly expressed in this group of people. Soon, the soldiers brought Xuanhuan and his party to the number 3 VIP building. This room is closed. Only the front is blocked by a layer of water blue munsa, making it difficult for people outside to see the scene inside. There is a huge round table in the room, on which all kinds of desserts and drinks have been placed. Yulu and 6 beautiful maids are waiting. "Welcome to the great summer auction." The 6 maids all bowed to Xuanhuan and others who walked in. Their bodies are all extremely hot, and their bewitching beautiful eyes are enough to seduce the soul of any man. Xuanhuan was amazed by this, and at the same time said softly, "I didn't expect that Xiaoqing would have such considerate service." "He, as long as Mr. Su thinks, they will be yours tonight," the soldier said with a smile on his face. "Okay, you can go down." Xuanhuan waved his hand. These women are no longer perfect, he should respond. Besides, he wasn't that interested. The soldier nodded quickly and retreated obediently. Xuanhuan casually found a chair and sat down. He motioned to a woman behind him to rub his shoulders. "I really didn't expect that there would be 2 Tai true immortals in such a small auction." "True immortal Tai?" Xuanhuan's expression changed, and he quickly looked at Xingtian. Yang Jian also frowned. As for Zhao Yun, Lu Bu, and Hua Guang, their faces changed drastically. Immediately tensed up. It's no wonder they can feel at ease when they meet an invincible existence in an unfamiliar land. "Well, I can't see through that big monster." Xingtian narrowed his eyes and looked in one direction. Following Xingtian's gaze, he saw that the number 10 VIP building was unusually quiet. Xuanhuan consciously released his divine sense to sweep away. But it was bounced back by a mysterious force. At the same time, in the VIP building number 10, a handsome young man with blonde hair and a shawl sat. He was wearing a blue brocade robe, and there was an evil look on his golden face. The eyes are even more sharp with a sense of domineering. Xuanhuan's detection was immediately sensed by him, and he turned his head to look at number 3 VIP building. Hey, this breath is somewhat familiar. The man was surprised, and then fell into thought. It's so similar to his breath. But, it's impossible, he has been dead for tens of thousands of years. The man muttered to himself, and memories seemed to flash in his sharp eyes. Humph, although you are dead, I still can't forget the shame you brought. It's a pity that I can no longer avenge this bloody sea of blood. In number 3 VIP building, Xuanhuan smiled slightly and said, okay, whatever he does, as long as he doesn't target us. There are strong men everywhere, and he can't kill them all, right? As long as there are no conflicts of interest, wouldn't it be nice for everyone to return to the bridge and return to the road? Yang Jian, Neza, and others nodded slightly. At the same time, secretly let out a sigh of relief. Xing Tian said with a smile, the other Tai true immortal is similar to his subordinates, so there is nothing to worry about. This person should be the guardian of Xia Kingdom. Xiagua is the most important stronghold of the human race in the Liangjia Mountains. As the leader of the human race in this place, if he does not have outstanding cultivation, he cannot survive in the hinterland of the monster race. As the leader of the human race, Xuanhuan felt a little guilty for leaving a race outside for tens of thousands of years. However, this is not his fault. So he has no burden either. And as time went by, more and more monks entered the auction house. Noisy noises came and went, making the venue very lively. While enjoying the beauty's massage, Xuanhuan was thinking about Xiao Long, a legendary figure. He always felt that Xiao Long seemed to have known him before. This feeling was abrupt and strange, and it drove him a little crazy. Seniors, friends of Taoism, tonight's auction will show the best teleportation orders, top-notch spaceships, ancient cultivation techniques, and other unexpected treasures. At this moment, a loud voice sounded. Directly cover the audience and spread to every corner. Let everyone focus their attention on the central area of the entire venue. There was already a middle-aged man in a python robe holding his fists against everyone in the surrounding area. In the smile, a trace of majesty was released faintly. It turned out to be Song Tiannan, the army soul. Unexpectedly, that old man, Xiao Lan, really lost his money. The man in the number 7 VIP building had a sarcastic look on his face. My God, it turned out to be General Tsong, and he actually appeared. General Tsong is the third most important person in Xia Kingdom. Tonight's auction is getting more and more lively. Xia Kingdom's number 3 person? Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked thoughtfully at the man below through the veil. In Xiaotsong Tiannan, I believe many people know about it. I am the host of this auction. I hope everyone will consciously abide by the order of the conference. Alright, let's stop talking nonsense, and now we will start the auction of the first item. Song Tiannan smiled calmly, raised his hand while speaking, and the corner door behind him was pushed open, and then a beautiful servant came out from inside holding a square plate. The square plate was covered with a red cloth. This piece of red cloth was obviously forbidden by the blessing formation. Make it impossible for people to see what is placed inside. Xuanhuan sat leisurely on the chair and looked down. Song Tiannan scanned the audience with a smile at this time, and then lifted the red cloth, and a small purple sword appeared in everyone's eyes. Put a veil of mystery on Xiaojian. This is the top-grade magic weapon of the heaven rank, the Holy Sword, which has its own fire attribute magic attack. It is one of the most destructive Magic weapons. Alright, 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for the top-grade Huoligion of the Sky rank. The auction starts now. 11,000 high-level spirit stones. 25,000. 38,000. As soon as Song Tiannan's voice fell, some urgent monks began to quote, instantly pushing this fire attribute magic weapon to an extremely high level. Xuanhuan curled his lips at this, indifferent. It's only a top-rank heavenly rank. For him, even the most acquired treasures can't arouse his interest. What's more, it is a heavenly magic weapon. He wasn't even interested in looking at it. Soon, this fire attribute magic weapon was sold at a price of 70,000 yuan, and was bought by a female monk with a hot figure. Next, the treasures that were put up for auction were all heaven-ranked. This includes exercises, spell formulas, refining materials, elixir, and so on. All were purchased by ordinary monks sitting on the steps below. As for the people in the VIP building, there was no movement at all. Obviously, the heavenly treasures are not in their eyes. The next item to be auctioned is a drop of the blood essence of a metallic dragon. The blood essence of a 10th order dragon, especially the metallic one, is the holy treasure in the hearts of body refiners. It has a powerful effect on increasing the strength of the physical body. Even it can directly make the 7th level physical training fly to the 9th level peak in an instant. Song Tiannan said with a smile. At the same time, he lifted up a crystal bottle the size of a thumb belly. After showing it for a while, it was put back on the tray. Okay, for a drop of the 10th level dragon's blood essence, the starting price is 100 top quality spirit stones. Each increase should not be less than 50 yuan. Now start the auction. 500 top-grade spirit stones. As soon as Song Tiannan's voice fell, the number 2 VIP building hurriedly called out, directly increasing the price by 5 times. 100,000. VIP building number 1 then shouted. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. This was obviously a competition among distinguished guests, and the ordinary monks below didn't even have a chance to intervene. But no one dared to intervene. The fact that the levels are different makes them unable to bring up the courage at all. Flood dragon essence and blood has a fatal temptation for physical cultivation. What's more, it is a 10th level flood dragon. That is even more precious. Ding. Trigger a side mission. Obtain the blood of the dragon. Task details. Since the host has the holy body of Dou Yu, it is the supreme magic body in the world. The blood of the dragon can make the body of the ancient demon god stronger. If the host gets the blood of the dragon, the system will reward the host with a chance to enter the inheritance hall. A chance to randomly summon a superpower. When Xuanhuan was watching the excitement with relish, the system prompt sounded at this moment. Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment, but immediately became excited. For a long time, his ancient holy body has been staying on the first floor. Can't get in. He tried many methods, but nothing worked. Whether it is the inquiry system or Wang Xiaofeng. Even he searched the Lucky Mall all over, but there was no effective way. Who knew it was found here? How could he not be excited? 1 million. Xuanhuan's lazy voice came out, making the hustle and bustle of the auction hall instantly quiet down. 1 million top-grade spirit stones. My God, who is this? What a prodigal. It's so capricious to be rich. VIP building number 3? How rich and powerful. It's so powerful, I can't afford to mess with it. Everyone was stunned by Xuanhuan's boldness. No one made a sound for a long time. No one chooses to quote. At this time, no matter on the steps or in the VIP building, whispers and discussions arose. In VIP building number 10, the blonde man frowned and muttered to himself at the same time, this voice, and this breath. Impossible, it can't be that person. That person has been dead for tens of thousands of years. The blonde man's eyes sharpened immediately. The coercion unleashed inadvertently caused the maid behind her to fall to her knees and tremble on the ground with a plop, thinking that there was something wrong with her in her heart. Make guests angry. Thinking of that person, the blonde man couldn't help but lose his temper. Because that is the hatred of his life. At this time, his eyes passed through Mansha, and he swept across the void and directly placed on the giant statue. I was speechless for a long time. Is there any price increase? The 10th level flood dragon is rare, let alone its blood essence. This is a treasure that can't be found even with a lantern. Song Tiannan showed his lip service at this time. There is already a smile on his face, looking at the monks around. But Xuanhuan's bid has exceeded the normal price and is too high. And those who can enter the VIP building are either rich or expensive. Who can afford it? Everyone is not a fool, how could someone bid again? I really don't want to. Live. Not surprisingly, Xuanhuan slapped the dragon's essence and blood steadily. The next treasure. Soon, the soldier walked into Xuanhuan's VIP building with 2 servants. His face was full of excitement. Eyes are smiling. At this time, he bowed to Xuanhuan and said, Master Su, I brought you the blood of the Jiaolong. Xuanhuan nodded slightly, and with a wave of his hand, 1,000,000 top-quality spirit stones instantly piled up on the ground in the room to form a hill. The soldiers and the servants saw stars in their eyes, their heads buzzing, and they seemed to be shaking and unable to stand steadily. The soldier tried his best to wake himself up, without checking the number of spirit stones. He directly put the hill into the storage device. Then he bowed 90 degrees before leaving tremblingly. Ding. Complete the side mission. Get the blood of the dragon. The system rewards the host with a chance to enter the inheritance hall. A chance to randomly summon a superpower. Afterwards, Xuanhuan checked the dragon's essence and blood briefly, and put it away. After returning to the southern territory, he is using it. I hope that his ancient saint body can break through the second layer of mountain of regrets by then. The auction is still going on, but Xuanhuan is not selling. On the contrary, the other VIP buildings frequently shot and took pictures of many high-grade treasures. A top-quality spaceship that can freely travel through the void. It is the only way to go to the heavenly world. Song Tiannan introduced with a smile. At the same time, the void shook slightly, and an exquisite spaceship several feet long appeared in front of everyone. The whole body of this ship is dark, like a deep-sea mad shark. Judging from its appearance, this top-quality spaceship is very powerful. However, when traveling in the vast wind, the target is too conspicuous, and it is easy to attract people to covet. But it can also deter Xiao. A top-quality spaceship can travel through the void and cross the wind. It is a must-have for going to the heavenly world. Its own magic circle can resist The full blow of the Daluotian fairyland. It can prevent any natural disasters and man-made disasters. Song Tiannan's eloquent introduction made Su Haoyan's eyes light up suddenly. He will go to the Baixiong conference in half a year. If there is such a spaceship, it will be cool and safe. Yes, it is a good thing. It even comes with 1,000 golden Wonderland puppets. What the hell, do you want to be so luxurious? The starting price is 50 million top-quality spirit stones. As soon as Song Tiannan's words came out of his mouth, the audience fell silent. 50 million top-grade spirit stones is definitely a huge sum of money. Xia Hua's annual income is probably this figure, right? 70 million. The first to speak was Lanya, from number 5 VIP building. At this time, he said loudly, in Lanya of the Shalong family, this top-quality spaceship was specially confessed by the ancestor to bid for it. I hope everyone will give the ancestor a face. Don't be as knowledgeable as me. Dragon Tooth. Dragon family. The atmosphere in the audience suddenly became even weirder. Although Lanya is the number 1 genius in Xia Kingdom, but in the eyes of the truly strong, it is not enough. However, the patriarch of the Long family is a figure at the same level as the great national teacher. Who dares to mess with it? This kid is so shameless. Many people cursed in their hearts. Song Tiannan also looked towards the number 5 VIP building with a slight frown. Lord Longhe wants this spaceship, which is not easy to handle. Besides, if you want to buy this spaceship after 70 million, I'm afraid you won't even be able to recover the cost. Longye is too domineering, right? 100 million. A calm voice sounded. Everyone gasped and looked at number 3 VIP building. 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Make everyone tremble. Longye, who was already full of ambitions in VIP building number 5, stopped in the air with his teacups in both hands as if struck by lightning. I'm sorry, but I'm not the ancestor of Longye. You can increase the price at will, so don't be polite to me. Su Haoyan smiled lightly. The voice came out even louder, and was clearly heard by everyone in the venue. Immediately, everyone burst into laughter. If it's not Patriarch Long, who is it? Who dares to tease Longye like that? Admiration. The monks were already laughing and crying. At the same time, I am very curious about the expression of Longye now. VIP, building number 5. Bump. Longye angrily smashed the teacup to pieces. At the same time, he scolded coldly, who the hell dare to offend the people of our Longho mansion? You don't want to live anymore, do you? After thinking about it, he directly sent a voice transmission to Su Haoyan and asked in a cold voice, do you dare to report your name? My surname is Su, you can call me Holy Emperor Haoyan. Su Haoyan replied unhurriedly. When Longye heard it, he immediately sat down on the ground with a thud. He couldn't help thinking of the terrifying scene where Su Haoyan showed his might in front of the demon ancestor's soul, and even sucked the demon's ancestor soul dry. All those who survived in the treasure land of the demon ancestor secretly swore that they would never be enemies of Su Haoyan in this life. Because he is not human, he is a devil who has devoured the ancestor of the devil. Unexpectedly, the devil also came. That's right, there is only Holy Emperor Haoyan in this world, who else would dare to be so arrogant? For a moment, Longye had the urge to leave the auction house immediately. Even the demon ancestor was sucked by him, he didn't think he could kill Su Haoyan. In the hearts of these survivors, Xuanhuan is both a devil and a god. Incapable of fighting, can only hide. Bastard! Xuanhuan secretly rolled his eyes. I feel extremely disdainful for Langya's disappearance. Number 10 VIP building. The expression of the blonde man has become extremely ferocious and terrifying. He clasped the armrest of the chair tightly with both hands, and the aura of the whole person has become extremely eerie. It's him, that's him. This voice, this tone, and that indifference that can never be changed. Anger rose in the eyes of the blonde man, and an endless murderous intent filled the air. Boom! Suddenly, the blonde man snorted coldly, and suddenly released a terrifying coercion. As soon as this coercion appeared, it instantly killed the two maids. Ashes to ashes. Ding! Trigger a side mission. Wrath of the Macaque King. Mission details: the Macaque King has murderous intentions towards the host. If the host defeats the Macaque King, he will have a chance to awaken to the limit. A chance to randomly summon a superpower. The system prompt sounded suddenly, which made Xuanhuan almost choke to death on the T. The Macaque King? What's the situation? Isn't that the great demon king from the land of fallen dragons in the western regions? Why did he want to kill me? This is not logical. Xuanhuan had a puzzled look on his face. Did I have any enmity with him? Could it have something to do with the young man with the lunar wheel of fortune? At the same time, Xing Tian seemed to have a feeling, and his eyes were fixed on number 10 VIP building. A look of fear flashed in his eyes. Yang Jian and Neza also noticed it. The four of Lu Bu didn't notice it at the first time due to their low cultivation. However, it is not a simple person who can be brought by Xuanhuan's side. After Yang Jian showed his shock, he also felt the dangerous aura. But they didn't say anything. And Xuanhuan's attention has been completely attracted by the spaceship below. 130 million. The one who spoke was VIP building number 11. Anyway, someone has offended Langya. Now it's time for them to be weasels. 150 million. 170 million. 100 million. The more the price is shouted, the higher it is, making everyone on the scene petrified. Who has ever seen a top-quality spirit stone worth over 100 million? Put it all together, how big is that pile? Cannot imagine. 200 million. Xuanhuan spoke again, directly silencing the scene. Ever since he knew Xuanhuan's true identity, Langya was completely silent. Fortunately, it was discovered early, otherwise 10 of them would not be enough to commit suicide. Langya wiped his sweat secretly. The rest of the VIP building seemed to have sensed Xuanhuan's determination. After much deliberation, he resolutely gave up the auction. In this way, the best spaceship was captured by Xuanhuan forcefully. Nima. It feels so cool to spend money like water. Next, we will bid for slow. But before Tsang Tiannan finished speaking, he was interrupted by a voice. Huh? Senior, you. Boom. The number 10 VIP building exploded with a bang, and then a golden figure instantly appeared above the hall. Senior Macaque King, what are you doing here? When Tsang Tiannan saw this figure, his face changed suddenly, but he still asked. Your Majesty, be careful. Xing Tianting stood up suddenly. At the same time, a teleport blocked Xuanhuan's body. Xing Tian's reminder made Xuanhuan frown. Is he going to kill me? Xuanhuan couldn't help looking at the figure outside. In an instant, a violent and terrifying killing intent directly penetrated the void and rushed towards him. Fortunately, Xing Tian stood in front of him in advance and helped him block the killing intent. So deep resentment. What a terrifying coercion. Is this the powerhouse of Tai True Wonderland? Xuanhuan was sweating profusely in an instant, and at the same time he was puzzled. Why did the labor and capital drop him? Why was there so much resentment and murderous intent? I wanted to come to the human race to see it. But what I never expected was that I met you. Old thing, the account of 10,000 years ago, should we settle it? The sneer of the Macaque King reverberated in the audience, making everyone feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. He was wearing a black robe, his silver hair was casually draped behind his head, his long beard reached his chest, and his thin cheeks revealed a strong and unyielding will. He is Xiaogua's guardian, Xia Tian. A strong man in the third heaven of Tai True Wonderland. He is also the highest powerhouse in the entire Xia kingdom. What are you doing, Macaque King? How dare you disrupt the great Xia auction? Xia Tian asked coldly. The sound shook the audience. Demon. Big demon. Wow. The monks on the steps jumped up into the air and moved away from the auction venue, but they did not leave. Today's auction really surprised them too much. A mysterious man who spent money like water and dared to offend the Long Ho mansion was born. A big demon made a big disturbance in the venue halfway, leading out the #1 expert in Xia Kingdom. It was astounding what happened. Everyone wants to see how this matter will be resolved in the end. Boy Xia, you are not qualified to be equal to me. When the Macaque King's cold voice fell, Xuanhuan stood on the spot in shock. As soon as the Macaque King finished speaking, he raised his palm and patted the #3 VIP building where Xuanhuan was. The terrifying and powerful evil spirit directly shattered the VIP building. And Xing Tian stood in front of Xuanhuan, facing the evil spirit and slammed it away. Boom boom boom. The tyrannical wind raged across the entire outer courtyard of the palace. Instantly, the monks who were watching the excitement were thrown out. What a Macaque King. Xing Tian laughed loudly, and retracted his big hand, directly shaking the Macaque King's violent evil spirit away, causing the Macaque King's pupils to shrink suddenly. Tai True Immortal Realm Powerhouse. The Macaque King instantly felt the dangerous breath from Xing Tian. But he didn't take Xing Tian seriously either. His eyes never left Xuanhuan from the beginning to the end. And when he saw Xuanhuan's face clearly, that killing intent instantly became monstrous. Nima. You dead monkey, lousy raped your sister, or your wife, why is there so much hatred? Xuanhuan cursed his mother with hatred in his heart. He swears he's never seen a Macaque King before. And there was no memory of this guy in his previous life. Not to mention any enmity with him. This guy must be mistaken. Besides, this monkey is so powerful, if there is any hatred, he would have died long ago. Could it be that this guy's nephew was killed by himself in the demon ancestors' land? Xuanhuan thought about it, and there was only one possibility. However, when Xuanhuan was thinking wildly, the Macaque King suddenly let out a wild roar. His body was suddenly raised by more than 2 feet, and his exposed skin was instantly covered with golden hair. As the pupils shone with golden light, an aura more violent than before filled the air instantly. The faces of the people in the hall changed wildly, and they spread out and fled from this place. I must kill you today, and I will be ashamed. The Macaque King laughed sharply, turned around suddenly and rushed towards Xuanhuan. It's amazingly fast. Even at the moment of sweeping away, phantoms suddenly appeared. Xing Tian kept locking on to the Macaque King, and the moment the Macaque King looted, he also moved. With a shake of Qi axe, he slashed towards the Macaque King. However, Xing Tian's face changed slightly the moment he took out the axe. He was horrified to find that the Macaque King's speed was simply too fast. If it wasn't for Xing Tian's tyrannical body, he would have been thrown out of the void stirred by the Macaque King. Even if he wasn't bounced, he was taken aback abruptly. Xing Tian swept up again, blocked Xuanhuan again, and cast his sharp eyes on the Macaque King again. It was found that the Macaque King seemed to be on the verge of going berserk at this time, and the whole monkey face had become extremely ferocious. You must die today. The hatred in the Macaque King's eyes was incomprehensible. How much hatred made him so angry? Xuanhuan was stared at by the Macaque King, and he felt like he was on his back. This look made him very uncomfortable. Boom! The Macaque King knocked Qianqi off with one punch, and he was about to bypass Xing Tian and go straight to Xuanhuan. But a three-pointed knife with a cold light suddenly protruded from the void, blocking the way of the Macaque King. Roll! The Macaque King's furry paw poked out, and he grabbed the three-pointed knife. Abruptly, Yang Jian felt a monstrous force suddenly coming from the three-pointed knife. He flew out without any mental preparation in an instant, crashing into a VIP building with a bang. The peak of the golden immortal realm? The third heaven of the true immortal realm of Tai. Interesting. It seems that no matter where you go, there are strong people protecting you. However, no matter how many people there are today, they can't stop my determination to kill you. Damn it, how did I offend you? You've made a point. Suha was in a hurry and couldn't help yelling. Humph, pretending. You could pretend before, and it's still the same now. But the difference is that today I can finally take revenge. The Macaque King grinned cruelly. King Macaque, have you had enough trouble? This is Xia Kingdom, not your monster clan. Xia Tian, who had been on the sidelines, chose to stand up at this time. He had to stand up. Just now he noticed that the icon was shaking again. And the magnitude has never been more severe. There is only one explanation for such a dramatic change. Master is back. Just why didn't the master show up? Is the master hiding? What are you hiding from? For a while, Xia Tian was in a state of disarray. He was looking to find the person who had sheltered them from the wind and rain. Xia boy, don't think that I really dare not kill you. I don't kill you to save face. Don't give face to shame. The Macaque King is excited. Could he not be excited? After suppressing the shame for tens of thousands of years, today he finally got his wish. Hey! Don't be insolent, evildoer, just look at the power of my axe. Xing Tian swung the Qi axe and went straight to the Macaque King. Humph, although you are good, you are not in my eyes. As the words fell, the Macaque King's saber energy turned into a horse chain. Facing Qi axe. Your Majesty, let's stay far away. Zhao Yun, although Lu Bu is also a strong side, he was still horrified when he saw the fight in the distance. At this time persuaded. Xuanhuan nodded, and under the protection of several people, he drove away to the other side. Old man, where are you going to escape? The Macaque King laughed back in anger, and disappeared in front of Xing Tian. In a flash. When it reappeared, it was already close to Xuanhuan. You monkey, are you out of your spirits? Why don't you let me let you go? Look at the gun. Look at the halberd. Zhao Yun, Lu Bu had no choice. Bite the bullet and fight. However, the Macaque King just slapped and pulled the second general away. The strength is too great. Your sister. If this continues, I won't die. Xuanhuan was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. The only plan, for now, is to awaken Yang Jian or Neza to the limit. What the hell, 10 breaths. Can labor and capital survive to 10 interest rates? System, let Yang Jian. Xuanhuan will order Yang Jian, the system limiter. But before he finished speaking, he felt as if his neck was suddenly pinched by iron tongs, which made him feel suffocated. The Macaque King appeared in front of him at some point, and a monkey paw was already stuck on his neck. At this time, the Macaque King's strange, golden monkey face was full of excitement and a cruel smile. Ha ha ha, tens of thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. I have finally waited for this day. Unexpectedly, I really did not expect that one day I would be able to lift you up high. Because I was once lifted up by you. Like this, hold up. But I am not dead, and you must die today. The Macaque King was insane and incoherent. It made Xuanhuan very angry. I'm fucked, what the hell did I stab the monkey's nest? Wang Xiaofeng, are you still alive? Hurry up, think of a way. Otherwise, I will die and you will not live. No, I can't help it either. Wang Xiaofeng also seemed very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. System, what can you do? Xuanhuan continued to seek help from the system, and at the same time automatically blocked Wang Xiaofeng. It made Wang Xiaofeng temporarily unable to spy on the existence of the system. No, the enemy is too powerful. Why are you lying down? The Macaque King pinched Xuanhuan and lifted him high, causing Xuanhuan to almost die. Even if he didn't die, his face was still purple. You're too weak. I'm just wondering. In 10,000 years, instead of advancing, you've gone backwards. What are you doing for? Amidst the ridicule of the Macaque King, there were even more doubts. Brother Monkey, you don't have a fever, do you? You've got the wrong person. Xuanhuan felt grief and indignation. He swore that he had never abused the Macaque King, never. This guy couldn't have escaped from the madhouse, right? At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly felt hot in his body. At the same time, the world tree unexpectedly started to move without wind. Colorful rays of light suddenly bloomed. Brighten up the dantian. Before Xuanhuan could investigate, he was instantly covered by a layer of dazzling golden light. In an instant, the Macaque King suddenly retracted his hand, only to see that the Macaque King's monkey paw was bloody and bloody. There was a faint smell of meat in the air. The Macaque King's hand was roasted at this moment. What is this? The Macaque King turned pale with fright, so he had to repeat the old trick. But at this time, Xing Tian's chi axe slashed across the air, blasting the Macaque King out. At the same time, Yang Jian's third eye shot out a red light, which slammed into the right leg of the Macaque King fiercely, and blood spurted wildly. However, at this moment, the golden light on Xuanhuan's body became more and more dazzling, like a sun hanging high in the sky. The people in the whole city were amazed. What the hell is this? Xuanhuan was stunned. Can't figure out the situation at all. Immediately afterwards, he discovered to his horror that he couldn't move, and his whole body seemed to be frozen on the spot. This trick again. Tonight, you must die. Seeing the dazzling golden light on Xuanhuan's body, the Macaque King's eyes turned red. He roared wildly, and two black lights suddenly shot out from his eyes, passing Yang Jian, Xing Tian and other strong men at a high speed, and were about to shoot directly at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan watched two black lights full of tyranny fall on his body, closed his eyes without doing anything, and sighed secretly, "Is this how lousy?" Died? Boom. At this moment, a terrifying, indescribable seven-colored light suddenly rushed out of Xuanhuan's body, raging towards all directions. The nearby Macaque Kings, Yang Jian and Xing Tian, were instantly thrown away. The dark night is even more illuminated by the colorful light like daytime. Everyone in Xia City saw the dazzling colorful light in the sky. The huge coercion in the air gave the people a feeling of worship. Is it really the master? When the night falls, when the statue shakes, when the colorful light bounces, and when a handsome boy appears, I, Xiao Long, will return. Ha ha ha, the prophecy is about to be fulfilled. Looking at the incomparably brilliant colored light, Xia Tian knelt down on the ground with a plop. At this time, he was even more tearful. Incoherent. It made everyone on the scene feel extremely weird. Ah. Xing Tian felt Xuanhuan's breath suddenly disappear. Suddenly fell into a state of madness. Boom. Wisps of white energy hovered around him, Chiax was also humming and trembling, and the pair of red eyes made the Macaque King's heart shudder. As soon as Xuanhuan's breath disappeared, he wanted to leave quickly. Although his cultivation base is higher than that of Xing Tian. But if he really fought with him, then he must be the one who died. At this time, Yang Jian, Neza, Zhao Yun and other strong men occupied all directions of the void, and surrounded the Macaque King tightly. Each of them looked at the Macaque King angrily, with resentment on their faces, as if to swallow him alive. It made the Macaque King's heart skip a beat. Darkness, endless darkness. Nothingness, endless nothingness. It's sticky, itchy, and there's a fishy smell. Who is this? Why do you keep licking me? Xuanhuan was really uncomfortable, although the pain all over his body was unbearable. But he still struggled to open his eyes. What came into his eyes was a furry dog's face, a mouth as big as a wash basin, 2 rows of shining cold light, teeth as sharp swords, and a tongue the size of an adult's palm, bright red like blood, and heavy, foul-smelling breath. This is what Xuanhuan saw the moment he opened his eyes. Nima. What is this thing? Xuanhuan was confused for a moment, but in the blink of an eye, his back felt chills, and cold sweat covered his whole body in an instant. Monster. At this moment, he immediately judged that the thing in front of him was a monster. At the same time, with a bang, the person jumped up violently. It was only after jumping back 100 meters that he looked around with some peace of mind. But the sight that came into his eyes made him horrified. I saw a ferocious wolf standing on the place where I was lying just now. This wolf is very tall. It's about the size of a house. The whole body is covered with a layer of golden hair, and the whole wolf head is the size of a millstone. At this moment, he was staring at Xuanhuan with a pair of ferocious, emotionless wolf eyes. Isn't this human being already dead? Why did he come back to life suddenly? It doesn't matter if he's alive, fresh flesh and blood is my favorite. His mind is so good, it means that this wolf monster is not above level. 7. I can still deal with it. Although Xuanhuan's mind is open to heaven. However, when the opponent's cultivation base exceeds him too much, it will automatically become invalid. He is invincible. On the contrary, it is no problem to kill in seconds. The level of monsters is the same as the level of human immortality, and the level below the holy level is from 1 to 7. This shows that the highest wolf is the peak of the holy level. After thinking about it, without any hesitation, Xuanhuan jumped up and killed the wolf. Strive for quick wins. He exploded at such a fast speed that he moved like lightning, approaching the evil wolf in an instant, and at the same time, the gooey emperor fist blasted out at lightning speed. Target, the huge head of the wolf. Seeing this, the evil wolf became furious instantly, roared towards the sky, raised its fan-like paws, and slapped away Xuanhuan's fist. However, when Xuanhuan saw this, he showed a cruel smile. The castration remained the same, but the fist disappeared. Instead, a gleaming ink sword appeared in his hand. The ever-changing magic soldier, beheaded by Lao Tzu. It's cold. Blood spurted wildly, and wolf claws soared into the sky. Ow! The ferocious wolf was cut off by Xuanhuan in an instant, and a shocked look appeared on the wolf's face. It couldn't figure it out, it was obviously a fist. Why did it turn into a sword? This human being is unbelievable. However, as the great demon king, how could it allow such a thing to happen? Immediately became furious. Enduring the severe pain, it suddenly kicked its 3 legs on the ground, jumped up instantly, and at the same time swung out only 1 claw left in front of it. In the next second, a mountain-like wolf claw emerged out of thin air, and slapped Xuanhuan fiercely with the momentum of Mount Tai. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's handsome face suddenly turned cold, and he shouted, "The universe has moved." Hum. After the sound fell, Xuanhuan's figure suddenly disappeared. Boom. The giant palm fell with a bang, and the huge force immediately rolled up the ground, and a huge pit appeared in the dust. Where are you looking? At this time, in the void, Xuanhuan's figure appeared just a few feet above the wolf's head out of thin air. Gooey Emperor Fist. Boom. The huge head of the evil wolf couldn't withstand Xuanhuan's forceful blow, and it burst open instantly. Boom. The wolf carcass fell to the ground and splashed a cloud of dust. Really, I met such a big guy just after waking up. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Xuanhuan sat down on the ground, rested for a while, then stood up and looked around, wanting to see where it was. System, are you still there? Xuanhuan is used to finding the system whenever he needs something. Where is he now? He naturally wants to ask. But he waited for a long time and the system did not respond. System, you are silent. Give me a good word if you are dead or not. Silence, deathly silence. I'll go. No way, even the system is lost? Xuanhuan was finally moved. He can't live without a system. One must know that the reason why he was able to reach such a height was entirely because the system was covering him. Without the system, he really doesn't know what his future will be like. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan became restless. Cold sweat dripped down his slightly pale face. Wrong. The system is so against the sky, it will not be so fragile. The reason why it didn't respond. Could it be that the system fell into a deep sleep? Thinking of this, Xuanhuan's eyes lit up instantly. I hope so. After a long time, Xuanhuan secretly sighed, not to worry about this anymore. If the system fell into a deep sleep, then it will always wake up one day. Okay, let's find a way first. Xuanhuan didn't dare to think about it. Can only forcibly divert attention. At this moment, he stood up and began to observe carefully. This is a barren mountain, except for the dense bushes. There are thick, withered grasses, and white bones sometimes exposed in the grass. In the extreme distance from him is a high mountain, which cannot be seen clearly because of the distance. Other than that, it was deathly still. Where have I been? Suddenly. Help! A faint voice suddenly came from the tall grass, not far ahead. If it wasn't for Xuanhuan's good ears, the wind would be smooth again at this time. He really can't hear it. It's just too weak. Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Humanity? Moment. Mana spreads all over the body, speed up. Like an arrow leaving the string, it rushed over in the blink of an eye. It's good to have human beings, it's better than going crazy alone. At least, you can know where this is. A little boy. A very thin boy with extremely weak breath. I'll go. God, aren't you? Seeing the thin figure of Chao Ku, Xuanhuan not only gasped. The boy is plainly dressed, about 12 or 13 years old. What surprised Xuanhuan was that his whole body was covered with numerous wounds. In some places, the bone can be seen deeply. Most of them have scabbed over, but some have begun to fester. The yellow pus overflowed and gave off an unpleasant smell. It looked shocking. At this moment, the boy was so angry that he seemed to die at any moment. Seeing this, Xuanhuan quickly helped the boy up from the grass. At the same time, as soon as the mind sinks, it is necessary to take out the healing elixir from the lucky space. But the sad thing is that he can't open the lucky space at all. Not to mention extracting the elixir. Seeing the little boy's breath getting weaker and weaker, Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly lit up in a hurry. Little guy, you are so lucky. If you hadn't met me, you would have died. After saying that, Xuanhuan pointed like a knife, and instantly cut an inch-long slit on his wrist. Yes, he wanted to use his own blood to save the little boy who was dying. Xuanhuan's blood is Xuanhuan. It's like a panacea. There should be no problem in rescuing this little boy. Bright red and golden blood gushed out instantly. He put it directly on the boy's mouth. Blood seeped slowly down the boy's lips. It disappeared without a trace in a blink of an eye. Grandma, I hope this trick works, otherwise there's nothing I can do. Xuanhuan sighed secretly, then moved his arm away. At the same time, under the shining golden light, the wound on his wrist instantly recovered. And the little boy's subsequent changes made him feel much more at ease. The little boy's breathing went from intermittent to steady. His pale and bloodless face soon turned rosy. The wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to his right eye. Am I dead? After a while, the little boy slowly opened his eyes, and what caught his eyes was a handsome face. Little guy, you're not dead yet. How are you? How do you feel now? Xuanhuan smiled brightly and asked softly at the same time. Big brother, did you save me? The little boy jumped up and got up from the ground. He looked at Xuanhuan curiously. Hey, me, why are those wounds on my body gone? Wow, why am I full of strength? Wow. Okay, stop wowing and tell me, what's your name? The little boy's series of exclamations made him dizzy. Can only choose to open. Oh, Big Brother must have saved me, right? The little boy's clear eyes were full of gratitude. Well, but that's all right. Can you answer my question now? Xuanhuan was not in a hurry, although he is more anxious than anyone else. Oh, my name is Tian. The little boy was a little careless. His whole mind is now on himself, because he found himself warm all over. Seems to have enormous power. The change surprised him. Summer. Why does it have the same name as Xiaogua's great master? Are these two people the same person? Xuanhuan frowned, but immediately shook his head. How is this possible? This is where? Xuanhuan asked again. This is what he cares most about. This is, I don't know either. The little boy smiled honestly. I scratched my head a little embarrassed. Not caring about the little boy's embarrassment, he went on to ask. Where is Xiaoqing? After finding a safe place, he can slowly look for Yang Jian and the others. Xia City? The little boy's eyes were confused. Ever since his parents died and became displaced, he has never seen an inhabited city. I haven't even seen a smaller village. Xiaoqing has never heard of it. Never heard of that. The confusion in Xia Tian's eyes made Xuanhuan's heart sink suddenly. No way? Did I lose it? Big Brother, it's going to be dark soon. We have to find a cave to hide. Because the night is the time when the Macaque King's army is raging. Many nearby villages have already been killed by them. Xia Tian's complexion suddenly changed at this time, and he reminded quickly. Macaque King? Male. This is not an attack on the Xia Kingdom, is it? Could it be possible that other parts of Xia Kingdom have already fallen? It shouldn't be, it's only been a while. Has he been in a coma for a long time? For a moment, Xuanhuan's thoughts flew. The unknown dangers are the most dangerous. The moment he couldn't figure out where he was, the moment he couldn't feel at ease. Little guy, aren't there any human inhabited villages nearby? Xuanhuan asked unwillingly. It's gone, it's gone. Everyone is dead. There are no villages. But there is a small village 100 miles away. I escaped from that village half a year ago. Because there are rumors that the Golden Wolf under the Macaque King is going to attack the village. The people fled ahead of time in fear. I don't know if there are still humans there. Xia Tian looked lonely. Phew. At this time, Xia Tian's stomach suddenly growled. Big Brother, I'm hungry. I don't know if there are any wild fruits around. Here, maybe I'm going to be hungry tonight. Hey. Wild fruit? Don't you usually rely on wild fruit to satisfy your hunger? Xuanhuan was inexplicably angry. Damn Macaque King, is he going to drive all human beings to extinction? What else can I eat if I don't eat wild fruits? It's good to eat some. Hey, you are lucky to meet me. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he walked back. Seeing this, Xia Tian glanced at Xuanhuan's back suspiciously, then trotted to follow. Boy, slow down, eat slowly, be careful of hot hands. Xuanhuan sat by the fire, watched Xia Tian gobble up a piece of wolf meat, and hurriedly said, Woo, woo. Big Brother is so delicious. I have grown up so much, and I have never eaten such delicious food. Well, it's delicious, it's so delicious. Xia Tian stuffed the barbecue into his mouth, while talking indistinctly. Eat more if it tastes good. But Roar. Rumble. At this moment, a wolf roar accompanied the earth shaking. Broke the tranquility of the night. Xia Tian's complexion suddenly changed. Stand up at the same time. Wolf, it's a wolf demon. Big brother, run quickly, the wolf demon is here. Xia Tian was about to throw away the wolf meat in his hand, but he thought about it again. He was not willing to throw it away. He stuffed the meat into his arms indiscriminately, turned around and ran away. This whole set of movements is smooth and flowing, without any sluggishness. Seeing this, Xuanhuan was amazed. Help, help. Beast, eat me if you want to eat it, don't eat my sister. Come on, you bastards, I am not afraid of you. At this moment, a desperate voice roared suddenly. Let Xia Tian, who had already run several meters away, stop instantly. Xia Tian fixedly looked at the direction from which the voice came, and a look of struggle appeared on his little face. But immediately firm up. To run to the wolves. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Heart said, what a kind-hearted little guy. Not bad. Come back, stand here and don't move, I will save them. I've become a savior. Xuanhuan sighed secretly, and after drinking Xia Tian, he suddenly rose into the air. It disappeared in a blink of an eye. Is Big Brother a god? In situ, Xia Tian blankly looked at the empty midair. It took a while to react, but get excited right away. Then, in shortness of breath, he hurriedly followed. In the grass, a 13 or 14-year-old boy was looking through the withered grass in horror at the white figure who was harvesting wolves in front of him. This white figure fell from the sky just when he was in despair. Afterwards, the wolf that charged at him was instantly torn apart. Don't be afraid of me. After Bying finished speaking, he raised his fist and rushed into the pack of wolves. Don't be afraid to have me. From this moment on, these 4 words were deeply imprinted in the young man's heart. For the next 10,000 years, whenever he encountered a crisis, he would softly read, Don't shoot me. He will be filled with infinite power. Therefore, it can save the day every time. A group of beasts want to commit murder in front of me, they are courting death. Xuanhuan sneered, and sent a mountain-like wolf flying away. At the same time, the mysterious soldiers appeared and disappeared, one after another of the evil wolves were torn apart, and blood was flying all over the sky. The whole picture is extremely tragic. But it made the boy in the grass very excited. Not far away, Xia Tian also clenched his fists tightly, trembling all over. Xuanhuan killed for a whole night before sending the last wolf to the west. Wow, Big Brother, you are amazing, I admire you so much. Seeing that the danger was gone, Xia Tian suddenly jumped out of the grass, jumping and jumping excitedly. The other boy even made a plop, knelt down in front of Xuanhuan, and kowtowed. His lips trembled, but no sound came out. Obviously very excited. Elder brother. At this moment, a faint voice in the grass broke the silence. Sister, how are you? We are saved, you wake up, brother will get you something to eat. The boy got up suddenly, stumbled into the grass, and picked up a 7 or 8-year-old girl. The little face was full of tension. Why am I so miserable? Xuanhuan shook his head, came up to the young man, and hugged the little girl involuntarily. You don't be afraid, Big Brother is going to save your sister. Xia Tian's eyes lit up, he quickly grabbed the boy's arm, and said excitedly. Xuanhuan didn't hesitate, nor did he care about the boy's suspicious expression. After repeating the same trick, drops of golden blood flowed into the girl's mouth. The teenager was stunned. Xiatian was also stunned. Then the eyes of the two teenagers became moist. "Brother, help, help." The girl's ruddy face was covered with fine beads of sweat. At this moment, she groaned and sat up from the ground. There was still a look of horror in his eyes. "Sister, we're fine. It's Big Brother who saved us." Long Xiaoyun, who was standing by, quickly hugged his younger sister Long Tong into his arms, comforting her softly. "Big Brother?" Long Tong blinked her big cute eyes, and followed her brother's guidance. A white, stalwart figure caught his eyelids. At the same time, Xuanhuan's handsome and extraordinary appearance made the girl amazed for a moment. Is he his own savior? It's so handsome. "Big Brother, thank you for saving Tong." The girl is also a person with a good mind. At this time, she walked in front of Xuanhuan and knelt down without hesitation. Seeing this, Xuanhuan quickly helped the girl up. "Long Xiaoyun, Long Tong, it can't be such a coincidence? Incredible." Among the 4 pillars of the Xia kingdom, the 2 ancestors of the Long family have these 2 names. Plus summer. Xuanhuan didn't dare to imagine where he had come. With troubled thoughts, Xuanhuan and the 3 teenagers decided to go to the small village 100 miles away. "Anyway, let's find a place to stay first." 10 days later, 4 figures, 1 big, 3 small, finally appeared in a dilapidated small village deep in the dense forest. For more than 10 days, Xuanhuan spent almost every day in killing. No matter how powerful his mana was, his face was full of exhaustion. However, his tall figure also grew extremely tall in the hearts of the 3 young people. It made the 3 teenagers think a lot more. The village in front of me is a bit miserable. The dilapidated walls and half of the thatched cottages collapsed. Plus the people with sallow faces. It made Xuanhuan feel a little worried. "Where did you come from? Be hungry, hurry up and enter the village." "Hey, such a small child is really a crime." As soon as Xuanhuan and the others arrived, they were surrounded by the few villagers in the village. "Children, who is this?" A man who looked like a village chief came to Long Xiaoyun and asked, pointing to Xuanhuan in the distance. "This man is tall and thick, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. But he has a simple and honest face. At first glance, he is an honest rural man." But what surprised Xuanhuan was that the village chief turned out to be a cultivator. Although only the cultivation base of the earth level. But it is enough to protect these civilians. Perhaps it was because of his presence that this small village was not engulfed by the ruthless army of monsters. However, sooner or later, Xuanhuan shook his head, a little sad. However, with the arrival of oneself, this ending should be changed, or maybe. Xuanhuan thought to himself. This man is well dressed and has a good temperament. He should not be from the mountains. Could it be that he came from the inland? The villagers talked and pointed at Xuanhuan. There was more or less a hint of wariness in his eyes. He is. At this time, Long Xiaoyun was stunned, because he didn't know Xuanhuan's name. Oh, his name is Xiao Long. His family members were eaten by monsters, but he escaped by himself. I found it in the wild grass. Seeing this, Xiatian rolled his eyes and said hastily, "Sharon." Xuanhuan's eyes widened, full of disbelief. A thought flashed across his mind like lightning, and instantly stunned him on the spot. Could it be? It turns out that he is also a poor person, so go in and rest quickly. The village chief shook his head and led Xuanhuan and the three teenagers into the village. In this way, under the arrangement of people, Xuanhuan lived in a fairly complete thatched cottage in the village. In summer, Long Xiaoyun's brother and sister also settled down in the adjacent thatched cottage. My name is Xiao Long? Why don't I know? When there were only a few people in Xiatian left in the room, Xuanhuan hurriedly asked. It was you who took Xiatian back from the hands of the god of death. You are the god in Xiatian's eyes. The dragon is the god. That's why I call you Xia Long. Xiatian said seriously. It's so true. I am Xiao Long? Xuanhuan trembled all over, and asked a little unwillingly, has the macaque king invaded here before? Impossible. The macaque king is a strong monster who has recently risen in Outland. He is ambitious and wants to drive humans to extinction. Hundreds of strong humans have died in the hands of the Monkey King. There is no human foothold in the entire Outland. I don't know how long we can live. Xiatian's voice became weaker and weaker, and in the end, it was almost inaudible. But Xuanhuan's body trembled more and more. There has been a storm in my heart. I really went back 10,000 years ago. This is not a dream, nor is it a hallucination, but fuck, what the hell is going on? Xuanhuan was dumbfounded. Thinking of the giant statue in the outer courtyard of the Xia Palace, my heart sank suddenly. The wheel of destiny has the ability to travel through time and space, and the tree of the world is formed by the condensed wheel of destiny of the three races. The power of space is powerful. It is a normal thing to send you 10,000 years ago. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Xuanhuan was extremely excited. Hastily asked. System, you've been sleeping too long, haven't you? Because of time and space travel, the system is almost invaded by time and space turbulence. Therefore, the system automatically turns on the forced sleep mode. The system explained. Ding. Because the host has touched the privilege function for the first time. The system rewards the host with the opportunity to enter the dojo to listen to the sermon. What is it, listening to the dojo? What's the function? Xuanhuan asked secretly. Listening to the dojo is a function that is accidentally triggered when the system travels through time and space. It allows the host to enter the world of ancient mythology and listen to the Tao in any powerful dojo. Of course, depending on how powerful the host is, the dojos he enters are not the same. Xuanhuan was stunned by the system's answer. Could this be a blessing in disguise? I was not killed by the macaque king. But I came to 10,000 years ago by accident, and let the system trigger this amazing function. The world is really unpredictable. However, how can I go back to the system? This is what he cares most about. With tens of thousands of taels of gold in your body, it's useless if you can't go back. Host, please rest assured, no matter how long you stay here, you will return to the original point. As for when you can go back, it depends on when the host can trigger the privilege again. When Xuanhuan heard what the system said, the big rock he was holding in his heart finally fell to the ground. It's good to be able to go back. It's just to trigger the privilege, when will it be? For a moment, Xuanhuan felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Big brother, I want to worship you as my teacher. Long Xiaoyan's voice was a little apprehensive and a little scared. However, a pair of unwavering eyes still looked towards Xuanhuan. A teacher? Xuanhuan frowned, a little surprised. Yes, big brother, no, master, please accept us. We have to learn our skills, protect our relatives, and protect our few remaining homes. At this time, Xia Tian and Long Tong Tong both knelt down and said firmly, You really want to worship me as a teacher? Seeing this, Xuanhuan had no choice but to get serious. If things continue like this, then the Long Xiaoyun brothers and sisters will be the two ancestors of the Long family 10,000 years later. And summer. The three teenagers left with excitement on their faces. And Xuanhuan also fell into deep thought. If I am really Xiao Long, then the legend of 10,000 years. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan felt an inexplicable irritability. But when he thought of the macaque king who was choking his neck and laughing arrogantly, Xuanhuan had the urge to run away. If you dare to pinch me, I will pay you back 1,000 times. According to history, Xiao Long will defeat the macaque king and regain the lost ground. Establish the great Xia kingdom. Let the race stand in outland for tens of thousands of years without fading. Hey, that's not right. Since Xiao Long has been dead for tens of thousands of years, what's the matter with me? Why does he still appear in the auction? After 10,000 years? Could it be that Xiao Long is not dead? For a moment, Xuanhuan's thoughts were racing, and various hypotheses flashed through his mind quickly like acting in a movie. The night was deep, and a chill came suddenly. Pulled Xuanhuan, who was in deep thought, back to reality. Shaking his head, leaving those uncertain assumptions behind, Xuanhuan took out the dragon's blood essence from the lucky space. Let me become a loner, I will kill you for sure. Xuanhuan's cold voice echoed in the silent room for a long time. Judging from the giant statue of Xiaogua, he didn't rely on anyone to defeat the macaque king. History is like this, he is more sure. Moreover, he was full of anger towards the macaque king, so he was even more impolite. Gently opened the cork, a drop of golden blood lay quietly in the bottle. Xuanhuan observed carefully before inhaling the blood drop into his mouth, and at the same time running the gooey holy body determination method to start refining. In an instant, Xuanhuan felt a terrifying energy disperse from all parts of his body, and quickly penetrated into the meridians of the flesh and blood, which made him suddenly feel swollen. It seemed that it was about to explode. Xuanhuan endured the severe pain and crazily refined it. At this time it was late at night, and most of the villagers in the town had fallen asleep. Only a few villagers still stand guard outside the town. The powerful aura storm did not attract their attention. Or they don't have the ability to sense this change. Xuanhuan devoted himself to cultivating, and at this time he had already entered the state of ecstasy. Only the breath is slowly rising. Time passed quietly like this. In a blink of an eye, the east turned white, and a ray of sunlight penetrated through the void, directly hitting this peaceful small village. Boom, boom. The forest suddenly shook, and the ground also began to tremble at this moment. Through the gaps in the leaves, a giant golden wolf stood in the forest. There are still many monsters walking around violently behind. The number is countless, and the variety is strange. Today, our goal is to eat all the humans in the village ahead. A cold voice came from the mouth of the giant golden wolf. Yes. the monsters roared. At the same time, he began to run towards the village not far away. The sound of the trees shaking immediately caught the attention of the villagers standing guard at the head of the village. What's going on? Are there wolves? A villager standing guard whispered. Wolves are pack animals, and the momentum created by tens of thousands of wolves running is like this. Wolves? Possible. Everyone retreat quickly. The leading villager gave the order decisively. If it was a pack of wolves, then the people of this village would be in jeopardy. The group quickly retreated into the village. At the same time, in Xuanhuan's room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the fourth rank of the Emperor's sacred realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the second layer of the ancient sacred body, the mountain of regret. After 2 system prompts in succession, Xuanhuan slowly opened his eyes. What the hell, the ghost lingers. The handwriting is quite big. It turned out to be a 7th level monster. Leading the team. Plus hundreds of thousands of low-level monsters. If I wasn't there, they would be annihilated in an instant. Since you are the Monkey King's minion, you can stay here if you can't decide. After thinking about it, Xuanhuan stood up, flicked his wrist, and the variety warrior suddenly appeared. Do whatever you want. It turned into a jet black spear, held in Xuanhuan's hand. Macaque King, let's start now. At this time, he seemed to understand why the Macaque King was so angry. Perhaps it was because Xuanhuan's power 10,000 years ago made him tremble. As for the scene at Xiaoguo's auction house, it was Xuanhuan's turn to tremble with fear, which caused Xuanhuan to trigger the privilege and travel through time and space to 10,000 years ago. Cause and effect, who can tell clearly? Mauler bastard. Macaque King, here I come. Xuanhuan said in a cold voice. He pushed open the door and walked out. At this time, the village has begun to chaos. Hurry up, there are a lot of monsters attacking. The tall and mighty village chief stood at the highest point in the village and shouted loudly. Because he is the only monk in the village. He could feel the monstrous evil spirit. That was a powerful force that he simply could not match. This force made him tremble, panic, and bewildered. But he knew that he had to stand up. Otherwise, all must die. Long Xiaoyun and the 3 teenagers also ran out of the house. Rumble. At this moment, a figure as tall as a mountain suddenly appeared in the eyes of the 3 of them. It was a giant wolf with golden hair, staring at them with a pair of murderous eyes. Immediately afterwards, monsters of various shapes rushed out one after another, causing the 3 of them to freeze in place for an instant. The overwhelming demonic aura made them tremble so much that they couldn't even move their feet. It's over. The monster is too powerful. No matter how powerful the master is, it will be in vain. As soon as the voice fell, his eyes were full of despair. You 3, run. The village head saw the 3 of them at a glance, and shouted hastily. But he didn't dare to run over, he was just an earth-level cultivator, and he was useless in front of a large group of monsters. Brother, we're done. Long Tong Tong said in despair. At this moment, the giant mountain wolf suddenly roared and ran towards them. They were so scared that they turned around and ran away. As soon as Long Tong Tong turned around, he bumped into a warm embrace. At the same time, a familiar voice came into her ears. Don't be afraid of me. She raised her head suddenly and found that it was Xuanhuan. It's just that. Xuanhuan at this time is completely different from yesterday. It seemed that there was an extra temperament that she couldn't describe. Roar. The mountain giant wolf stopped suddenly. Roaring, growling, seems a little irritable. The human in front gave it a pressure that suffocated him. Is this the master? Why is it different? Long Tong Tong, Long Xiaoyun, and Xia Tian were all stunned. Humph, a group of uneven reptiles dare to act presumptuously in front of me. Su Haoyan sneered, and directly stabbed the spear out. Boom! Huangba's incomparable strength directly blasted at the golden giant wolf and the surrounding monsters. Even the nearby trees were turned into debris all over the sky. The whole picture is so grand that the villagers in the village are shocked. Rumble. It's a shame. Su Haoyan directly used the second layer of the ancient Eucharist. What a pity. With a flash of golden light, the giant golden wolf rolled back with a bang. The giant wolf's mountain-like body was like a boring cannonball, and in the roaring rewind, countless monsters along the way were hit by pond fish and crushed into minced meat. Even the ground shook under this blow. The villagers were already stunned by the sight in front of them. They remembered that the young man looked exhausted yesterday, but today he was not only exhausted, but also the strength he unleashed was beyond comparison to ordinary people. Xia Tian, Long Tong Tong, and Long Xiaoyun's 3 children also opened their mouths wide. The little face is full of disbelief. You accepted me because you love me. So I want to repay you and protect you. Su Haoyan stood in the void, holding a pitch-black spear, pointing the spear at the horizon. That valiant and heroic figure was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts at this moment. Master is too powerful. Our master is so great. At this moment, the 3 children could no longer bear the frenzy in their hearts, jumping up and down with excitement. Don't worry, I'm going to kill the demon now. Su Haoyan waved his hand, and as soon as the words fell, his figure turned into a dazzling rainbow light and swept towards the depths of the forest. Only then did the villagers react in shock. Oh my God, he turned out to be a worldly expert. What kind of existence are we saving? His strength is simply against the sky. Could it be that he is a god? Don't talk about it, he should be a genius of a big force in the inner domain. However, he is almost like a god. The villagers talked a lot, but the village chief thought further. At this time, he looked at the flying trees in the distance, and the screams of the monsters before they died. In addition to being shocked, there is only speculation about Su Haoyan's identity. Could it be that this young man was sent by the domain lord? If so, wouldn't it mean that the domain lord did not abandon his people? Thinking of this, the village chief looked excited. At the same time, the battle in the deep forest was coming to an end, and the golden giant wolf had now completely become the target of Su Haoyan's experiment. Being bumped by Su Haoyan at this moment, he can only breathe out, not in. Boom! The giant golden wolf couldn't bear the huge force of the regretful mountain collision any longer, and burst into flames. It turned into a rain of blood. And the scene was empty, so there was no sign of a monster. There are only broken corpses of monsters all over the mountain. Lying there quietly, it seems to be talking about the massacre of Zhizai. My lord, please spare me, I dare not disturb the village again. At this time, in front of Su Haoyan, there was a monster with a human body and a wolf's head kneeling, begging for mercy. If you want to live, it's not impossible. As long as you tell me where the Macaque King is, I'll let you go. Su Haoyan's voice was abnormally cold, but in the ears of the big monster, it was undoubtedly the sound of nature. What? After receiving the news of the Macaque King, Xuanhuan shot the big monster away without hesitation. Talking about benevolence, righteousness, and morality to monsters is slow suicide. Xuanhuan would not make such a low-level mistake. It's just that he knows the whereabouts of the Macaque King. But I won't be able to go for a while, because he was not sure about the cultivation of the Macaque King. It is still unknown whether he can defeat him with his current strength. So he decided to investigate further and challenge the Macaque King. The return of Xuanhuan made this village deep in the forest boil instantly. People surrounded Xuanhuan after he landed. The villagers burst into tears, and their excitement was beyond words. Some people even knelt down to Xuanhuan and called him a hero. Everyone, get up, it's your kindness that brought about today's good results. Xuanhuan spread his manna and lifted up the kneeling villagers. Master. The disciple pays homage to the master. The three children are the most excited. Can you not be excited to have such a powerful master? Listen well, you three. It's not impossible to worship me as a teacher, but I'm very strict. Are you ready to suffer? Xuanhuan had a serious face. At the same time, I also feel that fate is really a strange creature. It turns out that Xiao was #1 expert is actually his apprentice. These three little guys will be the powerhouses of Tai True Wonderland 10,000 years later. The karma planted today should have unexpected results in the future, right? Thinking of this, Xuanhuan's brain suddenly opened up, and a bold idea instantly formed in his mind. I can't go back for a while now. It's better to help these kind people. Just treat it as a good deed. And history has not been changed, which means that I am their hero. Xuanhuan touched his nose, feeling a little unbelievable. Ding. Trigger a side mission. Drive the monster race out of the domain. Because the host has been regarded by the villagers as a hero in their hearts. If the host can block the demon race in the inner domain and create a living space for the race, the host will be admired by all ages and become an eternal hero in people's minds. The system will reward the host with a chance to awaken to the limit. A random summon superpower opportunity. Hero of all ages? Xuanhuan was a little speechless. 10,000 years later, Xiao Long really became the hero of the entire outland human race, enjoying the admiration of all generations. Numerous outlanders regard him as a god. Thinking about it this way, I'm pretty good. Whatever it is, it's already like this anyway, so let's just do it. It's okay, kid, there is such an astonishing move. If you really defeated the Macaque King, how many people would worship you? When you return to the original point, you will be sent. At this moment, Wang Xiaofeng, who hadn't moved for a long time, suddenly spoke. On the contrary, Xuanhuan was startled. Where did you go? Why did you come out? Xuanhuan asked angrily. It's not too late to wake up now. I really didn't expect that the wheel of fortune would save you. It also brought you 10,000 years later. I don't know if it's your luck or the Macaque King's bad luck. However, if you really help the human beings now, drive the Macaque King out of the foreign land, and the incense you receive will be an absolutely astronomical figure after returning to the original point. Wang Xiaofeng said eloquently. Looking at that appearance, I almost jumped out and experienced it myself. Nima. At that time I will definitely become a spendthrift rich man, and use my lucky points to smash the Macaque King. I will kill him too. Xuanhuan was so excited that he wanted to dance, but was pulled back by Xia Tian's voice. Master, we must learn our skills well and make our own contributions to our homeland and the safety of the human race. Well, you will be my apprentices in 3 days. As soon as this remark came out, not only the 3 children were extremely happy, but the villagers immediately burst into cheers. They don't know if Xuanhuan is just passing by, but if there can be a local strongman, when Xuanhuan really leaves, the village will have support. In this way, Xuanhuan temporarily decided to live in the village. He taught his 3 children how to practice during the day. In the evening, use the luck value to exchange for the top quality pill for cultivation. In order to be able to deal with the Macaque King with absolute certainty, Xuanhuan couldn't care less. Drugs. His cultivation was also improving rapidly while he was constantly taking drugs. That night, in order to thank Xuanhuan for saving his life, the people in the village specially held a bonfire party and invite Xuanhuan to spend a wonderful night together. Folks, our village has never had a good name. Let's brainstorm and give the village a name while we are here tonight. The village chief's name is Xuanhuan. Although his cultivation base is a bit low, his management ability is still good. At this moment he stood up. First, he bowed respectfully to Xuanhuan, who was sitting at the top, and then he said with a smile, I think it should be named after the immortal master. What do you guys think? Shalom Village? That's great, nice, and meaningful. I think the name of this village is a bit inappropriate. You see, the immortal master is so powerful. The name of the village is not worthy of the immortal master. I think it is better to call it Xiaqing. If one day, all the human races from the outer domain are gathered together, let's just form a country. It's called Xiagua. It's exciting to hear this, so it's called Xiaqing. Listening to the discussion of the villagers, Xuanhuan couldn't help but tremble in his heart. So that's how Xiaqing came here. However, at this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly had a bright light in his mind. My brain is flooded. Since history cannot be changed, and I will return to the original point, then why don't I form a force? After 10,000 years of development, this force may rule the western regions in the future. Wait for him to come back, arrive at the origin, and then climb up and call, the western regions are within your reach. The more Xuanhuan thought about it, the more excited he became. It just so happened that he still had 2 chances to summon superpowers. There is also a chance to summon the Super Legion. Yes, that's the decision, and it will be implemented at night. The 3 of you, hurry up and kneel down, and perform the teacher's salute. The village chief shouted loudly at this time. Let the 3 children of Xia Tian quickly kneel in front of Xuanhuan. Then give the 3 teacups to the children one by one. When Xuanhuan saw everyone, he showed eagerness. Suddenly there was an inexplicable pressure. After a simple but wonderful apprenticeship ceremony, people ate melons and fruits, sang and danced, with happy smiles on their faces. Although Xuanhuan did not participate in it, the happiness shown on the faces of the common people also infected him. Time passed quickly. Xuanhuan lived in Xiaqing. Besides teaching the 3 young apprentices, he took drugs to upgrade his cultivation. And the villagers began to build a large-scale construction project to rebuild Xiaqing. To Xuanhuan's surprise, the spiritual roots of the 3 little guys were All rare top-quality spiritual roots. Belonging to the ultimate genius who is unique in a million. Teaching is not generally smooth. In the Lucky Mall, Xuanhuan carefully selected 3 celestial grade exercises and bestowed them on them. After distributing some elixir for advanced cultivation, they let them practice by themselves. This evening, Xuanhuan sat cross-legged in his wooden house and decided to start summoning superpowers. Ding! The system starts to summon superpowers for the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Zhao Gongming. From Zhao Gongming, it's not bad. I just don't know how to cultivate it. In fact, Xuanhuan no longer pays attention to cultivation when it comes to summoning superpowers. But there must be absolute loyalty. Zhao Gongming, from alias, Zhao Heihu. Magic weapon, steel whip. Kung Fu, Wu Yuan Gong. Lucky level, Emperor level 9th rank. Loyalty, 98/100. Full loyalty is not bad. 10,000 years is enough for him to develop. Xuanhuan muttered to himself without stopping, and continued to call. He wants double insurance. To ensure that he can control the western regions 10,000 years later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Shingongbao. From that's right, Zhao Gongming, who is at the 9th rank of the Emperor level realm, and Shingongbao, who is at the 7th rank God level realm, should be able to meet the requirements. Although their cultivation bases are not very good, their full loyalty can still make me feel at ease. The system summons a super legion for me. Now Xuanhuan has 12 armies in his hands. And all of them are brave and warlike. Wherever I put it down, there is a trembling existence. So, I hope this time I can also surprise him. It is best to be able to summon an army that makes people excited. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the 100 Fantasy Army. Army of Illusions? What is that? Never heard of it. Xuanhuan was full of doubts. At this time, the system did not wait for Xuanhuan's reminder, and automatically called up the attribute list of the 100 Illusionary Army. 100 Fantasy Army, from a certain comprehension interface. Number of members, 210,000. Cultivation level, Tianmen Realm Level 1 to Tianmen Realm Level 9. Legion attributes, transformation between virtual and real, meaning, all illusions. 210,000 soldiers in the Tianmen realm. What a fucking beast, I'm out. Xuanhuan was so happy that he almost danced. The foreshadowing of thousands of years is only in the present. Xuanhuan smiled confidently. After that, continue to comprehend the longevity Jew. In other words, since the appearance of the Jew of longevity, Xuanhuan has not really comprehended it thoroughly, let alone practice. Hey, don't I have another chance to enter the listening dojo? Why don't you go in and try your luck? Thinking of this, Xuanhuan's determination flashed. He took a deep breath and ordered the system. System, send me into the listening dojo. Ding! The system is sending the host into the Daxian Zenyuanzi's dojo. Damn it! It turned out to be Zenyuanzi, the great immortal, isn't that ridiculous? At this time a burst of strong light flashed, and the void in front of Xuanhuan suddenly cracked a foot-long hole. Dazzling crystal lights gushed out from the opening. Then after flickering a few times, it turned into a crystal clear jade in front of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan looked at what happened in front of him, a little dumbfounded. But before he could react, his whole body was sucked into it by a huge suction, suddenly produced by Jingbi. Then the light wall flickered a few times before disappearing without a trace. The cabin was silent again. It is a huge pale yellow mountain. Surrounding the mountain peak is a vast sea of clouds rolling and erratic. Among the strange rocks, there is a magnificent, tall platform with a size of hundreds of feet and a light golden color throughout. At this time, the platform was full of people. These people have different looks and different heights. Clothes are also different. Although there were many people, no one spoke. At this time, they all looked devoutly at a middle-aged Taoist in purple and gold robes sitting in front of the platform with a whisk in his arms. Although the Taoist was a little thin, his whole body was surrounded by a layer of fluorescent light. It gives people a solemn feeling. There is a sense of awe at the first sight. At this time, the Taoist's lips seemed to be explaining something when he opened and closed his lips. However, when the Taoist opened his mouth, runes of various colors flew out of his mouth. It turned into a colorful streamer and soared into the sky. The colorful streamer slammed into the sky at the moment, collapsing one after another. Then it turned into countless colorful star showers and scattered all over the platform. At this time, in a corner of the platform, Xuanhuan appeared out of thin air, amidst the golden light flashing. Did I really come to Xuanhuan's dojo? Xuanhuan sat down on the platform, looked left and right, and found that the people sitting on both sides were blurred, and their faces could not be seen clearly at all. However, these are not important, because his gaze was immediately placed on the Taoist sitting in front of him. He should be Xuanhuan. Great, my good fortune is here. Xuanhuan was very excited. But he dared not make any sound, for fear of disturbing Daxian's preaching. The universe has the ultimate principle, and it is difficult for the ears and the eyes to agree. Anyone who can understand it belongs to the vitality. The chi is unreasonable and unlucky, and the reason is ambiguous. The chi is inseparable. The combination is the same, and the separation is inseparable. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly came from the Taoist mouth. Instantly resounded throughout the platform. Boom! The sound of this voice made Xuanhuan stand on the spot instantly as if struck by lightning. Fuck, labor and capital, is this a case of cheating? What this Nima Xuanhuan is really talking about is the secret of longevity. Lucky. How lucky. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan sat up straight, cheered himself up, and began to listen carefully. What a rare opportunity. If you don't experience death, you will know the joy of life. Only at the moment of life and death can you know the mystery of life. As Xuanhuan slowly analyzed the formula of longevity from simple to complex, Xuanhuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. If you want to live forever, you must first experience life and death. Only between life and death can you truly understand the mystery of longevity. I understand, I finally understand. This is the real secret of the longevity formula. If you don't experience the baptism of death, you will know the mystery of life. Life and death, life and death. There is life and death, there is death. And life. Only through life and death can one discover the secret of longevity. Seal of life and death. This is the first level of the real meaning of the formula of longevity. At this time, Xuanhuan finally uncovered a corner of the Jew of longevity. However, at this moment, Xuanhuan, who was preaching with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, and then took a deep look at Xuanhuan, who was mesmerized, nodded slightly, and waved the whisk in his arms. Boom! Xuanhuan, who was immersed in the mystery, suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing towards him. Before he could react, he felt his head suddenly sink. And he lost consciousness instantly. When Xuanhuan regained consciousness, he found that he had returned to his wooden house. It's over so quickly? I haven't heard enough. Xuanhuan felt a little pity. But he didn't know that he had existed in Xuanyuanzi's dojo for hundreds of years. If it wasn't for Xuanyuanzi's swipe, maybe he would never have thought of it in his life. However, for Xuanhuan, it was only a short period of time, and in this short period of time, he had already grasped the beginning of his understanding of longevity. At this time, he saw a ray of sunlight coming in through the crack of the door. Shined on a mosquito that was already on the verge of death. The mosquito seemed to be born again, and began to jump up and down again. The morning sun brings it the hope of life. And at night, under the icy moonlight, it will face the threat of death again. A trace of enlightenment rose up in Xuanhuan's mind. It has deepened his understanding of life and death a lot. After a long time, Xuanhuan's eyes, which had been closed again, suddenly opened. Quickly pinched Faju with his left hand, and lightly hit a pot of unknown plants placed in the corner. The branches and leaves of the plant flew instantly, and quickly withered. This is the Yin seal of death. Xuanhuan's face was expressionless, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. He smiled slightly, pinched the Faju with his right hand, and struck the withered plant. The plant turned from withered to lush again in an instant. This is the birth seal of Yang. One seal means life, one seal means death. Yin Yang seal of life and death. Haha, I succeeded. This is my Yin and Yang seal of life and death. It is completely my own creation. Damn, Macaque King, I want you to kneel in front of me and sing Conquest. Then Xuanhuan didn't get up, still immersed in the comprehension of the Yin Yang seal of life and death. Just when the sky was just getting dark, Xuanhuan suddenly felt two strange energies, one cold and one hot, suddenly generated in his body, and quickly circulate in the body automatically. In the end, they converge into a yin-yang tai chi pattern in Dantian Zifu, and finally stood still under the yin-yang twin babies and the world tree. Above the yin-yang tai chi diagram, the yin and yang twins live on one side, and the tree of the world is where the fish eyes of the yin and yang fish are located. What's even more strange is that there is an extra crescent moon and a sun that has shrunk countless times above the heads of the yin and yang babies. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Xuanhuan felt the mana in his body running crazily. Unable to control him at all, tearing apart his flesh frantically, he instantly turned into a crystal-clear skeleton. But then another strange energy surged out almost at the same time and began to reshape his physical body. Rip it, fix it. Week after week. Rumble. Finally, at a certain moment, after Xuanhuan's physical body underwent countless reorganizations, the aura within a radius of hundreds of miles suddenly surged towards Xuanhuan crazily. Whether it was the villagers who were busy, or the three xia who were immersed in cultivation, they were all stunned by this almost substantial aura storm. The aura rushed towards Xuanhuan's wooden house so frantically. In Xiatian, the three of them couldn't grab any spiritual energy at all. He could only watch helplessly as Xuanhuan's cabin was instantly engulfed by the wind-like aura. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the 5th rank of Emperor's Sacred Realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the 6th rank of Emperor's Sacred Realm. Ding. Emperor Saint Realm 9th grade. Unexpectedly, comprehending the yin-yang seal of life and death would allow me to make continuous breakthroughs. It's really a pleasant surprise. Satisfied, Xuanhuan slowly opened his eyes, the eyes glistened, and the aura he exuded was almost substantive and breathtaking. Xuanhuan stood up and walked out of the wooden house. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. This feeling of strengthening made him feel very happy. Now he really wants to know how strong he is. What are the chances of winning if you challenge the Macaque King now? Of course, it can't compare with the Macaque King 10,000 years later. But now, thinking of this, Xuanhuan's eyes showed hope. Congratulations, Master, for being promoted. The 3 of Xia Tian ran over and said with a smile. Well, not bad. Looking at the 3 of them, Xuanhuan felt a warm feeling in his heart. Whether it was Xia Tian, Long Xiaoyun, or Long Tong Tong, they were all at the 6th rank of the Fanhai realm. It has only been half a month, and they have such a cultivation base. While Xuanhuan was shocked, he also felt a sense of pride. At this time, the village chief Xuanhuan came over. He clasped his fists at Xuanhuan and said, Master Immortal, according to the information I obtained from other places, the Macaque King has started to move again. Just a few days ago, more than a dozen cities fell. The Macaque King is out again, and I just want to look for him. It's okay. I'll just go there in a few days, just to reassure the villagers. With me, we can keep everyone safe. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he was about to send the village chief away, but at this moment, the 100 illusion army finally arrived. The 200,000 people came to the top of Xia City like a flood of beasts. The villagers were frightened. Don't be afraid, this is my general. I am here to help you repel the monster. Army. Xuanhuan waved his hands at everyone, and said with a smile at the same time. Is it the army of the Immortal Master? This scene is too shocking. Some even knelt on the ground on the spot. Xuanhuan felt quite helpless. At the same time, the villagers were all thinking, could it be that the Immortal Master is really an emperor? Such an accomplished emperor, I am afraid he is also a god emperor. The last general, Qin Hua, pays homage to His Majesty. A man wearing a silver helmet came to Xuanhuan, knelt down on one knee, and said loudly. Xuanhuan's consciousness was swept away. It's incredible, this guy actually has the cultivation base of the early stage of the fairyland. It is a big realm higher than him. Flat body. Xuanhuan said with a smile. Village Chief Xiong, come and introduce the current situation in Outland too. General Qin. Xuanhuan said softly. But at this moment, 2 dazzling rays of light landed in front of Xuanhuan. In no particular order. It caused a commotion in the 100 illusory divine army. These 2 are my subordinates. They are also here to help everyone. Wow. These 2 are also subordinates of the Immortal Master, and they came here by flying. At first glance, they are first-class immortals. The Fairy Master is too good. For a while, Xuanhuan became extremely tall in their hearts. Almost omnipotent existence. The arrival of Shen Gongbao and Zhao Gongming made Xuanhuan even more powerful. He first let the loyalty of the two reach full value. Then began to focus on the current situation, and began to plan for the unification of the Western regions in 10,000 years. Time passed day by day. The Macaque King became more and more rampant. He captured several cities almost every day. Until now, hundreds of cities have been captured. There was a wail all over Outland. People are in dire straits. And the most strange and resentful thing is that the master of the Western regions is indifferent to this. It is completely to let the Macaque King's ravages go without asking. On this day, Xuanhuan finally dispatched. He decided to take the initiative and go to meet the Macaque King for a while. You two are here to protect them for me. Xuanhuan patted Shen Gongbao on the shoulder, Zhao Gongming said. After receiving the guarantee from the two, Xuanhuan turned around and disappeared into Xia City. Even if the Macaque King is weak, he is higher than the real fairyland. It is also a challenge for Xuanhuan now. Quietly leaving Shaoqing, Xuanhuan flew towards the inland through the clouds and fog. Misty City, with a population of 1 million, is one of the largest cities in the western regions, close to the outer regions. However, now the gate of the city has collapsed, and the corpses lie thousands of miles away. Looking around, the once bustling and noisy city has become filled with gunpowder, and blood is flowing like a river. It's like purgatory on earth. In the middle of the city, in a luxurious mansion, the Macaque King sat high on a golden chair, sticking out his blood-red tongue, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. A hideous look flashed across the monkey's face. And on the ground in front of him, there were 5 human women lying down. His eyes were empty, and there was still undried blood flowing from his neck. Human women are really fragile, not having fun, it's too disappointing. The Macaque King said sarcastically, his eyes full of evil. Every time he occupied a city, he brutally killed the man. And the woman brought it for his enjoyment. And the name of the Macaque King's devil is also named after this. He has no scruples at all, because there is a huge backer behind him. Not to mention the domain master, even the powerhouses of the entire western region would not dare to touch him in the slightest. That's why the domain master turned a blind eye to his ravages. I dare not say a word. Macaque King, get out. At this moment, an arrogant voice suddenly came from outside the house. The voice was so loud that it spread thousands of miles away, allowing people in the entire city to hear it. The Macaque King's face instantly became furious. And the humans hiding in every corner of the city became excited. It's a human voice. It sounds like a master. Is someone coming to save them? The owner of this voice is Xuanhuan. I saw him wearing the Void God armor, holding the black spear transformed from the Variety God soldiers, floating above the misty city, and under his feet was the place where the Macaque King was. Soon, Xuanhuan sensed the breath of the Macaque King. This intoxicating aura was extremely tyrannical, which moved him for a moment. Damn, this guy is still so ridiculously strong. The late stage of Wonderland. For him, it is still an invincible existence. Even if he has the ability to leapfrog challenges. But the difference of 2 big realms still made him feel powerless. The Macaque King put a purple gold robe on his body, his blonde hair fluttered. And his evil face was full of ferocious smiles, which made people feel cold, physically and mentally at the first sight. The Macaque King blurred, and instantly appeared above the mansion, facing Xuanhuan, far away. And Xuanhuan, who was wearing the Void God armor, was also extraordinary. He stood proudly in the void, the karma-cleansing golden fire totem between. His brows seemed to be alive, wriggling between his brows, looking very strange. Without unnecessary nonsense, when Xuanhuan saw the Macaque King appearing, he immediately fired his gun and fired. As the saying goes, enemies are extremely jealous when they meet, and the moment he saw the Macaque King, he couldn't restrain his anger. The Macaque King recognized Xuanhuan now and then. At this time, Ma Shan showed disdain on Siamei's face when he saw a kid at the holy level running up to challenge him. With a bang, Xuanhuan's variety soldier slammed heavily on the Macaque King's monkey paw. The huge force made the Macaque King take a slight step back. This made the Macaque King a little unbelievable, and suddenly became furious. With a roar, he kicked Xuanhuan's variety weapon, and directly sent Xuanhuan flying. What a tyrannical force! Xuanhuan was horrified. The Macaque King narrowed his eyes. In the late stage of the true immortal realm, with his kick, he only kicked Xuanhuan away, without causing any substantial damage. It can be seen how strong Xuanhuan's physical strength is. There is a difference of two big realms, and as a monster, his physical body is stronger than that of a human. But even so, the opponent was able to carry it down with ease, which slightly eased the contempt in the Macaque King's heart. But only weakened, he still despised Xuanhuan. At this time, Xuanhuan's eyes already had a kind of excitement, the excitement of wanting to tear the Macaque King into pieces. He rushed to the Macaque King again, and at the same time activated the state of Dou Yu's holy body. Maximize the power of time and avenues. He understands mysterious spying technique. They unfolded one after another. Kill the Macaque King with a bang. Seeing that Xuanhuan's surface was covered by a layer of golden halo, a stern look flashed in the Macaque King's eyes. At the same time, I became suspicious. Why does this human kid have so many tricks? Could it be that he is the disciple of some old monster? Even so, so what? Can he still seek revenge from me? Xuanhuan's speed was raised to the highest level, like a golden lightning bolt. He came within walking distance of the Macaque King in the blink of an eye, and the spear covered his face like a Macaque King blasted away. At the same time, the avenue of time unfolded in an instant. Let your speed increase by 1 point again. But the Macaque King twisted his face, and a thick golden tail suddenly appeared, and directly hit the falling spear. In the blink of an eye, Xuanhuan seemed to have expected it a long time ago, and turned over with a kite. While avoiding the tail twitching, he kicked out his left foot instantly, and directly kicked the Macaque King's crotch. In an instant, the face of the Macaque King changed drastically. Although he is a monster, his physical body is unparalleled. But the crotch is still fragile. Being kicked vigorously by Xuanhuan, who had broken through the second layer of the ancient holy body, his whole monkey face suddenly became ill. Ow! With a scream, the Macaque King uncontrollably flew upside down for 1,000 meters in an instant before he managed to stabilize his figure. He clutched his crotch, his face distorted and deformed, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The gaze towards Xuanhuan was filled with infinite anger. It's really unreasonable for this holy level trash to dare to kick him. I must kill you. No, I will make your life worse than death. Xuanhuan's kick completely made the Macaque King go berserk. While speaking, he rushed towards Xuanhuan at a high speed. Xuanhuan smiled slightly. The Macaque King at this time is not as defiant as 10,000 years later. Therefore, Xuanhuan's attack could be predicted by using the mysterious spying technique. At this time, the Macaque King pulled out a silver-white stick from nowhere. He held the stick in his hand and blasted towards Xuanhuan. Are all the monkeys in the world accustomed to using sticks? Mum hippie, what a cliché. Xuanhuan didn't face head-on, but immediately activated the 72 earth-shaking techniques and disappeared in place in an instant. Let the Macaque King hit the empty space with a powerful stick. Photographed A house below into a pile of rubble. At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly appeared directly behind the Monkey King. And the Emperor Dou Yu's fist blasted towards the Monkey King from an incredible angle. After all, the Macaque King is a great demon king who has lived for thousands of years, so he has rich combat experience. When Xuanhuan suddenly disappeared, although there was an inconceivable look in his eyes, he moved out sideways at the moment of the crisis. Boom. The mansion below was overwhelmed, and was hit by Xuanhuan's animal power. And suddenly exploded, rubble flew in all directions. Surprised, a large number of monsters around the mansion ran around. At the same time, there are also a huge number of monsters coming from a distance. Before the demon arrived, the frightening demonic aura struck first. Seeing this, Xuanhuan flashed a cold expression, and took out the Yiming token. The moment the spell sounded, a large number of dark ghosts flew out of it. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 Yin soldiers appeared in Misty City. And, under Xuanhuan's command, he screamed at the monster and killed it. When the Macaque King saw this, surprise flashed in his eyes, and he shouted loudly at the same time. Yin soldier, how is it possible? What is your relationship with that old fellow Yin Ming? What's the matter? I'm his old man. Xuanhuan sneered again, and raised his fist to kill the Macaque King again. Although the Macaque King in the late stage of True Wonderland is extremely powerful, but for Xuanhuan, it was not invincible. What's more, he still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. Arrogant and conceited, I really don't know how to write the word dead. The Macaque King laughed angrily, waved the stick in his hand, and rushed towards Xuanhuan at a high speed. Seeing this, Xuanhuan had a sinister smile on his face, and he opened his mouth suddenly, and the golden fire of cleansing karma spewed out, turning into a huge wave and rolling towards the Macaque King. The karma-cleaning golden fire burned the void with crackling noises, which shocked the Macaque King, and hurriedly backed away. Even if he was as strong as the Macaque King, he was frightened by the power of the karma-washing golden fire and retreated immediately. If it wasn't for the fact that the Macaque King's realm was far superior to Xuanhuan's, he reacted immediately and evaded in time. Otherwise it would be barbecue macaques. Now. Wow, I'm so pissed off, kid, I'm going to scratch your skin, cram your tendons, I'm going to make you die. Continuously being forced back by Xuanhuan's endless supernatural powers, the Macaque King's patience finally disappeared completely. As the Macaque King roared, wisps of monster energy pervaded his whole body, and his exposed skin turned golden yellow, as if made of pure gold. Then it grows rapidly at the speed visible to the right eye, and becomes larger. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a mountain giant ape. The most weird thing is that this mountain giant ape has 2 heads. Every time he roars, there will be terrifying sound waves. It shook the void so much that it twisted and deformed. In front of this mountain giant ape, Xuanhuan is not as big as one of his eyes. Is this the real body of the Macaque King? It's really shocking. However, can you be the only one who can grow bigger? I will too. Xuanhuan let out a furious roar, and suddenly unfolded his magical powers of all sizes, turning himself into the size of a mountain giant ape in the blink of an eye. Let the Macaque King look unbelievable. Xuanhuan doesn't care what the Macaque King's expression is. Once the transformation is completed, he shoots with a gun. The huge force creates friction with the air, producing a sonic boom that shakes the void. Boom, boom. The two fought together in an instant. At the same time, soldiers and monsters fought together, fighting in full swing. The momentum of the battle attracted the monks who were hiding in the dark in the city. Looking at Xuanhuan and the mountain giant ape high in the sky, he was very excited. Who is that? Is he here to save us? It's too strong. It's an inseparable fight with the Macaque King. Guys, why are you still hesitating? Go out and help. Go out and help, go. Shout to kill and shake the sky. The power of the people who counterattacked in a desperate situation is absolutely terrifying. It can even change the color of the world. When Xuanhuan saw this, the smile on his face became even bigger. The counterattack of thousands of people and 10,000 soldiers are enough to wipe out the monsters in the city in one fell swoop. That being the case, let me make a name for myself again. Touch, touch, touch. During the high-speed confrontation, Xuanhuan made a tactic with his left hand, and sent a wisp of death air into the body of the Macaque King. The price was that he was ruthlessly thrown out. It was only after crashing and blasting several buildings that he stabilized his figure. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xuanhuan smiled strangely. Boom. It was another round of head-to-head confrontation, and one of the Macaque King's monkey paws was picked off by Xuanhuan's black gun. Hey, what's going on? Xuanhuan looked at the Macaque King in doubt, and found a breath of death gushing out from the broken part of the monkey's paw. Directly erode the surrounding flesh and blood. Turned into dry skin, dry flesh. The yin and yang seal of life and death worked. Xuanhuan laughed wildly. Pohu, you have fallen into my big move. After saying that, Xuanhuan flicked his wrist, and the variety magic soldier came out. It turned out to be a pitch-black chain. The curved chain directly entangled the Macaque King with a cold breath. He intends to tie up the Macaque King firmly. The Macaque King glanced at his left arm, which had withered into the shape of a gray wooden stick, and his heart was filled with turmoil. He could feel the evil spirit in his body being eroded by a breath of death and decay. If he delays for a while, I'm afraid he will wither his demon power, and even turn into a decayed skeleton in the end. Could it be? He suddenly thought of Xuanhuan's secret trick just now. At that time I still despised this human being who didn't understand magic skills at all, but now it seems that I was wrong. Too late to regret. No. Must leave immediately. After thinking about it, the Macaque King turned around and walked away. The speed of escape was as fast as lightning, making it difficult for Xuanhuan to chase him. Finally had to give up. But he just thought about it, if he really wanted to let him chase, he really didn't dare. Which of these old guys doesn't have a few desperate moves? If you really want to piss off that monkey, if you make a desperate move, then he will play big. When the monsters saw that the Macaque King was invincible and fled, they also ran away. In the blink of an eye, there were no traces of monsters in Misty City. The monks were a little dumbfounded at first, but then burst into earth shattering cheers. The Macaque King escaped. Haha, we won. Where did this young man come from? It's like a god descending from the mortal world. I guess the Macaque King is afraid of being beaten, otherwise he wouldn't leave in a hurry. The monks cheered excitedly, and quickly surrounded Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan did not leave Misty City immediately. He is not a prostitute, and he does not leave his name when he does good deeds. His motto is that good deeds must be famous and widely publicized. Folks, my name is Xiaolong. Some of you should know who I am. I assure you, I will definitely defeat the army of monsters and return the human race to a bright future. This is not a promise or a guarantee, but as a man's duty. Xuanhuan patted his chest and said loudly. The sonorous and powerful voice makes the listener feel a surge of emotion. Sharon. He is Xiaolong. Some people who knew about Xiaolong's reputation were immediately excited. Xiaolong has a very famous reputation in the villages and towns of the deep mountain generation. The war between the human race and the monster has been going on for a long time. Only Xiaolong stepped forward and led the human race to resist. In this dire situation, Xiaolong has undoubtedly become everyone's hope. Afterwards, Xuanhuan exchanged a large amount of healing elixirs in the Lucky Mall to heal the living people in the city. Let more and more people be grateful to him. Some people even knelt down for him directly. But they were all held up by him. Perhaps Xuanhuan's actions were unintentional, but it made everyone respect him even more. As night fell, Xuanhuan drifted away. But in the clouds and mist, there are 3 more children with thick heads and thick brains. I'm almost becoming the king of children. Although he felt a little helpless in his heart, Xuanhuan looked at the 3 children with strange expressions. One of these 3 children is named Gong Yeching, who is 8 years old. He is dark and has a very strong body. The other is named Bailey Xuansa, although he is only 8 years old, he looks tall and big. And the last one is an extremely cute girl named Fenghuang. These 3 children were rescued by Xuanhuan from the ruins. He hadn't wanted to take them. But when he knew their names, he smiled wryly. Regardless of their young age, they will be one of the 4 pillars of Xia Kingdom 10,000 years later. Fengqing of Fenghuang, Gongyicheng of Gongyicheng, Bailey City of Bailey Xuansa, plus Longqing of the Long family brothers and sisters. It constitutes the 4 pillars that deter the entire outland. Maybe this is fate. Looking at the 3 innocent children in front of him, Xuanhuan felt a sense of pride spontaneously. It was already late at night when we returned to Xia City. Xuanhuan didn't wake up the people in the city, but took Sanxiao back to his room quietly. After the 3 little ones settled down again, Xuanhuan let out a sigh of relief, sat cross-legged on the chair, and began to review the battle process with the Macaque King. Today's World War I can be said to be dangerous, but also successful. At the very least, he proved the fact that the current self can fight against the peak of the real fairyland without losing. But this is related to his breaking through the 2nd layer of the ancient Eucharist. What kind of scene will it be if he breaks through the 3rd layer of the ancient Eucharist again? At the same time, it is directly related to his participation in breaking the formula of longevity and the yin and yang seal of life and death. Otherwise, he would not have defeated the Macaque King, let alone let him run away. I said, your body training method is good, but the yin and yang seal of life and death is even more terrifying. Where did you learn it from? At this moment, Wang Xiaofeng asked, suddenly. Don't say it, don't say it. Su Haoyan replied mysteriously. Even the soul of the first domain lord in the southern domain is envious. This yin and yang seal of life and death will definitely not only have this power. It seems that there is a long way to go on the road to participation. However, next time you are in a battle with the Macaque King, your yin and yang seal of life and death must be the magic power that the opponent should focus on guarding against. Then you will be in trouble. Wang Xiaofeng reminded Su Haoyan at this time. In order to prevent Su Haoyan from capsizing in the gutter. Is there any way? The only way is for the soldiers to cover up the water and soil. Su Haoyan said freely. He also has no choice, because the timing of triggering the privilege still falls on the Macaque King. If he wants to return, he must completely defeat the Macaque King. According to your yin and yang seal of life and death, I will teach you a supreme supernatural power. However, this supernatural power must not be used in front of 5 powerful people who are higher than you. Otherwise, you will die. Wang Xiaofeng said suddenly. Su Haoyan's eyes suddenly lit up. The first domain master of the southern region was the number 1 person and strongest person in the southern region. His strength is beyond doubt. Even he called it the supreme supernatural power, which shows how powerful this supernatural power is. This supernatural power is called yin-yang wheel of life and death. Wang Xiaofeng shouted suddenly, and in an instant, a huge wave of information rushed to the depths of Su Haoyan's memory like a flood of beasts. Yin-yang wheel of life and death. Su Haoyan's subconscious mind stayed on these 5 words. Soon fell into a deep samadhi. The sun rises and the moon sets. The news about the Macaque King being repelled by Xiaolong spread like wildfire, sweeping across the outer domain like a whirlwind. Wherever the news passed, there was joy and joy. The long desperate human race in Outland finally saw the hope of life. Xiaolong is really that powerful? Yes, I heard that Xiaolong is a god, and some people say that Xiaolong is a powerful disciple in the inner domain. In short, the human race has its day. According to word of mouth, Xiaolong's name tends to become a myth. It seems that Xiaolong is omnipotent in people's mouth. It's not that someone did it deliberately, but people in adversity need a leader like Xiaolong to lead them out of the gloom and into the light. The addition of Feng Wang's 3 children made the 3 Xiao brothers very happy. Because the master was still in meditation, the 5 little guys walked aside and began to chat enthusiastically. When the news reached Xuanhuan, he was full of surprise. He hurried out of the house and went straight to Su Haoyan's residence. It's just that many villagers had gathered in front of Su Haoyan's wooden house at this time. They were talking about the wooden house. Wuji leads to Tai Chi moves to generate yang, moves to extremes to generate stillness, and stillness generates yin. Dividing yin and yang, the 2 forms stand together, the yang becomes yin and merges, and water, fire, wood, metal, and earth are born. 1 yin and 1 yang, 1 life and 1 death, it is the law of life and death. Of yin and yang. Su Haoyan's majestic and solemn voice came from the wooden house, making the people standing outside the house puzzled. But the 5th child who was standing in front of him became pensive. As if they knew something. Boom. At this moment, the wooden house suddenly exploded. I saw Xuanhuan hovering cross-legged above the wooden chair, and the golden dragon aura hovered around him. The whole person was like a god descending from the earth, and the villagers knelt down on the ground in fright. Xuanhuan naturally didn't know the scene in front of him. At this moment, he closed his eyes slightly, his face extremely solemn. The karma-cleansing golden fire totem between his eyebrows twisted and danced, as if it was about to come to life. It echoes with the coiled dragon spirit. And the picture is shocking. Even Shen Gongbao and Zhao Gongming felt terrified. The cycle of life and death of yin and yang emerges, and the color of the world changes. Xuanhuan suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly. Immediately after, the golden manna surged wildly, a golden sun and a milky white moon condensed out from behind him. Whether it is the sun or the moon, the moment they appeared, they quickly collided with each other, merged with each other, and became a yin-yang roulette several feet in size. This yin-yang roulette is extremely bright, and there are mysterious runes engraved on it. It floated behind Xuanhuan, filling Xuanhuan with a sense of holiness and solemnity. At this time, Xuanhuan waved one hand, and the yin-yang wheel of life and death on his back suddenly flew out, and flew towards the distant forest. The yin and yang wheel of life and death attacked the depths of the forest with a huge aura of tearing the void. The strong winds along the way uprooted the towering giant trees and flew into the air, and the moment they flew out, they withered and decayed rapidly. Before it fell to the ground, it turned into fly ash and drifted into the void. There was a loud bang. The yin and yang wheel of life and death fell into the forest, directly turning the trees within hundreds of miles into dead wood. In the blink of an eye, this area was turned into ruins. This scene shocked the villagers. Seeing this, Xuanhuan smiled slightly, and when he made a formula with his hands, the yin and yang wheel of life and death suddenly reversed. In the distance, the forest that had been turned into ruins suddenly returned to life. In the blink of an eye, a lush green forest appeared in front of everyone. The villagers in Xia City were stunned. Shen Gongbao and the two were also stunned. There was only the excited look on Wu Zhao's face. Because it is their master. Who created this miracle? Xuanhuan was naturally excited at this time. This supernatural power is too awesome. It can not only smash people, but also save people. Life and death are only between one's own thoughts. What excites him even more is that the yin and yang wheel of life and death can also defend. In the case of reversal, it can continuously provide vitality for itself. Keep yourself at your peak all the time. The yin and yang life and death wheels are divided into 9 layers, and each layer can be superimposed for 1 round. When the 9 layers are complete, the 9 yin and yang life and death wheels are lined up behind him, and the scene is simply too shocking. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became, but at this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the supernatural powers. The system rewards the host for promotion to the 1st level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the great perfection realm of the Emperor's sacred realm. Familiar heat surges in the body. Let Xuanhuan feel happy. With the birth of the world tree, the improvement of his cultivation is like a flat road, with almost no bottlenecks. After a while, Xuanhuan fell to the ground and said with a smile to the villagers kneeling on the ground, "Why are you all so? Get up quickly." With the yin and yang seal of life and death and the upgraded version of the yin and yang wheel of life and death, he is full of expectations for defeating the Macaque King. The Macaque King is not negotiable. Seeing this, the villagers got up quickly, with excitement written all over their faces. The fifth child was even more excited. As a big brother, Xuanhuan pulled Xuanhuan and asked excitedly, "Master, what was that just now? It's amazing." Xuanhuan smiled mysteriously, and said, "This is the supreme supernatural power, you will know it when you grow up." Xuanhuan nodded his head half understood. But he understood one thing in his heart. That is, with his current mana, he cannot use this supernatural power. The other four were full of admiration. I secretly rejoiced in my heart that I had worshipped a good master. In the following time, Xuanhuan formally introduced Gong Yicheng's 3 children to the villagers. Then there was a simple apprenticeship ceremony. He carefully selected 3 exercises and passed them on to the 3 of them. From this, the 3 children Gong Yicheng, Bailey Xuanzi, and Feng Huang have officially become Xuanhuan's apprentices. In this way, another 5 days passed. Xuanhuan thoroughly comprehended the first round of the yin-yang cycle of life and death, and then decided to let Xiao Long's name resound throughout the western regions. Although the 100 Illusions divine army was invincible, besieging cities and seizing villages, but some cities with big demon kings sitting in town can't do anything. In this regard, Xuanhuan had no choice but to do it himself. He told Shen Gongbao and Zhao Gongming to protect Xiaoqing. Then he flew to the surrounding cities of Outland. On the first day, he used the variety soldier to pick out a big demon in the early days of the celestial wonderland. A city is liberated. On the second day, he killed 3 big monsters and liberated 2 cities. From now on, he has maintained the efficiency of killing 2 or 3 big monsters and liberating 2 cities every day. It made the entire western region and outer region cheer loudly. Xiao Long is too powerful. I saw him smash a giant lion into pieces with 1 punch. It's more than that, even the 2 big monsters can't stop Xiao Long's bombardment. It's all pediatrics. Xiao Long can kill thousands of monsters with 1 punch. Stop talking, it's too mysterious. In short, Xiao Long is very powerful. The more the monks talked, the more mysterious they became, and at the same time they turned Xiao Long into a fairy. And as more and more cities were liberated, the monster army began to retreat. Such a situation made the people of the outer regions very excited. It seems that peace is at hand. Xiao Long, how dare you fight me? If I am defeated, my monster army will never set foot in the human land of Outland for 10,000 years. On this day, the voice of the Macaque King suddenly sounded in the outer domain. I don't know what kind of magical power he used to spread his voice all over the outer domain. Let everyone hear it the first time. Soon, Xuanhuan also found out about it. At this moment, Xuanhuan was sitting on top of a large hall in a city, with Qinhua, Shen Gongbao, and Zhao Gongming below him. As the Yaozu army retreated, the 100 Illusion army also shrank its troops, scattered around Xia City and stationed on standby. At the same time, they are also recruiting troops in various cities. Prepare to expand the army. Your Majesty, I'm afraid this matter is fraudulent. Qinhua reminded. It's okay. But this is my destiny. I must go. What Xuanhuan said was calm. But it made everyone feel awe. The strength of the Macaque King is something everyone has been fascinated by. What's more, this battle is above the void. More dangerous. But Xuanhuan is still not afraid, so how can they not feel admiration? After this battle, I may disappear and enter reincarnation. Xuanhuan suddenly said with some seriousness. Your Majesty, the Outlanders cannot do without you. What are you doing? Your Majesty, please don't be overthinking it. Everyone spoke to persuade. Xuanhuan was a little dumbfounded. Paralysis. When did I say that I would die with the Macaque King? Okay, when did I say I was going to die? Xuanhuan hastily opened his mouth to stop it. At the same time, he said. Angrily. Make everyone a little embarrassed. As long as Xuanhuan didn't have the intention of dying with the Macaque King. Because of the problem of my cultivation method, after defeating the Macaque King, I will enter reincarnation. I will suffer from the 10,000 year reincarnation. But I need you to build your own power. Wait for my return. After 10,000 years. Xuanhuan told his plan in a deep voice. Let the hall be silent for an instant. In order not to make everyone suspicious, and to give everyone a hope. He can lie. After all, the system is too mysterious, it is the foundation of his standing, and cannot be leaked. 10,000 years of reincarnation? This frightened the three of them. For them, 10,000 years is eternity. How many people in this world can live more than 10,000 years? Xuanhuan, who was the imaginary army, was also shocked. What on earth is His Majesty going to do? It's a plan that has been planned for thousands of years, and it's a big deal. For 10,000 years, you have to secretly develop your own power. It is best to break into the high-level Western regions. Even ruling the Western regions is the direction of your development. I will lead you on the road to equal heaven in 10,000 years. Let you be admired forever. Boom. The road to Chitian. With the appearance of these 4 words, the atmosphere in the hall instantly rose. Who doesn't want to leave a name through the ages and be admired forever? Especially Shen Gongbao as a counselor and Xuanhuan and Zhao Gongming as generals. As long as they have ideals in their hearts, they will not give up. The road to Chitian, that Xuanhuan said. In the following time, Xuanhuan told the 3 of them in detail the development plan that had been brewing in his heart for a long time. In the excitement of the 3, they felt a lot of awe towards Xuanhuan. On the second day, Xuanhuan sent a message to the Monkey King, and 3 days later, he and the Monkey King fought in the void of the outer domain. Suddenly, the news about Xiaolong's battle against the Macaque King swept across the entire western region like a storm. The imperial city of the western regions. Shimen Chongfeng, the current lord of the western regions, sits in the main hall. He is tall, burly, and strong, wearing a 9-pattern golden dragon robe. With a white and beardless face, giving people a sense of wisdom. Xiaolong wants to fight the Macaque King? Shimen Chongfeng muttered to himself. But the civil and military officials under the main hall did not dare to say a word. He didn't even dare to look at Shimen Chongfeng. It can be seen that the strength of the Western region lord. However, with the rise of the land of fallen dragons in the Western regions, turned the imperial court of the Western regions into his own slaves. Let Shimen Chongfeng dare to be angry but dare not speak. This time the Macaque King invaded the outer domain, and the powerful demon clan in the land of the falling dragon secretly ordered not to send troops to suppress it. That's why Shimen Chongfeng refrained from sending troops. But the curse of people and the shame of being peeing on the neck have always been the pain in Shimen Chongfeng's heart. The Macaque King really said that as long as Xiaolong wins, he will retreat and not invade the foreign domain for 10,000 years? Shimen Chongfeng was not sure, so he asked at this moment. Yes, Your Majesty. In 3 days, they will have a decisive battle over Outland. A courtier said carefully. Shimen Chongfeng's expression kept changing. But in my heart I was overjoyed. Land of the Fallen Dragon won't allow him to interfere in this matter. But that doesn't mean others won't intervene. If this Xiaolong defeated the Macaque King, even the great god behind it can't say anything. I need to see Xiaolong, Shimen Chongfeng said. Then, it disappeared above the hall. Who? Xuanhuan, who was meditating in the wooden house, suddenly opened his eyes. And under the mysterious spying technique, a faint shadow appeared in front of him. Although not very real, it gave him a strong sense of crisis. Shimen Chongfeng appeared in the room immediately, and sat on the chair by himself. And poured himself a cup of tea. The early days of Tianwu Wonderland. Who in the western regions at this time has such a cultivation level? Needless to say, this person should be Shimen Chongfeng, the master of the western regions. I don't know, the domain master is coming. Xiaolong is far away to welcome him, but he still hopes to make amends. Although what Xuanhuan said was very polite, he still sat there indifferently. You know me? As he spoke, an astonishing coercion suddenly pressed towards Xuanhuan. A boy at the peak of the holy level actually challenged the Macaque King. He really didn't know how to live or die. Seeing Xuanhuan's cultivation, Shimen Chongfeng was furious. He knew that the Macaque King, as a powerful member of the demon clan, had already reached the peak of the real fairyland. I don't know why the master of the domain is looking for Xiaolong. Xuanhuan looked very relaxed. In fact, it was with Wang Xiafeng's help that he ignored Shimen Chongfeng's momentum. Shimen Chongfeng couldn't help being surprised by this relaxed expression, and took a high look at Xuanhuan. It seems that this kid did not target the target for no reason. I need you to defeat the Macaque King and restore the western regions to a bright future. Shimen Chongfeng's words cannot be doubted. Nor could Xuanhuan refuse. Certainly. Xuanhuan looked at Shimen Chongfeng without showing any weakness. Labor and management are not fighting for you. What do you need? No matter what the conditions are, I promise you. Shimen Chongfeng said. Is it really possible to do anything? Xuanhuan's heart moved, and he asked. What the hell, if you don't kill the local tyrants who come to your door, you won't kill them for nothing. And they'll kill them hard. Certainly. Xuanhuan must win and die afterwards. The final outcome of the hero is miserable. That is to disappear. I need a lot of pills, spirit stones. Xuanhuan opened his mouth wide, even if Shimen Chongfeng became suspicious. He didn't care. Shimen Chongfeng just nodded, then dropped 5 storage bracelets and disappeared. At this time, the western regions were much richer than the southern regions. And the resources controlled by the domain owner are even more astronomical. What's more, the reason he was so generous was to let Xuanhuan work hard for him to defeat the Macaque King. Besides, Shimen Chongfeng planned to get these treasures back later. After killing Xuanhuan, these things will naturally belong to him. After Shimen Chongfeng left, Xuanhuan checked the storage bracelet. He was immediately pleasantly surprised by the things placed inside. There are countless spirit stones in it. It was several times more than the lincture he spent in the Great Xiao auction. Not to mention the pills. All the pills that assist cultivation. Although they are all ordinary true panacea, I can't use them. But it's good to leave these pills to Xia Tian and their 5 little ones. However, as soon as he thought of Shimin Chongfeng's eyes, Su Haoyan knew that the old guy would kill the donkey afterwards. However, they all disappeared afterwards. His wishful thinking is doomed to fail. 2 days passed by in a hurry. The battle between Xiao Long and the Macaque King has spread throughout the western regions. There are quite a few people who have already come to Outland, and they all want to visit the scene to see the great battle related to the fate of the western region, the place where the dragon fell. In a hidden cave, the young Emperor Xuanhuan was cleaning the hideous wounds on his body. He had just fought against the strong Fengamo in the land of the fallen dragon, and he was indeed defeated in a complete mess. If he hadn't escaped so fast at the last moment, he would be dead now. Great Emperor, Xiao Long of the human race is going to fight the Macaque King in Outland today. Now, a mole demon is reporting to him the current situation of the western regions. Xiao Long of the human race wants to challenge the Macaque King, and he really doesn't know how to live or die. Isn't he afraid of offending the demon ancestor? However, he is a character. No matter what, this reputation can be regarded as a breakthrough. However, if you overestimate your capabilities, you will be stupefied. In the end, it is not a dead end. Emperor Xuan said disdainfully. Little did he know that 10,000 years later, he would fall at the feet of this overreaching guy. On the other side, Su Haoyan stood on the cloud and flew high into the sky. Bai Huan Shenjun, Shen Gongbao, and Zhao Gongming did not follow. He has already ordered that once he wins, the 100 illusory army will change its name and hide in the dark. At the same time, seize the opportunity to build your own power. With the arrival of Su Haoyan, more and more people began to point fingers at him. Is this Xiao Long? How young? What do you know? It's called beauty skills, okay? Xiao Long's confrontation with the Macaque King, the human race finally felt proud. Speeding all the way, Su Haoyan finally saw the Macaque King standing proudly in the distance. At this time, the injured arm of the Macaque King had recovered as before. Su Haoyan was not surprised by this. If it can't get rid of even a mere death energy, then its Macaque King is not worthy of being called a strong one. What's more, there is a great power behind him. As soon as the Macaque King saw Su Haoyan coming, anger appeared on Siamei's face. The last fiasco was the shame of his life, and he vowed to tear Xiao Long into pieces. Besides, if Xiao Long couldn't be killed in this battle, then Yao Zhu wouldn't be supporting the Macaque King in occupying the western regions. To Yao Zhu, the western regions were nothing at all. It was only for the purpose of training the Macaque King that he forced the western regions not to intervene. Let the Macaque King develop on his own. And all support will be based on the outcome of this battle. When Su Haoyan approached, he realized that there were already monks standing here for thousands of miles. Looking back, I found that the villagers from Shaoqing had also come, including 5 little ones. Eldest brother, can master win this battle? Long Xiaoyun asked Xia Tian. Master must win. Xia Tian expressed his trust in Su Haoyan with simple words. In his heart, Su Haoyan is the strongest. And Shen Gongbao and Zhao Gongming also clenched their fists. When they saw Su Haoyan, they all remembered what Su Haoyan explained to them yesterday. You two must establish 2 forces for me in 10,000 years. Wait for me. to come back in 10,000 years. Although they didn't know why Xuanhuan had to go through thousands of years of reincarnation. But what Xuanhuan explained also filled them with fighting spirit. At the same time, they believed that Xuanhuan would definitely win this unparalleled battle. Xiao Long, you really dare to come? The Macaque King looked at Xuanhuan ferociously, and shouted sharply. Does what you said 3 days ago still count? Xuanhuan stopped 1,000 meters away from the Macaque King. Then he asked. Although Xuanhuan did not regard the western regions as his hometown. However, the existence of Xia Tian's 5th elementary school and the Weidan attitude of the surrounding human monks gave him a sense of responsibility. He felt that he should do something before leaving. Of course. But the premise is that you have to defeat this king. The cold voice of the Macaque King made the monks watching around excited. Then what's the point, Macaque King? Stick up your ass, I'll smash it. Xuanhuan said sarcastically. At the same time, the variety soldier came out leisurely, and transformed into a black battle armor, which he put on his body. Then he slapped the Macaque King fiercely with the heaven-shaking spear in his hand. Boy, what is the power of speaking and talking? While speaking, the Macaque King's ferocious expression flashed, and he directly called out his strongest combat power. The body of the mountain giant ape pressed towards Xuanhuan. Seeing this, Xuanhuan didn't hesitate at all, and directly unfolded the supernatural powers of Fei Xiangxiang and fought with the Macaque King. The two mountain giants collided powerfully in the void, and the impact produced directly changed the color of everyone around them. They all backed away. While wielding the heaven-shaking spear, Xuanhuan sprayed out golden flames for cleansing karma. Burned to the Macaque King. The terrifying flame directly refined the huge monkey paw transformed from the Macaque King in an instant. The Macaque King was shocked. Hastily backed away. Where did this guy come from, and why did he have such a terrifying flame? Power? The Macaque King's eyes were full of jealousy and hatred. It made him feel helpless. After the flames receded, the Macaque King rushed forward again. Two mountain giants fought back and forth over outland. At this time, Xuanhuan urged the magic weapon in his hand, and the death seal of the yin and yang seal of life and death came out at a high speed, and attacked the Macaque King. The Macaque King was so frightened that he quickly backed away. He has experienced the power of the yin and yang seal of life and death. If it weren't for the panacea given by the ancestor, he would have been wiped out by now. Haha, you dead monkey, are you afraid? Xuanhuan laughed disdainfully, which excited the monks. They all shouted. And Shimen Chongfeng, who was at a high altitude, looked down at the battle. Between the two below, his face was cloudy and unpredictable. In particular, Xuanhuan's magical powers made his eyes flicker from time to time. These are all supernatural powers. As the domain owner, I must obtain them. They only belong to me. Greed made Shimen Chongfeng's face appear ferocious. Xuanhuan naturally didn't know that Shimen Chongfeng had already missed him. At this time, the Macaque King seized the opportunity and swung his head at Xuanhuan with a heavy blow. Xuanhuan frowned slightly, his shoulders suddenly sank, and the second layer of the gooey holy body, which had been stored for a long time, suddenly unfolded. After mobilizing regrettable collision, Xuanhuan's strength had a qualitative leap. He directly knocked the Macaque King away, and flew 10,000 meters along the void before he could barely stop his figure. It can be seen how powerful Xuanhuan is. Hateful. The Macaque King was extremely depressed. He is an invincible existence in the real fairyland. But now he was crushed and beaten violently by a boy at the holy level, which drove him crazy. There's no way, Xuanhuan himself started hanging up. Even if he is a demon cultivator, he can't catch up with a rocket. It's a shame. Dou Yu Emperor Fist. Yin Yang Seal of Life and Death. Variety Magic Soldier. Cleansing Gold Fire. There is also the magic power of the Yin and Yang Wheel of Life and Death that has not been performed. Nothing is supernatural. Ordinary monks may not be able to have one even in their entire lives. But Xuanhuan was alone. It is an extremely common thing for him to challenge the steps. The Macaque King called out his main body again, and he came out of nowhere. Menacing. Roaring and rushing towards Xuanhuan. At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly raised his hands to the sky, and while reciting the mantra, a golden sun appeared above his left shoulder. At the same time, a silver-white meniscus appeared above his right shoulder. The moment the sun and the moon appeared, they merged at a rapid speed, and instantly condensed a golden roulette several feet in size. The golden roulette spins clockwise. A wave of death was released, and the coercion of corruption spread in all directions. Let the Macaque King have a sense of horror. He stopped quickly and looked towards Xuanhuan with a look of surprise and uncertainty. This breath is actually the breath of death. What kind of magical power is this? Shiman Chongfeng above the clouds also frowned. He can't see through the Yin and Yang Wheel of Life and Death. Another supernatural power. What kind of identity is this sun? Why are there so many supernatural powers emerging in endlessly? Shiman Chongfeng's heart has already set off a stormy sea. He couldn't understand Xuanhuan. There is no way of knowing his identity. But this strengthened his determination to kill people and seize treasures. Hey, the sun and the moon are full of the breath of death. What is this? What a horrible breath. Xiaolong descended from a god, am I right? I want the human race in Outland to respect immortal master Xiaolong from generation to generation. The human monks were boiling. The monster army was suppressed. Looking at the terrifying eyes of many monsters ahead and the fearful look of the Macaque King. Without any hesitation, Xuanhuan swung the mysterious weapon forward, and the yin-yang life and death wheel behind him, with a buzzing sound, charged at the Macaque King with a monstrous breath of death. At the same time, quickly get bigger on the way. This scene is shocking. The heroic posture of Xuanhuan pointing at the Macaque King was also deeply imprinted in the eyes of the human monks. Let them not forget this shocking scene even after a long time. Run away. The Macaque King, as a great power of the monster clan, keenly sensed the extremely dangerous aura contained in the yin and yang wheel of life and death. This breath made him feel trembling. With a roar at this time, he quickly dodged. There is no intention of resisting the yin and yang wheel of life and death for the monsters. However, although the Macaque King sounded a reminder. But how can the monster clan have the cultivation base of the Macaque King? There is no way to avoid it. Seeing the yin and yang life and death rounds smashed into the monster army. Burst. A cold voice came from Xuanhuan's mouth. There was a loud bang. Let all the races be horrified. It also caused the monster race within 100 miles to wither and decay quickly. In the blink of an eye it becomes a Skeleton, skeleton. Then, it disappeared. Hundreds of thousands of monsters disappeared in the blink of an eye. Such a terrifying scene made everyone's mouths and eyes wide open. What is this? Is this the arrival of the god of death? They dare not imagine what kind of power can wipe out hundreds of thousands of monsters in an instant. Looking at Xuanhuan's tall and straight figure, his black hair fluttered in the wind. Everyone felt his domineering despise of the world and no one else. Is this the yin-yang wheel of life and death? Xuanhuan muttered to himself. He used his spiritual sense to investigate and found that all life within 100 miles had been wiped out. The macaque king who fled to the distance was also stunned by the scene in front of him. His mouth is round. He looked at Xuanhuan in disbelief. And Shimen Chongfeng above also fell silent. Macaque king, it's time for this to end. Xuanhuan turned around and rushed towards the macaque king. At the same time, various supernatural powers unfolded in turn. Time Avenue. Cleansing gold fire. It's a shame. Looking around, Xuanhuan's aura is everywhere in the void with a radius of 100 miles. The scene was incomparably spectacular. Get people excited. The fifth child was even more jubilant. There was a look of pride on his face. The macaque king was already terrified by the scene in front of him. He felt that Xuanhuan was all around him, no matter which direction he retreated, there was no way to retreat. This situation made his scalp tingle. But when he thought of Yaozu's punishment for him, he could only grit his teeth and rush forward. When Xuanhuan used all his supernatural powers, the macaque king was hit by the yin and yang wheel of life and death in just one round. Half of his body instantly withered and decayed. At this time, Xuanhuan pinched the macaque king's neck and lifted him up. Hi. Looking at the bloody macaque king, his eyes grew more disdainful. The macaque king lost? The human monk was short of breath. Some even burst into tears. Some even knelt on the ground with a plop and kowtowed to Xuanhuan. The macaque king opened his eyes with difficulty, and happened to see Xuanhuan's mocking smile. He was full of the breath of death. It is possible to be swallowed by death at any time. Turn into a skeleton. You know, in my eyes, you are just a little monkey, a monkey that will never jump out of my palm. Now, I will give you a choice, do you want to die or live? The macaque king wanted to say some harsh words. But he couldn't say anything. After thousands of years of practice, he was so close to death for the first time. He is unwilling, he regrets. Why was fate so unfair that he met such a terrifying man? At this moment, the macaque king even wanted to die. But he didn't have the courage. If you want to live, kneel down to me. When Xuanhuan thought of being strangled by the monkey 10,000 years later, he became very angry. He must torture the macaque king. You are still. The macaque king wanted to resist, but he was powerless. Seeing this, a golden flame suddenly flickered around Xuanhuan's mouth. As long as he sprays out the karma-cleansing golden fire, the macaque king will immediately be annihilated. Kneel or not kneel. Xuanhuan's voice was extremely cold. Feeling the horrific aura of the golden fire, the macaque king finally lost his last ounce of courage. Bump. In order to survive, he knelt in the void. Roll. Xuanhuan kicked the macaque king away. Due to historical reasons, he could not kill the macaque king. Moreover, Shimen Chongfeng, the master of the western regions, was watching the battle, so it was impossible for him to kill the Macaque King. The Macaque King just flew out 1,000 meters away. He half-kneeled in the void, took one last look at Xuanhuan's proud figure, and flew away. He swore that he must take revenge. We won. Terran cultivator, look at me, I look at you, and suddenly a burst of appalling cheers erupted. Victory! We are victorious! Sharon, Sharon, Sharon! Long live, long live, long live! At this time everyone laughed and cried. The moment Xuanhuan kicked the Macaque King away, the haze that had accumulated in people's hearts for a long time finally dissipated. The fifth child cheered even more. The gaze towards Xuanhuan is not only admiration, but also admiration. However, Shen Gongbao and Zhao Gongming became nervous. Xuanhuan once said that if he wins, he will disappear immediately. So at this moment, the two clenched their fists tightly and stared at Xuanhuan. At this moment, the world tree in Xuanhuan's body suddenly shook. At the same time, circles of colorful rays suddenly appeared. Seeing it is about to come out through the body. Coming. I finally triggered the privilege. Are you finally going back? Xuanhuan was very excited. At the same time, he raised his head and looked around. Between the opening and closing of his lips, he secretly said the last sentence. When the night falls, when the statue shakes, when the colorful light bounces, and when a handsome boy appears, I, Xiao Long, will return. After finishing speaking, the colorful light in Xuanhuan's body finally burst out and quickly submerged him in it. Shimen Chongfeng did not expect such a thing to happen. He originally wanted to kill Xuanhuan immediately. But at this moment, he could only watch Xuanhuan disappear into the strong light. Eldest brother, what does master mean by this? Is he going to leave us? Long Tong Tong, Phoenix has already turned into a tearful person at this time. The moment Xuanhuan's voice rang in their ears, their hearts panicked. Maybe the master has something to leave. Since the master left a message, we just obey. Xia Tian didn't know why Xuanhuan did this. So that's all I can say. At this time, Shimen Chongfeng's face had become extremely ferocious. Xuanhuan disappeared in a burst of golden light. Make him very angry. He thought that Xuanhuan used a kind of space magic power. Unwilling to give up, he decided to search for Xuanhuan's traces in the whole area. He must get those supernatural powers. However, this investigation took tens of thousands of years. This king finally took revenge. Ha ha ha, after 10,000 years, I finally got my wish. In the blur, a rampant yet familiar voice came into my ears. His heart moved. And he wanted to open his eyes, but he couldn't open them no matter what. Thief, I swear by Xing Tian that I will let you die without a place to bury you. Xing Tian's icy voice sounded, and then there were constant roars one after another, and the battle was extremely fierce. After an unknown amount of time, Xuanhuan suddenly felt his body lighten. And his consciousness returned to his body. With a thought in his heart, he slowly opened his eyes. He found himself standing on a collapsed wall, surrounded by ruins, with an endless starry sky above his head, and two giant-like figures colliding violently in the void in the distance. Xing Tian and the Macaque King. I'm really back. When Xuanhuan muttered to himself, he suddenly became excited. Ding! Complete the side mission. Xiao Long specially reward the host with a chance to awaken at the peak. A chance to awaken at the limit. A chance to Enter the copy of the strong. Ding. Complete the side mission. The Wrath of the Macaque King. You will get a chance to awaken the limit. A chance to randomly summon a superpower. Ding. Because the host perfectly ended the spacetime travel. The system specially rewards the host to improve his cultivation level by 1 level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the early stages of the Emperor's Wonderland. Boom. A terrifying aura that belonged exclusively to Xuanhuan centered on Xuanhuan, raging in all directions like destruction. This terrifying aura surpassed that of a celestial being, approaching a true celestial being. While dispersing to the surroundings, it even went straight to the sky, creating a vision in the sky above Xia City, which can be seen for thousands of miles. To the east of Shaoqing, Longqing, deep in the city lord's mansion. In a simple wooden house, the white-haired Long Xiaoyun suddenly opened his eyes from meditation. At the same time, a terrifying aura that only belonged to the early stage of Tai True Wonderland overflowed instantly, and even made the wooden house shake. This breath is, Master? When the trembling soliloquy sounded, the person flew out of the wooden house directly. At the same time, a petite figure shot out from the wooden house adjacent to him, standing side by side with Long Xiaoyun in the void, almost in no particular order. The petite figure is another ancestor of the Long family, Long Tong Tong. As soon as his cultivation at the peak of the Tai True Immortal Realm was released, even the void trembled. Tong Tong, is it really the master? Long Xiaoyun's lips trembled with excitement. And Long Tong Tong was already in tears. Brother, let's go find the master. While speaking, Long Xiaoyun took a step forward and directly merged into the void. Long Tong Tong followed behind. 10,000 years of suffering, waiting. Finally, the clouds opened to see the moonlight. Their longing has become a disaster, and the only thought at this time is to see the master. At the same time, Phoenix City, Gongye City, Bailey City, the aura of Tai realm is fleeting. Everyone fell into shock at the same time. Summer City. The system beeps continuously. The tyrannical aura of the sudden promotion of He Shou brought Xuanhuan back to reality in an instant. His Majesty Lu Bowen, Zhao Yun, and Lu Bu in the distance all exclaimed. In particular, Zhao Yun's voice was so loud that everyone could hear it in an instant, and all turned their eyes to this side. When they saw Xuanhuan's figure standing on the broken wall, their faces were full of incredible expressions. And what Xuanhuan saw immediately was the battle of the strong under the night. The tyrannical aura of the two supergiants, Xing Tian and Macaque King, not only caused gusts of wind to blow in the void, but also changed the color of the night sky. It also made Xuanhuan feel unreal. After staying in the perilous environment 10,000 years ago for a long time, when I returned again, my mood had changed. Your Majesty has appeared again? And his cultivation has broken through a big realm. What's going on? Could it be that I had an illusion before? Or is it the hidden magical power displayed by His Majesty? After being stunned for a moment, Lu Bowen and the others ran towards Xuanhuan first. Yang Jian, Neza, and Hua Guang surrounded Xuanhuan and waited for him. In case the Macaque King jumps over the wall in a hurry. Xing Tian and the Macaque King who were fighting also felt Xuanhuan's sudden appearance immediately. Xing Tian was overjoyed, and the Macaque King roared again and again. Impossible, How can you still be alive? And your cultivation has improved. As the Macaque King screamed in shock, an expression of disbelief jumped on the ferocious monkey face. Xuanhuan couldn't help but look up when he heard the Macaque King's exclamation. King Macaque, in my eyes, you are just a little monkey, a monkey that will never jump out of my palm. Splash monkey. The Macaque King jumped out of the battle ring with a groan as if his tail had been stepped on. At the same time, trembling all over, he couldn't help but think of the scene 10,000 years ago when he knelt down to Xuanhuan in order to survive. That was the shame of his life. He originally thought that Xuanhuan had died at his hands, and the shame had been washed away, but it turned out that Xuanhuan did not die. At this time, when he saw Xuanhuan's cold smile, he suddenly felt very familiar. It seems that the boy in front of him is no different from Xiao Long. 10,000 years ago. Xing Tian killed this monkey for me. Xuanhuan shouted coldly. Before the words fell, Xing Tian's momentum exploded. When Ganqi danced, he even activated the avatar of the Great Witch, and slammed directly at the Macaque King. Xuanhuan's disappearance just now made him blame himself. Seeing that Xuanhuan was intact now, his killing intent towards the Macaque King deepened. Although the Macaque King is not afraid of Xing Tian. However, Xing Tian's desperate close fight had already consumed most of his monster power. It would be very difficult to kill Xuanhuan, so the current plan was to wait for the opportunity in the fight. Thinking of this, he roared angrily, and fought fiercely with Xing Tian again. What happened to you just now, Your Majesty? Lu Bowen said. Xuanhuan smiled mysteriously. How would you know that I just experienced a great war 10,000 years ago? And did some great things. At this time, he suddenly saw Xia Tian standing beside the statue trembling and looking at the shaking statue. The gray-haired man is completely different from the ignorant boy 10,000 years ago. However, Xiagwa de Guesher is a master who is indomitable. Who dares to underestimate him? You bastard, why don't you come over and help? The Macaque King is going to kill your master, so why don't you watch the show? Xuanhuan said angrily to the silly Xia Tian next to him. Everyone has bullied him, but this kid is still in a daze, which really disappoints him. Xia Tian's body shook suddenly, and he subconsciously looked at Xuanhuan. He immediately recognized that this boy was the boy who fought against the Macaque King. He had originally wondered why the Macaque King, who was as strong as the Macaque King, would pursue and beat a monk at the holy level. But now he seems to understand. When he looked at Xuanhuan, his heart beat inexplicably. At this moment, Xuanhuan was still wearing the pitch-black armor transformed from the variety soldier, which was the same outfit he wore when he fought the Macaque King in the outer sky. Xia Tian still clearly remembers the scene of Xuanhuan disappearing in a bright light. The memory of Xuanhuan at this moment and the memories of 10,000 years ago are gradually overlapping. You are. Xia Tian immediately became excited. He suddenly remembered what Xuanhuan said before he disappeared, the prophecy, when night falls, when the statue shakes, when could it be? Thinking of this, Xia Tian suppressed his excitement. He said tremblingly, do you know why I didn't die in the beast horde? Thousands of years have passed, and no one knows about the tragic monster invasion battle 10,000 years ago. No one even knew that Xiag was great master was a former survivor. Mauler bastard. Without my blood, you brat would have died long ago. Xuanhuan smiled slightly, and suddenly roared, which startled Zhao Yun and others beside him. But listening to Xia Tian's ears is like the sound of nature. 10,000 years ago, the 5 of their senior brothers spent the longest time with Xuanhuan, and Xuanhuan often kept saying this. Before Xuanhuan disappeared, they were a little annoying. But after Xuanhuan disappeared, they couldn't hear it even if they wanted to. Truth be told, they missed that phrase a lot. Moreover, the most important thing is that it was Xuanhuan who used blood to save him from the mouth of death. Only he and Xuanhuan knew about this matter. Master, is it really you? Boom. Xia Tian couldn't bear the excitement any longer, and knelt down in the ruins. With a plop. Old tears. Wow, big brother, where is the master? Where is the master? Xia, you bastard, you didn't notify us when the master came back. I will shoot you to death, old lady. Master, are you back? Tong Tong misses you so much. Ha ha ha, master, it's been 10,000 years, and this apprentice misses you so much. At this moment, one by one, some heroic, some soft, some angry and crying voices sounded from all over the void. Simultaneously, for auras no less than Xia Tian burst out from the void. It turned into a storm and swept across the entire Xia city. 4 Tai realm powerhouses. It shocked Zhao Yun and other strong men. They sacrificed their treasures one after another and waited in full force. Hee, don't be nervous, my own. Xuanhuan smiled and was in a happy mood. Even more moved in my heart. 10,000 years later, his apprentices still care about him so much. What? My own people? When did your majesty have so many Tai level powerhouses? Does your majesty still have hidden power? At this time, the hearts of the people set off a stormy sea. At the same time, the sense of mystery towards Xuanhuan intensified a bit. In their eyes, Xuanhuan seemed to be creating miracles every moment. The Macaque King wants to kill me, you 4 little bastards, if you haven't come out to help, why are you yelling? At this time, Xuanhuan faced the void, and the sound was suddenly sent out by his magic power, which turned into a sonic boom and spread in all directions instantly. What, the Macaque Monkey King dares to come, and even wants to kill the master? The revenge of 10,000 years ago has not been avenged, and today he is going to be turned into a dead monkey. What are you talking about? Did you get angry without listening to the master? Master, don't be afraid, Tong Tong is here. This monkey is mine. Rumble. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, the previous 4 voices sounded again. At the same time, 4 figures flashed out of the void almost at the same time. And the moment it appeared, it quickly surrounded the Macaque King. Seeing the golden pupils shrinking suddenly, the Macaque King immediately turned around, stepped into the void with 1 step, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Trash, it's been 10,000 years, he's like this every time. It's so boring. A poor monkey is a poor monkey, it doesn't make much progress. When the 4 people standing in the void saw the Macaque King Yuan done, they immediately cursed. But then, he quickly flew in front of Xuanhuan. Plop. Plop and kneel down one after another. Including Xia Tian, 5 Tai realm powerhouses knelt at Xuanhuan's feet. When Lu Bowen and others looked at each other in blank dismay, their hearts once again set off turbulent waves. Especially when the 5 of them saw Xuanhuan, they wept bitterly, were pitiful, and heartbroken, which shocked everyone even more. Master, Tong Tong misses you. Master, Xianzi did not wait in vain, I finally see you again. Master, why did you leave us behind for 10,000 years? The 5 people buried their heads in the ruins, and their words were filled with joy and excitement. Whenever I think of the good time 10,000 years ago, even though I was ravaged by the monster race. But they are still happy. Because Xuanhuan stood in front of them, sheltering them from the wind and rain. They are what they are now because of Xuanhuan's teaching. It can be said that without Xuanhuan, the 5 of them would already be a handful of less. Get up, look at each of you, you are all over 10,000 years old, and you are still the same as when you were young. Xuanhuan pretended to be angry, stepped forward and helped them up one by one. My heart is full of emotions. 10,000 years of vicissitudes, their appearance has changed. But the feelings for Xuanhuan are always the same. Even though Xuanhuan was used to seeing life and death, he couldn't help feeling a little sad. Brother, you didn't tell us when the master came, is it tight? At this moment, Feng Huang wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Suddenly his pretty face turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, Master, we are reminiscing about the old days later, disciple first. Wow, help, don't, Feng Huang, don't hit there, people will die. What surprised Xuanhuan was that when Xia Tian faced Phoenix, he turned around and ran away. What made him even more unbelievable was that the beautiful and delicate Phoenix turned into a tigress in an instant, and Xia Tian would be beaten up. He doesn't have the dignity of a Tai realm powerhouse at all. Well, can you 3 tell me what's going on? Xuanhuan was a little confused. He reluctantly shifted his gaze to the 3. Bailey Xuanzi, standing beside him, asked. Hee, master, you don't know. Sister Feng Huang has liked senior brother for a long time. But senior brother said that without master's permission, he would never marry a wife and have children. Long Tong Tong held Xuanhuan's arm affectionately, and said coquettishly, if Long Tong Tong was seen by the Long family members at this time, they would definitely be shocked. One must know that Long Tong Tong hasn't laughed for 10,000 years. He usually treats his clansmen with a cold look. Like an iceberg. How could the world know that Long Tong Tong only showed such a sweet smile when facing Xuanhuan? You girl, you will never grow up. You are still so boring. Xuanhuan fondled Long Tong Tong's hair, and said softly, that's not true, people are usually dignified. Long Tong Tong stuck out her sweet tongue, her delicate appearance was endearing. Yes, some people are known as iceberg beauty. But it is very majestic. Gong Yeqing said with a smile. However, Xuanhuan saw the trace of love in his eyes. It seems that time is the witness of love. Xuanhuan thought with emotion. Cho Gongya, what are you talking about? Let's see if I don't smack your mouth. As they spoke, the 2 of them teased. See such a scene. Xing Tian, Lu Boan and everyone petrified collectively. Your Majesty has lived for tens of thousands of years? And there are 5 Tai-level apprentices? How is that possible? Yang Jian could tell at a glance that Xuanhuan's bones were less than 17 years old. As a strong person in the golden immortal realm, this point cannot be misunderstood at all. But what's going on here? Everyone was puzzled. But Xuanhuan was shrouded in a warm atmosphere. At this moment, he had an illusion, as if they had all returned to the happy time 10,000 years ago. After a while, Xia Tian came back with a face full of bruises. That resentful look in his eyes sent a chill down Xuanhuan's spine. Master, Phoenix is very gentle. Phoenix came in front of Xuanhuan, held Xuanhuan's arm without any scruples, and said softly, "There is no such thing as the appearance of turning into a tigress just now. Well, our Phoenix has always been very gentle. I know this as a teacher." Glared fiercely at the resentful Xiatian. Xuanhuan rubbed Phoenix's beautiful hair. Said insincerely, "Well, I know you have a lot of questions. However, you will understand in the future. Xiatian, make arrangements. As a teacher, I will have a long talk with you little fellows." Xuanhuan first said with a smile to Yang Jian and the others. Then he turned his head and ordered, "For thousands of years, are the original 100 illusionary army, Shen Gongbao and Zhao Gongming still there? Is the plan he has painstakingly constructed still in progress?" Puff. "My lord, the 5 people in front of you are all in the Taiyu realm." "That's it, you're still a kid? Can you stop hitting people like this? People will die." Everyone screamed in unison in their hearts. Although there are 10,000 reasons, but now is obviously not the time to ask questions. Great, I can finally talk with Master Bingshui. Long Tong Tong and the second daughter of Phoenix were like 2 sparrows, chatting and laughing non-stop while holding Xuanhuan's arm. The 3 of Xiatian also all looked cheerful. Following Xing Tian, Yang Jian and others walked back to the room prepared by Xiatian with full of doubts. And this night is destined to make many people sleepless. It was a quiet night. Of course, this refers to people other than Xuanhuan. At this time, Xuanhuan's room was brightly lit. Xuanhuan was sitting in front of the table, with Phoenix and Long Tong Tong holding his arms on both sides. On the opposite side are Xiatian, Gong Yecheng, and Bailey Xuanzi. For thousands of years, the dragon and the phoenix are still like girls. Glamorous. Of course, in Xuanhuan's eyes, they were 2 little girls. And the 3 of them in Xiatian are already gray-haired old men. Of course, as long as they want to, they will immediately become handsome youths. At this time, the 6 masters and apprentices were talking in a low voice. But most of them were discussed by Xiatian, and Xuanhuan was listening. Just go along with the conversation. Xuanhuan's face was gradually replaced by shock. "You mean to say that Qin Hua has broken up the army into pieces and has gone deep into the major forces in the western regions, including the Shiman family? It means that the entire western region holy court is all over our people?" Xuanhuan asked in disbelief. Of course, Uncle Qin said that the master's goal is the entire western region. That's why he arranged it like this. Now, we can't estimate how many people are in the 100 illusionary army. But it is no problem to overthrow the holy court of the western region in a short time. But they're all waiting. Gong Yecheng explained in detail at this time. So, what happened to the place where the dragon fell in the western regions? Are there any of us there? Xuanhuan couldn't help asking. When it comes to the land of the falling dragon, we have to talk about Uncle Shen. But we only know that the land of the falling dragon is related to Uncle Shen. We don't know the specifics. In fact, we haven't seen each other for nearly 1,000 years. I met Uncle Shen. Bailey Xuanzi shook his head and said helplessly. But master, don't worry. 1,000 years ago, Uncle Shen sent back a message that everything has been arranged. The rest is to wait. Xiatian suppressed the excitement and said. He stared at Xuanhuan with piercing eyes. This handsome and extraordinary face made him feel unreal. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and calmed down his fluctuating heart due to excitement. He knew that they were all waiting for him. So, can I get in touch with them? Xuanhuan asked softly. Mahler bastard. I want to give everyone in the western regions a huge surprise. Xuanhuan was so excited, his plan for 10,000 years can be said to be a success. And it was a huge success. Before he left behind a huge amount of resources. Sure enough, the 100 Illusions Divine Army did not disappoint him. I can't get in touch. In order not to let Shimin Changfeng find out. We rarely get in touch. It's good to be able to get in touch once in 1,000 years. Gong Yeqing shook his head and said. Where did Zhao Gongming go? Although Xuanhuan was a little disappointed. But he is not in a hurry at this moment. When he returned to the southern region, he was slowly thinking of a way. Uncle Zhao is not in the western regions. Mentioning Zhao Gongming, Xia Tian felt a little helpless. In order to complete the task assigned by Xuanhuan, Zhao Gongming has been elusive all the time. They only come back occasionally when they need cultivation resources. But then left in a hurry. Where is he? Fuck. Zhao Gongming must have disappeared too, right? I don't know. But the master can go to the land of the falling dragon to find Uncle Shen, and he will definitely know. Moreover, the master of the 4 sacred sects in the land of the falling dragon is Uncle Shen's apprentice. He will help you. Long Xiaoyun replied. Now Xiaqing has just been attacked by the Macaque King. He must sit in Xia City. Moreover, Long Xiaoyun and the others couldn't take half a step away at this juncture. Besides, Xuanhuan was relieved that Xing Tian was under his command. It doesn't make much sense whether they follow or not. The place where the dragon fell? It seems that we must go. Because from Long Tongtong's mouth, I learned that the Yaozu's most precious Moonflower Stone has been transferred to the land of the falling dragon by the Yaozu. In any case, he had to go to land of the fallen dragon. Xuanhuan thought to himself. Later, he said to Xia Tian, the forces in the land of the falling dragon once tried to attack and kill me. They were killed by my subordinates. So it was a bit unpleasant. I'm afraid they won't believe me. It's okay. I will rubbing my image. When the time comes, master, you can just show it to him. Xia Tian said happily, patted his chest. It has been their hope for thousands of years to solve Xuanhuan's worries and problems. Now, I want to ask you, do you want to become stronger? At this time, Xuanhuan suddenly asked seriously. Strong power? Master, of course we want to obtain even stronger power. It's just that the cultivation base has reached a level like mine. If we want to go further, it is simply harder than reaching the sky. With the aptitude of the disciples, I am afraid that in this life, that's where it stops. Xia Tian said with a wry smile. With a teacher, how can the small Tai realm trap you? System, awaken Xia Tian's limit. Xuanhuan smiled mysteriously. At the same time, secretly commanded the system. Could it be that the master can make our cultivation soar? Several people feel a little strange in Xia Tian. I think Xuanhuan is a bit exaggerated. They plan to open their mouths to remind Xuanhuan. Although I don't know why the master's cultivation has regressed, but as a teacher for a day, you will be a father for life. Even if they become mortals. Xuanhuan is still a master they need to admire throughout their lives. Ding. Summer begins to awaken to the limit. The system prompt sounds at this time. Immediately afterwards, a black hole appeared above Xuanhuan's head. At the same time, a terrifying suction force protruded from the black hole. Inhale the unprepared summer into it. Seeing this unexpected scene, the four brothers Long Xiaoyun were shocked. Feng Huang stood up abruptly, covered his mouth abruptly, looked at Xuanhuan with wide eyes and was speechless. What are you doing? Sit down. Xia Tian is the master's big disciple. Can I still harm him? Don't you want him to become stronger? Seeing their eyes, Xuanhuan was a little dumbfounded. Are these little guys so distrustful of themselves? However, if it was him, he would not be calm when he suddenly saw such a strange scene. Master, senior brother, can he become stronger? Bailey Xuanhuan asked in disbelief. You will know soon. Sit down first. You silly girl, do you think the master is so unbearable? Xuanhuan scolded with a smile. It made Phoenix a little embarrassed. He sat down with Xuanhuan on his arm. But a heart is still confused. Ding. The summer limit awakening was successful. Do you want to release it now? Just when the four brothers were puzzled, the system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind again. Freed. What? Brother, you. Master. Xuanhuan did not leave the next day. Instead, he personally held a grand wedding ceremony for Feng Huang, Xia Tian, Long Tong Tong, and Gong Yecheng. Under the auspices of the master, they formed a marriage. This is their wish for thousands of years. Now that their wish has come true, everyone is delighted from ear to ear. There is no image that a generation of ancestors should have. After Bailey Xuanhuan handed over Bailey City to his apprentice, he decided to follow Xuanhuan and serve him. I swear that I will never leave Xuanhuan again for the rest of my life. Several people in Xia Tian also hope that some of them can serve Xuanhuan around. They can't afford to be hurt anymore, and they don't want Xuanhuan to disappear again for thousands of years. Xuanhuan did not object to Bailey Xuanhuan's following. One is that he needs to establish connection with Xia Tian here. Second, he didn't want to worry a few people outside Xia City. Xuanhuan and his group, including Bailey Xuanhuan, stood in a row. The four of them in Xia Tian respectfully kowtowed to Xuanhuan 3 times. In black robes, before standing up, Xia Tian takes out the top-grade magic ship. It became the size of 100 feet, suspended in the void, and then smiled at Xuanhuan. Master, this top-grade Dharma ship will be yours from now on. And I have prepared 1 billion top-quality spirit stones. I hope the master will not be offended. It is really the apprentice who is dragging the house now. If you have a mouth, you have to save some for yourself. When Xia Tian laughed, scratched his head and said embarrassingly. At the same time, his eyes couldn't hide the excitement. After going through an unbelievable night, Brother Xia worshipped Xuanhuan more and more. Okay, big brother, we have it here, and I'll leave it to junior brother Xian. It's enough for the master. Gong Yecheng had the loudest voice. At this time, he said with a smile. Invisibly, it dilutes the sorrow of parting. Okay, since you guys are so filial, master, I won't be polite. Remember, if the Macaque King comes again, I will abuse him for the master. And you guys, don't stare at me eagerly, there will always be one day you will all stand at The same height as Xia Tian. Master will not favor one over another. Xuanhuan waved his hand, feeling a little sore in his heart, but still smiling. After speaking, he took the lead in jumping into the French boat. Xing Tian, Bailey Xuanze, and others also followed closely into the boat. This top-grade magic ship is hundreds of feet long, and the hull is as black as ink. It looks like a ferocious giant whale, with a hideous and terrifying appearance. At this time, there are 1,000 puppets mechanically carrying goods on the deck. Prepare for a long voyage. After about a stick of incense, the ultimate magic boat slowly started. In just a short while, the French boat pierced through the clouds and began to head west at full speed. Looking down at Xiaqing, which has turned into a small black spot. In Xuanhuan's emotion, there was even a hint of pride lingering in his heart. Xuanhuan couldn't believe it when he thought of Xia Tian's cultivation after his ultimate awakening. At the same time, he also praised Xia Tian's qualifications. At this time, Xuanhuan was sitting cross-legged on the deck, and Bailey Xuanze and Xing Tian were also sitting cross-legged behind him. The system summons a superpower for me. Xuanhuan screened away distracting thoughts, and secretly ordered. Ding. Start randomly summoning superpowers. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the giant spirit god. Giant spirit god. It turned out to be this great god. Unexpectedly, this is a fierce general in the heaven. He is from Journey to the West. Although there are not many scenes, his strength is beyond doubt. The system calls up the attribute list of the giant spirit god. Xuanhuan ordered. Giant spirit god, from race, Protoss. Lucky level, Tai Gold Fairyland first layer. Kung Fu, domineering body magic. Magic weapon, Xuanhua axe. Loyalty, 100/100. Full value of loyalty. One word, Nyobi. Your Majesty, what are you laughing at? Neza has been observing Xuanhuan for a long time. Just now he had a gloomy expression, but in an instant he smiled. Such a quick change of expression made Neza a little puzzled. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, I think of Xuanze and the others when they were young. When interrupted by Neza, Xuanhuan said it smoothly. Let him feel a little surprised. And Bailey Xuanze smiled knowingly. It turns out that the master is always thinking about them. The speed of the best French boat is fast. Especially Xuanhuan, regardless of the wear and tear of the spirit stones, was driven by all the best spirit stones. In such a short period of time, more than 100,000 miles have been driven. Your Majesty, please accept the worship of the giant spirit god. On the second day, the burly figure of the giant spirit god appeared on the Dharma boat. At the same time, the cultivation base of the first layer of Tai Gold Immortal Realm spread suddenly, making everyone's expressions changed. Especially Bailey Xuanze was shocked. How did the master do it? Why are there so many strong people coming to defect? Could it be that the master has been forbearing? By the way, from Uncle Shen and Uncle Zhao 10,000 years ago, to the 100 illusionary army. Now it seems that the master has been hiding very deeply, and the few of them saw it. I'm afraid it's just the tip of the iceberg. For this, instead of being afraid, they even increased their admiration for Xuanhuan. Even after tens of thousands of years, they still can't see through the master. Why is that? It shows that the height at which the master stands is unmatched by them. Giant spirit god, you big fools are here, we can work together again in the future. Neza patted the giant spirit god's calf and said carelessly. Among these people, including Yang Jian, they all have past life memories. Naturally, he is not too unfamiliar with the giant spirit god. Okay, let's go, and have a good chat with them. Xuanhuan said with a smile. This warm tone made the giant spirit god very happy. In the depths of the western regions, a verdant island stands quietly there. At a very high point of the island, there is a curtain of silver waterfalls pouring down. Rumble. This island is called Water Curtain Island, and it is the place where the Macaque King practiced. Xuanhuan Island is dozens of miles long, and all kinds of rare and exotic fruits are scattered all over the island, and occasionally various apes appear in it. There are even more apes curling up, giving people a feeling like a fairyland outside the world. There is actually a cave in the central waterfall of the island. Because the Macaque King's bedroom is built in the huge mountainside behind the waterfall. At this time, the light in the hall was dim, and in the blur, only the Macaque King could be seen kneeling in the hall, tremblingly. Make no sound. The entire palace seemed extremely silent. At some point, a vague shadow suddenly appeared in the hall. What is calling me? An old voice suddenly sounded. It has a creepy feeling when you smell it. The Macaque King didn't dare to raise his head. At this moment, he said. Tremblingly, he appeared again, and he has at least 6 Tai realm experts in his hands. He, of course, was referring to Xuanhuan. Back then, the Macaque King aggressively invaded the outer domain, and behind it was the support of the demon ancestors. However, he was defeated twice by Xuanhuan, which not only ruined the reputation of the Macaque King, but also returned the outer domain to the human race. In the end, this incident still alarmed Yaozu. But for 10,000 years, Xuanhuan seemed to have evaporated from the world, and they never got even a little bit of information. Really? The western regions are now in turmoil, and unknown forces have already occupied most of the western regions. At this time, Xiao Long reappeared. There must be something strange. The old voice sounded again. The Macaque King still didn't dare to move. Because the owner of this voice is the demon ancestor. The ancestor of the demon, even the imposing Macaque King of Tai True Wonderland is trembling. It can be seen how terrifying the demon ancestor is. Pay close attention to his whereabouts. I will send more people to help you. Thank you, Yaozu. Soon, the blurry shadow disappeared. The Macaque King also raised his head. His thunderous face quickly became extremely ferocious, and he vowed to tear Xuanhuan's body to pieces. If Xuanhuan is not dead, he will not be at peace for a moment. Soon, 5 days passed in a flash. Your Majesty, we are already in the western regions. In 2 more days, we will arrive at the place where the dragon fell. Lu Bowen stood beside Xuanhuan and said with a smile. At this moment, an extremely terrifying coercion hit from the sky ahead. Bailey Xiansu and Xing Tian appeared behind Xuanhuan almost at the same time, followed by the giant spirit god like a black tower. Master, there is a powerful demon clan coming. Those who can be called powerful by Bailey Xuansu must be powerful. At least it is much stronger than Bailey Xuansu's Tai True Wonderland Triple Heaven. Could it be that the Macaque King sent a strong man to intercept and kill him? But from his perception, he could judge that the monster aura coming from the front was worse than that of the Macaque King. These existences are obviously not subordinates of the Macaque King. Even higher than the Macaque King's status. Thinking of his status, Xuanhuan was startled suddenly. Could it be that this is the great power of the demon tribe sent by the demon ancestor? While Xuanhuan was constantly guessing, a crimson figure appeared in his sight soon. I saw that this demon was surrounded by crimson flames, with a burly figure, a head as big as a bucket, and a pair of eyeballs shining with fiery red flames, deeply embedded in the eye sockets. Tianwu Wonderland Dzogchen Realm. Yang Jian, Neza, Zhao Yun and other strong men frowned. Bailey Schwanza clenched his fists tightly, and his breathing was a little short. Although Xing Tian didn't have any expression, his eyes were fixed on the opponent, full of endless fighting spirit. Are you Xiaolong? The mysterious big demon came over the French boat and asked contemptuously. Afterwards, without waiting for Xuanhuan and others to answer, he continued. Remember, it is Hutua Demon King who sent you to see King Hades. This monster is stronger than the Macaque King. Yang Jian said in a deep voice at this time. It's okay, a certain family has just arrived, and they haven't built an inch of merit yet. This monster will let me beat the teeth. At this moment, the giant spirit god who was standing behind everyone suddenly said in a low voice. At the same time, the huge body moved forward step by step. With a clang, he pulled out the Xuanhuan axe that was inserted obliquely behind him. At this time, Hutua Demon King had already controlled a crimson flame as thick as a bucket, and charged towards Xuanhuan with an aura that could tear apart the void. He wanted to burn Xuanhuan to ashes in one fell swoop. Humph, with my giant spirit here again, how can you allow you to be presumptuous? Go back to Grandma's house. The giant spirit god suddenly raised his head, and a pair of bull's eyes collided with the red eyes of the Hutua Demon King in the void. In an instant, Hutua Demon King's expression changed wildly, and he felt an overwhelming killing intent towards him, making him feel like falling into an ice cellar. Bump. A loud noise suddenly sounded, startling Xuanhuan and the others, only to see the giant spirit god smash the Hutua Demon King into meatloaf with a single axe, and the violent air waves pushed in all directions, even the FA boat shook. Quiet. The entire French boat was extremely silent. Xuanhuan and the others stared, dumbfounded at the giant-like giant spirit god. A strong man at the peak of the Tianwu Wonderland was shot to death by him. Like this? Bailey Schwanza and Xing Tian felt a chill in their necks. This would mean that, although they would not be photographed as meatloaf, they would still be close to death. The Tai Gold Fairyland can't be offended. Ding. Trigger the side mission, The Wrath of the Demon Ancestor. Mission. Details, because the host has defeated the Macaque King again and again. Now, he is shooting the demon ancestor's love into meatloaf. This completely angered the demon ancestor. The host has become the one who must be killed by the demon ancestor. If the host kills the demon ancestor, the system will reward the host with a chance to reach the peak of the powerhouse. A chance to awaken to the limit. A chance to randomly summon a super powerhouse. The demon ancestor is furious? Maul. I haven't settled with you yet, but you have troubled me first. If that's the case, then let's break our wrists. However, since he is the master of the Macaque King and is also known as the demon ancestor, his strength must be insanely strong, at least the existence of the great Luo realm. If the demon ancestor suddenly came here in a moment of heat, wouldn't it be Too much for me to walk around? If that's the case, do I want to come out with the whole Dou Yu? Thinking about this, Xuanhuan immediately made a decision. But who should go? He now has another chance to awaken at the peak. A chance for a strong dungeon. I plan to use it again in the land of the falling dragon. But now, the situation has changed, and it has to be used in advance. Xuanhuan's eyes swept over everyone's faces, one by one. The strange eyes made everyone a little puzzled. Just when Xuanhuan was hesitating who should be awakened at the peak, the world tree in his body suddenly shone brightly, and then a tall and handsome figure suddenly appeared on the surface of the world tree. Lu Bu? As soon as this figure appeared, Xuanhuan recognized it immediately. It was Lu Bu, who was holding Feng Tian's painted halberd. This turn of events caught Xuanhuan a little off guard. What's going on? Xuanhuan hurriedly asked the system. Obviously, the world tree has already made a choice for the host. From another perspective, anyone who is recommended by the world tree will have extremely high achievements in the future. The systematic explanation made Xuanhuan gasp. This world tree actually has this function. It's just too bad. It doesn't matter, since even the system thinks that world tree's approach is correct. Then I'll take a gamble. The big deal is to let Xia Tian come. Feng Xian, come here. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan called Lu Bu over. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Lu Bu's loyalty is already full. It deserves Xuanhuan's trust. I want to make you stronger, are you willing? Xuanhuan asked directly in front of the big guys. Lu Bu suddenly became short of breath. He immediately knelt down in front of Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, I am willing. If your Majesty can bestow upon you great power, I will be loyal to your Majesty forever. After death, the system awakened Lu Bu at his peak. Xuanhuan said without hesitation in his heart. Ding! Lu Bu has begun to awaken to the peak. The moment the system prompt sounded, a pitch-black black hole appeared above Xuanhuan's head, directly sucking the excited Lu Bu into it. Seeing this scene, Xing Tian was dumbfounded. Bailey Schwantz's pupils shrank. Suddenly, even if he witnessed Xuanhuan's supernatural power for the second time, he couldn't help being shocked at this time. He didn't know what was behind the black hole. He only knew that his consciousness was shattered instantly when he entered it, so he didn't dare to act recklessly again. Zhao Yun, what about you? After the black hole disappeared, Xuanhuan set his sights on Zhao Yun. He decided to give Zhao Yun the chance to copy the strong man. Your Majesty, can you? When Zhao Yun was envious of Lu Bu, he was stunned by Xuanhuan's words. But immediately asked tremblingly. The system allows Zhao Yun to enter the strong dungeon. Xuanhuan sent Zhao Yun in without any nonsense. At this time everyone was numb. In particular, Bailey Schwanza is increasingly unable to see through his mysterious and powerful master. The giant spirit god stared at Xuanhuan with bull's eyes, as if to see through Xuanhuan. Ding! Lu Bu's peak awakening is complete. Do you want to release it now? At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Won't release it yet, call up his attribute list. Real name, Lu Bu. Race, Terran. Supernatural powers, choose the country by an inch. Kung Fu, square inch magic. Level, early stage of Deluocean Wonderland. Magic weapon, Feng Tian painted halberd. Loyalty, 100/100. Puff. Nima. It's really Dou Yu realm. The system didn't lie to me. No, it should. Be that the world tree didn't lie to me. I found a treasure, and it's a super treasure. System, release Lu Bu. Xuanhuan ordered. As soon as his words fell, Lu Bu's tall figure stepped out of the void. At the same time, the coercion unique to the great Luo realm suddenly spread. Let everyone, including Xing Tian, exclaim directly. Of course they were shocked by Lu Bu's strength. At the same time, he was very grateful that he was able to join Xuanhuan. Even Bailey Xuanzi, even if he has seen such an existence. Even if he is mentally prepared. Seeing this scene again at this time, I still couldn't help being shocked. In Water Curtain Island, the Macaque King, who was training, suddenly stood up. And he shouted in horror, this breath. In the endless void, Xuanhuan looked at Lu Bu, who was kneeling in front of him, and his brows beamed with joy. Ding. Can you release the copy of the strong Zhaoyan? The system beep sounds again. This made Xuanhuan very happy. He first helped Lu Bu up and encouraged him, and then began to check Zhao Yan's attribute list. Tai Gold Wonderland First Level Heaven. You really deserve to be one of the best fighters in the three kingdoms. One is better than the other. Xuanhuan sighed with emotion. The stone in his heart was finally let go. Although Zhao Yan's reappearance did not cause a huge reaction from everyone, it still made everyone feel pressure. The death of Huatua Demon King was soon known to the Macaque King. The western region is just that big, even though Xuanhuan and his party were traveling high in the sky. But there are countless monsters that can fly, and there will always be monsters who witness the scene where the Huatua monster King is patted into meatloaf by the giant spirit god. When the Macaque King heard the news, he immediately jumped up. What are you talking about? The big demon King Huatua was photographed as a meatloaf? What nonsense are you talking about? How is this possible? The Macaque King stared at the shivering unknown monster in front of him with wide eyes in disbelief and shouted sharply. My lord, this is absolutely true. This is what I saw with my own eyes. At that time, the man just swung his axe, and the big demon King Huatua instantly turned into a meatloaf. After receiving such a reply, the Macaque King was in a bad mood. The great demon King Huatua is one of the most powerful generals under the demon ancestor. Much higher than his strength. How could it be dead? As for the saying that a single axe turned into a meatloaf, he would never believe it. Maybe Xuanhuan's subordinates caused the beating. As the saying goes, a good dog can't stand a pack of wolves. Huatua Great Demon King is certainly superior in strength, but there will be times when the ship capsizes in the gutter. It's just that he was Zhao Zu's #1 beloved general, so he died like this? Yao Zu was so angry. Doesn't that mean that I still have a chance to take revenge? Although it's someone else's fake hand, as long as Xiao Long dies. The king is still happy to see it come true. The Macaque King's eyes suddenly shot out two real golden lights. At the same time, breathing became rapid. Next, don't act rashly without my king's order. Don't even show your face. The Macaque King managed to calm down his excitement and ordered in a deep voice. The sun rises and the moon sets, and a new day begins. The French ship is still moving forward at full speed. Your Majesty, it's the four sacred sects now. Lu Bowen's voice awakened Xuanhuan, who was in a state of cultivation. Xuanhuan opened his eyes, moved a little, and there was a crackling sound in his body. It made Xuanhuan feel very comfortable. Then he went to the bow and looked ahead. I saw a few miles ahead, clouds and mist curled up, and a huge island was looming. And around the island is the blue sea. When people see it, they immediately feel like a fairyland on earth. The four saints will enjoy it. As Xuanhuan said to himself, the French boat sailed into the clouds and mist. Very quickly. Gradually, they could hear the faint sound of drinking. However, Xuanhuan only felt the slightly depressing aura of the four. Obviously, the four sacred sects do not have many powerful existences. This made him more or less a little disappointed. Ever since I learned from Xia Tian that the land of the falling dragon is the place where Shengongbao developed, he naturally regarded it as his own territory. The more capable people you have in your territory, the better. However, it is difficult enough for Shengongbao to develop into this way in 10,000 years. As for people, it is not right to be contented and happy. It didn't take long for Xuanhuan and others to see the true face of the four sages. I saw that in the very center of the huge island, 4 mountain peaks of different colors appeared very abruptly, reaching straight into the sky. The mountain is surrounded by densely packed attics of various sizes, all over the island. Looking down from a high altitude, it is very magnificent. Especially against the backdrop of the newborn sun, it is like a fairyland on earth. At the same time, on the verdant and highest peak of the 4 sacred schools, a middle-aged man in green robes was meditating in the spacious cave. At this time, accompanied by the surging spiritual energy, it enveloped his whole body like a long whale sucking water. There is faint rolling of thunder in the void. The momentum is amazing. This green-robed middle-aged man is called Baijan, and he is the current suzerain of the 4 sacred sects. It can be ranked among the top 3 existences in the entire land of falling dragons. Tai True Immortal Realm's first-level cultivation base is enough to make him proud. At this moment, he suddenly frowned, and a pair of eyes suddenly opened. This aura is coming towards the 4 sacred sects. Such a powerful aura. Who could it be? When Baijan was talking to himself, he suddenly disappeared here. Above the giant island where the 4 sacred sects are located, the space fluctuates together. Baijan's figure quickly became clear from blur. At the same time, 3 figures in different clothes appeared on both sides of him in no particular order. On the left is an old man in a light yellow gown. Its name is Chongping, and it is the 7th heaven of the fairyland of Tai Heaven. To his left is a young woman in a light blue robe. It's called Liu Ting's Tai Heaven Wonderland 6 Heavens. The last one was a young man who looked like a handsome young man. His name is Xiaowen Tai Etian Wonderland Juchangshan. There are 4 Taya-level powerhouses in one school. From this point of view, it is by no means accidental that these 4 holy sects can have a place in the land of the falling dragon. At this time, Yang Jian looked at the 4 strong men who appeared one after another. He nodded and said, Uncle Shen's disciples are simple people. Bailey Schwanza said with some pride. Who are you waiting for? Why did you come to my 4 saints? At this moment, the French boat stopped steadily in the void 1,000 meters away from Baijan. And Baijan's voice also came over at this time. You are the suzerain of the 4 sacred sects? Xuanhuan answered the wrong question and said, I'm in Sha Baijan, the lord of the 4 sacred sects. I don't know why you all came to this sect? Baijan was somewhat dissatisfied with Xuanhuan's attitude. But he didn't Show it. It was Xing Tian and Zhao Yun on the French boat that made him feel oppressed. Let him dare not make mistakes. Of course, it would be a different matter if Xuanhuan and the others came to pick things up. Baijan, you brat, you don't even know me anymore. At this time, Bailey Xuanhuan suddenly came to the bow of the boat and shouted loudly to Baijan. Let Baijan's eyes widen. Even shortness of breath. Brother Xiansu, what wind brought you here? Li Yiting, who was standing next to Baijan, suddenly said excitedly. It also made Baijan completely relaxed. Since Bailey Xuanhuan was there, these people should not be looking for trouble. Are you Shen Gongbao's apprentice? Here is a set of scrolls, which was given to you by Xia Tian. Let's make a fuss after you finish reading it. While Xuanhuan was speaking, he threw a set of scrolls to Baijan, who looked puzzled. Who is this boy? First brother Xiansu, and now he has the proof of Xia Tian? You know, who is that Xia Tian? That is the leader of the entire outer domain human race. Will testify to a teenager. Real or fake? With doubts, Baijan probed his consciousness into the scroll. Over there, Bailey Xuanhuan had already left the Dharma boat and started talking enthusiastically with the other 3 members of the 4 sacred sects. Brother Xiansu, who is that? Isn't it amazing? How can he be a small person who can be followed by the majestic Bailey city? Lord of the 3rd heaven of Tai True Wonderland. But Xiansu, who is he? The 3 of them were obviously very familiar with Bailey Xuanhuan. Now when they were chatting, they became more and more interested in Xuanhuan. Without his permission, I really dare not say it. However, I believe you will. No soon. Bailey Xuanhuan said mysteriously. Such ambiguous answers not only did not dispel the doubts in the hearts of the 3 of them, but made them even more curious. What? You are Xiaolong? And you are also the master of the family teacher? At this moment, Baijan's voice came out, which shocked the 3 curious people. Xiaolong, that is the hero of the western regions. It is an existence that needs them to look up to. What's even more unbelievable is that this Xiaolong is actually the master's lord. If they knew that Xuanhuan was also the master of Xia Tian and the others, they would have no idea what their expressions would be like. They are very familiar with several people in Xia Tian. Since Xia Tian sent the message in person, and Bailey Xuanhuan followed him personally. Presumably, this matter is not false. Afterwards, under Baijan's call, the group disembarked from the Dharma boat. And the 4 brothers Baijan led them into a hall. And Lubu, the giant spirit god, was left on the French boat by Xuanhuan. I'm here this time to meet Shen Gongbao, your master. After the guests and hosts were seated, Xuanhuan took a sip of his tea and said straight to the point. To be honest, the old master has not shown his face for 5,000 years. We don't know where he is. Even using magic to transmit sound is useless. The teacher is like an evaporated world. Baijan said helplessly. Even he's missing something weird? Xuanhuan talked to himself. It made Baijan, who was so close at hand, feel a little strange. However, since you are the master of the family teacher, then you can tell us anything, and we will try our best to do it. Baijan said sincerely. Whether it is the relationship between the master and the Lord, or Xiaolong's identity is not something he can neglect. How much do you know about the holy land of the monster race? Xuanhuan didn't bother about Shen Gongbao anymore. Instead, he asked again. The holy land of the monster race? Hearing this, Baijian frowned slightly. Some have big heads. It is nearly 10,000 years. With the birth of the demon ancestor, the situation in the land of the falling dragon became more and more tense. In the past, there was still a master sitting in the place where the dragon fell, and the demon ancestor didn't dare to have any unreasonable thoughts. But with the disappearance of the master, the demon ancestor can no longer sit still. In the past 1,000 years, with the secret support of the demon ancestors, half of the land in the land of the falling dragon has been occupied by the demon clan. If the master doesn't come back again, I'm afraid. Baijian hesitated for a moment, but still told the current situation of the land of fallen dragon. It made Xuanhuan's eyes full of coldness. Your Majesty, a great demon king has appeared. Zhao Yun, who was standing behind Xuanhuan, suddenly spoke. Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Ha ha ha, old man Baijian, get out of here quickly. Almost at the same time, a gong-like sound exploded in the sky above the four sacred sects, causing the expressions of the four sacred sect disciples on the island to change wildly. It's the Squid Demon King, this old thing really lingers. Baijian stood up abruptly, and said through gritted teeth. Your Majesty, this monster has cultivation at the peak of the Tai True immortal realm. It is nothing to worry about. Zhao Yunyun said calmly. However, in the ears of Baijian and the other four, they all felt that Zhao Yun was a little arrogant. The Squid Demon is one of the best demon kings under the demon ancestor. This son doesn't know the seriousness, and he will suffer a big loss. Zhao Yun, go and capture it. Remember to live. I want to interrogate. Xuanhuan crossed his legs and didn't pay attention to a big demon king at all. Your order. After Zhao Yun bowed to Xuanhuan, he stepped into the void and disappeared. Excuse me for being abrupt. I have a question I want to ask. Please don't take offense. Seeing this, Baijian had no choice but to speak out the question he had hesitated for a long time. Are you going to ask me what I do? It's okay to tell you. I am the Lord of the Southern Territory, Emperor Haoyan. Xuanhuan said calmly. But these words made the four of Baijian froze on the spot. It was Haoyan's answer that caught them off guard. The Lord of the Southern Territory, Holy Emperor Haoyan, is the hottest big shot right now. His name is like thunder in all domains. Even a 3-year-old child knows Haoyan Xingdi. What's more, these sect powerhouses like them. But Bailey Xuanzi was even more shocked. Out of respect for Xuanhuan, their brothers and sisters avoided mentioning this issue. So I didn't know who Xuanhuan was until now. He tried his best to control his emotions, and glanced at Xuanhuan with an excited expression. The heart is also full of pride. Your Majesty, you've got it back. At this moment, Zhao Yun walked into the hall holding the gleaming silver spear in one hand and the dying squid demon in the other. Boom! The squid demon was thrown to the ground heavily by Zhao Yun. Hiss, how did this young man do it? How long has it been since you left? Hey, Tai Gold Immortal Realm First Layer. How is this possible? The four brothers Baijian were stunned again. They would never have thought that Zhao Yun had such a cultivation level. But when he thought about Xuanhuan's true identity, this matter became less strange. What a joke, how could the squid demon be able to compare to the majestic Haoyan sage emperor's subordinates? Who are you? Do you know about meddling in the demon clan's affairs? You will die miserably. If you are sensible, release this demon king quickly. Otherwise, you will be unable to eat and walk around. Half of the squid demon's body was bloody. A pair of fish eyes frightened with madness. More is panic. As long as you tell me the location of the demon ancestor, I will let you go. Of course, you can tell me a false news. Then you will be photographed as meatloaf. Xuanhuan still crossed his legs, looked down at the teacup, and didn't look at him at all. It made the squid demon a little uneasy. What, make it into meatloaf? Could it be that Huatua demon king? Having said that, the squid demon could no longer keep his composure. The death of the Huatua demon king was passed on by the big and small demon kings. Especially the demon ancestor was furious, and immediately mobilized several big demon kings to kill Xuanhuan. This time Yaozu was really angry. Haha, you are that Xiao Long, right? To tell you the truth, several big demon kings have already dispatched from the Holy Land. I believe they will come to you soon. You are not far from death. So you should release me quickly. Well, maybe I can leave you with a whole corpse, otherwise there will be no bones left. The squid demon looked a little crazy at this time. Threatened with wild words. That's it, it saves a lot of trouble. If so, you go to die. Xuanhuan muttered a few words to himself, then waved his hand. No, you can't kill me, I'm. The squid demon turned pale with fright, and was about to say something, but was turned away by Xiaoyun. Sect Master Bai, I'm afraid I will trouble you in the next few days. I will leave when I finish the demon ancestor. Xuanhuan put down his teacup, and said to Bai Zhan gently. It's okay. You can do whatever you want in the 4 sacred schools. If you let Master know that I have neglected you, it will definitely not be good for me. In addition, I will try my best to use esoteric techniques in the past few days to contact Master and other old people of. Seeing this, Bai Zhan quickly stood up, cupped his fists, and said to Xuanhuan. At the same time, secretly wiped a cold sweat. Oh my God, this young man wants to deal with the demon ancestor. Is he arrogant, or does he really have that kind of strength? Can't see through. Xuanhuan nodded in agreement. Then he turned his head and said to Xiaoyun. Who just came back? Zilong, lead Neza and Huaguang back to the southern territory. Pass on the recent situation of the family. At the same time, bring back the news of my safety. Finally, assist Jiuling and others to sit in the southern territory. Yes. Xiaoyun didn't have any doubts about the task assigned by Xuanhuan. After getting the order, Xiaoyun and the others immediately took action. There is quite a feeling of resoluteness. Come with me, everyone, and I will arrange accommodation for you. Li Yuting stepped forward at this time, and after clasping her fists at Xuanhuan, she said with a smile. Although Xuanhuan's cultivation was extremely weak in her eyes, but she didn't hesitate at all. Whether it is Master's Lord or Xiaolong's status, she is not allowed to be underestimated in the slightest. Then there is work. Xuanhuan arched his hands and said with a smile. In this way, Xuanhuan and his party stayed in the 4 sages. At the same time, news about Xiaolong's coming to the 4 sacred sects spread like wildfire. It surprised all the forces in the land of the falling dragon. Who is Xiaolong? Xiaolong, you don't even know, that is the hero of the human race in the western regions. He once defeated the Macaque King 10,000 years ago in exchange for a piece of pure land of the human race. He is a real hero. What, Xiao Long is in the Four Saints? On Xuanhuan Island, the Macaque King immediately became excited when he heard the news. Yes, Your Majesty. This matter is well known in the land of the fallen dragon. The little demon below replied respectfully. Quickly go to the Holy Land and tell Yao Zhu, his old man, the news. The Macaque King quickly ordered. Xiao Long, there is a way to heaven, you don't go, and there is no way to hell, you break in. This time I will see how you can escape. The Macaque King stood in the empty hall, looking a little excited. 3 days passed quickly. In addition to practicing daily, Xuanhuan is familiar with the first level of the yin and yang wheel of life and death, looking forward to breaking through the second layer sooner. However, neither the Macaque King nor the demon ancestor showed their faces during these 3 days. Xuanhuan was a little disappointed. But he is not in a hurry. In the afternoon of that day, Chongping of the Four Sacred Sects came to the Dharma boat and found Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, the Holy Emperor, elder brother has something to ask you for. It seems that Master has news from his old man. Chongping said respectfully. Xuanhuan, who was practicing Dou Yu Emperor Fist, immediately withdrew his punches. Turning around, he said to Chongping, Sect Master Bai is really fast. Xuanhuan came to the main hall under Chongping's guidance while talking and laughing. Far away, Xuanhuan saw Baijan wandering anxiously in the hall. A bad premonition suddenly hit my heart. It made him frown slightly. Sect Master Bai, what did your master say? Xuanhuan asked loudly as soon as he approached. The big thing is not good, Master. I'm afraid the old man won't be able to come back for a while. Baijan gritted his teeth and said. Shingongbao is the most important person in his life. Now Master is in trouble, but he can't help. Not to mention the self-blame in my heart. What happened? Xuanhuan's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Seeing Baijan's expression, Xuanhuan reckoned that Shingongbao must be in trouble. Master just sent the news that he is fighting against Yuan Palace in the heavenly world of the western regions, and he can't escape. Sky World? Yuan Palace? With the lessons learned from Xiaoyao Palace, he still knows about the heavenly world. It's just that this Yuan Palace is something. The Yuan Palace is not weaker than the Xiaoyao Palace. It is a powerful force that rules the western regions in the true sense. Baijan explained. Not weaker than the existence of Xiaoyao Palace? They are all named after the palace, and they are both in the sky world, so it seems that they should be superpowers of the same level. Xuanhuan's expression was a little ugly. Suddenly, he felt as if he had come into contact with a wider world. This world seems to be wider than I expected. There is a heavenly world covering the Xuanwu continent. So is there a certain force in the heavenly world? Xuanhuan couldn't imagine. Can he handle it himself? Does he need help? Xuanhuan sighed secretly and asked. He checked Shingongbao's loyalty and found that it was full value. It's just that the cultivation base shows unknown. For his absolutely loyal subordinates, Xuanhuan is still willing to help as much as possible. It's not clear. But Master has always been resourceful. I believe he can handle it. Baijan swept away the previous haze. At this time, he showed excitement. Just like the way Bailey Schwanza looked at Xuanhuan. Seeing this, Xuanhuan nodded. Shingongbao was able to survive 10,000 years, which is obviously not easy. during the battle of the conferred gods. If Jiang Zia hadn't blocked his light. Perhaps there is no Jiang Taigong yet. All now. It's Taigong Shen. Far away. However, at this moment, the sky over the four sacred sects suddenly became cloudy. At the same time, a destructive aura burst out from the billowing clouds, transforming into a terrifying pressure and pressing down on the four sacred sects. Seeing this, several people in the hall hurried out of the hall and immediately rose into the sky. Soon, a group of people, including Lu Bu, the giant spirit god Yang Jian, etc., came to the sky above the giant island. At this time, the billowing cloud in the sky has stretched for dozens of miles around, and when it rumbled, even more lightning flashed out. It's like the end of the world. Your Majesty, it is the Demon King from the 9 heavens of Taiyuan Wonderland who is attacking. Lu Bu said lightly. In the early stages of Daluotian Wonderland, it can definitely kill the peak of Taiyuan Wonderland in seconds. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's expression immediately relaxed. Haha, Baijian? It's just a reptile. If it weren't for your master's face, this king would have wiped out you a long time ago. At this time, a rampant voice suddenly rumbled. The shock made the four sacred sects shake unceasingly. Immediately afterwards, a black long rainbow flew out of the cloud. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of everyone. This demon is wearing a blue cloud robe with a black background, with a pair of jet black wings on the back, long blood-red hair, casually draped behind his back, and 2 sharp fangs are exposed under a strange face. And the familiar shadow of the Macaque King followed closely behind. Did this dead monkey come to seek death on purpose? Xuanhuan couldn't help thinking. With Lu Bu's guarantee, he also became more relaxed. Ding. Trigger a side mission. Kill the Macaque King. Task details, the demon ancestor has given the Moonlight Stone to the Macaque King. I look forward to the Macaque King's further breakthrough. If the host kills the Macaque King and successfully angers the demon ancestor, the system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken to the limit. A chance to randomly summon superpowers. Nima. It turns out that the Moonlight Stone is on the Macaque King. If I had known this, I would have killed it first. Why bother? Feng first kill the leading goblin. Giant spirit god, go and capture that monkey. I want to live. After learning of the whereabouts of the Yuehua stone, Xuanhuan didn't waste any time and quickly ordered. Decree. The two shouted loudly, and suddenly flew forward. Rumble. The moment Lu Bu flew out, the terrifying coercion in the early days of Daluotian Wonderland instantly spread out. The complexion of the flying demons suddenly changed wildly. Especially the big monster in front faced Lu Bu's coercion even more. At this moment, he was about to dodge, when a sarcastic, slightly thin face suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Lu Bu. He took Feng Tian's painted halberd in his turn, and the shining silver Feng Tian's painted halberd made the Demon King a little dizzy. Vaguely, a disdainful cold snort came from his ear. The next moment, Feng Tian's painted halberd hit the Demon King's chest fiercely, and the huge force directly tore it apart in an instant, turning it into a rain of blood and scattering in all directions. The great Demon King, who was as strong as the peak of the Tai Gold Fairyland, was directly blasted to pieces by Lu Bu. Even Yuanshan did not escape. Hiss. For a moment, gasps were heard everywhere in the four sacred sects. Especially in Baijian's eyes, apart from surprise, there is also a deep sense of disbelief. The big demon at the peak of the Tai Gold Fairyland, who was showing off his power just now, just died like this? Bailey Xuanhuan was also shocked. He looked at Xuanhuan's figure excitedly, his face was full of excitement. As expected of a master. In his heart, it seemed that no one could stop master's footsteps. Although the master's cultivation base is low, but it can still cause the peak powerhouse of the Tai Gold Wonderland to die tragically. In the Hall of the Four Saints, Xuanhuan ranked first. Thump. The giant spirit god threw the macaque king on the temple. At this time, the macaque king no longer had the image of the big demon king in the past, and he was extremely miserable. Chikai, as soon as he flew out of the demon cloud, he felt a blur in front of his eyes, and before he could react, he was blown away. Then he was captured. Here. King Macaque, tell me everything about the demon ancestor. Xuanhuan asked. At the same time, he sank his mind into the storage bracelet of the macaque king and checked it. The macaque king didn't speak, but suddenly twitched. And more intense. Let everyone not only frown. Suddenly, a black mist rose from the macaque king's body. And soon condensed into a blurry phantom in the void. This phantom is a human body, looking mighty and burly. A sharp horn on the head is particularly prominent. Who did this? Suing looked down at the miserable macaque king before asking. The voice is old but full of confidence. You are the demon ancestor, right? I injured this dead monkey. Is there a problem? Xuanhuan said calmly. Sooner or later, he and Yaozu will become enemies. Say nothing else. It is the task issued by the system, and the demon ancestor must die. That being the case, so what if you tear your face apart? Yaozu Shuiying looked at Xuanhuan. Look carefully. You are Xiao Long from 10,000 years ago? The Haotian emperor of the southern region? Yaozu Shuiying also answered irrelevant questions. Good. Xuanhuan's answer was straightforward and confident. It made Yaozu a little unpredictable. Let him go, I won't make it difficult for you. Yaozu Shuiying continued. The sound is unmistakable. Where are you? Xuanhuan didn't answer Yaozu. Instead, asked directly. Why, do you still want to kill me? Yaozu Shuiying sneered, his words were full of sarcasm. It's no wonder that a minor Xiao from the heavenly immortal realm dared to ask him where he was. It's ridiculous. Baijian was already timid, but when he heard this, his face turned pale with fright. Yaozu was obviously angry. Listen to this, you are afraid. Xuanhuan looked at Shuiying with a half-smile. Lu Bu, who was standing beside him, also unleashed a monstrous coercion at the right time. Let the whole hall tremble. Haha, that's great. I never expected such a bold person like you to be born in the human race. I am waiting for you in the Holy Land. Yaozu Shuiying laughed back angrily, and at the same time, in the reverberation of the ice-cold voice, a strong killing intent was released. The next moment, the phantom disappeared with a sneer. Ding. Trigger a side mission. Go to the Holy Land of the monster race. Task. Details, the host has become an enemy with the Yaozu. If the host conquers the Holy Land of the monster race and occupies the Holy Land, the system rewards the host with a chance to be a strong man. A copy of the strong man A. Chance to awaken the limit. A chance to randomly summon superpowers. If the host does not conquer the holy land of the Yaozu within 10 years, the host will be hanged. What the hell are you doing? In addition to killing the demon ancestors, you also want to occupy the holy land of the demon clan. Is there anything special about the holy land of the demon clan? Xuanhuan was a little dumbfounded, but there was actually punishment in this mission. And still hanged. Xuanhuan touched his neck unconsciously, feeling a little cold. But at this moment, Xuanhuan raised his eyebrows suddenly, and then showed a bright smile. Because he had already found the moonlight stone in the storage bracelet of the Macaque King. To be honest, his purpose in coming to the land of the falling dragon is for this thing. Unexpectedly, it caused so many accidents. While it made him feel a little bit emotional, he was even more grateful. Your Majesty, what to do with this dead monkey? The giant spirit god pointed to the unconscious Macaque King and asked. Kill it. It's useless to keep it. Now that Yuehua stone and Yaozu have been found, there is no need for the Macaque King to continue to live. To be honest, what happened 10,000 years ago would not have ended like this for anyone, even if it was a powerful human race who came here in person. The most unfortunate thing for him was to meet Xuanhuan, a young evildoer. So this matter should not be inferred according to common sense. Ding. Complete the side missions. Get the moonstone. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to copy the strong man, a chance to awaken the limit, a chance to selectively summon a super strong man, and a chance to randomly summon a super strong man. Ding. Complete the side mission. Kill the Macaque King. The system rewards the host with a chance to awaken to the limit. A chance to randomly summon a superpower. At this moment, 2 system prompts sounded one after another. The corners of Xuanhuan's mouth curled up slightly, and he felt extremely refreshed. After everything came to an end, Xuanhuan set his sights on Baijian and the other 3. I'm not just here to kill the demon ancestor. As soon as these words came out, the 4 of Baijian looked at each other. And they all showed shock. They seemed to understand what Xuanhuan meant. I want to dominate the land of falling dragons. Not just the place where the dragon fell, but the entire western region. Including the outer region, the northern underworld region, the eastern flame region, and other large and small regions. I will replace the heavenly world. To rule the Xuanwu continent. I will be the lord of the 100 regions. Although Xuanhuan's voice was very soft, but the resoluteness revealed in the words shocked Bailey Xuanzi, Baijian and others. Ruler of Xuanwu continent. Lord of 100 domains. The ambition was so great that it made them short of breath and dizzy. I'll give you 3 days, and you can lead the 4 sacred sects to join me. You can also stay out of the matter and take care of yourself. I won't make things difficult for you. After saying that, Xuanhuan looked at Bailey Xuanzi with a thoughtful expression. Master, the 5 of us are your apprentices. We were your disciples 10,000 years ago. We are now. We will be in the future. So wherever Master goes, we will follow. Although I did not ask for their opinions, I believe them. He also agrees with me. Bailey Xuanzi knelt down at Xuanhuan's feet with a plop, and said anxiously. Seeing this, Xuanhuan was taken aback for a moment, but immediately became dumbfounded. Then, he laughed and scolded. You brat, what are you thinking? Who asked you to express your opinion? I'm Thinking about it. Should I let your elder brother come over? Because I'm in urgent need of manpower now. Hey, I was shocked, the apprentice thought the master. What do you think? I want to dominate the 100 regions, how many of you dare not support me? Against you. How can it be? It's been our expectation for thousands of years to be able to serve master. If the news is known to the senior brother and the others, it will come right away. After Bailey Xuanhuan breathed a sigh of relief, he became excited again. At this time, the four of Baijian were completely stunned. Xuanhuan is the apprentice of the 5 Bailey Xiansu? Why don't they know? But right now, it seems illogical? No, I heard from my master that 10,000 years ago, the 5 of them did have a great master in Xiatian. It's just that they disappeared later. The 4 of them thought in their hearts. At the same time in Lenovo Su Haotian is Xiaolong suddenly, the 4 of them stared at Su Haotian with wide eyes. At the same time, my heart once again set off a stormy sea. Xiaolong is the master of Xia and the other 5. If you tell it, who in the western regions will believe it? And this person is the lord of the Southern Territory. My God, this world is too crazy. The 4 roared in their hearts. Imagination is wonderful. But the facts are too hard to accept. Then what are you waiting for? Quickly let Xia Tian come. I have decided to march into the holy land of the monster race in 3 days. Su Haotian stood up and gave instructions to Bailey Xuanhuan. Yes, master. Bailey Xuanhuan agreed, and hurriedly left with excitement. I forgot to tell you, in fact, your master has already taken refuge in me 10,000 years ago. After Su Haotian finished speaking, he turned and left the hall with a smile. The 4 continued to petrify. For a moment, the hall was so silent that a needle could be heard falling. Eldest brother, since he is Xiaolong, it is not impossible for the master to be his subordinate 10,000 years ago. Since the master is his subordinate, we are not ashamed to join him. And you don't think you want to dominate the Xuanwu continent? Is the Lord a very awesome thing? You know, once this happens, our name will last forever. At this moment, Zhao Wen, who had always been reticent, suddenly broke the silence in the hall. Let the other 3 look at him thoughtfully. Eldest brother, what the younger brother said is right. Instead of staying in this place where the birds don't shit, it's better to achieve a great cause. For this matter, even if the master is here, he will lead the 4 holy sects to join Haotian Shin gods. Chongping also sighed secretly, and said, since everyone agrees, then I will report this matter to master and his elders. If master also agrees, we will raise our faction to join him. Perhaps what master left before he left can really be used. After all, we brought the treatment is not the same for defecting with military merit and low-key defection. Baijian's eyes flickered. A more wise look jumped on his face. These words also made the other 3 smile brightly. 3 days passed in a flash. In the main hall of the 4 sacred sects, Su Haotian sat at the top. Below is the summer that has just arrived, as well as Sha Wujing and Yuan Hong, who were transferred from the holy court of the southern region. Very good. After a few years, you will be proud of the choice you made today. Because I want to lead you to the road to Qitian. Su Haotian was happy at this time. So what you say is full of pride. Ding. Trigger a side mission. The Zongmen in the land of fallen dragons will return to their hearts. Task details: since the 4 sacred sects have defected to the host, if the host can make other sects in the land of fallen dragons defect in a short time, the system rewards the host once a chance to awaken the limit. A chance to randomly summon a superpower. The time given is too short. There are not 100 sects in the land of the falling dragon, but there are 60 or 70. How can it be possible to let them return to their hearts in a short period of time? Isn't it difficult for a human being? Complaints belong to complaints. Xuanhuan still intends to transfer Hong Dequan to let him think of a way. This guy is an expert in this field, so let him come. Xuanhuan thought thoughtfully. Your Majesty, the Holy Emperor, Master, sent a message yesterday that he strongly supports the 4 sacred sects to join you. When Baijian spoke, he looked at Xuanhuan with bitter eyes. It wasn't until yesterday that he learned from his master that the 4 sacred sects had been prepared as a surprise soldier for the Haotian sacred emperor. At the beginning of their establishment, their fellow apprentices had already predestined their destiny 10,000 years ago. Your Majesty, although the master will not come back to help you, but he has prepared a big gift for you. Baijian shook his head secretly, shaking off some bitterness. Then said mysteriously, "Oh, Shingongbao still has a big gift for me." "What is it?" When Xuanhuan heard this, he immediately became interested. "Rongchen will keep you in the dark for a while, and His Majesty will know about it in 10 days at the most." Baijian was a little terrified. He wasn't sure if Xuanhuan would be furious because of his mystery. "Play mystery with me." "Haha, okay, then I'll just wait and see." Xuanhuan wasn't angry at all, because Baijian played mysteriously. In this regard, on the contrary, there is a faint expectation. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust." Baijian was overjoyed. Hastily said respectfully. At the same time, the 4 of them had a slight liking for Xuanhuan. The loyalty of these people has reached over 60. It seems that trust is the only way to win over the strong. In the vertical sun, Xuanhuan, with a strong army and horse, embarked on a journey to conquer the holy land of the monster clan. "Master, according to my apprentice's understanding, the holy land of the demon tribe is located in the far west of the falling dragon. In addition to the powerful demon ancestor, there are 6 great demon kings sitting in the Holy Land. In addition, there are countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals. It can be said that the ancestors are powerful, comparable to any sect in the land of falling dragons. The best French boat sails on the vast sea to the far west of the land of the fallen dragon." At this time, Xiao Tian was standing in front of Xuanhuan, talking carefully. "His strength is strong, and he will kneel at my feet and bow his head as a minister." Xuanhuan stood at the bow and said loudly. The icy sea breeze blew his 9 dragon supreme dark gold robe rattling. The golden fire totem of cleansing industry flickered on and off between his eyebrows, making Xuanhuan suddenly look majestic at this moment. When Xiao Tian and the others saw this, fanaticism appeared on their faces. Xuanhuan at this time gave them an urge to worship. "System, summon a superpower for me," Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. He completed 2 side missions in a row. This gave him 3 more chances to summon superpowers. 2 chances of extreme awakening. He intends to leave the ultimate awakening opportunity to Yang Jian and Yuan Hong. The aptitude of these 2 guys is against the sky. If he is lucky, he will add 2 more Dou Yu realm powerhouses to him. Ding! Start randomly summoning superpowers. Soon, Xuanhuan used up 2 summoning opportunities. The little white dragon at the peak of Golden Wonderland. The Eastern Prince in the early days of the Tai Heavenly Wonderland. This is the result of his 2 summons. It feels good. Decided to use up the last summoning opportunity. Ding. Selectively summoning superpowers for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Diachan. From Puff. Xuanhuan almost spit out his tea after taking a sip. Damn it. Diachan is also a myth by the system? Are you talking nonsense? Summon again. Xuanhuan hurriedly ordered. This guy is a disaster for the country and the people, even worse than dodgy. He didn't dare to invite it. It's useless to recruit. Ding. The superpower is being resummoned for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Quafu. From what? It turned out to be Quafu. Haha, first there is Xingtian, then there is Quafu. My mother, hurry up and check out his attribute list. Xuanhuan stood up abruptly from his chair. His face was full of excitement. Xia Tian, who was standing beside him, suddenly became nervous. A pair of fine eyes swept over the sea. It seems to be looking for the enemy. Quafu, from race, which? Lucky level, early stage of deluge in Wonderland. Cultivation method, Great Witch Holy Jew. Natal ability, the real body of the Great Witch. Loyalty, 74/100. Xuanhuan's body shook suddenly, damn it. The early stages of deluge in Wonderland. Do you want to be so scary? Although the list of attributes was short, the few words in the early days of deluge in Wonderland almost made his head dizzy. The only pity is that Quafu's loyalty is only over 70. Not exactly loyal. It seems that I have to work hard. In other words, Quafu is even more powerful than Xingtian. This is something he never expected. However, if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. Although Quafu is ranked after Xingtian in ancient mythology, the word chance can explain all this. Perhaps at a certain point in time, Quafu's opportunity was one step ahead of Xingtian's. If so, the trip to the Yaozu Holy Land will be safe. Xuanhuan smiled and returned to the armchair. It makes Xia Tian feel a little inexplicable. I don't know what Master is doing. Yang Jian, Yuan Hong, you two, come here. Xuanhuan sat on a chair and prepared to awaken the 2 of them to their limit. Then, while everyone was stunned, Yang Jian and Yuan Hong disappeared. However, at this moment, the entire French boat shook violently. Xuanhuan was almost thrown away. What's the situation? Xuanhuan stood up and asked with a frown. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw a huge mountain-like monster suddenly appearing directly in front of the Dharma boat. The part of this object that just emerged from the water is already more than 1,000 feet high. It is just like a majestic mountain, and the Dharma boat is as small as a drop of water in the sea in front of it. It is dark gray in color, and judging from its shape, it looks like the legendary octopus, the overlord of the ocean. It's just that this octopus is too huge. Xingtian walked up to Xuanhuan and asked blankly, Your Majesty, do you want to kill it? No, this monster seems to be seriously injured and is dying. Even if we don't take action, I believe it will die within 3 days. At this time, Xia Tian said with a serious face. Ding. Yang Jian's ultimate awakening is over, do you want to release it? Ding. Yuan Hong's ultimate awakening is over, whether to release it or not. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. Both Yang Jian and Yuan Hong, who followed him the first time, have carried his greatest expectations. Therefore, with endless expectations for the two of them, Xuanhuan called up the attribute list of the two of them. The pinnacle of Tai Gold Wonderland. The early days of Daluotian Wonderland. Xuanhuan couldn't help grinning from the gleaming attribute list. But it made the rest of the people puzzled. Why is your majesty so happy to see this giant octopus? Everyone is puzzled. Leave him alone. Xuanhuan was in a happy mood, even looking at the octopus was much more pleasing to the eye. The French boat bypassed the giant octopus and continued to sail and break the waves. Keep a kilometer away from the octopus. But for this octopus, it only needs to wave its tentacles lightly to overturn the French boat. What is the cultivation level of this giant octopus? Xuanhuan asked curiously while releasing Yang Jian and Yuan Hong. Xia Tian has become numb to the fact that Xuanhuan can turn his subordinates into super strong men from time to time. At this time, although Yang Jian felt shocked to see the two, they were already immune. He rubbed his chin, pondered for a while, and then replied, or feels that it should be around the peak of the Tai Gold Fairyland. The pinnacle of Tai Gold Wonderland. Nima. No wonder it's so huge. Xuanhuan said to himself with emotion. But there was a movement in my heart. During this trip, he met the Macaque King, the Huatua Demon King, and the unknown big monster he killed in the 4 sacred sects, plus the huge octopus in front of him. These are living in the middle of the sea. What does this mean? It shows that the strong in the ocean are even worse than human beings. Human, can you save me? At this moment, a weak, inaudible voice came into Xuanhuan's ears. While making him startled suddenly, he looked towards Xia Tian and Xing Tian and the others. Found that they were also in doubt. It seems that everyone has heard the voice. It's the octopus calling for help. Xia Tian frowned and said. Seeing this, Xuanhuan shook his head. Big guy, we are so small, how can we save you? Xuanhuan muttered to himself. It's not that he didn't want to save it, it's just that if such a big guy has no external injuries, it is very likely that he has internal injuries. How to save internal injuries? Is it medicine? I'm afraid the wound medicine has to be calculated by the ton, right? At the same time, a huge black shadow came from the deep sea. From blurry to clear. Whether it is the giant octopus or the Dharma boat, under the shadow, they are all as small as a grain of rice. Xia Tian seemed to be aware of it, and suddenly frowned. Lu Bu also clenched. Fang Tian's painting halberd, staring at the water. Yang Jian's third eye directly opened and shot out a ray of purple light, penetrating into the water. Through the blue sea water. Xuanhuan was about to turn around and go back to the bedroom. Boom. A deafening, monstrous bang suddenly exploded. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of dizziness, and before everyone could react, they felt a sudden darkness in front of them, and they fell into endless darkness. From a distance, I saw an unimaginably huge white whale bursting out from the bottom of the sea, directly swallowing the French boat and the octopus into its mouth. That bloody mouth is extremely huge, and it is 10,000 feet high. It is extremely easy to swallow the entire Beiyue Hingshan in one gulp. Its silver-white whale head exposed to the water is tens of thousands of feet tall. It is hard to imagine how big it is as a whole. Under the golden sunlight, it can be seen that the eyeballs of this beluga whale are actually blue. It turned its blue eyes slightly, giving people a sense of fear. A long time has passed. Xuanhuan slowly opened his eyes, and it was Xia Tian, Bailey Xuanze, and others' concerned gazes that caught his eyelids. Shaking his head, he subconsciously looked around. It was found that they were staying on an island. There was a stench in the air. It makes people sick. The island is surrounded by endless darkness. Can't see anything. Only up close is clearer. Master, we were swallowed by a huge sea beast. Bailey Xuanze said helplessly. Then he pointed to the endless darkness in the distance and said, the giant octopus has also come in. Xuanhuan was stunned, even the giant octopus was swallowed. How big is this sea beast? Xuanhuan couldn't imagine it, nor did he dare to imagine it. Even you can't get out? Xuanhuan looked at Xia Tian, Lu Bu, and Yang Jian asked. Among the people in this boat, these three guys are the strong ones in the great Luo realm. Lu Bu was embarrassed. Xia Tian said with an ugly face, Master, I have tried it just now, and it doesn't work at all. This guy's body is harder than gold and stone. Can't even get out of Xia Tian? Xuanhuan's face turned pale. What does it mean that you can't even go out in summer? It shows that this sea beast is definitely beyond the great Luo realm. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Lu Bowen asked. Even if he is the counselor of the ages, it is useless here. Not as useful as a soldier. Let the soldiers be more energetic. We are not dead, and I believe other sea beasts will be fine. Now we have to be careful not only of this sea beast, but also of sudden attacks by other species. Xuanhuan ordered simply. Then, he began to look around. Bailey Xuanze agreed, and walked towards the soldiers who were still in the circle. Hey, you were all swallowed by him? Wang Xiafeng's voice suddenly rang in Xuanhuan's mind. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. Do you know what kind of sea beast this is? Well, this little guy was the spiritual pet of one of my subordinates back then. I didn't expect it to become so big. Wang Xiafeng's voice was a little emotional. The name of this beast is the king whale of the deep sea. I remember that it was only the size of a house back then. His race is a giant in the ocean. Once it becomes an adult, its size is generally 3,000 miles. Its lifespan is also surprisingly long. It is still alive today. Not surprisingly. Deep-sea king whale? Just hearing the name alone is not so powerful. Coupled with his huge body of 3,000 miles, he can definitely be regarded as the overlord of the sea. Hearing what you mean, is there a way to let us out? Xuanhuan asked tentatively. In summer, Lu Bu saw Xuanhuan thinking. He didn't make a sound to disturb him. Instead, they stood on both sides to guard them. Don't forget, I'm just a remnant soul. I don't have that ability. Wang Xiafeng said helplessly. Then why are you PP? Xuanhuan couldn't help but swear. But it made Wang Xiafeng a little embarrassed. Although I can't help it. But I remember that I hid a treasure in his stomach. If you can find it and activate it successfully, the blood of the ancient demon god in your body will be further awakened. Not only your strength will, if you get promoted, you will also let the deep-sea king whale let you out, because of your gooey demon god's aura. Wang Xiaofeng was not angry at all, because of Su Haoyan's swearing, but said thoughtfully. As soon as these words came out, Su Haoyan's eyes lit up, suddenly. It can not only go out, but also improve cultivation. No matter how you look at it, this business is earned by yourself. Ever since his cultivation level broke through to the early stage of Emperor Immortal realm, he found that no matter how hard he tried, it was difficult to improve his cultivation level. Even if he is talented, even if he has a super system, even if he is the lord of the Southern Territory, it will take a lot of time, and maybe he can advance his cultivation to a level. I don't know if this phenomenon is due to the regression of his aptitude, or because his practice is different from others. Now upon hearing that there is a treasure here that can improve his cultivation, how could he not care? Hey, I said, why did you hide treasure in this guy's body? What's your plan? Su Haoyan frowned suddenly, and then asked. He always felt that Wang Xiaofeng seemed to be making arrangements. And it's still a shocking situation. He had doubts from the place where the demon ancestor treasured. Now the suspicion is growing stronger. Of course it's for your own good. That's enough, you don't need to smudge any more. You close your eyes and feel carefully. You will find out where the thing is. As soon as Wang Xiaofeng finished speaking, he stopped talking. It seemed as if it had disappeared within Su Haoyan's body. It made Su Haoyan both hate and helpless. In the end, I had to close my eyes and sense it. Soon, Su Haoyan sensed something echoing him somewhere, as if calling him to go. Everyone set off and follow behind me. Su Haoyan turned his head and shouted loudly. The voice was resonant, and it was clearly heard by everyone in the hundreds of thousands of troops. These hundreds of thousands of troops are heavenly soldiers and generals led by Li Jing, formed with the Haoyan Legion. He was transferred from the southern region by Su Haoyan. This voice resounded in the army, causing an uproar immediately. Afterwards, Su Haoyan took the lead and flew in a certain direction. Xia Tian, Lu Bu, Yang Jian, Xing Tian, and others followed closely behind. Hundreds of thousands of troops are flying in the dark sky. Su Haoyan, who was flying at the forefront, covered his whole body with golden fire for cleansing karma. Lights the way forward. Master, did you find something? Xia Tian couldn't help asking. The rest of the people also looked at Su Haoyan suspiciously. Just follow along. Su Haoyan was a little helpless, he couldn't tell about Wang Xiaofeng's matter. That is to say, no one may believe it. At the same time, his ambiguous answer made everyone even more confused. But no one was speaking. Flying carefully all the way, the army flew very slowly due to fear of unidentified monsters attacking. Hey hey! At this moment, a sinister laughter suddenly sounded. It makes people feel creepy when they hear it. Su Haoyan quickly stood still and did not continue to fly forward. Instead, he released his consciousness and swept forward in a fan shape. However, what surprised him was that the front was dark and there was nothing. However, with a cold snort, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, and the eye of destiny was instantly opened by him. In an instant, Su Haoyan's pupils suddenly shone with colored light, and 3 pupils, the size of beans, flashed in each. The next moment, 2 beams of 3-color light shot towards the dark place ahead. The rest looked around nervously. Call out. At this moment, a piercing sound resounded, and under the illumination of the eye of destiny, everyone could see it clearly. but it was a bone spear shining with a cold light. The bone spear flew out of the darkness, as fast as lightning, directly passing through the void, and appeared in front of Xuanhuan in the blink of an eye. It was about to stab Xuanhuan's chest fiercely. Boom! Lu Bu Fong Tian swept across with his halberd, blocking the bone spear and flying away. Seeing this, Xuanhuan withdrew the Eye of Fate because he had already found the location of the voice. Skeleton demon? How can there be a skeleton that has become a spirit? Could it be swallowed by the deep-sea king whale? Xuanhuan frowned and thought. What are you doing? At this moment, that gloomy voice sounded again. At the same time, a white shadow stepped out from the dark place in front of everyone. As Baying got closer, hundreds of thousands of soldiers all gasped. Even Xuanhuan already knew the appearance of this thing. I can't help but feel my scalp tingling. I saw a white skeleton slowly coming out of the darkness. The white bones on its body shone with a jade-like luster. There are still sporadic flesh and blood hanging in some places, especially in its skull. There are 2 clusters of green will-o'-the-wisps constantly flickering. Coupled with the dim environment, everyone's backs felt chills, their scalps exploded, and their breathing became short of breath. Could it be that this thing has not been digested by the deep-sea king whale before it became like this? Xuanhuan guessed in his heart. Master, be careful, I can't see through the cultivation of this thing. Seeing the skeleton approaching, Xia Tian, Lu Bu hurriedly circled in front of Xuanhuan, blocking Xuanhuan behind him. But Li Jing signaled the heavenly soldiers and generals not to act rashly, awaiting further orders. Who are you? Xuanhuan didn't panic and asked calmly. The skeletal skeleton attacks him as soon as it appears. Explain that it is an enemy and not a friend. Not even a passerby. Although it made him very angry. But in this special environment, he'd better be cautious. The 2 green fires inside the skeleton were flickering, seeming to be thinking, but also seeming to be sneering. Hey, human beings! You can call me the Jade Bone Demon Lord. I really miss you. It's been a long time since I've tasted human beings. His words made hundreds of thousands of troops tremble with fear. You don't have a mouth, how do you eat? Xuanhuan cursed angrily. But immediately his complexion changed drastically. Because the Jade Bone Demon Lord actually moved at this moment. He just shook his white skeleton, and suddenly appeared at Xuanhuan's feet. And suddenly swung his bone claws to grab Xuanhuan. Seeing this, Lu Bu glared at the bull's eye, and swung Fong Tian's painted halberd to attack the Jade Bone Demon Lord's head, the 2 will-o'-the-wisps. Surround Wei and say Zhao's plan. Sure enough, he is a general of the 3 kingdoms, and his mind is quick. Xuanhuan sighed while flying back. Boom! Fong Tian's painted halberd was slapped away by the bone claws, which surprised Lu Bu and aroused his fierceness at the same time. Piss off! Roaring, Lu Bu waved Fong Tian's painted halberd and threw it at the Jade Bone Demon Lord again. But still could not avoid the bad luck of being fanned away. What kind of cultivation is this guy? Xuanhuan clenched his fists. As strong as Lu Bu, he was crushed and beaten. Even the opponent's defense cannot be broken. It can be seen how powerful the Jade Bone Demon Lord is. Ding! Trigger a side mission. Defeat the Jade Bone Demon Lord. Mission. Details: the mysterious Jade Bone Demon Lord is powerful. If the host repels him, the system will reward the host with a chance to randomly summon a superpower. The system prompt sounded, causing Xuanhuan's brows to knit together again. Something's wrong. The system only asks for repelling. It's not about defeating and killing. This shows what? It means that the system also thinks that he doesn't have the strength to kill him. Demon, don't be rampant, a certain family is coming. At this moment, Xia Tian, who had been watching for a long time, suddenly stopped drinking, and at the same time a breath that could destroy the world was suddenly released by him, which surprised everyone. The pinnacle of delusion wonderland. Although Lu Bu tried his best to obstruct the Jade Bone Demon Lord, he was immediately aware of Xia Tian's aura as soon as it appeared. In addition to being shocked, I also breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, the Jade Bone Demon Lord gave up on Lv Bu and Xia Tian, who came straight to Xuanhuan. Let Xuanhuan have to scold his mother. At the same time, with a thought, a pitch-black armor transformed from the Variety Soldier was put on his body. The Variety Divine Soldier is a treasure of innate merit and virtue, and its defensive power is extremely astonishing. He didn't believe that the Jade Bone Demon Lord could break through its defense. Hey, what is this thing? The Jade Bone Demon Lord suddenly stopped for some reason. Its skull looked at Xuanhuan. The green will-o'-the-wisp within it flickers rapidly. I didn't expect you to own it. But, so what, this monster's cultivation is as high as the sky, and you will all die here sooner or later. As soon as the Jade Bone Demon Lord finished speaking, he retreated slowly into the darkness behind him. The swaying will-o'-the-wisp stared at Xuanhuan all the time, seemingly full of envy and confusion. Soon the Jade Bone Demon Lord disappeared into the darkness. Seeing this, hundreds of thousands of troops secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Could it be that the Jade Bone Demon Lord retreated not because he was defeated by himself, but because of another reason? Xuanhuan thought suspiciously. Because the system prompt did not sound, it meant that his task had not been completed. Wang Xiafeng, are you dead? Xuanhuan asked angrily in his heart. He comes from a distant and mysterious starry sky. Not human. Wang Xiafeng's voice was a little dignified. But Xuanhuan's pupils shrank. Suddenly. Star creature? The starry sky, also known as the outer sky. Although the world of heaven is high above, and it has a word of sky. But compared with the real starry sky, beyond the sky, it's like ants and giant elephants standing together. There is no comparison at all. In this world, anything related to the starry sky is not easy. I once encountered this kind of creature somewhere outside the sky when I was in its prime. Their cultivation base is unfathomable. What is even more frightening is that they can endlessly create bone shields. The defense is extremely amazing. The strength is terrifying. But they don't have supernatural powers. Maybe this is their only flaw. Wang Xiafeng said carefully. Have you ever been to the starry sky? Xuanhuan was puzzled. Wasn't Wang Xiafeng suppressed by the gods of various domains back then? In his opinion, no matter how strong Wang Xiafeng is, he can't go to the starry sky. This seat is of course the strongest existence. Of course, it is in this world. When one day, the strong in the starry sky will suddenly seal up our world. It will be their place of trial. And we, the strong, are turned from rulers to targets. The starry sky powerhouse wants to enslave us. A great war broke out just now. At that time, not only the southern region, but hundreds of other regions were defeated. Our world was also completely sealed. It became a chess piece in the hands of immortal gods. Even to in the end, because the aura is decreasing day by day, the cultivation base has almost stagnated. Wang Xiaofeng's words were full of unwillingness and anger. But Su Haoyan couldn't help but gasp. Because of Wang Xiaofeng's words, Su Haoyan had a new understanding of this world. The world I live in is also huge. But the world outside the starry sky is even bigger. As for why there is a fairy god blockade, there is definitely a secret in it. By the way, why did that guy retreat in the end? I don't believe it is afraid. There must be other reasons. Su Haoyan asked suspiciously. For Su Haoyan, what space is blocked? What is the enemy of the starry sky? It's still far away from him. He didn't have time to think about it, nor did he want to delve into it. Because he was afraid of getting deeper and deeper. Tsk. Unexpectedly, this treasure of yours can make even the jade bone demon monarch fearful. What Wang Xiaofeng asked was not what he answered. Su Haoyan was taken aback for a moment, but he immediately showed disbelief. Isn't it because of the mysterious weapon? Su Haoyan asked with some uncertainty. It should be. But why the Jade Bone Demon Lord is afraid of this treasure, I don't know. Hearing this, Su Haoyan was somewhat disappointed. But it can only be done. Ding. Complete the side mission. The Zoman of the Land of the Fallen Dragon returns to the heart. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken to the limit. A chance to randomly summon a superpower. I'm sick, what's the situation? Could it be that Baijan and the others succeeded? Isn't this too fast? The sound of the system prompt made Su Haoyan froze on the spot. Only then did he understand what Baijan was talking about. That's the whole land of falling dragons. That's right, it's really good. I gave him the entire land of the falling dragon as a gift, so that he has to admire Shen Gongbao's foresight. Okay, let's go on. Follow me, and I will take you out. Su Haoyan was very relieved. When he turned around, he saw the panicked expressions of the soldiers behind him. Some even have a crying voice. He immediately knew that everyone's heart could not bear it anymore. That's why I said it aloud. Hearing Su Haoyan's words, the soldiers were stunned for a moment, but immediately cheered up and looked at Su Haoyan excitedly. Su Haoyan was very satisfied with what he did. Then turn around and move on. Somehow, that call is ahead. The army moved on. It's just that 2 kilometers have passed. 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters. As time went by, Su Haoyan's brows became tighter and tighter. How big is this deep-sea king whale? Why does it feel like there is no end? Not only him, but everyone behind him felt something was wrong. The body of this demon must have the tendency to form its own world. At this time, Yang Jian's voice came leisurely. After all, he is the Erlang god of the ancient heaven, and he still has this experience. Seeing this, Su Haoyan thought about it, and felt it again. It was found that the voice was still ahead. After thinking about it, Su Haoyan gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. In the following journey, no other sea beasts were encountered. The Jade Bone Demon Lord did not appear again. Hey, there is light. At this moment, Lu Boan pointed to the front and said suddenly. Is that the exit? Exit? How could there be an exit in the belly of a monster? Could it be, wow, disgusting? I hope the front is the destination of this trip. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. Because when I got here, the feeling became stronger and stronger. Everyone walked a certain distance before seeing the light clearly. It was a bitterly cold island. Seen from a close distance, the island is composed of countless mountain-shaped ice sculptures. The white light flickers on the surface. Gives a beautiful feeling. Xuanhuan observed the surrounding scene vigilantly. As the saying goes, the more beautiful the place, the greater the hidden danger. He will never set foot on it unless it is absolutely necessary. Your Majesty, I'll go up and have a look first. Xuanhuan volunteered and said. As soon as the voice fell behind, he set foot on Iceland. Even if Xuanhuan wanted to stop it, it was too late. It seems that Xuanhuan has been depressed by the crowd for a while. There is an urgent need to perform something to prove your existence. Xuanhuan soon landed on Iceland. It just disappeared in a blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Xuanhuan's heart skipped a beat. A bad premonition arises spontaneously. However, before he opened his mouth to speak, everyone beside him, including Xuantian and other Dou realm powerhouses, howled and flew towards Iceland. As if they were crazy. Even hundreds of thousands of soldiers showed signs of madness. What's going on? Why did this happen? Looking at the subordinates frantically rushing towards Iceland. Even if he yelled loudly, it didn't help. Everyone seemed to be ignoring him, scrambling to climb to the island, and then disappeared in a flash. Seeing this scene, Xuanhuan was completely confused. Wang Xiaofeng, do you know what's going on? Xuanhuan stared helplessly. It can't stop everyone's crazy actions at all. I can only ask Wang Xiaofeng again. I don't know. I really don't know. After all, many years have passed. Who knows what kind of incredible supernatural powers the deep-sea king whale has derived? Wang Xiaofeng said helplessly. He was actually quite depressed. So many years have passed. The subordinates who used to be subordinates have become one of the strongest in this world. And he has a remnant soul, so there is no need for a dick. When Xuanhuan heard this, he could only smile wryly. In the blink of an eye, his hundreds of thousands of troops and several strong men just disappeared. Looking around in silence. Let him have a long-lost feeling of being alone. Why do I have nothing to do alone? It's weird. Without giving up, he asked the system for help. However, the system's answer was even worse, I don't know. Now, Xuanhuan was completely dumbfounded. After a long time, Xuanhuan woke up from his helplessness. I don't know how they are doing in Xiatian. Xuanhuan shook his head. He knew it was useless to worry. For the present plan, only oneself will take the risk in person. He could feel that what Wang Xiaofeng said was deep in Iceland. At that moment, he stepped on Iceland resolutely, and jumped into the depths. On the other side, the Jade Bone Demon Lord suddenly stepped out of the darkness, his skull turned, and 2 clusters of will-o'-the-wisps flickered sharply, as if he was identifying something. Immediately afterwards, the 2 clusters of will-o'-the-wisps directly locked onto a certain place on Iceland, and immediately walked away. At the same time, Xuanhuan was still searching. Iceland is full of crystal-like icebergs, and you will definitely get lost here for a long time. Fortunately, Xuanhuan can use his spiritual sense to detect. After running for dozens of miles, Xuanhuan suddenly stopped. I saw a Crystal coffin suspended in the void above a clearing in front of him. This coffin is extremely small. Only 1/10 the size of a normal coffin. From the outside, you can clearly see a golden skeleton lying in the coffin. It looked very strange. Nima. Why is it a skeleton again? I really hate skeletons. Xuanhuan couldn't help complaining. But at this time, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. At the same time, he also knew that the golden skeleton in the coffin was what he was looking for. At this time, his eyes looked through the coffin and saw the golden skeleton. And he had the urge to swallow it. At the same time, the text on the Jinhua text on the brows also began to dance. His eyeballs also changed from normal black to purple gold. And start to sparkle. However, at this moment, the whole of Iceland suddenly shook violently. At the same time, a bone-chilling light curtain suddenly appeared 100 meters away from Xuanhuan. Surrounded Xuanhuan tightly. Where can you go now? A familiar voice suddenly entered Xuanhuan's ears, causing his complexion to change drastically. Jade Bone Demon Lord. Why is this guy still haunted? Xuanhuan said in a deep voice. Hey, seeing you is like seeing something delicious. The 2 clusters of will-o'-the-wisps flickered in the Jade Bone Demon Lord, making it full of evil. There was greed and confusion in his eyes. With this expression, it seems that he doesn't know why he feels this way. Xuanhuan felt chills down his spine. Mal. This guy actually wants to eat him. For now, the only way to do it is to fuse the golden skull first. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan put the variety armor on his body again. At the same time, Emperor Guyi's fist hit the crystal coffin above his head without hesitation. Hey, it's so hard. He is well aware of how powerful his Gui Emperor fist is. Even if a strong person at the peak of the golden immortal realm was hit, he would have to peel off his skin if he didn't die. Moreover, the punch just now had accumulated enough strength, but the coffin didn't even tremble a bit. Hey, you must be delicious. The Jade Bone Demon Lord slowly walked towards him. It's just that he walks very slowly. Moreover, spiritual light flickered all over its body, and a bone shield was born, collapsed, was born, and collapsed. It seemed that there was something within the range of 100 meters trying to stop him. Seeing this, Xuanhuan didn't hesitate anymore. He sprayed golden fire to cleanse his karma, and fired towards the crystal coffin. Crackling. The crystal coffin started to crackle when it encountered the gold fire for cleansing karma. There are also signs of melting. Hey, there is a door. Seeing this, Xuanhuan let out a soft cry. Excited, he increased the intensity of the fire again. Although the Jade Bone Demon Lord is still approaching, as the distance increases, its speed becomes difficult. Seeing this, Xuanhuan breathed a sigh of relief. He must strive to fuse the skeleton before the Jade Bone Demon Lord approaches him. Otherwise, he would surely die today. The other side. Jade Bone Demon Lord looked at his surroundings with 2 clusters of will-o'-the-wisps, and suddenly snorted and said, What about the restriction? There is no reason to discard the prey that my Jade Bone Demon Lord wants. Break it. As soon as the Jade Bone Demon Lord finished speaking, the crystal bone shields around him turned into bone spears one after another, blasting them in all directions with the power to destroy the world. With the attack of many bone spears, the void suddenly creased and shattered, one after another. Boo! The whole space seemed to be broken, causing Xuanhuan to look back in shock. I saw that the Jade Bone Demon Lord changed his previous hesitation, and at this moment, he was walking towards this side with big strides. In a blink of an eye, Xuanhuan was 50 feet away. While making Xuanhuan frown, he once again increased the output of the golden fire for cleaning the industry. And the crystal coffin finally melted under the continuous calcination of the golden fire for washing karma. In the blink of an eye, half of it had disappeared. And the Jade Bone Demon Lord advanced another 10 feet, and when he was more than 30 feet away from Xuanhuan, his figure became sluggish again. However, as the Jade Bone Demon Lord continued to release the bone spears, although the speed was slow, it was only a matter of time before he approached Xuanhuan. Call. Finally, the coffin completely disappeared under the calcination of the gold fire. The golden skeleton fell down without the support of the coffin. It fell directly on Xuanhuan's body and melts quickly, and along his exposed skin, instantly wrapped his whole body. However, he was covered by the variety divine soldier, and he could only be seen from the outside as being shrouded in a layer of golden mist. Boom. At this moment, Xuanhuan only felt a huge bang on his back. He flew out instantly. It's just that there is the armor transformed by the magic soldier, so he didn't suffer any damage. But the Jade Bone Demon Lord finally came behind him, holding a bone gun, and continued to bombard him. Naughty beast, stop. At this time, outside the light curtain in the distance, a group of people had gathered around at some point. It is Xia Tian and others. At this time, Xia Tian witnessed Xuanhuan being blown away by the Jade Bone Demon Lord, which made his eyes shattered. It roared hoarsely. Almost insane, he hit the light curtain desperately, trying to rush into rescue Xuanhuan. But to no avail. Time seems to freeze at a certain moment. Xuanhuan's whole body, including his head, was wrapped in pitch-black armor. Only 2 empty eyes were exposed. And the Jade Bone Demon Lord kept bombarding Xuanhuan. Want to break through the defense of the variety soldier. However, what made the Jade Bone Demon Monarch depressed was that no matter how he bombarded him, it was of no avail. At this time, Xuanhuan was in a kind of pain. He only felt that he seemed to be in a raging fire, and his whole body was sizzling, which was extremely uncomfortable. In contrast, the continuous bombardment of the Jade Bone Demon Lord is like scratching the surface. Did not cause the slightest harm to him. Haha, boy, you must persevere. Soon you will become the real domain master of the Southern Territory, Gui Demon God. Wang Xiafeng's voice sounded again in Xuanhuan's mind. The words are full of madness, which is the complete opposite of the gentle style of the past. Haha, after hundreds of thousands of years, my ancient demon god has finally returned. Although Xuanhuan heard Wang Xiafeng's voice, but now he has no time to pay attention to him, because he feels that he is about to burn up. Hey, it's so comfortable. At this moment, the Jade Bone Demon Lord blasted Xuanhuan away again. A feeling of relief made him gasp slightly. At the same time, his momentum began to skyrocket. This made the angry Jade Bone Demon Lord bewildered. Rumble. Following Xuanhuan's soaring momentum, the whole Iceland began to vibrate. Let Xia Tian and others outside the light curtain be dumbfounded. But inside the light curtain, the Jade Bone Demon Lord was on the verge of collapse. The reason is that Xuanhuan's defense, that is, the ever-changing magic weapon, is simply too heaven-defying. No matter how he bombarded, he couldn't break through the defense. Not to mention swallowing Xuanhuan alive. Not only that, as he kept beating and bombarding, he actually saw Xuanhuan in Xuanhuan's eyes. Yes, it is a very comfortable feeling. It seems that his powerful bombardment is a rare enjoyment for Xuanhuan. He is enjoying it? How is this possible? Is this person already stupid? Unbelievable. Incredible. This is the voice of the Jade Bone Demon Lord at this time. And with the bombardment of the Jade Bone Demon Lord, not only was Xuanhuan not injured, but his breath became stronger and stronger. Moreover, a demonic energy began to leak from his body. And still climbing. Your Majesty, it seems that some kind of blood is awakening. Although Hua Guang's cultivation base is low, he still has this vision. It was because he knew about Xuanhuan's situation that he was extremely shocked. The breath of Gui demon god gave him a sense of oppression facing the mountains. In front of this high mountain, he couldn't afford even the slightest bit of resistance. The ancient demon god is a mysterious race born in ancient times, and Wang Xiaofeng, is the inheritor of this race. And now you will be my successor. You will become the new ancient demon god, and the only ancient in the universe devil. I used to doubt whether you could inherit the blood of Gui. But the world tree in your body gave me hope. Because of the neutralization of the Xuanhuan blood, you, a human body, can finally bear the power of the ancient demon god. The power of the blood. And what I left in the body of the deep-sea king whale is the purest blood of the ancient demon god race. Even if it is stronger than me, it can't be completely integrated. But you don't have this shackle. Boy, keep going. Once you succeed, you will be the master of this world. Even those gods and gods will surrender at your feet. Wang Xiaofeng's voice became more and more crazy. He seemed to see the scene of himself climbing to the top of the world in Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, who was enjoying the blood of Gui demon god, felt a turbulent wave in his heart. If there is no tree of birth in his body, if his blood is not black and yellow, is this fate? Everything made him feel as if he was being manipulated by Wang Xiaofeng or fate. At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly felt a qualitative change in the devil energy in his body. Who? The karma-cleansing golden fire suddenly appeared by itself, and quickly wrapped around his body. At the same time, a strange yet familiar force suddenly emerged, making him feel that he could destroy everything. Boom! The Jade Bone Demon Lord, who was waving the bone gun, was suddenly blown away. He couldn't help but roar again and again. At the same time, Xuanhuan seemed to see, in a haze, on a vast land, there was an incomparably huge giant whose head reached the sky and whose feet were on the ground, beating its chest with both hands and roaring towards the sky. He roared, trying to pierce the sky above his head. Ancient demon god. The former lord of the holy court. Bump. Once again, the Jade Bone Demon Lord was blown away by the terrifying aura emitted by Xuanhuan. Roar. Inferior human being, I, Jade Bone Demon Lord, will kill you. The Jade Bone Demon Lord roared unwillingly, and was about to break through the light curtain and escape from this place. Because the demon energy lingering around Xuanhuan's body gave him a feeling of fright. He felt that if he continued to stay here, he would definitely die. Where are you going? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. At the same time, a palm with monstrous demonic energy and golden fire of cleansing karma stretched out from the side. grabbed the Jade Bone Demon Lord by the neck, and threw the Jade Bone Demon Lord, who was more than 2 meters tall, into the void. The 2-meter-tall Jade Bone Demon Lord rolled rapidly in the void, smashing countless icebergs along the way, and finally hit the light curtain 100 meters away with a bang. Hiss. Xia Tian and the others couldn't help but gasp, this power is simply too terrifying. They subconsciously looked at Su Haoyan, who was surrounded by demonic energy and gold fire. I saw Su Haoyan standing there proudly, the blood of the ancient demon god that wrapped him has completely integrated into his body. I don't know if it's because of the fusion of blood. At this time, the variety warrior has completely changed. I saw that a set of purple gold armor appeared on his body. Against the background of the golden fire of washing industry, it looks brilliant. At the position of the chest, there is a golden ball inlaid. Brilliant light is blooming. However, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Haoyan's right hand. At this time, Su Haoyan's right hand was holding a big knife surrounded by purple flames. This knife is more than 2 feet long. Although it was not used at this time, but it made everyone feel a destructive breath coming from the Xian knife through the light curtain. Su Haoyan, who was wearing a purple gold armor and holding a purple flame knife, stood there giving off an aura of dominance. It was as if everything in the world was ignored by him. Stronger than Xia Tian, Lu Bu, and Yang Jian couldn't help but gasp. In fact, it was Su Haoyan at this time that made them feel as if they were in a ruined world, like the end of the world. Who the hell is he? Why does he have such a terrifying aura? Could it be the fusion of the golden skull? Difficult to get up from the crushed ice. The 2 clusters of willow, the wisps of the Jade Bone Demon Lord, stared at Su Haoyan and jumped rapidly. It mutters to itself. In addition to not being able to believe it, what was said was more fear of Su Haoyan. Flame dragon armor. Purple flame knife. Unexpectedly, merging with the blood of Gui demon god indirectly upgraded. The variety soldier. Then, as the first battle of Gui demon god, let's try you. Su Haoyan muttered to himself, took steps, and walked towards the Jade Bone Demon Lord. At this moment, Su Haoyan has truly condensed the body of Gui demon god. The reason why he has such a powerful momentum is entirely because of Wang Xiaofeng's support behind him. Haha, did you feel it? The ancient demon god is powerful, and you will be proud of it in the future. Wang Xiaofeng's crazy voice echoed in Su Haoyan's mind. Su Haoyan really activated the blood of Gui demon god, and with the blessing of the variety god soldier, he became even more powerful, which made him inexplicably excited. It seems that Su Haoyan is him at this time. And under the stimulation of Wang Xiaofeng's powerful soul, Su Haoyan's aura has surpassed anyone inside or outside the light curtain. Even the peak of De Luo is not enough in front of him. The Jade Bone Demon Lord retreated slowly, and the 2 clusters of ghost fires looked at Su Haoyan, who was so imposing and surrounded by demon flames, full of fear. No, isn't the ancient demon god already extinct? How come there is still blood left? At this moment, following Su Haoyan walking step by step, the body of Gui demon god has reached a height of more than 100 feet, and it is still growing. At the same time, the purple gold flame dragon armor and the purple flame knife shrouded in golden flames of cleansing karma gave people a shocking feeling. A strong visual impact. It's an extravagant wish for me to make you want to die. Su Haoyan looked down at the Jade Bone Demon Lord from a high position, and The icy cold voice made the Jade Bone Demon Lord freeze on the spot. Even Xia Tian and the others who were outside the light curtain were terrified. At this time, Xuanhuan, with his strength soaring, coupled with the anger in his heart, exuded an aura that seemed to destroy the world. The Jade Bone Demon Lord did not sit still, he moved extremely quickly. Even though Xuanhuan seemed invincible, he did not back down again, but chose to fight. I saw the Jade Bone Demon King raise his bone hand, and immediately condensed a sinister bone knife in the void, then stomped his feet on the ground, and with a bang, the ground collapsed instantly, and at the same time, it also flew straight with the help of the countershock force, soaring to the sky. Even while falling at extreme speed, he swung the bone knife and slashed at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan stared indifferently at the rapidly approaching bone knife, raised his right hand, and gently swung the purple flame knife. The 2-foot-long purple flame knife suddenly transformed into a 100-foot long sword light, and rushed towards the Jade Bone Demon Lord with the momentum of cutting the sky. All this seems slow to describe. In fact, it was only in the blink of an eye that the bone knife was smashed together with the light of the knife, transformed by Xian knife. Bump. The Jade Bone Demon Lord was immediately blasted away, like a boring shell, and hit the light curtain 100 meters away again. This scene fell in the eyes of Xia Tian and the others, directly making them stunned on the spot. It can be said that it was caught off guard before. However, now that he was being aggressive and passive, he still easily knocked the Jade Bone Demon Lord into the air. Just how strong is Xuanhuan at this moment? Xing Tian's eyes suddenly burst out with monstrous fighting intent. Looking at the ancient demon god on Xuanhuan's body, he couldn't help but feel his blood surge. Xuanhuan stomped his right foot at this time, jumped up suddenly, and when he rushed towards the Jade Bone Demon Lord, he raised the Xian saber high and slammed it down towards the Jade Bone Demon Lord. Boom. The Xian knife slashed on the light curtain, directly splitting the light curtain, and then slashed downwards like a broken bamboo. The Jade Bone Demon Lord was so startled that he quickly rolled to the side. Hiss. Xia Tian and the others couldn't help but gasp. Even if they shot at this light curtain, there was nothing they could do about it. But now Xuanhuan split it open casually. Even the Demon King, who was as strong as a jade bone, was scared to death by this knife. What's going on? The unbelievable scene in front of them made them feel unreal. In fact, it wasn't that Xuanhuan was so powerful, but that Wang Xiaofeng was too powerful. Humph, do I allow you to go? In Xuanhuan's ridicule, his left hand turned into a claw and grabbed the Jade Bone Demon Lord, who was about to escape, and Xuanhuan pinched the Jade Bone Demon Lord's neck again. A monstrous killing intent popped out of his eyes, and he threw the Jade Bone Demon Lord hard to the ground. Boom. The Jade Bone Demon Lord felt that he was smashed to the ground by a huge force. Amidst the roar, the ground collapsed, and the surrounding 100 meters were covered with cracks like spider webs. The sternum and leg bones of the Jade Bone Demon Lord were smashed to pieces. Even the skull collapsed. Not enough. Xuanhuan's purple-golden eyes flickered, and he controlled Gui Demon God to step on the Jade Bone Demon Lord. Boom, boom, boom. Xuanhuan trampled on the shattered bones of the Jade Bone Demon Lord. With Xuanhuan's stampede, the whole Iceland trembled rhythmically. Seeing that, Xia Tian and the others were stunned. He even forgot to sneak in through the gap in the split light curtain to rescue Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan looked down at his feet, followed by the trampling of each foot. With the crisp sound, and with the pieces of broken bones flying. This feeling excited him and made his blood boil. Although it feels strange, it is not exclusive. Now you have fully awakened the blood of the gooey demon god. In the future, you can condense the body of the gooey demon god to fight as you like. Moreover, with the blessing of the flame dragon armor and the purple flame knife, your combat power will truly double. And once you break through to the Tai realm, your physical body will completely become the real body of Gu. Demon god. Wang Xiaofeng's voice sounded. This fellow has been in a state of excitement ever since Xuanhuan merged with the blood of the ancient demon god. Although Xuanhuan had doubts, he didn't care about that much at this moment. Because this feeling makes him feel good. He feels that no one can stop him now, including the deep-sea king whale. The aura of the Jade Bone Demon Lord became weaker and weaker. When Xuanhuan stepped on him hundreds of times, including his soul, he was completely shattered. There was only one sentence that made Xuanhuan puzzled and lingered in his ears: ancient demon god, still cannot escape the punishment of heaven. Ding. Complete the side mission. Defeat the Jade Bone Demon Lord. The system rewards the host with a chance to randomly summon a superpower. The system prompt sounded at this moment. A smile finally appeared on Xuanhuan's stern face. At the same time, the body that was more than 100 feet high dissipated like a cloud of smoke. The Yanlong armor also rushed towards the Xian saber like a stream of water. Finally disappeared into nothingness. The purple flame knife also disappeared. Suddenly. It's just that the flame totem has disappeared between Xuanhuan's eyebrows. It was replaced by a knife-shaped image surrounded by purple gold flames. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the middle stage of the Emperor's Wonderland. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the late stage of the Emperor's Wonderland. The system beeps continuously. It didn't excite him. Because compared with Wang Xiaofeng's power, my own power is simply weak. But the next realm is getting closer and closer. To be honest, he doesn't even know what his next realm will be. He found himself becoming more and more mysterious. Even he himself couldn't understand it. At the same time, the light curtain 100 meters away dissipated, and Xia Tian and others quickly ran towards Xuanhuan. The Domain Emperor? At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. The vast, hoarse voice was full of surprises, doubts, disbelief and other emotions. Who? Are there still enemies here? As soon as Xia Tian and the others appeared beside Xuanhuan, they were startled by this boundless voice. Immediately, his face changed drastically, and he became defensive. However, no matter whether they released their consciousness or showed their abilities, they did not find the existence of the enemy. Xuanhuan raised his head to look at nothingness, his face showed no emotion. He said calmly, "Deep-sea king whale, let us out, quickly." Only Wang Xiaofeng was known as the Domain Emperor present. And his inheritance and Wang Xiaofeng, the breath will of course be detected by the deep-sea king whale. Just now he opened his mouth to speak. Since you know my name and you have the aura of a Domain Emperor, it seems that you are really a Domain Emperor. But, why do you? Although the voice of the deep-sea king whale was pleasantly surprised, it was more doubtful. What kind of cultivation was Wang Xiaofeng, the first domain lord of the southern region back then, an existence who dared to fight against the sky? Now why is there only a mere cultivation base in the heavenly wonderland? Xuanhuan pretended to be displeased and said, is there a second and first southern region lord in this great thousand world? Is there still the ancient demon god? These deterrent words are already familiar to him as an emperor. Naturally, Wang Xiaofeng is not needed to teach. The deep-sea king whale suddenly became silent. But the next moment, everyone in Xuanhuan felt that the whole Iceland began to vibrate. At the same time, the surrounding nothingness also became turbulent. What's going on? Could it be an earthquake? Oh my God, is it the end of the world? No, I'm going to die. Everyone, don't panic, we will be able to go out soon. Xuanhuan's words, transmitted by his magic power, immediately turned into sound waves and spread directly, making hundreds of thousands of troops hear them clearly. The soldier suddenly fell silent. But there was still a look of horror on his face. However, at this moment, a blue beam of light suddenly flew out of nothingness, and directly smashed into the center of Xuanhuan's eyebrows. The speed is so fast that Xia Tian and others have no time to react. Master! His Majesty! Xia Tian, Yang Jian hurriedly shouted, while surrounding Xuanhuan in the middle, on high alert. But I couldn't find where the enemy was. Xuanhuan only felt that his head was about to explode, so he directly let his head explode with both hands, and squatted on the ground. At this moment, the voice of the deep-sea king whale came into Xuanhuan's ears. Yu Huang, more than 100,000 have passed. The sea has changed, but we meet on this occasion. It is really fate. Therefore, this subordinate will send you a gift, hoping to help you. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supreme supernatural power, the great void art. Get a chance to selectively summon a super strong. Boom. A huge amount of memory flooded into his mind, causing Xuanhuan to fall directly into the darkness. Great void technique, unpredictable ghosts and gods, extremely mysterious. Extreme cultivation, can travel through the void, and reverse the world when facing the enemy. After an unknown amount of time, Xuanhuan was awakened suddenly, and what caught his eyes was the blue sky and fresh air. Master, are you awake? Bailey Xuanzi asked in surprise. The voice also attracted the rest of the powerhouses. Seeing Xia Tian, Yang Jian and others surrounding him in a circle, Xuanhuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt a little wet under his body. When he looked down, he found that the black ground under his body was extremely smooth, just like the body of some kind of beast. He couldn't help shaking his head, and at the same time, a smile appeared on his face, and then became brighter. Because he has comprehended the supreme supernatural power, the great void art, this kind of supernatural power that can travel through the void at will to fight against the enemy. This allows him to take the absolute initiative in future battles. Where are we? While speaking, he stood up unsteadily. Because of comprehending the great void technique, his head was always dizzy. We're on the back of a deep-sea king whale. You've been in a coma for 2 days. Xia Tian replied quickly. 2 days? Xuanhuan shook his head, wondering if Quafu could still find him. Yu Huang, are you awake? The deep-sea king whale's voice is profound and long, resounding through the world. Xuanhuan was deeply shocked. Seeing this, Xuanhuan cupped his fists and said sincerely, "Thank you for your gift." The domain emperor is polite, because without the domain emperor, there would be no king whale now. The words of the deep-sea king whale are full of emotions, as if they are nostalgic for the good old days that have passed away. Hundreds of thousands of troops and Yang Jian, Xia Tian, and others looked at each other in blank dismay. The king whale of the deep sea actually called His Majesty the Domain Emperor. Could it be that Xuanhuan still has an identity that they don't know about? However, they were relieved when they thought of Xuanhuan's ability to create Dou Yu in an instant and his powerful ability to recruit talents. At the same time, the awe of Xuanhuan soared again. Okay, Yu Huang, it's time for me to leave the sea. This world is not 170,000 years ago. I can't show too much in the eyes of the world. I hope you, Yu Huang, should be careful. The deep-sea king whale spoke again, and the words that came out shocked everyone again. 17,000 years? No way, could it be that His Majesty has lived for 170,000 years? Doesn't that mean that His Majesty is an old goblin? Everyone was shocked, but no one asked a question. Everyone has secrets, not to mention His Majesty the Holy Emperor, who is the Lord of a domain. At this moment, the deep-sea king whale began to sink to the sea. Everyone jumped up in shock. Hundreds of thousands of troops even stood in the void. Xuanhuan also fell into deep thought at this moment. 170,000 years. He really underestimated Wang Xiaofeng's age. This is a veritable old goblin. Just when he was about to have a detailed talk with Wang Xiaofeng, a loud voice, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, entered his ears. See Your Majesty. Ah, third child. What, second brother? Is this? When Xuanhuan heard this, he immediately became excited. And in Xia Tian, Yang Jian and the others looked nervously at Xuanhuan's back, with extremely solemn expressions. Only Xing Tian was very excited when he looked at the burly man with a height of more than 3 feet on the cloud. I am Quafu, I have come to join His Majesty. At this time, the giant spoke again. At the same time, a pair of bull's eyes, like copper bells, looked at Xing Tian. The eyes full of scrutiny made Xing Tian feel more cordial. With a simple and honest smile, he stepped forward and gave Quafu a bear hug. Ha ha ha, Quafu, I have finally waited for you. These few days, are you in a hurry? Xuanhuan's voice came at this time, making the two brothers a little embarrassed, and hurried to Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, I never expected you to recruit the third child. Xing Tian really admires him, Xing Tian said with a smile. At the same time, there was a moment of horror in the eyes looking at Xuanhuan. He knew that Quafu was the most indifferent among their brothers. I am used to being alone. And they are a little out of gregarious. But when it comes to fighting, they are extremely vigorous. Haha, being able to get Quafu's help is equivalent to half the success of my great cause. After Xuanhuan smiled mysteriously at Xing Tian, he took Quafu's big hand and praised him. Your Majesty is serious. I didn't expect the second brother to be here with you. It seems that I came to the right place. Even on this occasion, Quafu is equally unsmiling. However, as he said these words, his loyalty directly broke through 80. Xuanhuan was quite surprised. But after glancing at Xing Tian, he instantly figured out what was going on. The witch clan itself is arrogant, and they are lonely and arrogant wherever they go. But by his side, including Xia Tian, belonged to the human race category. For Quafu, there is something out of place. However, Xing Tian is their brother. When the two brothers are together, Quafu's lonely situation is also avoided. At the same time, for Su Haoyan's ability to recruit Xingtian, Quafu didn't say anything, but sincerely admired him in his heart. All of these, put together, are the ultimate reason for the rise in Quafu's loyalty. However, Quafu never looked directly at Yang Jian, Xia Tian, and others. In his eyes, there are only Xing Tian and Su Haoyan. And Xing Tian is still ahead. The army continues to advance, pointing directly at the holy land of the monster race. At this time, everyone had already boarded the top-grade Dharma boat again. And when Su Haoyan's voice sounded, the Dharma boat went from slow to fast and sailed away through the wind and waves. At this time, Su Haoyan had already dragged Quafu into the room, and he planned to chat with Quafu about the daily life, enhance feelings and win over each other's relationship. In Quafu's room, he stayed in Quafu's room for more than 3 hours before he walked out satisfied. Although Quafu has no past life memory, but the memory given to him by the system is still the great witch of the witch clan, but he has no experience of chasing the sun. During the conversation, Su Haoyan successfully played the role of a fan of the Wu tribe, giving Quafu enough vanity. As soon as the witch clan was mentioned, Quafu became a chatterbox, talking endlessly, and his face was full of pride. In the end, Su Haoyan not only raised Quafu's loyalty to 85, but also got a lot of information from the Wu clan. These are very precious. At least he hadn't heard it from Xing Tian. Gu Quafu said that the strongest of their witch clan is not them, but the 12 ancestor witches. Compared with the 12 ancestral witches, he is not even a scum. Rumble. At this moment, there was a violent roar in front, and at the same time, the calm sea surface suddenly stirred violently. The expressions of the soldiers on the ship changed. However, compared with the vision caused by the king whale in the deep sea, the storm in front of him is simply child's play. Your Majesty, there is a big monster flying here. Yang Jian stood at the bow of the boat, observed for a while, and then turned around and said to Su Haoyan, "Could it be another big demon sent by the demon ancestor?" Su Haoyan didn't even wrinkle his brows. The big monsters in the Taiyu realm are no longer a threat to him. Even the big demon from Daluotian Wonderland is not enough to look at on this ship. Soon, a tall figure appeared in everyone's sight. This is a big demon king surrounded by black flames. It is tall and tall, but its eyes are blood red. At first glance, there is a feeling of heart palpitations. The early days of Daluotian Wonderland. Xia Tian muttered to himself, but his expression was very calm. By Su Haoyan's side, Xia Tian is the peak of Daluotian Fairyland, Lubu is the early stage of Daluotian Fairyland, and Yang Jian is the early stage of Daluotian Fairyland. Any one of the three can take down this guy. What's more, there is a statue of Quafu in the early stage of Daluotian Wonderland behind. Haha, the emperor of the little human race dares to stroke the tiger's beard. He really doesn't know what to do. A certain family is the Black Wind King. Under the demon ancestor, he was ordered to take your dog's life. The big monster made waves in the sea, stretched out a house-sized, extremely ugly head, and said sarcastically, "Humph, it turns out that you are the Black Wind Demon King who ravaged the coastal generation and once devoured a city's people alive. I wanted to seek revenge on you, but now I ran into you here. If you can't say it, just save your life." At this time, Xia Tian looked at the mighty Black Wind King above his head. His voice was cold, and he was about to take care of this monster. However, at this moment, a burly figure appeared in front of Xuanhuan, with a figure of more than 3 feet tall standing in front of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan felt his eyes darken, and when he looked up, it was Quafu. Disturbing a certain family's rest, courting death. As soon as the words fell, Quafu suddenly raised his foot and kicked forward. Bump. A loud noise suddenly sounded, causing Xuanhuan and the others to tremble. They saw that Quafu kicked the Black Wind King into pieces. The violent force flew in all directions, and even the Dharma boat trembled. Up. It's overbearing. Xuanhuan was full of emotion, and even praised him without hesitation. Facing a big demon king in the early stage of the fairyland of Dou Yu Ocean, he was kicked into pieces, which made everyone gasp. When looking at Quafu, there was already deep fear in his expression. As for Quafu, he greeted Xuanhuan as if nothing had happened, and then led Xing Tian back to his room. Seeing this, Xuanhuan also smiled slightly, and returned to his room. As soon as he returned to the room, he immersed his mind in the dantian of Zifu. He awakened the blood of Gui demon god, and accidentally upgraded the variety weapon, and obtained the purple flame saber. The cultivation base has also been upgraded by 2 levels. Time to see what's going on inside the body. Xuanhuan sank his mind into his body. He first looked at his yin and yang twin babies, and found that the yin and yang twin babies had grown taller and gained a bit of weight. At the same time, the surface of the twin babies was covered with a purple gold halo at some point. It looks mysterious and solemn. And in the center of the twin babies, the tree of the world has also grown significantly. At this time, the tree of the world is flourishing and full of vitality. Finally, Xuanhuan's eyes fell on the flame dragon armor and purple flame saber suspended outside the world tree. One of the 2 treasures shone with purple gold light from time to time, and the other was wrapped in purple flames, and even traces of golden lightning flashed from time to time. Xuanhuan was amazed. However, Xuanhuan was very satisfied with the changes in his body. Then, he called up his personal attribute list. Host, Xuanhuan. Race, human race, the body of the ancient demon god. Bloodline, Xuanhuan bloodline. Gui demon god bloodline. Lucky level, late stage of Emperor Wonderland. Supernatural powers, golden fire, for cleansing karma, Emperor Gai's fist. Avenue of time, other minds, mysterious spying technique. Eye of destiny, yin yang seal of life and death, yin yang wheel of life and death, great void art. Privilege, specific travel through time and space. Kung fu, the secret of longevity. Treasures, flame dragon armor, purple flame knife. Intelligence, 18,000. Super strong. Lucky function, random, designate, choose to call. Dao inheritance, copy of the strong, peak awakening, ultimate awakening, lucky mall. Core. Lucky value, 500,980,000. Although the list of personal attributes is much simpler, it is more refined. A few supernatural powers have also been added. Generally speaking, this trip to the Holy Land of the demon ancestors has yielded quite a lot. This is not only reflected in the improvement of cultivation, come on. In short, it is very cool. In the following time, he took out the big goal this time, the moonlight stone. This moonlight stone is like a bright moon that has shrunk countless times. It is bright and flawless, exuding a soft moonlight luster. Looking at the moonlight stone in his hand, Xuanhuan was filled with emotion. Monster races, demon cultivators, and even ghost races all over the world will bathe in the moonlight to practice at night. And the bright moon in the starry sky is naturally unique. No one can pick it off and get it. But Xuanhuan stone can be owned independently. Practice. This is a unique existence in this world, an incomparable treasure of innate cultivation. I said, boy, you will get all the good things. Although I was once the #1 domain lord of the southern domain, and there are countless treasures. But for you, I still feel jealous. At this moment, Wang Xiafeng's voice rang in Xuanhuan's mind. The voice was a little weak, as if recovering from a serious illness. Are you okay? Xuanhuan directly ignored Wang Xiafeng's taste. But he is concerned about his current situation. It's nothing, it's just that when I helped you fuse the blood of the ancient demon god, I lost a little soul power. It's good to have a rest. However, you are really lucky. If you absorb all this moonstone, your cultivation you will break through to the Tai realm. By then, you will be the real Gui demon god avatar. This guy never left his line of business, which made Xuanhuan a little helpless, but at the same time moved him more. Ding. Trigger a side mission. Refining and absorbing the moonstone. Task. Details. Since the host is a yin and yang baby, the host has the ability to absorb and refine the moonstone. The host absorbs and refines the moonstone. It will let the cultivation base of the host is more refined, thus breaking through the cultivation base. If the host absorbs, refines the moonstone, and improves the cultivation level, the system will reward the host with a chance to enter the inheritance dojo. A chance to awaken the limit. A chance to summon a superpower. A selective summon superpower opportunity for the system prompt sounded at this moment. Xuanhuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The task was actually triggered, and the rewards are so generous. It seems that it is not so easy to absorb and refine the moonstone. But since the task is triggered, just complete it by yourself. Besides, it will be of great benefit to me. Afterwards, Xuanhuan suspended the Xuanhuan stone in the lower abdomen, and at the same time operated the exercises, and began to absorb and refine it. The army was getting closer and closer to the holy land of the monster race. While the top-quality French boat was sailing at full speed through the wind and waves. It didn't take long for the group of monsters in the holy land of the monster race to know the news that the holy Emperor Xuanhuan came with an army. The holy land of the monster race. Since several big demon kings were killed by Xuanhuan, the remaining 5 big monsters couldn't sit still. Especially the fall of the Black Wind King made the group of monsters restless and even terrified all day long. Finally, after the negotiation of several big demon kings, it was decided to ask the demon ancestors to solve the immediate crisis. How far is Xiaolong's army from the Holy Land? In the hall of the demon ancestor in a gray robe sat on a throne studded with pearls and crystals, and asked, with a blank expression. Yaozu is a human youth in his 20s. At this time, he looked extremely cold, his face was pale, and his eyes were silvery white. When people see it, they feel a chill down their spine. A snake demon king under him carefully replied, it's less than 5,000 miles. Although the Yaozu's cultivation is unpredictable and profound, outsiders don't even know that the Yaozu is not at his peak now. Yaozu has injuries. Only a few of them, the big demon kings, knew this news. Because of this, the Strength of Yao Zhu was greatly reduced. Now even the Black Wind King, the number one demon under the demon ancestor, was killed by Xiao Long. He didn't think Yao Zhu could defeat Xiao Long. Hearing this, the demon ancestor's silver-white eyes shot out a cold light. Is there any news from Yuan Palace? Yao Zhu took a deep breath and asked. Only the core of the Yao Zhu Holy Land knows the existence of Yuan Palace. Not yet. The big demon king, the snake spirit, had a parched mouth. His original intention was to escape, but Yao Zhu was the main battle. In fact, there was only the Yao Zhu leading the battle, and none of the other demon kings present wanted to escape immediately. There is no hope of winning this battle. Hey, what's the matter? The majestic demon ancestor is actually scared. At this moment, a joking voice resounded through the Yao Zhu palace. The big demon king, the snake spirit, was so startled that he yelled sharply, "Where is the monster? Come out quickly." The rest of the big demon kings even took out their weapons, looked around, and waited for it. A cloud of green mist appeared in the midair of the hall, and then quickly condensed into a green figure. This figure was wearing a dark green armor, and his head was also covered by the armor. Only a pair of eyes were exposed. His voice came from the armor. The Hall of 10,000 Poisons, you can call me the 10,000 Saints. Poison Lord. The Hall of 10,000 Poisons? The demon ancestor's silver-white eyes suddenly shot out a frightening silver light, and he muttered to himself, and suddenly said loudly, could it be the Temple of 10,000 Poisons, which ranks third among the 7 major powers in the heavenly world? Hey, I didn't expect the majestic demon ancestor to know about my Wan Poison Palace. The Wanqing Poison Lord, whose whole body was covered in green armor, said with a smile. The voice was indistinct, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. The Emperor Haotian of the Southern Territory has grown, and you alone cannot stop his footsteps. What's more, you are still injured. Now you may not even be able to exert your strength in the middle stage of the great Luojin Wonderland. As far as I know, Holy Emperor Haotian has no less than 3 Daluo celestial immortals, experts in the realm of immortal realm, and there are even more of them in the Tai realm. With your strength, fighting against them is tantamount to committing suicide. Wanqing Poison Venerable spoke slowly. Make Yao Zhu's silver-white pupils shrink slightly. He didn't expect Xiao Long to have such a powerful strength. If it is placed in his prime, he will naturally not be afraid. But now he can't even display his strength in the early days of Luojin Wonderland. How could he stop Xiao Long's footsteps? What is the purpose of this person coming here suddenly? The demon ancestor was puzzled, so he asked. What do you mean? Join our Hall of 10,000 Poisons and become a branch of us in the Western regions. And the Hall of 10,000 Poisons will be your backer. Wanqing Poison Master's seductive words made the snake spirit in the temple waiting for the big demon king to breathe rapidly. They all looked at the aloof demon ancestor. The urgency in their eyes was obvious. Old guy, you've got something to say. Those are the top 3 powers in the heavenly world. If you take refuge in them, you'll be hugging your thighs. The demon kings were anxious to go up and smoke the demon ancestor's big-eared melon seeds. This old guy is so stupid. If you can kill Xiao Long, I promise you. The voice of the demon ancestor made the anger in the hall instantly harmonious. The faces of the big and small demon kings showed a feeling of relief. For Yao Zhu, Xiao Long was the one he hated the most. The Macaque King was originally chosen by him, and it was very suitable for his rebirth. Once the Macaque King's cultivation breaks through the great Luo realm, he will seize his body and be reborn. Then he will have the opportunity to hit the legendary realm. With the aptitude of the Macaque King himself and his heaven-defying chance, he has enough confidence to achieve immortality. However, this great wish was ruthlessly destroyed by Xiaolong. Therefore, as long as Xiaolong dies, he doesn't mind sending him under the fence. Even become a running dog of others. As you wish. When Wanqing poison venerable nodded, it turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated in the hall. The 500,000 army took the best magic boat to ride the wind and waves, to fight towards the holy land of the monster clan, with great momentum. Xuanhuan stood at the bow of the boat, facing the sea breeze and looking forward. Behind them, Xia Tian, Lu Bu, Yang Jian, Xing Tian, Bailey Xian, Su, Giant Spirit God, Yuan Hong, and Emperor Huaguang, followed by an army of 500,000 soldiers. And in the room in the boat, there is also the great god Quafu. Such a lineup is more than enough to annex an empire. It can be seen that Su Haotian is determined to seize the land of the demon ancestors. At this time, the holy land of the Yaozu has been vividly remembered. Master, there may be changes in the next battle. In my opinion, you should go into the cabin. Xia Tian's voice rang in Su Haotian's ear. Su Haotian couldn't help smiling. Stupid apprentice, your master and I are the kind of people who are greedy for life and afraid of death. If I really wanted to hide behind and not come out 10,000 years ago, would there be the current Xia kingdom? Can there be today's southern region? Su Haotian's words seemed to be reprimanding Xia Tian, but in the ears of everyone, Su Haotian instantly became a responsible, holy emperor. At the same time, the morale of the army behind was even higher, and the true colors of iron and blood were undoubtedly displayed at this time. Your Majesty, you are worthy of being the Mingjun of all ages. Just a few words can boost the morale of the generals. Not everyone can achieve this kind of courage. Lu Bowen looked at Su Haotian, who was wearing the dark gold robe of Kowloon Supreme, with awe in his eyes. Soon, everyone left the Dharma boat and rose into the sky one after another. In an instant, the 500,000 troops turned into black clouds all over the sky, covering the holy land of the monster race. Looking down from a high altitude, the holy land of the monster race is a huge island. During the period, the mountains were ups and downs, and countless demon kings, big and small, hid in the dark, looking in horror at the murderous southern army in the sky. Where is the demon ancestor? I am the holy emperor of Haotian, I have arrived. As promised, and I haven't come out to see you. Su Haotian's voice was indifferent, and even under the infusion of his mana, it directly turned into a sound wave, which instantly resounded in every corner of the holy land of the monster race. While making the monsters tremble, they all feel that their good days are over. The name of Holy Emperor Haotian has now spread all over the country. Not to mention the western regions, even the other two major regions, and even those remote small regions know his name. Coupled with the fact that he killed several great demon kings in a row, Holy Emperor Haotian existed like a demon in the hearts of monsters in the holy land of the demon clan. Bailey Xuanzi took out a broad sword shining with silver light. Yuan Hong carried the iron rod on his shoulders. Yang Jian pointed the three-pointed sword directly at the demon clans below, and a 500,000 army came with a murderous look. The monstrous killing intent released made the monsters below tremble with fear. worrying all day long. Hey, Holy Emperor Haoyan, what's the matter? The southern region can't hold you anymore. Why are you running to the western region? At this moment, a joking and sarcasm sounded into everyone's ears. At the same time, a ray of green smoke suddenly appeared 1,000 meters in front of Su Haoyan. In the tumbling smoke, the venomous venerable venom quickly condensed out. What? Su Haoyan said with a frown. Deluogene Wonderland. Xia Tian looked towards Xuanhuan Poison Venerable, his eyes revealed a dignified color. At the same time said softly. As soon as this remark came out, the sky was in an uproar. This strange man in green armor turned out to be Deluogene Wonderland. The corner of Su Haoyan's mouth twitched a few times. It's Deluogene Xian. Again, isn't this too shameful? Su Haoyan was puzzled. There must be too many strong people around Yaozu. If Quafu wasn't there, why wouldn't I be talking about this trip myself? That person can lose his hair. Ding. A side mission is triggered. Kill the venomous venerable. Task details. Since the venomous venerable wants to help the demon ancestor repel the host. If the host kills the venomous venerable, the system will reward the host with a designated summoning super chance for the strong. I'm crazy, I actually triggered a side mission. Could it be that this guy has some special background? Su Haoyan was puzzled, but he didn't take it to heart. This guy has already blocked him, why don't you keep him if you don't kill him? It's not in his character to let the enemy go. What are you? Su Haoyan asked the question knowingly. Kid, don't use your tongue. Don't ask me who I am. Anyway, don't try to occupy the holy land of the monster race today. And you will be killed by me. Xuanhuan Poison Venerable said casually. It's crazy. Xia, Lubu, Yangjian, let's fight together and kill this thing. Su Haoyan directly ordered the 3 big Luo realm masters under him to fight. He didn't believe that the 3 Luo realms couldn't control this guy. Pretend to be a ghost, and watch a certain family's 3-pointed knife take your dog's life. As soon as Yangjian came up, he directly slashed at Xuanhuan Poison Master. And in Xia Tian, Lubu cooperated very well with Yangjian and formed a triangle formation, enclosing Xuanhuan Poison Venerable in the middle. And attack at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. With the start of the battle, in an instant, a strong light was shining on the void, and it was even bursting out, shaking the void directly. Let the people in the distance look dazzled. The whole army is attacking, targeting all the monsters in the holy land of the monster race. Xiansu, Yuanhong, Huaguang, Li Jing, Zhu Lingshan, etc. went out with the army. Pick the big demon king to start. Be sure to take down the Yaozu holy land in a short time. Decree. After everyone received their orders, they went to kill the demon clans below. Your Majesty, replace the 3 of them. At this time, Quafu came out of the room. He stared indifferently at the Xuanhuan Poison Venerable who was surrounded by 3 big Luos, and said calmly, if that's the case, Quafu will be troubled. Su Haoyan was overjoyed. If Quafu made a move, the 3 liberated could go to the Yaozu. Who are you? The 3 of them were quickly replaced by Quafu, and under Su Haoyan's instruction, they went directly to the highest peak in the center of the holy land. Their purpose is to kill the demon ancestors. I am under the seat of Holy Emperor Haoyan, so is the Great Witch Quafu. As soon as Quafu finished speaking, there was a bang, and he landed in front of Xuanhuan Poison Venerable. Boom. A huge aura not inferior to that of the Wanqing poison lord suddenly erupted from Quafu. The emerald-green pupils of the poison master Wanqing suddenly shrank in shock. It's really sad that the mighty Luo Jingxian surrendered to a baby. Wanqing poison lord said mockingly. There is no doubt that the meaning of provocation in the words is obvious. It's really sad that the mighty Luo Jingxian surrendered to a baby. Wanqing poison lord said mockingly. There is no doubt that the meaning of provocation in the words is obvious. Facing the provocations and estrangements of the Wanqing poison master, Quafu remained expressionless, but there was murderous intent in his eyes. He said coldly, "It seems that you are really looking for your own death." While speaking, Quafu took a step forward. Boom. Quafu took a step forward, and his momentum suddenly rose. In the blink of an eye, he became a giant with a height of 1,000 feet. In front of him, the Wanqing poison lord was like an ant. At this moment, as he approached, as Quafu's aura suddenly spread, Wanqing poison venerable could no longer maintain his composure. In fact, Quafu, who has become a giant at this time, is no longer in the early stage of Deluogene Wonderland, but infinitely close to the late stage. How is it possible? Where the hell are you? Facing the terrifying Quafu, Wanqing poison venerable's eyes were no longer joking, but full of shock and solemnity. This person's cultivation base is now higher than mine, although I am not afraid of him. But he couldn't get out of his body, and he might get hurt. 4. A demon clan that was released outside, the loss outweighs the gain. Thinking of this, Wanqing poison venerable had the intention to retreat. Quafu, right? Venerable Chongyang in the Hall of 10,000 Poisons in the lower heaven world. I just want to test the strength of Haoyan's sage emperor. I saw him today, and he really deserves his reputation. Therefore, I will leave. After speaking, he wanted to turn around and leave. Damn it. Come as soon as you say, leave as soon as you say, what do you think of me? Quafu, kill him for me. At this moment, Su Haoyan's voice rolled over, shaking the body of the Wanqing poison lord who was about to take a step, and he was about to turn around and say a few harsh words, making Su Haoyan throw the mouse. However, at this moment, a huge palm that covered the sky suddenly fell from the sky, and directly smashed the unprepared Wanqing poison master into a meat paste. Ding. Complete the side mission. Kill the venomous venerable. The system rewards the host with a designated chance to summon a superpower. Ding. Complete the side mission. Go to the holy land of the monster race. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to reach the peak of the strong. A chance to copy the strong. A chance to awaken the limit. A chance to randomly summon a super strong. If the host is within 10 years, if the holy land of the monster race is not conquered, the host will be hanged. Occupied so soon? The system prompts sounded one after another, making Su Haoyan narrow his eyes slightly, and look down. However, the monsters below have descended and died, and the entire island has basically been occupied by the army. What does it mean to be defeated like a mountain, and the demon ancestor with a prominent voice is nothing more than that? Su Haoyan muttered to himself, but the system notification sounded again. Ding. Complete the side mission, the wrath of the demon ancestor. The system will reward the host with a chance to be a strong man. A chance to awaken the limit. A chance to randomly summon a super strong man. What's going on? Is Yaozu so vulnerable? Xuanhuan was puzzled. According to his understanding, since Yaozu can be made an ancestor by Wan Yaozuan, his strength should be at the same level as Quafu. It stands to reason that the three of them are not enough to kill the demon ancestor. Master, the demon ancestor has been executed. However, judging from the fight, the old demon seems to have been injured, and it was a fatal injury. His strength is not even 1/10 of his heyday. That's why I waited for the three of us kill. At this time, the doubts in Xuanhuan's heart were suddenly resolved with the arrival of Xia Tian. Your Majesty, all the monsters on the island have been killed except 4. Those who surrendered. We won this battle so easily. At this moment, Yuan Hong came over and reported. Very well, thank you for your hard work. The army will take a rest on the spot, and the troops will return to the court in 3 days. Xuanhuan ordered. At the same time, under the protection of everyone, they went straight to the meeting hall of the former demon ancestor. That night, Xuanhuan summoned Lu Bowen, Li Jing, and others in the main hall. At the same time, Zhuge Liang, Guan Yu, and Yu Fei from the southern region were also recruited. Because he has a plan that just came to his mind. See your Majesty. Zhuge Liang and others all paid homage to him. Xuanhuan, who sat first, waved his hands and said, I recruited Kong Ming to make plans for the battle of the western regions. Lu Bowen smiled and said, when it comes to marching and fighting, I dare not compare with Kong Ming. That's why your Majesty recruited Kong Ming all the way. In terms of strategy, Lu Bowen is undoubtedly the #1 advisor, even Zhuge Liang is far behind. And when it comes to marching and fighting, it must be Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang waved his hand modestly, and said, I believe that His Majesty doesn't need to make any plans now, just send troops to fight there. Coupled with His Majesty's secret power, I believe that the western regions will bow their heads and bow down in a short time. After Zhuge Liang finished speaking, he looked at Xuanhuan with burning eyes. Following Xuanhuan gave Zhuge Liang the feeling of having met his true destiny. Now the people under the Haotian Holy Court live in good weather, the country is peaceful and the people are safe. People call Xuanhuan the Eternal King. He is a good king and a hero in people's minds. The most important thing is that Xuanhuan is able to recruit strange people and powerful people from all walks of life, bringing many high-end combat powers to Haotian Holy Court. For Zhuge Liang, it was only a matter of time before Haotian Holy Court unified the western regions. Even if the Dongyan territory is unified, the Baiming territory and even other realms are no longer a dream. Ding. Trigger a side mission, domination of the western regions. Mission. Details, if the host unifies the entire western regions in a short period of time, he will get a chance to selectively summon superpowers. The system's prompt sounded suddenly, which made Xuanhuan stunned, but seeing Zhuge Liang's uncontrollable excitement, he seemed to understand something. It seems that this old guy is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Winning the western region is just one of my many plans. Next, I plan to hold a feast for all the regions in the southern region. The guests will invite the western region, eastern flame region, northern nether region and other domain masters to participate. Xuanhuan said with a smile. It seems to be another extremely common thing. Hiss. Invite the Lord of the Domains? Everyone swallowed reluctantly, and when they looked at Xuanhuan, they were already full of shock. What is the ultimate purpose of His Majesty's move? Zhuge Liang and Lu Bowen glanced at each other, and they both read doubts in each other's eyes. At this time, Zhuge Liang asked, I intend to let Quafu and Jiuling Yuanqing fight. The ultimate goal is to shock the 100 domains. Because I want to be the master of all domains. Quafu? When Zhuge Liang came, he witnessed Quafu's terror with his own eyes. In the Holy Court of Haoyan, he is the #1 powerhouse who does his part. However, Nine Spirits Primordial Sage is only at the Taiyu realm now. How could it be? No, His Majesty, he. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked up, only to see Su Haoyan's confident expression. That's right, His Majesty can make people become masters in an instant, so it is not impossible for Jiuling Yuanqing to become a Daluo Jingxian. In this case, if there is no Daluo Jingxian in other domains, if the masters of each domain come to watch the ceremony, maybe they will directly choose to surrender to the Haoyan Holy Court out of fear. Your Majesty's move is really an offensive strategy. Use powerful strength to prove the strength of Haoyan Holy Court. Your Majesty, I need a strong man to support the scene. Zhuge Liang took a deep breath and said, Quite. These subordinates of mine are up to you to choose. Su Haoyan waved his sleeves and said boldly, Then I will choose your apprentice. How about Lord Xia? Summer is the pinnacle of Daluotian Wonderland. The #1 person under Daluojin Wonderland. This strength is enough to shock the strong in all domains. Okay, Kong Ming, in summer, you two are ready to set off on another day. Zhuge Liang, Xia Tian excitedly took the order and left. If this matter is successful, it will definitely be regarded as a great achievement. Even in the annals of Southern Territory, there will be eternal stories. And he, Zhuge Liang, will also be famous in history. Ding. Trigger a side mission, invite domain owners. Task details, the host wants to hold a feast of 100 domains. If the host can invite more than 10 domain owners to participate in the event, the system rewards the host for a selective summoning of super strong, a chance for the learners, a chance to pass on skills. The system prompt sounded at this time, which made Su Haoyan stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled wryly. This is a precedent, this is probably the first time the system released a task completed by his subordinates, right? It feels weird. However, most of his previous tasks were completed by his subordinates. No wonder. Su Haoyan was not interrupted by this episode, and continued to make plans at this time. Guan Yu, Yu Fei, take a break and march to the entire western region. Tomorrow, I will send my subordinates to contact Xuanhuan and the others. Yang Jian, Bailey Xiansu, Yuan Hong and others are here to support. The rest will return to court with my class teacher. Xuanhuan, the 100 Illusions army from thousands of years ago, can finally return to my side now. Su Haoyan dismissed everyone while muttering to himself. When he was alone in the hall, he raised his head and said with a chuckle, Sooner or later, I will stand on the highest peak in this world. Let everyone look up to me. The arrogant words came out of his mouth, with unparalleled domineering, making him extremely tall at this moment. Ding. Trigger the main task, the master of the 100 domains, task. Details, because the host already has the strength to control the 100 domains. If the host establishes the hegemony of the 100 domains in the Feast of the 100 Domains, and at the same time overwhelms the heroes, he will become the master of the 100 domains. Domain Master. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken to the limit. A. Chance to copy a strong man. A chance to inherit the Dao. A chance to selectively summon a super strong man. A chance to randomly summon a super strong man. I knew that the mission would definitely be triggered. The reward is also expected. Let's see if Jiuling Yuanxing can surprise me. Yes. Xuanhuan decided to return to the southern region to awaken Peak 9 spirits. With the aptitude of Jiuling, it is easy to enter the Daluogen Wonderland in one fell swoop. When the time comes, the battle between the two Daluogen Fairyland will definitely surprise everyone. System, summon a superpower for me. 3 days later, Xuanhuan led the Haoyan Holy Court Guards, Quafu, Xingtian, Huaguang Emperor Lu Boan and other strong men to embark on the journey back to the southern region. At this time, Xuanhuan was sitting in the room, ready to continue to expand the combat power of the southern territory. Capturing the Holy Land of the Yaozu brought him 4 chances to summon superpowers, plus the first 2 chances. Now he can summon 6 powerhouses at once. In this way, Xuanhuan has the confidence to build the Haoyan Holy Court into the strongest dynasty in the world. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host. Ding. Hanzhong is the peak of Golden Wonderland. Hanxiangzi is the pinnacle of Fairyland. Lu Juntai Etian Wonderland Early Stage. Dang Bowen's Taiyishan is in the middle of the Fairyland. Jiangguang Tai's True Fairyland Early Stage. Qinqiang Tai Golden Fairyland Peak. What a bumper harvest. For Tai realms, this luck is simply overwhelming. Xuanhuan looked at the list of personal attributes in front of him and couldn't stop laughing from ear to ear. In today's Haoyan Holy Court, the high-end combat power is transitioning from Heavenly Immortal, True Immortal, and Golden Immortal to Tai realm. His plan is to turn all his subordinates into Tai realm powerhouses. At that time, his Haoyan Holy Court can compete with any force in the sky world. As for the other 2 powerhouses, although Xuanhuan doesn't pay much attention to them, if he has enough opportunities, he will still promote them. Ding. Trigger the side mission, The Wrath of the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Task details, because the host killed the 9 masters of the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Enemy. The system specially rewards the host for a chance to awaken to the limit, a chance for a copy of a strong man, and a chance for a designated summoning of a super strong man. Nima. The Hall of 10,000 Poisons? Why are you joining in the fun? In the world of heaven? If you want to avenge that bastard, I will definitely let you come and go. Xuanhuan's cold voice remained in the room for a long time. Afterwards, Xuanhuan took out the Yuehua stone, began to practice the exercises, and refined it. The 7 days passed as Xuanhuan continued refining the moonlight stone. On this day, Xuanhuan, who was standing at the bow of the boat looking out, finally saw the outline of the southern territory, showing the horizon in the distance. Finally back. After going out for more than 3 months, he felt a little homesick. While Xuanhuan was muttering to himself, the French boat soon approached the coastline. After everyone went ashore, Xuanhuan took the Dharma boat and flew into the sky with everyone. He planned to fly back to the Holy Court for the rest of the journey. Naturally, everyone had no opinion on Xuanhuan's decision. The little white dragon manipulated the cloud and mist, and carried everyone towards Haoyan Holy Court. Quafu, the safety of the Holy Court will depend on you in the future. Su Haoyan said to Quafu with a smile. Your Majesty is serious. Since I have defected to you, I have to give my share of strength. Quafu shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile. That's what I want from you. Su Haoyan's smile became brighter and brighter. When he returned to the holy court, he would not rest for a while, planning to start a war against the surrounding domains. It seems that the Eastern Flame region is the closest to the Southern region. But he has been carefully inquired about. The highest combat power in the Eastern Flame territory is also in the Great Perfection realm of the Great Luotian Immortal Realm. He decided to awaken Neza to his limit, and then led the army to attack Huanglong. Strive to win Dongyan domain in one fell swoop. Fly all the way, faster and faster. In the end, Xing Tian was made to tear up the void, and everyone flew directly into the world of the southern region. Jiuling Yuanqing, who was far away in the holy court, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up, flew out of the hall quickly, and soon stopped in the void. Because at this moment, he sensed Su Haoyan's breath. At the same time, light appeared in every corner of the holy court, and in a blink of an eye, the sky above the holy court was full of people. Soon, the news about Su Haoyan's return spread like a hurricane to every corner of the holy city. Sage Emperor Haoyan is back. Your Majesty is finally back. It's a sad life without a backbone. TSK, Your Majesty is really amazing. He managed to subdue the land of the falling dragon in a short period of time. I heard that it will be sooner or later to occupy the western regions. With the Holy Emperor leading us, sooner or later the Holy Court will shine. In the 100 realms. The common people and monks were discussing on the streets of the holy city, making the holy city crowded with people and bustling. The civil and military officials of the holy city quickly gathered and stood in front of the square in front of the holy city, waiting for Su Haoyan's return. Bai Suzhen, Zixia, Shui Miao Miao, Linghu Shanlan, and Shinjiner stood in front of the main hall, looking up at the sky. Behind them were Jiuling Yuanqing, Li Kuwei, Sha Wujing, etc. At a glance, there were more than 100 people at least. People are all senior officials and generals. Although Su Hao left the holy court for 3 months. But for these high-ranking officials and generals, Su Haoyan is their soul, and a body without a soul is an empty shell even if it is powerful. I don't know if His Majesty has lost weight? Shui Miao Miao muttered to herself. His eyes were filled with endless thoughts. Bai Suzhen pursed her lips and said with a smile, Your Majesty has only been away for 3 months, how can you lose weight? Zixia also shook her head and smiled. For them, Su Haoyan was the sky, the god in their hearts. So missing is inevitable. I heard that His Majesty has brought back many strong men this time. Jiang Zia stroked his beard and said with a smile. As soon as this remark came out, the faces of the strong men behind changed unsteadily. Once upon a time, they were all strong around Su Haoyan. It's just a new generation replacing the old ones. They are no longer qualified to be by Su Haoyan's side. At this moment, a strong aura suddenly came from the sky ahead. Everyone stared in amazement. I saw Su Haoyan, who was wearing the dark gold robe of 9 Dragons Supreme. Standing in the front of the cloud, behind him were Xingtian, Quafu, Yang, Jian, and other strong men. I'm back. Su Haoyan said with a loud laugh. The proud laughter directly turned into a gust of wind, spreading to every corner of the holy city. Long live the Holy Emperor, long live, long live. Millions of people bowed in unison. The voice shouted neatly, shocking. Standing behind him, Xiao Bailong waited for Xuanhuan's newly recruited strong man to stare dumbfounded. They knew that Xuanhuan was very powerful. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. With Xuanhuan's hands behind his back, coupled with the blessing of the 9 Dragon Supreme Dark Gold Robe, Xuanhuan at this moment has the majestic appearance of an unrivaled emperor. Soon, they came to the holy peak of the holy city, in front of the main hall. Hundreds of officials, big and small, knelt down and shouted, "Welcome your Majesty." Everyone looked at Xuanhuan excitedly. Behind him, Xiao Bailong, Han Xiangzi, and others are ordinary, but equally eye-catching. Especially Quafu's figure of more than 3 feet tall, just standing there casually, gives people an absolute sense of shock. Jiuling Yuansheng, Sha Wujing, and Zhao Yun and other powerful men looked at Quafu, Xing Tian, and Giant Spirit God, and were stunned for a moment. But soon there will be only a wry smile. Dear friends. After Xuanhuan landed, he said softly. At the same time, they hugged the 5 daughters of Baisuzhen one by one. Your Majesty, it's only been 3 months, and your cultivation has grown so fast. Baisuzhen covered her lips with her hands, and said in disbelief. As soon as this remark came out, it immediately aroused a sound of admiration from the crowd. Slave Feng Liang has seen the master. At this time, Feng Liang came to Xuanhuan and respectfully greeted Tao. At the same time, he looked at Xuanhuan with a hint of shock and ecstasy. Because he felt the breath of the ancient demon god from Xuanhuan's body. Your Majesty is back. The #1 domain lord of the southern region who is proud of the 9 heavens and dares to fight against the heavens is back. I will be loyal to the holy Emperor Haoyan. Feng Liang's heart was surging, and at the same time as he secretly swore in his heart, there was a look of awe in his eyes that he had never seen before. Feng Liang, thank you for your hard work in the days when I'm not around. Xuanhuan's words are not polite. No one knows how deep Feng Liang's cultivation is. Although Xuanhuan was curious, he never asked. Because he knew Feng Liang had him in his heart. No, there is Wang Xiaofeng. However, Xuanhuan saw a different light on Feng Liang's face. That was gratification, that was fanaticism, that was an expression of complete surrender. Whatever the master says, Feng Liang will share it with the master, that's his duty. Feng Liang said with a smile. He naturally understood the meaning of Xuanhuan's words. However, he didn't go into details. There are some things that the 2 of you need to know. I didn't expect that the fusion of the blood of the ancient demon god can completely return the hearts of a generation of strong people. What a surprise! Your Majesty is surrounded by strong people like a cloud. At this time, Quafu's voice sounded from behind Xuanhuan. Let Xuanhuan narrow his eyes slightly. He couldn't help asking. Why, what did Quafu see? This kid can't see through. Quafu took a deep look at the groveling Feng Liang, and said in a solemn tone. He, the little one is just a small servant of His Majesty's subordinates. My lord, you just need to know this. Feng Liang said to Quafu with a smile. After finishing speaking, he did not forget to nod to Quafu. Well, Quafu doesn't need to care too much about Feng Liang, he is just a servant by my side. It seems that he already knew Feng Liang's intention. Xuanhuan also spoke in a timely manner. Quafu glanced at Feng Liang, then at Xuanhuan, and stopped talking. However, he was secretly startled in his heart. At the same time, I raised Xuanhuan to another level in my heart. Hey, Quafu's loyalty has actually increased by 3 points. It's really unintentional. This unexpected episode made Xuanhuan feel even happier. Soon, a group of people came to the hall. Xuanhuan directly sat on the highest dragon chair, and Bai Suzhen also sat beside him. Baigan, report the situation of Haotian Holy Court in the past 3 months. As the head of civil servants, Baigan is the busiest person in Haotian Holy Court. Sometimes, it takes late at night to read the reports and other reports sent from various places. Although it was hard work, Baigan enjoyed it. In the following time, Baigan reported in detail the major and minor events during this period. Let Xuanhuan have an intuitive understanding of the development of Haotian Holy Court. Because before this, the southern region has been fully unified. In the absence of images of war, the weather in the southern region is smooth, and the country is peaceful and the people are safe. A peaceful scene. Great Qin Iron Army, Manchurian 8 Banners, Mongolian Iron Cavalry. Haotian Legion, where are you? Xuanhuan ordered the 4 major legions one after another, which shocked all the civil and military officials in the main hall. However, the chief generals of the 4 major legions stood up without any hesitation. The end is here. Seeing the chief generals of the 4 major legions coming out of the hall, Xuanhuan said with a gleam in his eyes, "You wait for the 4 major legions to prepare and send troops to the Eastern Flame region in 3 days." Xuanhuan's voice resounded through the hall, making every general and senior official hear it clearly. What is your Majesty doing? Is it to occupy the Eastern Flame territory by force? Your Majesty, you have such boldness. For a while, there was a lot of discussion in the hall, and everyone looked at Xuanhuan with inexplicable excitement. The last general takes orders. The chief officers of the 4 major armies were even more excited. As generals, their stage is on the battlefield. In addition, I want to hold a feast for all domains in the holy city. Taibai, Jingxing, Baigan, and Jiangxia, you 3 must make all the preparations in January. I want Haotian Holy Court to rise strongly in January. Xuanhuan's order made everyone unable to bear the excitement any longer. Chi-Chi knelt in the hall and shouted loudly, "My emperor, long live, long live, long live." In the following time, Xuanhuan arranged some details. At the same time, dozens of strong men were assigned to go out with the 4 major legions. These strong men who went out with the army, in addition to serving as a deterrent, are to prevent the high-end combat power of the Eastern Flame region from taking action. Before leaving the court, he ordered Jiuling Yuansheng, Neza, Huang Tianhua, Emperor Huaguang, and Emperor Zhenwu to come to see him tomorrow morning. After a few people were stunned for a moment, they showed ecstasy. It is self-evident that His Majesty summoned them alone at this time. After Xuanhuan and the 5 daughters of Bai Suzhen returned to the Holy Emperor's palace, only they knew what happened. All in all, Haotian Holy Court was happy this night. But Neza and the 5 were tormented. Early the next morning, the 5 of Neza came to the imperial garden with anxiety. "I want to promote you." Xuanhuan didn't make any extra opening remarks, nor did he say anything provocative. After seeing the 5 people, he went straight to the point. Afterwards, he sent the 4 people except Jiuling into their respective creations one by one. "Jiuling, I left you at the end because I have something to tell you." Xuanhuan said calmly. Please command, master. Regarding Xuanhuan's order, Jiuling Yuanqing never hesitated. You know that I want to hold a feast of hundreds of regions. However, I decided to let you drink and Quafu have a peerless duel at the feast of hundreds of regions. The purpose is to show the majesty of my grand court. Can you do it? Facing Xuanhuan's serious expression, Jiuling Yuanqing's mouth was dry. Master, It's okay, I will try my best to make you stronger. With your aptitude, it is not a problem to be a big Luo Jingxian. Are you ready? Xuanhuan raised his hand to stop Jiuling Yuanqing from saying what he wanted to say. The words that followed caused Jiuling Yuanqing to kneel directly on the ground. His face was surprisingly calm. Well, Xuanhuan is extremely satisfied with Jiuling's performance. Then, without hesitation, he ordered the system to awaken Jiuling Yuanqing to the peak. In the following time, Neza and other 4 powerhouses completed their awakening from their respective worlds. Neza Deluo's cultivation at the peak of the real fairyland led the army to take down the Eastern Flame territory. Therefore, Xuanhuan sent Neza out as soon as he returned. It is worth mentioning that Xuanhuan took great pains and spent 1.5 billion lucky points to exchange 4 innate treasures in one go in the Lucky Mall. Namely the True Flame Treasure Wheel, the Chaos Circle, the Flame Gun and the Sky-Splitting Silk. Neza. Facing the 4 innate treasures, Neza's loyalty is immediately at full value. Xuanhuan was very satisfied. I feel that the 1.5 billion lucky value is too worthwhile. And with these 4 innate treasures by his side, Neza can fight Luo Jingxian with all his might. And Huang Tianhua, Emperor Huaguang, and Emperor Zhenwu all became the strongest in the Tai Gold Immortal realm without any accident. Let Haoyan Holy Court's high-end combat power rise to another level. Ding. The awakening of Jiuling Yuanqing peak is complete. Do you want to release it? The system beep sounds at this time. Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Won't release it yet, call up his attribute list. Xuanhuan suppressed his excitement and ordered Jiuling Yuanqing, from Prehistoric Alien, Enlightened Beast. Lucky Level, Middle Stage of Deluogen Wonderland. Kung Fu, Lion Ancestor God Kung Fu. Supernatural powers, 9 spirits show their holiness, devouring heaven and earth. Magic weapon, shining gold and silver hammer. Loyalty, 100/100. Special attributes, Prehistoric Alien, Enlightened Beast, Lord of Prosperous Luck. As expected of a prehistoric alien species, the aptitude is against the sky. This play can be regarded as having a protagonist. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. Then Jiuling Yuanqing was released. Boom. With the appearance of Jiuling Yuanqing, the huge coercion of Deluogen Wonderland instantly made the whole holy city tremble. Is this another master hidden by His Majesty? It's really too strong. In a room, Quafu, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, looking solemnly in the direction of the imperial garden, self-mumbling. At the same time, deep in his eyes, there was a surge of fighting spirit. The master is worthy of being the emperor of the Southern Territory. Even if he is reincarnated and rebuilt, there will be no shortage of peerless powerhouses around him. Feng Liang felt the great coercion emanating from the imperial garden, and his face was full of relief. Master, Jiuling didn't disappoint you, did it? The excitement of Jiuling Yuansheng was beyond words at this time. He knelt in front of Su Haoyan and asked excitedly, "Well, I am very satisfied. After returning home, keep a low profile. Wait for the day of the Baiyu banquet to become a blockbuster." Su Haoyan said with a smile. Jiuling has recorded it. After Jiuling Yuansheng finished speaking, he kowtowed to Su Haoyan a few times before turning around and disappearing. Afterwards, Su Haoyan suspended the Yuehua stone in the lower abdomen and began to refine it. As the Yuehua stone was refined by Su Haoyan, his cultivation base also increased steadily. At the same time, the strength of his physical body was also approaching the third layer of the Gui holy body, tremblingly. 5 days passed in a flash. During this period, neither Quafu nor Jiuling Yuansheng showed up in front of people. The two gathered their energy and prepared to have a hearty battle on the day of the Baiyu banquet. The battle reports from the western regions will be sent back to the southern regions every day. Let Su Haoyan understand the progress of the war as soon as possible, especially with the cooperation of Yuan Hong and other powerhouses and the 100 Illusionary Army. Most of the land in the western regions has been occupied by the army. On the other side, the four-way army led by Neza has already approached the mainland of Dongyan territory. It is said that certain forces in the Eastern Flame region have defected and surrendered to the army of the southern region in advance. Let the four-way army in the southern region occupy dozens of big cities before fighting. It made Su Haoyan laugh out loud in the hall happily. In the end, Zhuge Liang and Xia Tian took the lead to go to the northern nether region. Yesterday, there was news that Xia Tian made a big fuss in the capital of the northern nether region, defeating dozens of powerhouses in a row. Even Baiming Xiao Tian, the domain lord of Baiming territory, was defeated by Xia Tian. For a time, the name of Xia Tian resounded throughout the north and south of the northern underworld, even spread to other neighboring domains. "Haha, you are worthy of being my apprentice, you are domineering." After Su Haoyan heard about this, he laughed loudly in the hall. Seeing this, the strong man in the holy court twitched violently. "That is the peak of Deluasion's fairyland. What is your cultivation level, and you can teach such an apprentice?" Although everyone was puzzled, no one dared to ask. "Unless he doesn't want to live anymore." "Your Majesty, do you need me to support Zhuge Tianguan?" At this time, Chang Hao, one of the 7 sages of Meishan, asked. "Now only through meritorious deeds can one be promoted by His Majesty, and one can improve one's cultivation base. This is the method recognized by the Holy Court. No need, if the 6 of you can't stay, you can go to Yuan Hong, and he will assign tasks to you." How could Su Hao fail to see what the 6 people were thinking? However, he did not stop this kind of thinking. On the contrary, he tried his best to promote it. Because there is competition, there is progress. After the 6 left, Su Haoyan continued to refine the moonlight stone. Hit the next realm. Although he doesn't know what his next realm will be, he can't stand still, right? On this day, when Su Haoyan was discussing state affairs with his ministers, 2 uninvited guests came to Haoyan Holy Court, the pinnacle of Daluojan Wonderland. With the appearance of these 2 people, Quafu and Jiuling Yuansheng also appeared in the court at this time. At this time, looking at the 2 of them, Quafu said solemnly to himself, "Who are you?" Although Su Haoyan was startled, he still asked very calmly, "You are Holy Emperor Haoyan, right?" The two of us are the heralds of Qianlong Pavilion. I came here today to invite Holy Emperor Xuanhuan to participate in the dragon-slaying conference in a year's time. One of the middle-aged people said seriously. At the same time, after sending a pair of milky white scrolls with magic power to Xuanhuan, the two disappeared in an instant. Let's just go. The bastard. Facing the arrogant behavior of the two, Xuanhuan couldn't help cursing. Dragon-slaying conference? Unexpectedly, Qianlong Pavilion is still continuing the ancient rules. At this time, Wang Xiafeng's voice suddenly sounded. Do you know about this dragon-slaying conference? Xuanhuan was in a daze. When he saw Wang Xiafeng speak, he hurriedly asked. Certainly. The dragon-slaying conference is a grand event for Qianlong Pavilion, to recruit talents. It is for rearranging the heroes of the world. The dragon slaying conference consists of 3 palaces, 4 halls, and 5 gates. I suggest you participate, because I have participated in it before. This event, Wang Xiafeng explained. 3 palaces, 4 palaces, 5 gates? Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, could it be that this world has been divided up by these 9 forces? Yes, this world is infinitely large, and the 5 gates have divided most of the areas. Although the strength of the 3rd palace is relatively weak, it has also divided some areas. As for the vast area of the 4th palace, it is located in the 4 natural dangers, because it is not suitable for human habitation, so there is no force to fight for. Wang Xiafeng's explanation made Xuanhuan fall into deep thought. Seeing that the danger was lifted, Jiuling Yuanqing and Kuafu turned around and disappeared. The rest of the people left the hall quietly when they saw Xuanhuan holding the scroll thoughtfully. Could it be that in this world, the highest combat power is De Luo Jingxian? Xuanhuan couldn't help guessing secretly. The dragon-slaying conference only allows geniuses under the age of 200 to participate. Because there is no racial restriction, young geniuses from other races such as the Yaozu will also participate. It's just that this 200-year-old age limit is for humans. Other races are 1,000 years old. However, a faction can only recommend a maximum of 100 people. Wang Xiafeng continued to explain. Then why do I want to participate in this dragon-slaying conference? Xuanhuan is obviously not very interested in this. At this time, he asked casually. Seeing this, Wang Xiafeng immediately said angrily. Do you think you can rule this world with 2 big Luo Jingxians under your command? You still have a long way to go if you want to develop into the number 1 force in this continent, which is my former glory. And the rewards of the dragon-slaying conference are extremely rich. If you stand out, you can also enter the Tianji Pavilion. If you miss this opportunity, you will not have the opportunity to participate in the future. Tianji Pavilion? Xuanhuan was a little confused. My brain can't keep up. Wang Xiafeng didn't show off this time and continued. The Tianji Pavilion represents the will of the gods. It is a form of ruling this world. Every genius who enters the Tianji Pavilion will eventually come out as a giant. And I have entered it before. Tianji Pavilion only recruits 21 people every 100 years. 21 people. Xuanhuan couldn't help taking a deep breath. There are countless geniuses cultivated by hundreds of domains in this world. Only 21 people were selected. What a 1 in a million, this is it. Ding. Trigger a side mission to participate in the dragon slaying conference. Task details: the dragon slaying conference held by Tianwu Pavilion is about to begin. If the host participates, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken to the limit. A chance for a copy of the strong ding. Trigger the main task. Enter the Tianwu Pavilion. Mission details. Tianwu Pavilion is a symbol of the will of the gods. If the host successfully enters the Tianwu Pavilion, the system will reward the host with a designated chance to summon a super strong. A selective summon super, a chance for the strong. A chance to randomly summon a super legion. It actually triggered the mission, and there is also the main mission. It seems that this dragon slaying conference is really great. Because once a main task is triggered, it is already planned by the system. It is an indispensable experience on the road to the success of the host. Okay, there is still 1 year left for the dragon slaying conference. Your task is to improve your cultivation. When the time comes, you will kill the quartet and finally be selected into the Tianwu Pavilion. After Wang Xiaofeng finished speaking, he disappeared in Su Haotian's mind. Su Haotian also fell into deep thought. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month or so had passed since His Excellency Qianlong held the dragon-slaying conference. The Holy Court of Haotian provided reinforcements to the armies of the Western region and the Eastern Flame region. At the same time, Xiagua also dispatched its own army to help Haotian Holy Court seize the entire Western region. In less than a month, most of the Western regions have been assigned to the territory of Haotian Holy Court. With Su Haotian's continuous refinement, the Yuehua stone became smaller and smaller. And Su Haotian's aura also became stronger and stronger. On this day, Su Haotian finally ushered in the opportunity to be promoted. Su Haotian was sitting cross-legged on the mountain next to the Holy Emperor's palace. The moonlight stone, which had shrunk to the size of a thumb belly, was suspended in the lower abdomen, shining brilliantly. And Xingtian, Jiuling Yuansheng, Kuafu, and other strong men stood 100 meters away from Su Haotian, taking strict precautions. The sky is even guarded by the Holy Emperor's guards. At this time, the light from the tree of the world in Su Haotian's body had already illuminated the Zifu of Dantian. His yin and yang babies are growing at a speed visible to the right eye. At this moment, the Yuehua stone outside the body finally disappeared into Su Haotian's Dantian after flickering a few times. Boom! 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 In an instant, there was a thunderous roar in Su Haotian's body, and at the same time, his momentum was rising steadily. Let Su Haotian at this moment be full of explosive power. This force can shake the sky and shake the earth. Rumble. At this moment, the sky suddenly became overcast and cloudy, instantly covering the entire 100 miles of the holy city. At the same time, the thunder was rolling, and there was infinite might and might, so that the entire holy city could feel a coercion coming from the sky. At this moment, the common people crawled to the ground and shivered. Even the monks with some cultivation levels had both fighting strength, and their eyes looking at the sky were full of horror. This is thunder tribulation. How is it possible? Isn't the master a rare lightning-free robber? How could there be thunder tribulation? Jiuling Yuansheng stared at the rolling thunder clouds, his eyes widened, and his eyes were full of disbelief. What's going on? How could there be a thunder calamity? Isn't I exempt from thunder calamity? Su Haotian frowned while releasing his divine sense to balance the skyrocketing mana in his body. Those who are exempted from thunder calamity also have thunder calamity. But usually they appear during Tai calamity and Delual calamity, but you are still a while away from Tai realm. Now come to thunder calamity, it shouldn't be. At this time, Wang Xiaofeng, who had disappeared for about a month, suddenly said in doubt. When Su Haoyan heard this, he wanted to ask a few words, but at this moment, whether it was the tree of the world or the twin babies of Yin and Yang in his body, they all began to shake violently. The purple flame knife totem between his eyebrows flickered even more sharply. The dragon energy came out of the body uncontrollably, and while the dragon roared, it even entrenched around Su Haoyan's body, making Su Haoyan's martial arts extraordinary at this time. The mind of Gu Yi's demon body was quickly activated by him. He suddenly opened his eyes, and roared to the sky, "Damn it, let me open it." Boom! With this loud roar, the devilish energy in Su Haoyan's body surged out, and the body of Gu Yi demon god quickly condensed behind him. The body of the demon god, which was more than 10 feet high, rose slowly, and finally stood still on top of Su Haoyan's head. Seeing the body of Gu Yi demon god again, everyone still felt a feeling of palpitation. "Your Majesty, what is this?" Xing Tian frowned. He didn't know Gu Yi demon god at all, but the battle inside the deep-sea king whale was still fresh in his memory. It also filled his heart with fear. Boom! At this moment, a green sky thunder soared down with such a fast speed that it hit Gu Yi demon god in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the green thunder was shining brightly, making people unable to look directly at it. The corner of Su Haoyan's mouth curled up, his smile was full of confidence. "Haha, I am the eternal emperor, who can stop my footsteps? Not even heavenly tribulation." The unruly voice resounded through the heavens and the earth, and as Su Haoyan aroused the dragon energy to soar into the sky, he directly smashed a thunderbolt with incomparable momentum. Let the people and monks in the whole holy city be excited. Your Majesty has not been baptized by heaven's tribulation until now. What kind of thunder tribulation will this first thunder tribulation be like? Baigan muttered to himself. Let everyone next to him stare closely at the tumbling Jiayun and clenched their fists. Su Haoyan manipulated the ancient demon god and the purple gold dragon energy to blast away thunder after wave, looking relaxed, as if the thunder calamity was like paper under his hands. Isn't it amazing? Su Haoyan thought indifferently. You'll know what thunder tribulation is after a while. If you don't fix it well, it will scare everyone here. Wang Xiaofeng immediately poured a basin of cold water on Su Haoyan's head. Su Haoyan was stunned for a moment. But at this moment, a 5-foot-wide cyan sky thunder fell with the force of destroying the sky and the earth. The huge power seemed to tear the vast sky and the earth apart. Seeing the people in the city, the monk was very worried. Fortunately, Long Qi and Gu Yi demon god are still there, no matter what kind of power the heavenly tribulation is in front of him, it will be smashed to pieces. At this moment, the Gu Yi demon god seemed to be integrated with Su Haoyan, filling Su Haoyan's body with the powerful power to defeat the catastrophe. Touch, touch, touch. Boom, boom, boom. After being bombarded several times, the tumbling thundercloud not only did not weaken, but became thicker and thicker. At this moment, above the thunder cloud, there was a sudden explosion like spring thunder, continuous, as if thousands of thunders were gathering. Everyone looked up to the sky in shock. In the next second, Yang Jian exclaimed, "This is impossible. Why is it the 99 spring thunder Tribulation. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was moved. The Jujiakan thunder. Tribulation is one of the catastrophes for monks to break through the Tai realm. Breaking through the same realm, not everyone is the same kind of thunder. And the thunder tribulation in each small realm is not the same. It can be said that there are many types. And the Jujiakan thunder tribulation is the most powerful thunder tribulation among the Tai realm thunder tribulations, not one of them. Xuanhuan had already felt the terrifying coercion of the Jujiakan thunder tribulation at this time, which made him curse inwardly. It seems that he has the tree of the world and the rare yin and yang twin babies in the world, so he can't easily survive the thunder disaster. Fortunately, Xuanhuan is the kind of person who becomes more courageous as he gets frustrated. He has never been afraid of anyone, including Lei Jia. And the stronger the heavenly tribulation, the more powerful it can temper the body. At this time, Xuanhuan recalled the dragon energy from the sky and wrapped it around the body of Gui demon god. With the combination of the two, they resisted several waves of catastrophes in succession. However, when Jia Lei's color changed to purple-blue, he had no choice but to open the second layer of the ancient holy body, regretting it. When its body surface was covered with a layer of golden radiance, a wave of thunder and calamity was directly fierce. However, when the second wave of thunder tribulation, as thick as a bucket, came, it shattered the body of Gui demon god directly. Everyone in the holy city was shocked, and secretly worried for Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was also frightened. Although the terrifying power of the catastrophe did not directly act on his body, he could no longer maintain a calm expression after being indirectly bombarded by the thunder catastrophe. At this moment, he felt a scorching pain flooding every inch of his body, causing him to grin his teeth in pain. But as a physical trainer, pain is already a common occurrence, and his will has been tempered to be extremely strong. 9-9 Spring Thunder Calamity. Even ordinary Tai-level powerhouses may not be able to survive it. Yang Jian looked at Xuanhuan under the thunder calamity with complicated eyes. His eyes were full of complexity and worry. Xing Tian and the others are also highly concentrated, and if Xuanhuan is in danger, they will immediately rescue him. The 9-9 thunder tribulation was accompanied by the explosion of spring thunder, and it bombarded one after another. Xuanhuan directly put the Yanlong armor on his body. Boom, boom, boom. With his perverted defense, the Yanlong armor easily blocked the next catastrophe. But he knew that he had to personally experience the last few thunderstorms, otherwise it would be a failure. Therefore, after pushing mana and physical strength to the peak again, he resolutely removed the flame dragon armor, and as soon as he stretched out his hand, he grabbed the purple flame knife in his hand. With the continuous bombardment of the Jujiakan thunder tribulation, Xuanhuan faintly felt that his aura was getting stronger and stronger, and his power was undergoing a qualitative change. Give it to me. Xuanhuan's Gui Emperor's fist slammed into the sky, and the purple flame knife drew golden flames on the top of his head, consuming most of the sky thunder, and only a small part of the thunder calamity fell on him. With his physical strength, he took it easily. At this moment, Xuanhuan shouted loudly, and directly slapped the three thunders away. The fourth sky thunder directly hit him without any hindrance. Haha, come again, cool. Xuanhuan was drenched in blood, but laughed like crazy. It shocked the nearby guards and at the same time admired Xuanhuan. However, this toughness also has a price. Under the bombardment of several consecutive thunderstorms, Xuanhuan was already scorched black, and his body began to tremble even more. No matter what kind of defense it was before it started, it was blown away. It made him anxious. If this continues, he will undoubtedly die. What the hell, I don't believe I can't cure you. Xuanhuan let out a wild roar, holding the purple flame knife in his hand, and stomped his legs. Like a rocket, he suddenly jumped up and rushed directly to Jiayun. Boom! Turning on the avenue of time, directly slowed down a sky thunder, and then the great void technique unfolded. Xuanhuan's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already on top of the sky thunder, and the moment the Xian knife was raised high, it crashed down, slashed on the sky thunder, splitting the sky thunder directly. But he himself got into the thundercloud in the blink of an eye with the help of the countershock force. Xuanhuan's sudden action made the complexions of the strong guards around him change instantly. Since ancient times, all the monks who have survived the thunder disaster have not endured it from below. I haven't seen Xuanhuan get directly into the robbery cloud like this. This move can be described as audacious. Rumble. In the pitch-black robbery cloud, there was a deafening roar, and there was a faint explosion of spring thunder. Your Majesty, will he be all right? Huang Zhong scratched his head and asked anxiously. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous roaring sound in Tianwu tribulation cloud proved that Xuanhuan was fighting to the death with Tianwu. Everyone stared blankly, at a loss. I don't know what happened in Jiayun. At this time, when Xuanhuan stepped on the 7 stars, when the purple flame knife was flying, one after another tribulation thunder was shattered by it. However, there were too many thunder tribulations, and he couldn't be busy at all. Hard horse. This is going to kill you. If this continues, I will be played to death by them sooner or later. After thinking about it, Xuanhuan will call out the flame dragon armor again to resist the thunder calamity. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a heat in his dantian, and then a golden tree shadow rushed out from his head. It was the world tree. As soon as the world tree appeared, it began to rotate clockwise. The world tree is like a holy tree, with purple and gold threads released. And the sun and moon wheels circled in the periphery. What surprised Xuanhuan was that those thunder calamities were instantly absorbed as soon as they met the golden silk thread. Outside, in the eyes of everyone, Lei Jia had turned dark gold at this time. It shocked everyone. However, at this moment, Lei Jia in everyone's eyes suddenly tumbling violently. And it began to surge inward, shrinking rapidly, at a speed visible to the right eye. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, not knowing why. Not long after, Jiayun disappeared and was completely absorbed by the world tree. Xuanhuan was also stunned by the scene in front of him. Nima. You can still survive the thunder disaster like this. What's wrong with the world tree, that it still has such a heaven-defying function? Xuanhuan suddenly felt that he still underestimated the power of the world tree. This thing is unusual. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the great perfection realm of the Emperor's Wonderland. The host is specially rewarded with a chance to designate and summon a superpower. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the third layer of the ancient sacred physique, shaking the mountains and shaking the earth. I will reward the host with a chance to randomly summon a super legion. When 2 system prompts sounded in succession, surges of mana overflowed from Xuanhuan's body, dragon energy hovered around his body, and lightning and thunder continued to flicker, making Xuanhuan at this time like a god, descending from the earth, exuding infinite power. With the same power and influence. Hiss, this treasure of your majesty can still absorb the thunder calamity, no wonder your majesty wants to get into the calamity cloud. What kind of treasure is this? Why can't I understand it? Everyone was staring at the world tree against the sky. At the same time, they were discussing in a low voice. Unexpectedly, the master possesses such a divine weapon. With the addition of the ancient demon god and this treasure, his majesty is just around the corner to reshape his former strength. Feng Liang stood in the corner, excitedly looking at the sky like a fairy Su. Haotian. I can't calm down for a long time. At this time, the world tree hovering above Su Haotian's head was still running crazily. The two wheels of the sun and the moon began to rotate close to the tree of the world. Su Haotian didn't notice this phenomenon, he was still immersed in the refreshment of his cultivation breakthrough. Soon, the two wheels of the sun and the moon disappeared into the tree of the world strangely. Then, the world tree disappeared in a blur. In Su Haotian's Dantian purple mansion, the tree of the world reappeared between the twin babies, flickering and flickering, looking extremely mysterious. What's going on? Your yin-yang wheel of life and death has been absorbed by the world tree. How could this be? Wang Xiaofeng's inconceivable voice sounded in Su Haotian's mind, and Su Haotian was taken aback. What the hell? Absorbed? How come I don't know? Su Haotian was puzzled, checked his body, and found that the sun and moon wheels were indeed gone. However, the aura of the two did come from the world tree. The breath is stable, without any signs of ailments. What are you afraid of? Just absorb it, what's the big deal? Su Haotian said to Wang Xiaofeng angrily. You are too young, there are some things you don't understand. Wang Xiaofeng said with a sigh. It doesn't matter, I want to go against the sky, God's block and kill gods. And Buddha's block and kill Buddhas. And the sun and moon wheels are still there, and I can feel their existence. It doesn't matter. While talking, Su Haotian flew towards Xingtian and the others. After landing, Baigan, Xingtian and other powerhouses congratulated Su Haotian, one after another. But they couldn't understand Su Haotian's cultivation more and more. Even if it is as strong as Jiuling Yuanxing, when he sensed Su Haotian, it was still a mess. It was as if something covered Su Haotian. This phenomenon horrified everyone. At the same time, he became more and more in awe of Su Haotian. Recalling that they followed Su Haotian all the way, they all felt like they were in a dream. In their eyes, Su Haotian is an evildoer. He has become the master of a domain. At the age of less than 20 years old. I wonder who in this world can achieve such an achievement. It is not an exaggeration to describe Su Haotian as a monstrous saint emperor. Ding. Complete the side missions. Refining and absorbing moonstones. The system rewards the host with a chance to enter the inheritance dojo. A chance to awaken the limit. A chance to specifically summon a superpower. A chance to selectively summon a superpower. The system prompt sounds at this time. Su Haotian had no time to be happy. Because at this moment, something happened that surprised and horrified Su Haotian. He suddenly felt that the tree of the world in his body, which had regained its calm, was shining brightly. He was taken aback for a moment, and wanted to investigate immediately. However, Xingtian, who was standing in front of him, suddenly changed his face, and then a terrifying aura escaped from his body, pushing Xuanhuan out. Instantly. Although Xuanhuan didn't get hurt, it really frightened Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, I didn't do it on purpose. In fact, my cultivation has unexpectedly increased by 1 point. Xing Tian's expression was stunned. He didn't understand why his cultivation had suddenly improved a little. Although there is no breakthrough, the mana has increased a lot. However, Xing Tian's accident was just the beginning. Your Majesty, my mana has also increased. Master, what's going on? My mana is also. His Majesty. Rumble. At this moment, the bodies of the Holy Emperor's guards, who had not yet fallen from the sky, exploded one after another, and when the mana was raging, their cultivation bases were all promoted to 1 level. What's the situation? Why has everyone's cultivation improved? Xuanhuan was completely bewildered by the scene in front of him. However, as the colorful light released by the tree of the world in his body became more and more intense, his eyes suddenly widened. He couldn't believe it. Could it be that all of this was caused by the world tree? If that's the case, isn't I the god of creation? Xuanhuan thought exaggeratedly. At the same time, on all the battlefields of the Haotian Holy Court, all the soldiers belonging to the Haotian Holy Court also exploded at the same time. And their cultivation bases were also promoted to 1 level. Although the cultivation base of senior generals has not been promoted, while the mana in their bodies has grown, it has also undergone qualitative changes. And no matter what kind of powerhouse they were, as their cultivation and mana soared, the majestic figure of Xuanhuan, wearing the dark golden robe of 9 Dragon Supreme, also appeared in their sea of consciousness immediately. And deeply branded, forever unforgettable. This also made them instantly understand that all this was brought to them by Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, it is Your Majesty. Your Majesty can actually let us improve our cultivation, it's really amazing. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the grace of rebuilding. Long live, my Emperor, long live, long live. One after another, the kneeling and singing of meritorious deeds were staged in every corner of Haotian Holy Court. In the Holy Emperor's palace, in the Holy City, facing the generals kneeling in front of him, although Xuanhuan was shocked for a moment, he immediately reacted. Because he had determined that it was the world tree that caused this accident. But what Xuanhuan didn't know was that in a dangerous place in the sky world, a majestic middle-aged man looked in the direction of the south territory in horror, and muttered to himself, he actually has such ability? If I had known this before, I, Liu Bei, would never defect. Now, is it too late to regret? Maybe. When the words fell, the person turned around and disappeared. What's going on? Why did the deity's mana increase for no reason? Who is the boy who suddenly appeared in his mind? It's weird, it's so weird. Not to mention the increase in mana for no reason. There is actually an image of a young boy in my mind, which I can't get rid of. Why is this happening? Similar weird things are constantly happening in some mysterious places in this world, and Xuanhuan's appearance is also deeply imprinted in their hearts forever. Everyone is in peace. At this time, Xuanhuan's heart was astonished, but also violent. Because the chain reaction played by the world tree has not stopped, while the cultivation of everyone in the Haotian Holy Court is increasing, their loyalty is also rapidly increasing. Thank you, Your Majesty Ron. Everyone's faces were filled with excited smiles at this time. While being Grateful to Xuanhuan, they all secretly swore to be loyal to the Haoyan Holy Court and the Haoyan Holy Emperor to the death. Ha ha ha, today I'm going to hold a banquet at the Holy Emperor's palace too. Entertain all the high-ranking officials and generals in the holy city. Xuanhuan laughed loudly. The breakthrough in cultivation, the promotion of Dou Yu's holy body, and the chance to be summoned. What made him even more unbelievable was the heaven-defying effect of the world tree. Putting all of this together made him feel refreshed. Follow the order. Baigan laughed and said. As the beneficiary, he can no longer express his gratitude to Xuanhuan in words, and can only use his life to help Xuanhuan achieve great things. Afterwards, Xuanhuan dismissed everyone and returned to the Shang study room. Alone. System, I want to randomly summon a super legion. Xuanhuan is currently conquering all parties. Although there is no shortage of high-end combat power, the number of legions is somewhat stretched. That's why it was decided to give priority to the calling right of the legion. Ding. The super legion is being summoned for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the world destroying divine army. From the immortal god interface. What the hell? The world-destroying divine army, and it's still from the immortal god interface. Why haven't I heard of it? Xuanhuan asked suspiciously. This army belongs to a remote interface parallel to the Xuanwu continent. There are 70,000 people in the army, and they are of various races. Their cultivation is at the lowest level of Tianmen. Their biggest feature is that they move as fast as lightning, coming and going without a trace. In the interface they belong to is a fearsome army of magic. The introduction of the system made Xuanhuan very interested in this army. In fact, he was curious about the various races. He would like to see what it means to be so different. Then the attribute list of the army was called up. World Destroyer Army, from the parallel interface. Races, human race, monster race, demon race, spirit race, etc. Activity area, different interface. Number of people, 70,000 divine army, the 7th rank of Tianmen realm. The late stage of Golden Fairyland. Coach, Gong Yunxing, Tai Tianxian early stage. Attributes of the core, a gathering of groups, with overwhelming momentum. It turned out to be a combination of all ethnic groups in the world. What's even more commendable is that its commander's cultivation is actually at the Tai level. Maybe this army can really bring me unexpected joy. Summoning an army of immortals made Xuanhuan happy. It was decided to use up the last chance to summon a superpower. System, I want to summon Hui. Although there is no restriction on summoning now, he is very self-aware. Once a strong man surpassing Dou Yu is summoned, it is easy to betray. The reason is that there is no existence in his hands that can suppress Dou Yu. And Hui, Xingtian and Quafu were both great witches of the same period, and their cultivation base would never exceed Dou Yu. And the heroic appearance of Hui shooting the sun has always been unforgettable for him. That's why Hui was chosen. Designate to summon Hui, and set his cultivation base at Dou Yu. Xuanhuan said to the system in his heart. As soon as the voice fell, the system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Hui. Do you want to restore the memory of his previous life? Xuanhuan was taken aback by the mechanical question of the system, and then asked, is the system's function of restoring past life memory a new function? It seems to have existed before. The previously restored memory was a partial memory. The system modified the memory of the strong man according to the host's situation. This time, because the host's cultivation was promoted, the additional functions of the system were activated. Once the host chooses to restore the memory of the strong man, then the cultivation base of the summoned person will increase in value, and he will restore all memories, all kinds of past lives, including all kinds of grievances and so on. Xuanhuan was taken aback by the system's explanation, but he immediately made a decision: summon Hui, restore his past life memory, and call out his attribute list. Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. Hui, from race, which? Lucky level, Dou Yu Wonderland Dzogchen realm. Cultivation method, Great Witch battle tactics. Ability, Invincible. Magic weapon, Skybreaker bow. Loyalty, 81/100. Dou Yu Wonderland Dzogchen realm. With the arrival of Hui, he directly stood at the top of the powerhouses in the Haotian Holy Court. And Bashi's loyalty doesn't need to worry about his defection. Xuanhuan was overjoyed as he looked at the newly appeared leaf under the 5 daughters of the world tree. Throughout the day, Xuanhuan was consolidating his cultivation. At night, the experts from the Holy Emperor Palace and the people of the Holy City held a large banquet to celebrate Xuanhuan's cultivation breakthrough. Talk about drinking and staying up all night. Early the next morning, Xuanhuan, who was holding Shui Miao Miao, was woken up by shouts outside the hall. He rubbed his eyes and was about to curse, but a thought suddenly appeared, making him sleepless, so he got up quickly and went straight to the outside of the hall. Could it be that Hui has arrived? Xuanhuan made guesses as he walked out. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Holy Emperor's palace? A guard shouted loudly. I am Hui, and I am here to join the Holy Emperor Haotian. Get out of the way. Damn it. It's really Hui.